I summon the gods of the heavenly court in the fantasy world. Chapter 1 Mythical Heavenly Court System. Done. Great luck. Zhang Ren shouted loudly. Suddenly woke up in the darkness. He rubbed his forehead and still had a look of shock on his face. Just now. He was walking on his way home from work when, without paying attention, he saw a king car rushing towards him at a speed of 80 miles per hour, and he only had time to let out a cry of alarm. Then I knew nothing. Awakening again. Just found myself in a very unfamiliar place. Where did you come from to hit me? Is this still in the country? Zhang Ren looked around and realized that he seemed to be in a dilapidated temple. The temple is extremely dilapidated, covered with cobwebs everywhere. On the high platform behind, covered with dust, there stands a statue quietly, its face unrecognizable due to lack of cleaning for a long time. Could it be a time travel? Zhang Ren's mind conjured up a terrifying idea. He slowly stood up, lightly floating to the temple outside. That's right. Just drifting. Realizing this scene, Zhang Ren felt even more like crying without tears. Okay. This is knocking the soul out of oneself. If it really crossed over, then without a doubt, it belongs to soul crossing. Arrived outside the temple. The silver moon is high in the sky. By the bright moonlight, you can vaguely see that ahead is a wide open space. Zhang Ren drifted up into the sky, gazing into the distance, and soon saw a huge bonfire not far away. On the bonfire seems to be roasting a suckling pig. There were hundreds of people squatting around, as if waiting for the suckling pig to be roasted. Hey, someone! Zhang Ren's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but slowly move closer. Although he is now just a soul and unable to talk to people, it's still good to listen to others' conversations, perhaps. Can you get useful information about yourself from talking to others? When he came closer and saw the scene in front of him clearly, his pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he took a cold breath. The figure staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, he is now in soul form, so he didn't make any noise. On the bonfire, what is being roasted is not a suckling pig. Clearly a baby. It looks like it was born not long ago. Near the bonfire, those hundreds of figures were not squatting at all, but kneeling. In front of them, there are 3 huge figures. Sit down and stand up. The person sitting there had a body like a small mountain, covered in black fur, with knotted muscles, and a large black bear's head perched on his neck. Between the glances, there is a strong hostility. This is a black bear, became a spirit. On either side of him were slightly smaller black bears, but they were also over 2 meters tall, guarding the surroundings like the 2 guards. A year ago, the leader ordered you from the Lu family village to prepare 20 babies. How many did you prepare? On the Grand Master's chair. The black bear spirit suddenly spoke. The cold voice echoed in the air, making everyone present shiver involuntarily. Return. Return, Commander Xiong. A skinny old man in plain clothes knelt on the ground, tremblingly said, just right, 20. Bang! The old man had just finished speaking. A huge force struck, and the old man's figure flew out like a shell from a gun barrel. Say it again. The black bear spirit slowly retracted its paw, and spoke with an extremely cold voice. The old man, who was kicked and flew away, crawled on the ground, coughing blood incessantly in his mouth, glanced at the baby on the bonfire, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Open again. Just 20. It seems like you, old thing, are tired of living. The black bear grinned wickedly. He slowly stood up, a terrifying aura swept out, and everyone present turned pale. My king at home has never liked to eat meat chow, but the commander doesn't mind having a feast today. The black bear spirit strode forward, and with a grasp of his bare paw in the air, a black long knife appeared in his hand with a clang. The long knife is raised. Just as he was about to strike, a middle-aged man quickly ran out. With a thud, he knelt in front of the black bear spirit. In a sorrowful voice, he shouted loudly, Return, Leader Xiong, there are 19. That's right. Upon hearing this, the black bear spirit chuckled, then patted the face of the middle-aged man with the long knife in his hand, praising, You are much better than your father. So, what about the one that's still missing? The middle-aged man's face was pale, his body kept trembling, and he struggled to speak. Gone, Leader Xiong, there really are no other babies in our village. Is it gone? The black bear spirit's large head shook gently and said in a deep voice, I can't see. He waved his long knife, pointing at a pregnant woman in the crowd, and said coldly, Isn't there one more? The pregnant woman pointed at by the long knife saw this scene, suddenly lost color in her face, collapsed to the ground weakly, and seemed to have lost hope of life in the depths of her eyes. No! The middle-aged man took a step forward, hugged the thigh of the black bear spirit, and shouted, Leader Bear, please spare a few children for our village. Otherwise, our village will become extinct. Get lost. The black bear spirit kicked out, and the middle-aged man, like the old man just now, spat out blood from his mouth and flew backward. The middle-aged man blocking the way was gone. The black bear spirit took 3 steps and arrived in front of the pregnant woman. He grabbed the pregnant woman's neck with one hand, lifted her up, and held a long knife in the other hand, slowly moving it towards the pregnant woman's belly. "Don't!" In the crowd, a few faint exclamations could be heard. But no one dared to step forward. Not far away. Zhang Runban is a human, and now seeing this scene, anger surged in his heart. His figure was spinning in mid-air, looking for a brick or tile, planning to fight the black bear. "Anyway, I've already died once. Just reopen it if necessary." Just as he was looking for weapons. In my mind. Ding! A crisp sound came. "Congratulations, Master, the mythical heavenly court system has been successfully bound." System? In mid-air. Zhang Ren's figure froze, looking at the black bear spirit's long knife not far away, about to cut open the pregnant woman's belly. He didn't have time to think too much, quickly asking in his heart. "System, is there a beginner's gift package? Is there a beginner's gift package? If you have it, distribute it immediately. I'm going to fight this black bear spirit." Ding, the newbie gift pack has been successfully distributed. "Congratulations, Master, you have obtained a copy of the Emperor of Heaven Sutra, a set of Emperor of Heaven ceremonial attire, 1 Emperor of Heaven seal, 1 opportunity to reshape the physical body, and 100 heavenly soldiers." Ding! "Congratulations, Master, triggered a normal task. Task description: the appearance of the heavenly court. When protecting one side of peace, please kill the black bear demon that has been causing trouble for the Lu family village within 3 days. Task reward: one of the 6 days of the Desire Realm, the great Emperor Huang Xingtian." Several sounds in a row quickly rang in my mind. He roughly scanned the system panel and his heart suddenly rejoiced. What a coincidence! The person who was passing by also triggered a task. At the moment, he did not hesitate, thinking to himself, "System, summon 100 heavenly soldiers." Chapter 2. This task is not difficult. The black bear spirit's long knife fell quickly. Near the bonfire, whether it was ordinary people or pregnant women, they couldn't help but close their eyes. They are clear. In this world dominated by demons, they are just livestock raised by demons. Once targeted by demons, there is only one dead end, and no one can save them. Just as the long knife was about to cut open the pregnant woman's belly. Clang! A silver-white light fell from the sky, splitting the black bear spirit's long knife in half before it could react, then the light turned into a sweep. The unstoppable huge force came crashing down. Suddenly smashed onto the black bear's body. The black bear spirit was hit hard, its muscles and bones instantly dislocated, its body flew out like a ball, flying out for hundreds of meters before falling to the ground. Who is it? The black bear spirit was uncontrollably angry, with a low and hoarse voice, a relentless killing intent rushing straight to the head. He climbed up from the ground. The crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to identify the person who had just ambushed them. However, he hadn't found anyone yet. A cold voice came from above his head. "By the decree of the Emperor of Fengtian, exterminate the demons and monsters." The black bear spirit suddenly raised its head, only to discover in the night sky a silver rainbow streaking across the void, carrying a long tail flame shooting towards them. Facing death, the black bear spirit roared in anger. "I am." But before he could finish shouting, a silver streak pierced through his mouth, pinning him to the ground. By this time, everyone just realized that the weapon that nailed the black bear spirit to death was actually a silver-white long spear. Under the night sky, everyone turned to stone. They never expected that the black bear leader, who had just been so arrogant, would die in front of them the next second, and he was even nailed to the ground by someone. From beginning to end, they don't even know who was making the move. Just heard one sentence. "By the decree of the Emperor of Fengtian, exterminate the demons and monsters." Next to the only 2 black bear spirits left, all felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their own leaders were dead. What could the 2 little monsters do? The 2 bears locked eyes, as if making a certain determination. The next moment, 2 black bears suddenly turned around and ran in opposite directions. Despite their large bodies, their speed in escaping was quite impressive. A breath of time. 2 black bears ran out hundreds of meters away. Just when the 2 bears thought they were about to escape alive. In the sky, there were 2 silver rays of light again, with the latter arriving first. With 2 pu-chi sounds, both black bears were nailed to the ground. The remaining hundreds of people. Looking at the scene in front of me, everything went numb. They don't know whether to laugh or cry. In theory, the 3-headed black bear demon is dead. They should be happy, after all, their own child has been saved. But the problem is, those 3 black bear spirits are not ordinary monsters. They have a king behind them. When the news reaches that king's ears, The villagers of Lu family village dare not think further. Guess with your toes. They could all guess that they and others would inevitably face the wrath of the king. At that time. Don't talk about babies. In Lujiakan, finding a whole egg yolk is probably considered a stroke of luck. Cough cough. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was just kicked away by the black bear spirit struggled to get up. He first glanced at the old man who was already in a life-and-death situation. He turned his head and glanced at the night sky again, let out a soft sigh, walked to the front with difficulty, bowed and said, "I don't know if the king is present, please come out and meet me." After a moment, a cold and majestic voice came from mid-air. "The emperor has arrived, kneel and welcome." Listen to this sentence. The middle-aged man at the forefront knelt down decisively on the ground and shouted, "We respectfully welcome the heavenly emperor." The voice had not yet fallen. In the sky, 2 columns of soldiers appeared out of thin air, dressed in silver armor, holding long spears, shining with a cold gleam. Their eyes emitted electric rays as they opened and closed. There is an invisible sense of solemn killing, shrouding the sky and the earth. Seeing this situation, whether it is a middle-aged man or other common people, they couldn't help but lower their bodies even more. They are aware that these people in the sky are looking like humans. But it's hard to say for sure if it's a human tribe. After all, in this world, it is difficult for humans to be associated with great power, basically just food in the mouths of monsters. Maybe. Are all these people in front of me transformed into monsters? At this moment, they can only be sure of one thing. That is to say, these 100 soldiers can easily kill the previous black bear leader, in other words, the unseen heavenly emperor. Its strength should be above the king in the mouth of the black bear leader. If you can hold onto this thigh, maybe you won't have to worry about the power behind the black bear leader retaliating. Just don't know. What offerings does that celestial emperor need? Thinking like this in my heart, the middle-aged man secretly raised his head and glanced at the sky. Just see. Those 100 soldiers, like sculptures, stood quietly there, but the heavenly emperor they spoke of was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the heavenly emperor has left? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but feel anxious. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a gentle voice sounded in his ear. "Are you looking for us?" "I dare not." Middle-aged man felt as if struck by lightning, quickly lowered his head and said, "If I have offended the heavenly emperor in any way, I hope the heavenly emperor will not be angry." This moment. Not just middle-aged men. Even the people behind him couldn't help but think to themselves, the heavenly emperor truly lives up to his title as the heavenly emperor. Clearly walked up. But they couldn't see any trace of it, just this means alone, far surpasses the king behind the black bear spirit. No problem. Zhang Ren waved his hand, then realizing the other party couldn't see, he put his hand down and said, "Everyone, get up." Thank God. After the middle-aged man thanked him, he stood up with the help of others nearby. Looking at the emaciated and yellow-faced people in front of him, Zhang Ren's heart was filled with mixed feelings, having read countless novels in his previous life. He saw for the first time a human race in such a miserable state. It has actually fallen to the point of becoming demon food. From the situation just now, the human race here, facing demons without even their own means of resistance, can only be slaughtered at will. If it weren't for awakening the system by chance, I'm afraid that the more than 100 people in front of me, it won't last for a few more years. What is your name? Zhang Ren looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and asked a question. Emperor Hui Tian, my name is Lu Shi. Lu Shi quickly responded. Zhang Ren nodded gently and spoke again, "Tell me about the situation within a radius of 100 miles. Yes. Lu Shi Gong respectfully spoke, "This place, known as the Black Wind Forest, is under the rule of the Great Gong." With Lu Shi's narration, Zhang Ren probably had some understanding of the world he had just crossed over to. This world is different from other worlds. Demons dominate. The human race is just a vassal, although there is a dynasty, but in the final analysis, it is just a servant guarding the vegetable garden for the demons, and the vegetables in the garden. It's the human race. Take the Black Wind Forest nearby as an example. There are 3 demon kings inside. Among them, the most powerful is the Black Wind Demon King. That is, the backer of the previous Black Bear spirit. Every once in a while, they will have the villages below offer some babies or adults. Like cutting leeks. The Yaman of the Great Gong dynasty, however, dare not even manage it. Just listen and let it be. What is the strength of those 3 demon kings? Zhang Ren spoke. It should be the strength of the spirit realm. Lu Shi pondered for a moment and quickly responded. Yunling realm? Zhang Ren murmured. He turned around and looked at the celestial soldiers in the air, casually opening a celestial soldier panel. Name, Xiao Chuan. Identity, heavenly soldier. Boundary, Spirit Sea First Layer. Under the restriction of this realm's heavenly path, strength can be restored through cultivation. Supernatural powers soaring through the clouds, turning the ground into steel, all wishes come true. Just talk to Lu Shi. Zhang probably knew that the division of the first few realms in this world are refining the body, opening the meridians, nurturing the spirit sea, mysterious elixir. Even if the Demon King is in the spirit realm, what about the heavenly soldiers under my command in the spirit sea realm? Zhang Ren's mouth curled up, and the smile on his face became even more radiant. He opened the system panel. Took a glance at the task that was just triggered. Task description: the heavenly court descends to the mortal world, drive away the demons, and restore peace to the world. Please, within 10 days, slay the 3 demon kings of the Black Wind Forest. Task reward: Kingling 1, 5 heavenly generals, 500 heavenly soldiers, 300 heavenly horses. This task is not difficult either. Chapter 3, All things are invincible, gods and demons are easy to avoid. Close the system panel at hand. Zhang Ren did not rush to kill the 3 demon kings. After all, the deadline for the task is 10 days away. The most urgent task. First, check out the newbie gift pack, as well as the rewards obtained from previously slaying the black bear spirit. If he didn't remember it wrong, the system seems to have rewarded him with a realm of heaven. Thinking of this, Zhang Ren glanced at the people in front of him and said calmly, "Alright, you can all disperse now. From now on, you no longer need to worry about the threat of demons." Heavenly Emperor. At this moment, Lu Shi opened his mouth, wanting to speak but hesitated. "What's the matter?" Zhang Ren asked. "Dare to ask the Heavenly Emperor, in our future sacrifices, do we need infants, women, or adult men, or perhaps the elderly? Also, how often should we perform the sacrifices?" Lu Shi tentatively asked. He has experienced this situation once or twice before. In his impression, no one would shelter the human race for no reason. Those demon kings who claim to shelter the human race are just seeking blood food. Every demon king has different tastes. The demon king worshipped in the Lu family village used to require offerings of young boys and girls, but later the demon king was driven away by the Black Wind King of the Black Wind Forest. So the Lu family village began to worship infants. Now, this celestial emperor controls the Lu family village, and no one can say for sure what his taste is like. Rituals? Zhang Ren frowned. He originally wanted to say no need, but pondered for a moment. He slowly spoke, "There is no need to sacrifice the human race. You only need to cleanse and bathe yourself on the 9th day of the first month every year, burn incense, and offer worship." Is this for real? Lu Shi trembled incessantly, suspecting that he had misheard. Do not say the entire Great Qian dynasty, even the whole world, there is no demon king who treats the human race so well. Could it be that? Is this heavenly emperor really sent by the heavens to save the human race? You have no joking words. Zhang Ren uttered 4 words, then turned around and left. The common people on the ground cannot see Zhang Ren's figure, but they can see the heavenly soldiers in the sky, leaving one after another. They still do not understand. The heavenly emperor has left. Immediately, everyone present once again fell to the ground. We respectfully bid farewell to the Emperor of Heaven. We respectfully send off the heavenly emperor. Compared to before, this time the sound resonated throughout the universe. Also more sincere and heartfelt. Return to the ruined temple. Zhang Ren ordered the heavenly soldiers to guard the 4 directions. He sat under the statue himself, thinking to himself. System, open the personal panel. The next moment, a bright white light curtain appears in the void. Name: Zhang Ren, Wandering Soul State. Position: Heavenly Emperor, Lord of the Heavenly Court. Boundary: none. 0-100. Divine power: none. Technique: Emperor of Heaven Sutra. All items: Heavenly Emperor's ceremonial robe, Heavenly Emperor's seal, Grand Yellow Tsintian can be placed. Incense value: 123. Am I probably the weakest Heavenly Emperor in history now? Looking at his own dashboard, Zhang Ren's mouth twitched. Not even a person. Just a wandering soul. I'm afraid that once the sun comes out, the celestial emperor will meet his end. In the process of thinking, he caught a glimpse of the incense value under the panel from the corner of his eye, then looked at the 0-100 behind the realm, and a bold guess came to mind. Could it be? Can the incense value be added to the realm to enhance strength? To verify this point, it is actually quite simple. He remembered that the novice gift package included a chance to reshape his body. System, help me reshape my body. Zhang Ren opened his mouth. The next moment, he saw countless blood-red lights shining, converging towards him, forming a human figure gradually. First, there are the 5 internal organs, followed by blood vessels one by one, then pieces of translucent white bones, generated out of thin air. This scene is extremely terrifying, but it is full of endless vitality. This breath, majestic and vast, even engulfed the entire ruined temple. Nearby stationed celestial soldiers. Seeing this scene, they all instinctively took a few steps towards the distance. About an hour later, the breath of life dissipated, a majestic figure stood quietly in the broken temple, his long hair scattered, each strand crystal clear, his skin like jade, transparent and radiant. Is this my body now? Zhang Ren opened his eyes and looked at his body. His muscles were strong, giving off a powerful sense of strength. He was no longer in a sub-healthy state like before crossing over. The system is quite reliable. Zhang Ren praised it and looked at the emperor's crown in the system space. With a thought, the crown automatically appeared on his body. Imperial robe on. A strong sense swept out. As if an ancient and powerful deity has been revived, with terrifying power that reaches the heavens above and the depths below, omnipresent and unstoppable, illuminating the great Qian dynasty. Even too. Half of the world is shrouded. I don't know how many living beings, with anxious hearts and uneasy faces, look up at the sky as if a terrifying presence is hidden in the sky. Fortunately, this breath comes quickly and goes quickly. Before others could figure out where this aura came from, it quickly disappeared. I'm going. So terrifying? Inside the ruined temple, Zhang Ren looked at the emperor's robe embroidered with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and hills on his body, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had only put on the clothes. The coronation robe seemed to have been activated, and a majestic divine power surged from within. Thanks to his quick reaction, he completely dispelled this momentum, otherwise, I don't know how big a storm would have been caused. Therefore, he had a better understanding of the imperial robe on his body. All laws are not violated, gods and demons are easily avoided. It can be said. As long as he wears this piece of clothing, even if he has no strength to tie a chicken, others cannot harm him in the slightest. The attire of the Heavenly Emperor is worthy of the title of Heavenly Emperor. Zhang Ren sighed, his gaze swept over the personal panel, and landed on the incense value column. Next, I will try to see if the incense value can be used to enhance strength. System, give me some more. As soon as the voice fell, an inexplicable force surged into Zhang Ren's limbs and bones. At the same time, the ruined temple is not far away. More than 100 villagers slowly climbed up from the ground. On everyone's face, there is a look of lingering fear. Just now, a mighty aura suddenly descended from the sky. Before they could react, everyone present was completely suppressed to the ground. Good. In the blink of an eye, this aura dissipated. Otherwise, they feel that they are waiting for others, and they will be crushed by that breath. Little clan leader, what just happened? A villager walked up to Lu Shi and said suspiciously, could it be the one that the Heavenly Emperor released before? I'm not sure either. Lu Shi shook his head, glanced at the sky, and murmured, this is not something we can touch. Our top priority is just to survive. He turned slightly and looked at the villagers beside him, instructing, Brother Lu, you let the women in the village take the children back first. Then, you bring a few people to make some longevity tablets for the Heavenly Emperor, making sure that each household has one, so that the villagers can worship the Heavenly Emperor day and night in the future. There is still. Lu Shi still had something to say. But the conversation hasn't finished yet. A young person from the village ran over in a panic and, as soon as he arrived in front of Lu Shi, anxiously shouted, Chief, something big is not good. What's wrong? Lu Shi comforted and said, don't worry, take your time. Chief, your father is dead. What? Hearing this, Lu Shi's face changed drastically. Chapter 4, tonight, this king will go on a killing spree. About half an hour later, Zhang Ren opened his eyes and felt the state of his body, and he was suddenly overjoyed. Compared to before, his body now seemed to be filled with great power, his arms waved in the air, bringing up gusts of wind-breaking sounds, and his hands and feet were filled with infinite greatness. I feel that I could kill a cow with one punch right now. Zhang Ren was ecstatic. But thinking about who he was, he calmed down again quickly. If it was an ordinary person who killed a cow with one punch, that would indeed be enough to be proud of himself. But who is he? He's the Lord of Heaven. A Heavenly Emperor who killed a cow with a single punch. If this news were to spread out, I'm afraid that all the gods in the Heavenly Court would have to laugh and pull. It's better to get stronger first. Zhang Ren quickly made up his mind in his heart. Afterwards, he glanced at the system panel again, and the column for realm had changed from none to body refinement first level. 0-200 foot, and the column of incense value. Instead, only 23 points remain. It's exactly what I thought. Zhang Ren's eyes opened and closed as he pondered in his heart. If I remember correctly, there are only 100 or so people from the Lu clan village today. It looks like these incense values were obtained from those villagers. This means that as long as there are more people under the rule of the heavenly court, the more incense value I get? The more incense value you have, the faster your strength will increase. Think about it. In Zhang Ren's eyes, they grew brighter and brighter. He turned around haughtily and opened his mouth to call out. Xiaochuan. Subordinate. Beyond the broken temple. Xiaochuan, who was fully armored, knelt down on one knee and spoke respectfully. I order you, leading 100 heavenly soldiers, to sweep away the 3 major demon kings of the Black Wind Forest within 3 days, without fail. Yes, sir. Xiaochuan spoke respectfully. And after. Turn away quickly. The night is getting thicker. Deep in the Black Wind Forest. A huge cave mansion stood majestically. The cave was formed by piling up boulders and had a very rough exterior, and on the plaque at the entrance of the cave, 3 large, crooked characters were written. Black Wind Cave. Even if it is late at night at the moment. But inside the Black Wind Cave, the lights were still on. The cacophony of voices, mixed with the aroma of wine and meat, kept spreading in the night. Come on, old brother Han, let's drink this bowl. Inside the cave. A mellow voice rang out. An extremely burly figure, sitting high at the top, raised a stone bowl the size of a water tank in his hand. The previous Black Bear commander was already very stout in size. But with the Black Wind Cave, this Black Wind King compared to, or a lot worse, it is just sitting. The body are 5 or 6 meters high if you stand up. At least 8 or 9 meters tall. His torso was lofty, as if he was a small mountain, and every move he made would give people an unspeakable oppressive force. The man he called Elder Brother Han. Appearance is no more than middle-aged, wearing a black background red-bordered yeoman's costume, head wearing turban, face hanging with a flattered smile, sniffing in a panic to raise the wine cup in his hand. Under his breath, he fawned and said, "It is only right that I should toast the great king." Yes. The Black Wind Great King laughed out loud, put the wine in the water tank in his hand, and drank it all in one go, then wiped the wine stains on the corner of his mouth, and his voice was rude. Dealing with Elder Brother Han is a pain in the ass. Last time, the babies sent up by Elder Brother Han were quite a bit more than in previous years, and the babies sent up this year look like they're a bit more than last year, don't they? Back to the king, 80 more than last year. The middle-aged magistrate glanced at the side of the cave, where the baby was placed inside a basket, arched his hand, and said with a smile. 80 more? The Black Wind Great King's eyes lit up, his bare paw swung in the air, and he bellowed under his breath, "Come on little ones, fill up old brother Han. Thank you, your highness, for your love." The smile on Han Quan's face was 3 times more prevalent as he opened his mouth and continued, "It's my honor to work for the Great King." What an honor. But where your Linshui County, the last county lieutenant, could have your 3 eyes, it would not be eaten by this great king. The Black Wind Great King seemed to have remembered something, and his face was a few shades darker as he said in a jarring voice, "This great king is just asking for 500 babies every year from your Linshui County to quench his thirst. Elder Brother Han, how much would you say this is?" Not much at all. Han Quan hastily agreed. Aha! This great king thinks so too. The Black Wind Great King nodded, his huge bear paw raised and pointed a few times inside the cave, saying, "You few, take 100 babies and put them on top of the cage drawer to be steamed. We'll let old brother Han have a taste later." Thank you, great king. Han Quan's face twitched, and he squeezed a few words out of his mouth with difficulty. "Come on old brother Han, let's keep drinking." The Black Wind Great King once again raised the water tankard in his hand and was about to drink another bowl with Han Quan. Outside the cave. A small demon with a rat's head on his head stumbled in, shouting as he ran. "My lord! Big deal!" The Black Wind Great King's eyes were austere, and a terrifying pressure permeated his huge body, crowding every corner of the cave, and the faces of those present all instantly turned pale. Especially the little demon that just ran in. Ran not yet 2 steps, then plop, fell to his knees, the body as chaff, shivering. What happened? Back to the Great King, the Black Bear commander He's been killed. The little demon warbled. What? Hearing these words, the Black Wind Great King immediately sat up straight, the terrifying pressure a few points more intense, his eyes unblinking as he stared at the little demon. Word for word, he asked, "You say the Black Bear commander was killed?" Especially the word man. He bit down with extra clarity. After all, in this world, the human race is just a blood meal, and the cases of people killing demons, although there are extremely rare. Today, in his own territory, it happened that his men were killed, and especially a commander was also killed, once this news was spread. How can he, the Black Wind Great King, mix in the demon circle in the future? Should be human. The little demon recalled carefully and quickly said, I saw it with my own eyes. Those people were wearing silver armor and killed the Black Bear commander with a single shot. If it weren't for the fact that I was hiding underground, far away, and still running fast, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see the Great King today. Well, well, well. The Black-Winged Great King said 3 good words in a row, his body's fury vaporized, almost condensed into a substance, the horrible pressure, so that the people present all feel out of breath. The human race is growing up. How dare you kill this Great King's men? With a bang, the Black-Winged Great King crushed the water tank in his hand, and he rose abruptly, his voice like thunder, fetch this king's sword. Tonight, this king will go on a killing spree. The words were not yet spoken. Outside the cave. Boom. A loud bang came. And after. A black figure, like a cannonball, flew in backwards and smashed into the center of the cave, setting off a sky full of smoke and dust. When the smoke clears. Only then did the demons see that there was a small demon lying on the ground. This little demon, no one else, was the very demon that watched the gate for the Black Wind Cave. Just as the demons froze, an icy, solemn voice came in with a great deal of force. By order of the Heavenly Emperor, eradicate the Black Wind Demon King. Chapter 5. Not a single demon will be left behind. Eradicate the king? The Black Wind Great King let out a fierce laugh. The depths of his eyes were filled with the color of ferocity. This king would like to see if you have the ability to do this? Said. As he took one step, the entire cave floor shook. The Black Wind Great King took big steps forward, and with every step that fell, the might on his body was 1 point stronger, and when he walked to the entrance of the cave, the pressure of his body was already terrifying to the extreme. All the living beings in the cave were trembling with fear. At the same time, they again mourned in their hearts for the one outside the cave, the human race that dared to come to the door to provoke. It had been a long time since they had seen their own great king so angry, and usually when such a situation arose, those who provoked the anger of the great king would end up extremely miserable. Choke! The Black Wind Great King stood at the entrance of the cave, and with a single hand, a large sword, flying through the air, fell into his hands. With a big knife in his hand. The might of the Black Wind Great King was 3 times more powerful. With a wild roar, he then rushed out of the cave. Boom! Boom! A. 2 earth-shaking booms came from the sky. The earth under their feet shook non-stop, shaking the top of the cave, falling countless dust, just as the crowd waited in their hearts for their own great king to return in triumph. Steep. A scream came. And after. All the demons will see, a black dove, in the eyes of the rapid enlargement, and just guarding the door of the small demon general, bang sound, smashed in the center of the cave. The sky was filled with smoke and dust, once again. This time, there was more movement. The entire cave, it nearly collapsed. The Great King is mighty. Inside the cave. A small demon shouted. They had, originally, thought it would be a bitter battle. After all. The other party has come to the door. If they don't have 2 brushes, how would they dare to come here to provoke? But they never expected it. His own great king, who had only gone out for less than a few breaths of effort, had resolved the other party, which was much faster than in the past. Just as the small demons in the cave kept cheering. The smoke is clearing. The very center of the cave. Within a large pit that had been smashed out hard, a huge body was revealed before the eyes of the demons. The Black Wind Demon King, who had been majestic before, was now lying in a large pit, and the large sword in his hand had disappeared, leaving only the handle still in his hand. Not only that. His chest was hit with a huge force and collapsed, his mouth and nose were overflowing with blood, there was no air coming out but not coming in, and it was obvious that he didn't have much time left. This. The demons were speechless. This result was slightly different from what they thought. How is it that the one who flew in was his own king? The Great King. A lesser demon came forward, wanting to check on the condition of his own great king. But he hadn't taken 2 steps yet. Outside the cave. Tap. Tap. The sound of a neatly organized footsteps reached his ears. The demons turned around and looked towards the outside of the cave, only to see that a full 100 figures striding in. One man at the head. Dressed in silver armor, his entire body was wrapped in it, with only a pair of icy cold eyes that were exposed. He held a long spear, and his eyes swept around the cave. Wherever the light of the eyes passed, every demonic creature could not help but take a few steps back, cowering. Eventually, Xiao Chuan's gaze fell on the Black Wind Demon King inside the cave. He spoke softly. The Black Wind Demon King has blasphemed against heaven's might, his crime is unforgivable. Having said that, he raised 1 foot and landed heavily, the true essence in the sky stirred, transforming into a huge foot, rumbling down, boom sound. The head of the Black Wind Demon King was stomped out in response. Like a large watermelon, all kinds of red and white brain matter, overflowing and flying in all directions, spreading over a small half of the cave. watching the scene unfold in front of him. All the little demons only felt a cold air, from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. It was simply too terrifying. Weekdays. The invincible king of his own family was trampled to death today like a mole cricket. Is this still a weak human race? But where the human race has this strength? It's not like you're reduced to a blood meal. There was a small demon that wanted to bend his knees and surrender, but before he could speak, Xiao Chuan's voice then came again. Kill. Not a single demon will be left behind. Yes. Behind Xiao Chuan, 99 heavenly soldiers quickly struck, and for a time, the entire cave was transformed into an inferno on earth. Countless small demons that were slaughtered. A few moments later, inside the cave, only Han Quan and the hundreds of crying babies remained intact. Looking at everything that happened in front of him, Han Quan's body kept trembling. He looked at Xiao Chuan, who was standing not far away, and couldn't help but fall to his knees with a plop. The body crept forward and came to Xiao Chuan, crying under his breath. Forgive me, my lord. Forgive me, my lord. I am also of the human race, and I am not in league with them, so please be magnanimous, my lord. Yeah? Xiao Chuan hung his eyes. Yeah. Han Quan nodded like pounding garlic, busy saying, the little one was also captured by them. Fortunately, adults killed this black wind big black bear spirit. Only then did the little one luckily escape with his life. Meh. Xiao Chuan was non-committal and let out a cold laugh under his breath. A hand reached out and landed on Han Quan's head. Although they are only heavenly soldiers, but before becoming a heavenly soldier in the mortal world is also a party of strong will means countless. The soul search method, naturally, is also among them. A wisp of divine thought probed out, and the memories in Han Quan's mind were roughly looked over by Xiao Chuan as if he were flipping through a book. After reading it, Xiao Chuan withdrew his palm, contempt flashed in his eyes, and he coldly said, Kill it. Put. A celestial soldier with a long sword out of his hand. Snowy cold light illuminating the cave. Han Quan only felt that he seemed to fly, and after tumbling in the air a few times, his head fell to the ground. Before consciousness fades, he saw a headless body kneeling in front of Xiao Chuan. There was something familiar about that body. It seems to be mine? Xiao Chuan glanced at the corpse in front of him and spoke again. This person is a tiger. Death is not enough. The soul is detained out, temporarily taken into custody, after the return of the hell. Take his soul and submit it to the judgment of hell. Yes. The celestial soldier who just made a move, 5 fingers grabbed in the air, and detained Han Quan's soul from the corpse, and installed it inside a small gourd at his waist. After dealing with the demonic creatures in the cave, Xiao Chuan turned around and walked to the side of the cave. Looking at the babies all over the ground, he called 2 heavenly soldiers and opened his mouth to command. You 2, take these babies and send them all back. The rest of you, split into 2 teams and eradicate the other 2 demon kings of the Black Wind Forest. Yes. The celestial soldiers present respectfully received the order. Though all of us are celestial soldiers of the same grade. But it couldn't be helped. When the heavenly emperor issued the order, it was Xiao Chuan who shouted out, so everyone had taken Xiao Chuan as their main focus for the time being. 100 heavenly soldiers left. A tsunami centered on the Black Wind Forest gradually formed and spread out in all directions. Chapter 6. What is your name, Immortal? Lin Water County. A dilapidated compound. A middle-aged woman with a waxen face, holding a few baby clothes in her arms, walked into the room with a wooden expression. Back in the room, the middle-aged woman sat on the edge of the bed, her body like a machine, repeatedly arranging the baby's tiny clothes. Kids. This is silk from Wang Ji Silk Shop. Mother ordered it a month ago. But they, Wang Ji, were too dilatory and delayed for a long time before sending the silk, and Mother, in the last few days, has only had time to make 3 little dresses for you. And I don't know if it fits. But Wang Ji Silk's material is not bad, and the clothes made to wear on the body are much warmer than those of other families. You're going too fast. Mother still wants you to wear some new clothes, by the way. Talk to you again. Mother is a woman, there is not much to say, just want see you grow up healthy, and then see you marry and have children. Mother also want It's just a shame. Today, County Lieutenant Han pushed too hard. She kept crunching something under her breath. The rough palm of his hand kept brushing over the folds on top of the small shirt, but the last corner of the shirt could not be smoothed out. After dozens of repetitions, the middle-aged woman bit her lower lip hard to hold back the tears in the corners of her eyes, barely squeezing out a smile as she looked at the small clothes in front of her and murmured, Mother has not been much good at anything in her life. There is so much in my heart that I want to say to you. But the mouth and stupid a moment also do not know where to start. In fact, Mother most want to tell you is the next life. To vote for a good family. Say it. The middle-aged woman placed the small clothes neatly on the bed. She rose slowly, and taking the white cloth that lay at her side, she threw it over the beams of the room, and after tying the ends together, the woman moved a small stool to step on. Eyes looking in the direction of the Black Wind Forest, he murmured and opened his mouth. The road to the Yellow Springs is cold, child, you have to walk slower, for my mother wants to send you off. The words were not yet spoken. Bench lay down. Just as the middle-aged woman's life was hanging by a thread, a white light flew in through the window, cutting the white cloth off from it, and along with the white light flew in a swaddling cloth. Vaguely you could hear the cries coming from the child because of hunger. This is... What's going on? The middle-aged woman fell to the ground, looking at the broken white cloth in her hand, dazed and confused. Not waiting for her to react, she heard a burst of children's cries. She followed the sound and looked. Unable to stop his body from shaking. Blue crushed swaddling clothes, isn't that what your own child looked like when he was taken away? The woman slowly got up, walked over to the bed, glanced at the swaddled child, and the tears could no longer be contained and flowed down her cheeks. Something seemed to come to mind. She hurriedly picked up the child and ran to the window, looking out at the night sky, and raised her voice. I don't know which immortal who will return the children of the people's wife. The people's wife can't thank you enough, and I hope that the immortal will leave his name, so that the people's wife can pray for the immortal's blessing day and night. We were ordered by the Heavenly Emperor to eradicate demons and evils, and now that the 3 demons of the Black Wind Forest have been removed, your son is hereby returned. A vast voice slowly passed through the sky. Sky Emperor? When the middle-aged woman heard this, her eyes, which were already dead silent, gradually recovered some of their vigor. The other side of the county. A compound. A man with a rugged face, dressed in coarse cloth and short beating clothes, sat in the courtyard. He held a spear and rubbed it repeatedly on a piece of green stone. It's late at night. At this point, a woman, holding a wooden stake, walked out of the house and came to the man's side, her face expressionless. Aha! The man hummed. It's time to rest. The woman's brow furrowed as she reached out and touched the wooden stake. Her eyes flashed with compassion as she said, You're sharpening this spear in the middle of the night, it's easy to disturb the child. Aha! The man hummed again, as if he felt something was wrong. He looked up, glanced at the stake, then at the woman, pursed his lips, and softly spoke. Why don't you take the kids and rest? I'll be done grinding soon. The woman's expression struggled for a moment. She gently nodded her head. Okay, in the kitchen I've warmed up a bowl of porridge for you. You remember to drink it while it's hot. Having said that, the woman turned and went back to her room. Just as she was about to cross the room, the middle-aged man suddenly stopped polishing his spear as he rolled the knots in his throat up and down and said in a hoarse voice, I'll go out later. And I don't know when I'll be back. The hunter Zhao 2 blocks away from us is nice. The man said something without a clue. After saying that, he continued to polish the spear in his hand. The woman standing in the doorway, listening to the confusion, was a little puzzled, but still opened her mouth to advise. Wherever you go, you must remember to come back early. Me and the baby waiting for you at home. Good. This time, the man didn't raise his head and focused on polishing the spear in his hand. Night in the rustle sanding sound, more and more dense, do not know when, a white light flashed in the courtyard, more a figure wearing armor. He held a spear in one hand and a child in the other. Lin Den Yo. The heavenly soldier in armor opened his mouth flatly. Hearing the voice, Lin Den Yo's body trembled and slowly raised his head. When he saw the child in the hands of the heavenly soldier, he stood up violently, but seemed to think of something else. He leaned down and grabbed the spear he had just polished, and said in astonishment, Black Wind Demon King? The Black Wind Demon King is dead. The heavenly soldier opened his mouth to comfort him and continued, You don't need to be nervous, I'm here today by order of the Heavenly Emperor to return your son. Celestial Emperor? Lin Den Yo was confused. Obviously before this, he had never heard of the name Heavenly Emperor, but it occurred to him that people were here to return children. His expression gradually changed from shock at the beginning to gratitude, and finally, with a bang, he fell to his knees and kowtowed several times. Blood seeped from the man's forehead, and he said in a deep voice under his breath, Many thanks to Immortal's great kindness, I am willing to work as an ox and a horse in this life in order to repay Immortal's kindness. Get up! The heavenly soldier slightly raised his hand, lifted Lin Den Yo up, and slowly said, There is no need to be an ox or a horse, only this child, quite suitable for my eyes. Are you willing to let him worship under my door? The immortal master wants to take Inuyasha as his disciple? Lin Den Yo's breathing became a few points rougher, and he carefully asked, I just don't know, what is immortal master's name? My name is Guzhou. I am currently a member of the Vanguard Battalion under the Heavenly Emperor, and before I ascended to immortality, I was an elder of the Divine Heavenly Sect. Gojo smiled warmly and looked at Lin Den Yo, saying, Now are you willing to let him join my Divine Heavenly Clan? Willing to be willing. Lin Den Yo agreed repeatedly, It is an honor for my son to worship under Immortal Master. Very good. Gojo smiled faintly as he flipped his one hand, and 2 books and volumes appeared in his palm. One book was titled Divine Heavenly Cross Sky Scripture and the other was Inner Heavenly Deity Skill Method, and together with the child it was placed in Lin Dinyo's arms. I don't think this child has a name yet, how about I give him the word Vladimir? Gojo said again. Thanks for the name, Immortal. Lin Dinyo was overjoyed and said. Aha! Gojo nodded gently as he turned to ascend to the heavens, his voice slowly drifting in. The heavenly court is full of affairs. I must serve by the side of the heavenly emperor at the moment, so this child will be left to you to teach him well first. Greetings, Immortal. Lin Dinyo hugged his own child and respectfully bowed down. After a long time. Only then did he stand up, surprise in his eyes. He never dreamed that his own child not only didn't die, but actually worshipped an immortal as his teacher. If this matter were to spread out, I'm afraid countless people would die of envy. Think about it. He turned suddenly and shouted toward the room. Mother, come out and help me make the tablets of immortality. Lin Dinyo had it all figured out. He is going to make 2 longevity tablets at once, one is that heavenly emperor's and the other will be that of his own child's master. Chapter 7, Is this the heavenly court? The blessed positive God. The other side. After Zhang Run tested his strength. Lift your feet and walk out of the broken temple. He first looked at the system panel, and then looked up to the sky in his heart. System, place Tai Huangzing Tian. Ask the owner to choose where to place it. Well. Zhang Ren pondered in his mind for a moment. It's well known. There were 36 heavens in the heavenly realm, and the Tai Huangzing heaven rewarded by the system before was one of them, belonging to one of the 6 heavens of the lust realm. If the system rewards something else. He doesn't put it in his mind yet. But 36 heavens, that's different. It was a matter of the face of the heavenly court, so he couldn't help but pay attention to it. More importantly, when Tai Huangzing Tian returned to his throne, he, the heavenly emperor, would have a place to go. He couldn't be a heavenly emperor and live inside a broken temple all day long, could he? If I remember correctly, the heavenly court in the myths and legends of my previous life was 49,000 kilometers away from the ground, so why don't I make it up? Thinking of this, Zhang Ren said in his heart system. Place the Tai Huangzing Tian, 100,000 kilometers from the ground. Ding! Congratulations, Master, the Tai Huangzing Tian has been placed successfully. Master can return to the heavenly realm with just a thought. A heartbeat? Zhang Ren froze for a moment and looked up at the sky. What do you mean by a thought? Does meditating back to heaven count? The thought had just surfaced. Next moment. The scene beside Zhang Ren suddenly changed. When he came back to his senses, he realized that things around him had changed drastically, and he raised his eyes to look around him, realizing that he was standing in the void. The aura here was abundant, to be precise it should be immortal aura, more than 100 times thicker than the outside world. Surrounded by a majestic and magnificent immortal island and palace, floating in mid-air, immortal mist surging, spiritual flowers blooming, waterfalls and springs, transcendent. Looking into the distance, these immortal islands were scattered as if they were a star, set in the void, with a magnificent splendor. It gave people an aura of suppressing heaven and earth. Staying here, not to mention a person, or even a pig, staying for 100 years or so, I'm afraid that all of them have become fertilized. Is this heaven? Zhang Ren was shocked in his heart. With a thought, his figure was like an instantaneous movement as he traveled from palace to palace. After half a day of wandering around, he stopped in front of a huge palace. On the plaque above the palace, there were 5 large characters written in dragon and phoenix. Megalopolis. This is the abode of the giant spirit god? Zhang Ren looked at the mansion and did not go in, as the heavenly emperor, although his strength was not able to work for the time being, but being in the heavenly court, he was the rightful master. As long as he wants to. He could instantly appear, anywhere in the Tai Huangzing heaven. This giant spirit god official mansion in front of him, he could tell with a casual glance that there was no deity living inside. Looking back at the magnificent, yet empty, heavens, Zhang Ren couldn't help but feel a trace of emptiness in his heart. With so many palaces, he was relying solely on him to fulfill his mission and summon the gods of the heavenly court. I don't know how long it will take to summon it. It is only then that the heavens will be filled. But take advantage of the fact that the gods have not yet returned to their places. He could instead arrange for some natives to go up to the heavens as immortals, adding some popularity to the heavenly court. Of course. Some famous god positions such as the 3 clear for imperial, 5 old, 6 divisions, 7 elements and 8 poles, etc. positions, he could not give them to the natives, but some of the minor god positions could still be filled by the beings of this realm. For example, pilgrim? He did remember that the mission of eradicating the 3 demon kings had rewarded him with 300 heavenly horses, and it was impossible for these heavenly horses to be fed by heavenly soldiers and generals. That's why the candidate for the official position of pilgrim. It would have to be organized in advance. Ding! At this point, the system voice came in at the right time. Congratulations, Master, for triggering a randomized quest. Quest description: how can there be no god of fortune in the heavenly court when the Emperor Huangzhang Tian has returned to the throne? Please appoint a god of fortune within 10 days. Mission reward: the art of climbing clouds, 5 celestial generals, and 500 celestial soldiers. Edicting a blessed positive god? Zhang Ren was stunned for a moment. It was only after taking a closer look in the system that it became clear. However, any person who has done good deeds and performed well during his life and has been honored by all the people, after his death, the heavenly court will often appoint him to the position of a land or a mountain god, in consideration of his merits and virtues. The gods of the land and mountains that were ordained were the gods of the food Zhangshen. It was different from the kind of people who, through cultivation, escaped the 5 failures of the celestial beings, survived the 3 calamities, and then ascended to become immortals. Once the blessed positive god is ordained, in the future, no matter if it was 100,000 years or a million years, he could only stay in this position, and it was almost impossible to move up a grade. Then again, the pilgrims should be considered Fudosho gods, right? It's not in the cards, though. But at least it's considered to be an official in heaven. At least it's a lot better than some of the earth's spirits such as the landlord. Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. Immediately. Make up your mind. When the 100 heavenly soldiers return tomorrow, have them look around the neighborhood. 10 blessed positive gods are not good, but 1. It's still easy. Near the Black Wind Forest, a huge Linchuwei county, he didn't believe that he couldn't find a person who was virtuous and good. The next day, Zhang Ren woke up in the middle of his cultivation. In the heavenly court, there was no difference between night and day, but as the lord of the heavenly court, he could clearly sense the passage of time. At this point, it was early morning in the lower world. Zhang Ren walked out of the palace. The outside world quietly stands 100 heavenly soldiers, each person body flow of rich killing aura, visible last night the killing of the heavy. The good thing is, not a single heavenly soldier fell. The heavenly court was first established. Every heavenly soldier is a precious pimple. If before their strength has not yet recovered, suddenly fell a few, Zhang Ren is afraid to be heartbroken for a long time. See the heavenly emperor. Seeing Zhang Ren walk out of the palace, the 100 heavenly soldiers, with Xiao Chuan as their leader, hurriedly kneeled down respectfully. Get up. Zhang Ren waved his hand. Thank you, heavenly emperor. Hundreds of celestial soldiers rose in unison. Xiao Chuan, the leader, respectfully opened his mouth and said, reporting to the heavenly emperor, last night, we have already eradicated the 3 demon kings of the Black Wind Forest, and there are another 1,000 human beings and hundreds of babies, all of which have been sent back to Linchuwei County. Well done. Zhang Ren nodded gently. Subsequently, he opened the system panel and took a look, and sure enough, the quest on it had already prompted for completion, and was ready to receive the rewards at any time. Beyond that, the incense value column. It also went from the original 23 to 3,857. Want to come? It's because Xiao Chuan and the others will be from the hands of the Demon King rescued from the human race, sent back the reason, not unexpected, and so on the 3 Demon King overthrow thing fermentation a few days. The value of the incense he could harvest would be a bit more. More than 3,000 incense values, and I wonder how many realms can be raised. The corner of Zhang Ren's mouth hooked up. Barely able to hold down his inner excitement, he swept Xiao Chuan a glance and opened his mouth. Xiao Chuan, you and the others will make a trip to the mortal world later to look for a person with deep blessings in his life. When you find it, bring it to heaven. Yes. Xiao Chuan respectfully led the way. And then he left with the heavenly soldiers. Wait for them to go away. Zhang Ren spoke in his heart. System, receive the mission reward. Chapter 8, Wangling 1. System, stud. Swish. The next instant, a white light flashed. The open space in front of the palace was filled with more powerful figures. The first to appear were 300 heavenly horses, snow white and unadulterated, majestic and very robust, followed by 500 heavenly soldiers in full body armor. Each person's strength was not inferior to Xiao Chuan and the others. After the heavenly soldiers, on the other hand, there were 5 golden armored heavenly generals. These 5 heavenly generals, all with strengths around the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, were only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the next realm, the Xiandan realm, and seemed to be able to break through at any time. Last seen at only one figure. This person's body is stout, red face and beard, clad in gold armor and red robes, with vertical pupils between the eyebrows, which is formidable and extraordinary, with a terrifying strength, powerful to the extreme. It exceeded the heavenly soldiers and generals present by a large margin. This person is no one else. It is the head of the 500 spiritual officers of the heavenly court. King Good. Wang Lingguan. Perhaps many people are not sure who is in the 28 constellations. But this Wang Lingguan, however, manages to impress. Nothing else. This Wang Lingguan, the most famous battle, was leading the 36 generals of the Thunder Ministry to stop the monkey who had just jumped out of the alchemy furnace in front of the Hall of Tongming. You know, that is a stick to smash a piece of heavenly soldiers, hard to beat the 9 observations Star-Lord closed the monkey off. However, Wang Lingguan and the 36 generals of the Thunder Ministry were able to hold them back. This battle power, when looking at the entire heavenly court, was considered extremely not bad. Little god Wang Shan, greet the heavenly emperor. Junior god Zheng Jiang, greet the heavenly emperor. Many heavenly soldiers and generals, the moment they appeared, respectfully bowed to the ground. A smile spread across Zhang Ren's face as he waved his hand in the air and opened his mouth. Gentlemen, please rise. Especially Wang Shan, Zhang Ren took 2 steps forward and personally helped him up, took a careful look at him and spoke, with Secretary Wang here, the demons in this realm are no longer enough to worry about from today onwards. The little god is willing to serve your majesty, saddle up, in order to serve as a dog and horse. Wang Lingguan said with fear and trepidation. Yes. Zhang Ren opened his mouth in relief. Casually, he opened Wang Lingguan's panel and scanned it. Name, Wang Shan. Position, spiritual officer. Realm, 9th level of the Xiandan realm. Restricted by the heavenly Tao of this realm, strength can be restored through cultivation. Avatar, shrinking the earth into an inch, spreading beans into troops, shaking mountains and earth. Xiandan realm. Still 9. In Zhang Ren's heart, a small shock was felt. This strength. Placed in the present-day heavenly court, it could be said to be a well-deserved first. With Wang Lingguan sitting in, Zhang Ren was a little more confident about spreading the influence of the heavenly court to the entire Linshui county. Wang Lingguan. Zhang Ren opened his mouth. The little god is here. Wang Lingguan hurriedly fell to his knees. I order you, leading 5 heavenly generals and 500 heavenly soldiers, to go to Linshui County in the lower realm at once, and eradicate all of the small scattered demons in Linshui County. Return a clear sky to the people of Linawater County. By the way. Zhang Ren turned around, looked at Wang Lingguan, and continued, when you get rid of the demons, don't forget to proclaim the fame of my heavenly court. It was not Zhang Ren's style to do good deeds without leaving his name. Not to mention, he's still the Lord of Heaven now. The people of the lower world do not know who helped them in addition to the demons, naturally no faith where the incense value of the enhancement of strength. Therefore, Zhang Ren not only wanted people to proclaim it, but even to proclaim it greatly. Minimum. You also have to turn this acreage in Linawater County into your own backyard. In a county, there are tens of thousands of people, or even more than 100,000. If all of them believe in the heavenly court, then every day there will be more than 100,000 incense value into the account? After years and years, it's hard not to take off. The little god accepts the order. After Wang Lingguan spoke respectfully, he led a group of heavenly soldiers and generals to quickly leave. When they leave, Zhang Ren once again returned to the Lingshu Palace. It was a palace located at the very center of the Tai Huangzhang heaven, where no deity resided, due to the fact that all 36 heavens of the heavenly court had not yet returned to their positions. He'll just have to live here for a while. Returning to the palace, Zhang Ren once again opened the system panel and looked at the above 3,800 points of incense value and opened his heart. System, stud. Add it all to the realm for me, fill it up. The next instant. On the system panel, in the column of incense value, the numbers were rapidly decreasing. Correspondingly. On the other hand, Zhang Ren's strength, section by section, increased. Body refining 2. Body refining triple. The 7th level of body refining. It reached the 8th level of body refinement 357,900 before slowing down and stopping. On the system panel, the incense value column completely zeroed out. Zhang Ren stood in the large hall, his blood qi rolling around him like wolf smoke. His body had undergone a radical change, and his strength had increased more than dozens of times compared to before. Even standing still, it gave off a massive pressure. It's the 8th level of body refinement. Zhang Ren pinched his arm, feeling full of strength. He waved his hand and punched the white jade pillar next to him. A loud bang came out. The stone pillar was not damaged in the slightest. However, Zhang Ren's 5 senses were twisted and his mouth kept sucking in cool air. Bad. In his last life, he had read too many novels, and when the protagonist had improved his strength, he always liked to find a reference and experiment with his strength, but Zhang Ren had forgotten. One is, at the moment, in the middle of the heavenly court. If this punch of his went down, it would be a hell of a thing if he smashed a big pit out of the stone pillars inside the heavenly court. How about experimenting in the lower world? Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. This thought, which only surfaced in his mind for a moment, was dispelled by Zhang Ren. What's the 8th level of body refining? In this world, demons were rampant, not to mention him. Even the Xiandan realm's Wangling one didn't dare to say that he could roam across the Deqian dynasty. Although he had the Heavenly Emperor's crown to shelter him and keep him in an invincible position, no one could say if the demons of this world would be able to seal the means. Once he is sealed up. At that time, I'm afraid there's no place to cry. What he needs to do most urgently. It's just to live. Rapidly increasing strength. In the meantime. Linshui County Office, in the study in the backyard. A middle-aged man with a round body and wearing a green official uniform, with a grave expression, looked at the county minister beside him and said in a deep voice, "Is the news true?" 1,000 times over. Linshui County Minister, an old man with a dry and thin body and a long beard in his jaw, slowly nodded his head and said in a low voice, "My humble servant sent someone to the Black Wind Forest early this morning to take a look at it. Not to mention the Black Wind Demon King, the other 2 Demon Kings in the Black Wind Forest were all beheaded. Along with the 3 Demon Kings as well as County Lieutenant Han, an endless number of lesser demons, all perished. The hundreds of babies that our county sent to the Black Wind Demon King yesterday were also sent back, by some mysterious people, at the stroke of midnight last night. Unsurprisingly. These mysterious people, they are the existence that beheaded the 3 Demon Kings." Oh? The magistrate of Linshui slowly got up, in the study, paced back and forth a few steps, and said in a chilling voice under his breath, "Good guts. It's just a bunch of dodgy people. To this day, there are actually people who dare to kill the Demon King without authorization. This official sees that they are tired of living." Chapter 9 Golden Winged Demon King. What exactly is the difference? Check. The Linshui magistrate's eyes showed a fierce light, and his voice was cold. "Go and investigate immediately. This official wants to know who, exactly, dared to take action against the 3 Demon Kings." "My lord." The county minister arched his hand and spoke, "In this matter, my humble servant has already found out something." "Yeah?" The magistrate of Linshui turned slightly sideways and urged, "Speak quickly. It is not hidden from your honor." The Linshui county minister slightly lowered his voice a few points and opened his mouth. "According to my humble inquiry, the person who sent the people of Linshui County back last night should have come from a party called the Heavenly Court. And this Heavenly Court Lord, who seems to call himself the Heavenly Emperor, is the one who ordered his men to behead 3 Black Wind Forest Demon Kings." Celestial Court? Heavenly Emperor? The Linshui magistrate snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "What a big mouth." "They do have a big mouth." The Linshui county minister nodded as he continued, "Your Excellency, our top priority is to consider how to suppress this force called the Heavenly Court. Otherwise, if the blame is pursued from above, I'm afraid we can hardly absolve ourselves of the blame." The above in his mouth is not referring to the Daqian dynasty, but Linshui County's superior. Luoshui County. To be precise. It was the largest demonic force in the territory of Luoshui County, Dan Cave Mountain. 150 years ago, within the territory of Luoshui County, there was a young man who, by chance, realized the cultivation method of the human race, and the other party practiced hard for hundreds of years in the deep mountains. Once he came out of the mountain, he called on thousands of people by virtue of his powerful strength and set off a vast operation to eliminate demons and devils. At its peak, all 14 counties in Luoshui County have fallen. Under that young man's command, hundreds of thousands of people were gathered, and he was known as the Million-Man Army, a military force that was unrivaled for a while. At that time, many people thought that the splendor belonging to the human race might be coming. But what about the results? In the Dan Cave Mountain, a Xiandan realm demon ancestor came out at a critical moment, and with just his power as a single demon, he collapsed the human race's million-strong army. And then, the Dan Cave Mountain old ancestor even personally devoured more than 100,000 human races. Now that 100 years have passed, that Dan Cave Mountain old ancestor, exactly what strength he has cultivated to, no one is clear. It might still be the Xiandan realm. Or maybe, it's already broken through. But no matter which realm, it was not something that a county magistrate in Linshui County District could resist. The Linshui magistrate pondered for a moment in his mind. In his opinion, the Heavenly Court of today was just another 150-year-old scenario repeating itself. He can't afford to mess with Dan Cave Mountain. But heaven. Oh. A small, unknown power is still at his mercy? Couldn't hit Dan Cave Mountain. Can this magistrate not defeat the heavenly court? If he himself pacified the heavenly court rebellion in a few days, and then made a big book about it, he would send the news to the Dan Cave Mountain. Sessions. In the Dan Cave Mountain, the demon kings were happy. Wouldn't you, yourself, be able to move up a notch? Although nominally, the Dakian dynasty was a human court, everyone was clear that in this land of the Dakian dynasty, it was the demon race that was truly in charge. Just make the demon race happy. One's own promotion and wealth is just a matter of people's words. Think about it. There was a fire in the eyes of the Linshue magistrate as he glanced outside and spoke in a deep voice. County Minister Zhou is right, the heavenly court should indeed be suppressed. In my humble opinion, we might as well send someone to Anning County to ask the Demon King of North Mountain to come and help, with his strength think about it. The Zhou County Minister opened his mouth to narrate. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the magistrate of Linshue. The district is just a heavenly court. The magistrate of Linshue County wore a disdainful face as he spoke. Why bother inviting a demon king from another county? Besides that North Mountain Demon King may not be any stronger than the Black Wind Demon King. Suppressing the heavenly court, this official has his own way. Said. The Linshue magistrate quickly turned around and walked towards the backyard of the county office, saying as he walked, "Follow me." Yes. County Minister Zhou answered and hurriedly followed the magistrate's footsteps. The two were one after the other. In the backyard of the county courthouse, after making 7 turns, he came to the front of a secret room. Looking at the front of the chamber, the closed stone door, the magistrate of Linshue fell to his knees with a plop. Under his breath, he shouted, "Villain Qian, I beg to see the golden-winged king." Behind him, Zhou County magistrate was still a bit confused, not knowing his own magistrate, which way is this going to go, but after hearing the 4 words golden-winged great king. Then he hurriedly followed suit and fell to his knees. The word great king could always be used only by the demon race. Unsurprisingly. Within this secret room in front of him, there should be a demon king present as well, just that he didn't know what kind of strength it was. The words landed. The air was quiet for a moment. The stone door, which had been dusty for an unknown period of time, let out a roar and then slowly opened. An extremely terrifying atmosphere swept out. The two present all feel as if their backs pressed a huge mountain so that their bodies pressed a few points lower. Spirit Sea Realm. Noticing this aura, whether it was Qian or County Minister Zhou, a hint of surprise flashed in both of their eyes. Though they can't practice, but never eaten pork, at least seen a pig run, the two for the breath of the strong, or sense very keen. The 3 demon kings of the Black Wind Forest, all of their strengths were no more than the realm of the embodied spirit, but who would have thought that in the backyard of the county government office, there would still be a great demon king of the realm of the spirit sea? One time. It doesn't matter if it's Qian or County Executive Zhou. In both of their hearts, they felt that the wave of suppressing the heavenly court was stable. Little man congratulates the great king, his strength has greatly improved, the great king will become a saint and an ancestor in the future, it's just around the corner. Qian hurriedly complimented. Cut the crap. From the chamber, an icy voice came, send in a few food items. Yes. Qian nodded his head busily. And after. He quickly turned around and asked County Minister Zhou to bring a few people over. Zhou County Minister was very sharp, and it didn't take long for him to walk back with 5 skinny and bony people, come to the secret room, and push the 5 people into the secret room one by one. Soon. The two then heard a chilling scream. After that, there was the sound of cackling and swallowing, and the sound lasted for about 2/4 of an hour before silence finally returned to the chamber. Say it. Inside the secret room, that icy voice once again sounded, come to find this king today, but what happened outside? It is not hidden from the great king. Qian respectfully said, the 3 demon kings of the Black Wind Forest were killed by a human force called the Heavenly Court, and I came here today to ask the great king to come out and suppress the Heavenly Court. Meh. Inside the chamber. A disdainful cold laugh sounded, faintly saying, that black bear spirit, it's really getting more and more alive, to be killed by a human. That person from the Heavenly Court, since he was able to kill the black bear spirit, I think there should be someone inside who can cultivate? There should be. Qian whispered. Yes. That is to say. Inside the chamber, there was a shout of approval, followed by the sound of footsteps. Soon after, at the entrance of the secret room, there was an additional silhouette with golden wings on its back and a black eagle's head on its neck. He looked in the direction of the Black Wind Forest, and his voice murmured, this king would like to taste what difference there is between human flesh and blood after cultivation, and the flesh and blood of ordinary humans. Chapter 10, Where are the Immortals? Why don't they come to save you? Linshue County Office. The gates are open. Dozens of yamen plus more than 2,000 county soldiers escorted the 2 black sedan chairs, and walked out in great numbers. In a sedan chair in front. Xian was sitting upright. He casually lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and glanced at the heavily armed soldiers outside. A pleasant expression flashed across his face. Counting the yamen, the total number of soldiers was more than 2,000, though not many. But at least the whole body armor, this power, is not ordinary mountain villagers, can be compared. The power in the Black Wind Forest called the Heavenly Court had just spread its name last night, and it was thought that this one night would be just enough to recruit a few illiterate crooks. With their little manpower, as long as the golden-winged Great King killed the Heavenly Court cultivators. The rest of US. I'm afraid I won't even be able to carry a charge. Then if the Heavenly Court is destroyed so easily, I'm afraid that this official won't be able to get much credit. Xian pondered in his mind. He perceived it was necessary, on his own, to help the Heavenly Court to blow a wave. How do you blow it? This is more of a technical test. Blowing too much, no. The group of demon kings in the Dan Cave Mountain is not a little cute. The first look at the battle report, you can see the inside of the cat, but said too low, but also seems to be their own pacification of the chaos of the Heavenly Court, insignificant. Why don't this official just say that there are 10 Spirit Sea Realm powerhouses in the Heavenly Court? Xian felt that his idea was reliable. One Spirit Sea Realm, it seemed that the gold content of the Heavenly Court was too low, but 10 Spirit Sea Realm powerhouses, that was a powerful force that could not be ignored. To annihilate such a power by himself. How could Dan Cave Mountain not value itself a few points? Think about it. Xian's face smiled more and more dense, as if he had already seen the day of promotion and wealth. Just as thoughts were floating in his mind. Suddenly, a yamen quickly walked over to the side of the sedan chair and respectfully said, "My lord, just now my subordinate got the news that there are people in trouble in the east of the city." Making a mess? Hearing these 3 words, Xian's face color immediately gloomy down. The pariahs. Why can't you stop? It was so hard for him to fetch a chance to build his career, but he was delayed by them in case the news that he had made a move against the Heavenly Court got out. What if those people in heaven run away? But the question is, he couldn't ignore the mess that the magistrate's mouth was talking about. God knows what kind of trouble they could stir up for themselves if they left those pariahs alone? Forcing down the anger in his heart, Xian asked in a deep voice, "What kind of mess are they making? I've heard that they're going to give a heavenly emperor a temple, and a quarter of an hour ago, my subordinate watched as 3,000 to 4,000 people had already converged on the east side of the city." The yamen respectfully opened his mouth. Celestial Emperor? Xian's heart stirred. That heavenly emperor in heaven? It's only been one night, and you've already mobilized 3,000 to 4,000 people to build him a temple? This is too fast, not too fast. Xian's heart cannot help but rise a trace of fear. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Early this morning, he just got the news, immediately organized manpower, intends to eliminate the Heavenly Court. But where the Heavenly Court is given another day or two to develop. I'm afraid that the entire Linshui County, more than 100,000 people, have all fallen to the side of the Heavenly Court. At that time, their own this Linshui County magistrate, I am afraid that it will become a real loner, then less likely to be hung on the branches of the tree. Think about it. A hint of killing intent flashed in Xian's eyes as he lowered the curtain of the sedan chair and spoke in a chilling voice. Go to the East City first. I'd like to see if this group of pariahs can build the temple today. Yes. The magistrate spoke respectfully. Subsequently, the army of 2,000 men, changing direction, rushed towards the east of the city with great vigor. Lin Water County. City East. On an open field, thousands of people were working feverishly to cut down trees and carry boulders, and in just one morning's work, a large area of land had been cleared. There are quite a few others who are busy laying foundations. And not far from the crowd, there stood a dozen or so magistrates. These people looked at the lively scene in front of them. No one dared to approach. After all, they were too few in number. If they angered the thousands of people in front of them, they were afraid that they wouldn't even know how they would die. If you work for the county office, you only get 1 or 2 pieces of silver a month, so you can't afford to work your ass off. Just as the dozen or so magistrates, wide-eyed. I don't know who shouted. The magistrate is here. The moment these words came out, it was like a huge stone thrown into the calm lake. Whether it was the government officials or thousands of people, they all stopped their hand movements coincidentally. Looking toward the county seat. See only. Not far away, thousands of soldiers, arching 2 black palanquins, came over in great numbers. Proximity. In a sedan chair at the head, Xian walked down with great strides. He came to the people's crowd, his hands behind his back, his eyes looked askance, and he opened his mouth indifferently. Who's leading the charge here? Immediately. Then there was a magistrate, who trotted all the way over from the distance and fawned, "My lord, I know, it was him," and a few of them who led the way. This magistrate, in the crowd, named 7 people in a row. Every single person who was nailed couldn't help but stiffen their faces for a few moments. Yes. Great. Xian Xian's voice was cold, containing a hint of killing intent. His icy gaze swept over these people and said in a chilling voice, "On weekdays, this official treats you not too badly, right? But every year, let you surrender a few sons and daughters just, you want to rebel against this official today? Come on, man." Xian Xian let out a furious cry. "Subordinate." A dozen yamen quickly walked out. "Pull a few of them out for this officer and beat them hard. Beat them to death. I will see who will come to your rescue today." Xian Xian opened his mouth in a cold voice and reached out on those 7 people, pointing one by one. Yes. More than a dozen yamen, 3 steps and 2 steps, the 7 people all pulled out, pressed down to the ground, just a few sticks down. Several people will be all skin and flesh, blood flowed horizontally. The people who were nearby onlookers could not bear to see this scene, and some of them wanted to go forward. But the footsteps had just been taken. Then there was a long, snowy blade that landed on his shoulder. Aside. Xian Xian glanced at the thousands of people who were already all under control. Contempt flashed in his eyes and he coldly grunted. Bunch of rabble. Subsequently, he stepped forward and walked in front of the leading 7, lifted his foot and stepped on the top of one person's head, exerting force underneath his foot and stomping the person's face deep into the dirt. "This officer knows you. Your name is Wei Song, right? You're the one who brought people here to build a temple for that laboring heavenly emperor?" Xian Xian's face was full of killing intent, and he said word by word, "You have fallen into this official's hands in order to build a temple for that heavenly emperor, and now where is that heavenly emperor? Where are the immortals you speak of? Why don't you come to your rescue? Dog officer." Wei Song, whose head was stepped into the ground, turned his head sideways with immense difficulty and towards Xian Xian's feet, spat a mouthful of saliva and cursed in a deep voice. "How dare you insult this official? I'll send you to the immortals." Xian Xian face red, killing intent in his eyes almost condensed into a substance. He clang sound, will be beside the magistrate's waist of the long knife, reached out and pulled out. And after. The long knife swung down. The eye was about to cut Wei Song in two. Just in the nick of time, a long golden whip blocked below the blade. Chapter 11. You. Not the spirit sea realm. Clank. A sound of gold and iron clashing came. The huge recoil so that Xian Xian's obese body could not help but fall back a few steps. He lifted his hand-long knife to look at it. Above has more than a huge gaping hole. Xian Xian's heart sank as he casually dropped his long sword and looked along the golden whip. That's what I realized. In front of Wei Song and the others, at some point, there was an additional sturdy figure. This person had a red face and beard, was clad in golden armor and red robes, and held a golden whip in one hand. With his other hand, he waved it in the air, and all 7 people on the ground stood up. And after. The white light in this person's palm surged, divided into 7, and landed on top of the heads of 7 people, and the injuries on these 7 people's bodies, under the illumination of the white light, rapidly recovered at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing this miraculous sight, Xian Xian's face grew more and more gloomy. Heaven! These 2 words, from between his teeth, spat out icily. This one. He understands. Feelings of the heavenly court, and this hand to save the people, no wonder they can in such a short period of time, enlisted thousands of people's hearts. But they were unlucky enough to run into themselves today, and they deserved their bad luck. Taking advantage of the time when the 7 people were expressing their thanks towards Wang Lingguan, Xian Xian retreated towards the back without a trace. But he hadn't taken 2 steps yet. An ice-cold gaze steeply landed on him. Subsequently, it was a majestic voice that came from behind. Before today, the heavenly emperor hadn't arrived and the heavenly court wasn't coming out, so it's understandable that you, as a parent official of one side, would stoop to serving the devil, but after today, you're still being stubborn. Colluding with evil demons and maiming fellow clansmen, his crime is punishable. The last word fell as if heavenly thunder exploded, stirring up the wind and clouds in all directions. Rout Xian Xian, all feel his back cold, he rolled and ran to the back of a black sedan chair, as if the only way to stay here. It was only then that he could feel a little safe. Standing beside the sedan chair, Xian Xian slightly fixed his mind and immediately spoke respectfully. My humble servant Xian Xian, I respectfully request the great king to take action to suppress the people of heaven. Don't worry. With this king here, they can't turn over the sky. The curtains of the sedan chair lifted. The stout-bodied golden-winged demon king, striding out, he carried his wings on his back, his aura was compelling, his eyes were like electricity, staring at Wang Lingguan, who was not far away. Though, he couldn't see through his opponent's strength. However, from Xian Xian's mouth, he had already understood everything that had happened in the Black Wind Forest, and unsurprisingly, the strength of the other party should be in between him and him. Now that he couldn't see through the other party's strength, he thought that the other party had used some kind of secret method such as the breath convergence technique. Since the other party didn't dare to reveal their true realm, doesn't that just prove that the other guy doesn't know what he's doing? Thinking about this, a trace of disdain flashed across the golden-winged demon king's face. In the end, he had overestimated the heavenly court, a human force that had just emerged for a day. How much substance can there be? No surprise there. To have a Spirit Sea realm powerhouse was already very impressive. The other party was a Spirit Sea, and he himself was also a Spirit Sea. The difference was that the other party was a human, with a weak innate constitution, while he himself was a demon. Or the golden-winged Cthulhu clan. Ancestors and the golden-winged rock, more or less a little bit of kinship, so speed is their advantage. A battle at the same level. The golden-winged demon king was certain that he could fight against 5 human Spirit Sea realm powerhouses. This king has yet to eat a human cultivator since the day he came out of the world, but I didn't expect to be blessed with a mouthful today. Having said that, Golden-winged demon king laughed fiercely, his body rushed up to the sky, his wings slightly shook, it was hundreds of meters away, people in mid-air, he grabbed out with a claw. A pitch-black colored eagle's claw instantly covered a circle of hundreds of meters, as if it was a dark cloud, carrying a destructive force that rumbled down. See this sight. Thousands of people around, along with 2,000 soldiers, were all trembling in their stocks. They were just ordinary people, how had they ever seen such an appalling sight in their lives? Not far. Xian Shen and others, the eyes are filled with a look of pleasure, the district of a heavenly court only turn over the palm can be suppressed, and so this person died. Xian Shen's gaze swept over the many people. That time. He'll make this group of pariahs understand what true cruelty means. Lest they rise again to thoughts they shouldn't have. Just as the crowd's minds were divided, a cold grunt sounded steeply. Wang Lingwan raised his head slightly and looked into midair, spitting out 4 words from his mouth. Sculpture. The next instant, his left hand 5 fingers open, palm a golden seal suspended in the air, not waiting for the crowd to see, the golden seal into a golden stream of light against the sky. In an instant, the eagle's claw that covered 100 meters square was shattered, and then the momentum did not stop, and with unparalleled destructive power, it slammed into the golden-winged demon king's body. Nope. A close call. The golden-winged demon king's heart was alarmed, he was able to open his body sideways, but it was still too late, half of his body was exploded by the golden seal, and crimson blood, like a torrential downpour, poured down to the earth. The golden-winged demon king let out a miserable scream as his body crashed to the ground, his face pale as he looked up at Wang Lingwan in mid-air, a palpitating look in his eyes. Just now. Just a moment away, he was about to be smashed alive by that palm-sized golden seal. You are not in the Spirit Sea realm. The golden-winged demon king spoke with difficulty. Spirit Sea realm? Who told you that this official is in the Spirit Sea realm? Wang Lingwan's face remained unchanged as he withdrew the golden seal and spat out a word once again from his mouth, go. The golden seal broke through the air and flew out, growing against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a golden mountain 100 feet high, vibrating out a terrifying aura. Towards the golden-winged demon king, it fell on his head. No! The golden-winged demon king let out a strange cry. He transformed into his own body, which was a huge eagle with only half of its body, fluttering its wings vigorously, trying to escape from the coverage of the golden seal. But no matter how much he struggled, it didn't help. The golden seal fell with a loud bang. The earth shook violently. With the place where the golden seal fell as the center, an appalling crack spread crazily in all directions, instantly covering a radius of thousands of meters. Countless people were shocked in their hearts as they looked at the scene in front of them. A few breaths ago, the golden-winged demon king who was still pinned with high hopes by Qian Shen, who would have thought that he would be killed so easily? No way. Absolutely not. Qian Shen's body stumbled and leaned against the sedan chair behind him, his eyes were lifeless and he muttered under his breath, this must be a fake, the golden-winged demon king has always been invincible. How can he be killed when he's the only one who kills? This must be a dream. Right. Dreaming. Qian Shen kept slapping his face, wanting to wake up immediately himself, but it was no help at all when he raised his head again. Just realized. The soldiers who had surrounded themselves just now had already retreated to an extreme distance, one by one, with a look of fear on their faces. After all, they had, just now, counted themselves on the side of the demons. They were worried that they would be liquidated by the immortals of the heavenly court, and some of them even threw away their weapons and joined the people's side. The moment. Those who surrounded Qian Shen had been replaced with an ordinary people with red eyes. What do you want? Are you revolting? This official is an official of the imperial court, but if I lose a hair, beware of the imperial court executing your 9 clans. Qian Shen bellowed. But in his voice, there were a few undertones. His words had just fallen. Sky. Once again, Wang Lingwan's voice came. The Golden Winged Demon King is dead, this person is at your disposal, remember not to kill more. Thank you, immortal. Thousands of people, rejoicing at the words. With Wang Lingwan's approval, every single one of the people, in their gazes toward Xian Xian, took on undisguised killing intent. Spare. Spare. This official was also. In the beginning. Xian Xian's body kept retreating, and his mouth was still trying to explain something. But not before he finished. Countless people swarmed up, and the only thing that came out was a mournful scream that resounded through the wilderness. Chapter 12. Don't let him get away. The seal of the Celestial Emperor. Xian. Xian Dan? That aura just now. Could it be a Xian Dan realm powerhouse? Zhou County Minister's face turned white. He hid behind the sedan chair, his body constantly shivering, a puddle of water at his feet, emitting a fishy odor, even though in the sky Wang Lingwan had long since left. But he still didn't dare to make any moves. The shock he received from that scene just now was too great. Just 2 moves. A Spirit Sea Realm Demon King was so easily subdued. If this news were to be spread out, I'm afraid it would cause a huge uproar within Luoshui County. 150 years ago. That human pride that almost unified Luoshui County hadn't cultivated to the Xian Dan realm either. And now. A small power called the Celestial Court actually possessed Xian Dan realm powerhouses. Could it be that he is the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court? In the mind of the Zhou County Minister, a terrifying thought surfaced. But then. That idea, then, was ruled out of his mind. That person just now, although his strength was very strong, when he mentioned the word Heavenly Emperor, he clearly had a respectful look on his face, which meant that that person was not a Heavenly Emperor. A Xian Dan realm powerhouse was not even a Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court. So much for that. How terrifying should a Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Court be? Maybe. This power called the Heavenly Court's depth was already not inferior to the Dan Cave Mountain, right? How about join the people's side yourself? Helping the Celestial Court against Dan Cave Mountain? After all, Linshui County Magistrate has died. Linshui County such a big mess, there is always someone to clean up. Their own Hala County Minister more or less still have a few wrists. It's not much of a problem to stabilize a county. But think carefully, do so more or less a little unreliable. The Celestial Court, even if it is very strong, can fight against the Dan Cave Mountain, but look at the entire territory of the Dakian dynasty. There was more than one powerful demonic force, more than one Dan Cave Mountain. Even if the Heavenly Court overthrew the Dan Cave Mountain, it was estimated that they themselves would be greatly injured, and if other demonic forces intervened at that time, the Heavenly Court would ultimately have to be overthrown. To that point, I'm afraid that if I defected to the Heavenly Court, I wouldn't be spared from death in the end. Think about it. Zhou County Minister felt that he still had to stand on the side of the demons. The Heavenly Court is strong, but obviously the demons are more dominant, as long as he escaped today. Tell the Dan Cave Mountain the reality of the Heavenly Court. There's no shortage of great work to be done. But the problem is, surrounded by the people of Linshui County, how should one leave? Just pondering. County Minister Zhou looked up suddenly, just in time to meet the gaze of a soldier wearing armor and holding a spear. Zhou County Minister's face was delighted. Hastily opened his mouth. Little brother, quickly help me cover. After I leave, I guarantee you a lifetime of honor. He hadn't finished his sentence. That soldier suddenly turned his head to look at the people not far away, and shouted words under his breath that broke Zhou County Minister's heart. Everyone, come and see, County Minister Zhou is here. Don't let him get away. I see. Zhou County Minister's face suddenly changed, and he was about to run away, but he found that the people of Linshui County, who looked hideous, were surrounded in all directions. Heaven. Zhang Ren was seated in a majestic hall. Holding a seal in his hand, he repeatedly scrutinized it. That's right. It was that seal of the Heavenly Emperor. The seal is not big, but 3 inches square, the body snow white, no color, the surface carving sun, moon and stars, mountains and rivers. There is a sense of suppression of heaven and earth. Name, Seal of the Celestial Emperor. Function, enthrone the righteous deities of heaven, suppress the heavenly chi, and kill evil demons. Due to being suppressed by the heavenly Tao in this realm, the seal of the Heavenly Emperor can only enthrone deities below the 5th grade for the time being. If it is used to suppress demons, it can only be utilized to deliver a heavenly immortal strike, and it needs to be contained for 1 month afterwards. Cracking the first layer of heavenly Tao suppression requires 53,290,000 incense value. Sure enough. Zhang Ren played with the seal of the Heavenly Emperor in his hands, and a look of realization flashed in his eyes. Same as he thought. The seal of the Celestial Emperor, too, has been suppressed by the heavenly Tao of this realm. He did not know how terrifying the Heavenly Emperor's seal was when it was in full bloom, but it was evident from the fact that Wang Lingwan had been suppressed to the only Xin Dan realm cultivation left. At his peak, Wang Lingwan, the great Luo Golden Immortal, did not dare to say. But at least, you must have the strength of a Tai Golden Immortal, right? But came to this world, a body strength only retained 1 billion, only left a district Xin Dan realm cultivation. From this, one could also see that the heavenly Tao in this realm was not simple. But the Heavenly Emperor's seal, it can actually use the incense value to lift the heavenly Tao suppression? Zhang Ren saw the last line of introduction. The eyes couldn't help but light up. But when he looked at the exact number, he was suddenly cold inside again. 53,290,000. There are ing zeros and zeros. He opened his personal panel, found the column of incense value, and took a closer look. Incense value, 0. Early this morning, the several thousand incense value that he had just saved was all used to enhance his strength, relying on the several thousand points of incense value per day, wanting to accumulate to more than 50 million. I don't know yet how long it will take to save up. Even if one day he really saved enough, it was probably the first thing he would use to enhance his strength, more than 50 million incense value. God knows to what extent he could make himself powerful. Isn't this much more tangible than elevating the seal of the Celestial Emperor? Subsequently, Zhang Ren glanced down again at the Heavenly Emperor's coronation clothes he was wearing, and there was no hint on the clothes that they were being suppressed by the Heavenly Tao, which caused him to let out a slight sigh of relief. At the very least, one less gold-swallowing beast. Probably, it was also related to the fact that the Heavenly Emperor's coronation suit only focused on defense and didn't have much means to injure the enemy. After all, regardless of any imperial dynasty, the dragon robe may have many pieces, but the state seal, often only one, the value of the two is simply not on a level. The matter of unsealing the Heavenly Emperor's seal can only be left for later. Zhang Ren shook his head and put away the Heavenly Emperor's seal. Although the Celestial Emperor's seal was suppressed, no matter what, it was still able to exert the strength of a Celestial Immortal Strike, which was considered to be a strong base card. Sky Fairy Strike. It's not much of a problem to blow up a galaxy without any water in it, is it? Of course. It would be nice if there wasn't a 1-month cooldown. While Zhang Ren was calculating in his mind who to use first to make an example of him after a while. Outside the temple, a footstep came. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor, the little god Wang Shan seeks an audience. Come in. Zhang Ren opened his mouth. Soon, Wang Shan strides into the hall and comes to the center of the hall. He kneels down on one knee and says with a respectful expression, reporting to the Heavenly Emperor, the demons in Linshui County have all been eradicated. In addition, Little God has instructed the rest of the heavenly soldiers in groups of 10 to patrol the border of Linshui County day and night, in case there are any sporadic demons that sneak into Linshui County. Secretary Wang did a good job. Zhang Ren nodded. With celestial soldiers stationed there, Linshui County would henceforth belong completely to the heavenly court's boundaries. Just keep the acreage. You can't run away from 100,000 or so incense values per day. The next thing to do was to use Linshui County as a base to expand the sphere of influence towards other surrounding counties, and by the way, he also had to send people to find out the specific strength of the surrounding demons. As for the direct unification of Rockwell County, Zhang Ren hadn't thought about it for the time being. For one thing, the heavenly Tao in this realm was too oppressive, and he was worried that the water in this world was too deep for him to grasp. Two to come. It's just that there are too few people in heaven. Wanting to suppress a county's land, relying on only a few hundred heavenly soldiers was more or less impossible. Wang Lingwan. Zhang Ren opened his mouth. Was about to say something. In his mind, the system voice suddenly came back to him. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for triggering the Heavenly Court Rising quest. P.S. No one's reading it yet, but the young author is here to say 3 things. This book Heavenly Emperor Supreme. This book Heavenly Emperor Supreme. This book Heavenly Emperor Supreme. 3 things finished. There will not be the 6 saints of the flood setting, with only the 3 pristine ones in existence, subservient to the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 13, Another Mission? Lu Qingshan. Ha! Zhang Ren let out a light "e," his eyes brightening. Another mission? He immediately opened the system panel and looked at it. Fruity. A brand new mission that has been triggered. Mission statement: how can there be no believers when the Heavenly Court has been established and the Heavenly Emperor has returned to his throne? Please make over 90% of the enlightened beings in Linshui County respect the Heavenly Court within 1 year. Current task progress 96%. Mission reward: 1 side of the heavenly observatory realm, 2 heavenly marshals, 5 heavenly generals, and 1,000 heavenly soldiers. Let more than 90% of the enlightened beings have respect for the heavenly court. Zhang Ren glanced at the mission introduction. Immediately, another glance at the mission progress. This task, just triggered, had already reached an exaggerated 96%. As long as in a little bit of effort, this task was not completed? What's the difference between the so-called mission reward and giving it away for nothing? But why do I always feel that something is wrong? Zhang Ren pondered carefully and reread the quest introduction. Enlightened beings, which means the demons are also counted? It's rather simple for humans to maintain respect for heaven. After all, heaven saved them from the fire. Demonizable. That's not necessarily true. The question is, do demons still exist in today's Linshui County? If there is no demonic presence, let 90% of the enlightened beings, to maintain respect for the heavenly court, seems to be not difficult. How could the system have given a year for such a simple task that could be completed with only 4% left? Zhang Ren's brows furrowed. Intuition told him there was more to it. Most of the previous missions had a duration of half a month, but this one was given a year straight away. Murphy. Zhang Ren's eyes clouded for a couple of minutes as he pondered in his heart, the problem lies with the human race? The more Zhang Ren thought about it, the more he realized it was possible. The human race was already a very complex being, not to mention, being ruled by demons for such a long time. In the entire Linshui County, I don't know how many people, in their hearts, had completely fallen to the demon side. Plus, the heavenly court was present, just a day or so ago, and its influence was not far-reaching enough, although most of the people in Linshui County had respect for the heavenly court. But I'm afraid there is still a segment of the population that remains on the sidelines. There was a small group of people who still harbored the mentality of tipping off the demons in their hearts. Those who remained on the sidelines were fine, but those who tipped off the demons should definitely not be kept. Throughout the heavenly court, the only truly strong person is Wang Lingwan. Although Zhang Ren, in his hands, still held the Heavenly Emperor's seal, a great killing weapon, he could not carry the countless demons surrounding him, once all the heavenly soldiers and generals had fallen. To that point, he was a loner, and it would be no less difficult than reaching the sky if he wanted to develop a heavenly court again. The beginning of the business. Zhang Ren felt that he had to be a little more careful. To nip all danger in the bud. The reason why the system gave a year to complete the task, I'm afraid that it also thought that those who were obstinate would need at least a year to be penitentized. Taking a year to put it on probation is a bit too long. Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. If he can't get through to the other side, he can still use physics. Take care of that remaining 4%. Then my progress on the mission, isn't that 100%? The heavenly court is not the hell does not meddle in the affairs of the earth, but the Lord of the heavenly court is not happy, and says that if it does not rain for you, it does not rain for you. The people of the earth are not in the least bit temperamental when they erect a mountain of rice or a mountain of faces in their hands. Nowadays, it was simply too logical for Zhang Ren to want to deal with Linshui County, a part of the people who disrespected the heavenly court. Wang Lingguan. Zhang Ren opened his mouth. The little god is here. Wang Lingguan respectfully arched his hand. You go down to the world again tonight and carefully investigate Linshui County. There can be disrespect for the heavenly court, in the demonic people, if there are really such human scum. Apprehend him at once and place him at the disposal of the earthly court. The little god obeys. Wang Lingguan answered and quickly turned around to leave. Looking at Wang Lingguan's departing back, Zhang Ren felt a lot of emotion in his heart. In the end, the people available in the heavenly court are too few. The only several hundred heavenly soldiers and a few heavenly generals were almost all in a state of continuous rotation. But wait for the 2 tasks at hand to be completed. The heavenly soldiers and generals in the heavenly court are still abundant. To that point, Celestia could then begin, too, to prepare for the sweep of several surrounding counties. But then again, Zhang Ren opened the system panel and glanced at the previous quest. His heart was quite odd. What took you so long to find a blessed positive god? In the meantime, mortal. Lu Jia village neighborhood. Dozens of celestial soldiers, meeting in a clearing. After the crowd had gathered about the same, Xiao Chuan scanned the crowd and asked, "How is it? Have you found anyone who has accumulated virtue and done good deeds?" No. A group of celestial soldiers shook their heads in unison. How could there not be? Xiao Chuan's brows furrowed. My lord, in this realm, there is no hell, and in the entire Linshui County, all humans have never practiced cultivation, even though some people have accumulated virtues and done good deeds in their lives. But after its death, the soul will be dispersed as soon as the sun shines on it. Even without sunlight, mortal souls are incredibly fragile, and within a few days, they will likewise dissipate into the heavens and earth. I'm afraid it's not that simple to find a soul that has been virtuous and good in life in a short period of time. A celestial soldier spoke rather helplessly. I did see a few people who have accumulated virtue and done good deeds today, only they have not yet finished their yang life, to be as good as. Another celestial soldier slowly spoke. But before he could finish his sentence, he was immediately interrupted by Xiao Chuan. How can an ordinary mortal be sealed as a god in the flesh? Xiao Chuan pursed his lips and spoke in a deep voice. If we detain his soul, we will definitely not be able to hide it from His Majesty's eyes, and then I'm afraid that you and I will not be able to avoid walking on the immortal beheading platform. Speaking of the chopping block, all of the heavenly soldiers present all shrunk their necks. Once on the immortal beheading platform that can be the end of the soul, even the reincarnation of reincarnation is saved, they have gone to the point of the heavenly soldiers. No one wants to be reduced to a corpse just because of a small thing. You all go and look again, or if you can't, you can go to another county. Xiao Chuan opened his mouth. He just finished. Far away, a celestial soldier flew over in a hurry. He grabbed an extremely illusory soul in his hand. If he hadn't been discovered in time, this soul was afraid that it would all be scattered. My lord, I have found someone. Do you see fit? The celestial soldier, coming closer, said in a hurry. Oh? Xiao Chuan let out a soft oh, and the light in his eyes flickered as he swept a glance at the soul in the hands of that heavenly soldier. See only. Above the head of this soul, there was white light. Although he could not be said to be a person of great virtue and goodness, he was still considered to be of small merit and barely met the heavenly emperor's standards. Well done. Xiao Chuan nodded gently, then looked at the spirit and opened his mouth to ask, what is your name? Where are you from? The illusory soul that was grasped by the heavenly soldiers arched its hands repeatedly, and a pale voice came out of its mouth. Little old Lujiao village person named Lu Qingshan. Aha! Xiao Chuan nodded gently. You have good luck. Come with us to heaven to meet the heavenly emperor. Chapter 14. My father will open your eyes today. While Xiao Chuan and the others took Lu Qingshan to the sky. Linshui County. A courtyard that covered an extremely large area. A white-haired old man sitting high above the lobby, his hair silvery white but hale and hearty, a pair of eyes with a slight shade of color. Beside him, there stood a young man in fancy dress, chattering away. Dad! You are not seeing it today. Those unruly people, they're all crazy. As if the young man had seen something extremely frightening, his face still had a palpitating look on it as he quickly said, County Magistrate Qian, County Minister Zhou, they were all killed by that group of unruly people. The bodies were hung from the gates. In addition to them, there are several other big families in the county that are friends with the Black Wind Forest Demon King, and they were also copied and exterminated by those people, too. Speaking of which, the young man's face changed and he came to the old man, asking anxiously, Father, before, the matter of us making offerings to the Golden Winged Demon King together with Magistrate Qian won't be leaked, right? Once this is leaked, then our Sun family, we will die without a burial place. The old man swept a glance at the young man with a scornful face and rebuked in a cold voice, What's the panic? The sky hasn't fallen yet. But father, that Golden Winged Demon King, a hallowed spirit sea realm powerhouse, was given to the heavenly court by the people of the heavenly court. The young man mumbled his words. It seems to be extremely fearful of his own old father. What's wrong with the spirit sea realm? The old man said disdainfully, Linshui County is nothing more than a small place. In this acre of land, the Spirit Sea Realm Demon King is still somewhat capable. But when placed in front of the Dan Cave Mountain, the Spirit Sea Realm is simply not enough to look at. And throughout the entire Dakian dynasty, with the Dan Cave Mountain comparable to the demonic forces, there are dozens of, the district of a heavenly court, can kill a Spirit Sea Realm Demon King. Could they still kill 100, 1,000, 10,000 Spirit Sea Realm Demon Kings? That said, the young man pursed his lips and said rather helplessly, If the Dan Cave Mountain is strong, then it's already strong, but our Sun family is just an ordinary family. Even though we have some money, I'm afraid that it's not enough to look at in front of the heavenly court. Ordinary family? The old man let out a cold laugh as he shook his head slightly and said faintly, Just as well. My father will open your eyes today. Said. One of his withered palms clawed out, and his dry and thin 5 fingers, at a speed visible to the naked eye, became harsh, and his 5 fingers were bent, shaped like eagle claws. Especially the old man's arms, on which one plume after another had sprung up, each of which was like a sharp sword easily cutting through the clothes. Jabla! A sound of cloth tearing came. Behind the old man, a pair of golden wings suddenly appeared, and with them came an extremely lurid demonic aura that swept through the entire lobby. This. The young man looked dumbfounded. He had never seen such a sight in all his life. After so many years, he clearly remembers that his own old father is the real human race. Ah! What a turn of events! Turned into a demon with feathers all over his body? And, looking at this appearance of his, it was similar to the golden-winged demon king that fell today, by 7 points. This is the cultivation method of the golden-winged demon king. The old man's eyes opened and closed as he slowly collected his demonic aura, and his hands gradually changed back to their original state as the demonic aura dissipated, and he looked down at his hands. Seemingly somewhat unfulfilled, he said, "In the great Qian dynasty, there are countless humans like my father. It's just that everyone hides it better. Dad." With a plop, the young man knelt down in front of the old man and prayed under his breath, "How did you do this? Can you teach your son? Want to learn?" The old man godly picked up his teacup and gently took a sip. Aside. The young man nodded like garlic and busied himself, "I want to learn." Late. The old man shook his head and continued, "What my father cultivates is the golden-winged demon king's technique, and if you want to cultivate his technique, you first have to take a drop of the golden-winged demon king's essence blood, used to unlock the bloodline of the golden-winged hawk clan. In the beginning, in order to obtain these, my father had offered more than 100 human races to the golden-winged demon king every year. Now, it's too late for you to learn. The golden-winged demon king is dead, and his essence blood is naturally gone. It's just a shame. Unfortunately, what?" The young man opened his mouth to follow up. "It's just a pity that the golden-winged demon king also gave a drop of essence blood to Magistrate Qian back then, but he couldn't bear to part with the skin of the human race and didn't dare to swallow the drop of essence blood. In the end, a chance to open the bloodline was wasted for nothing." The old man hemmed and hawed and laughed coldly, and there seemed to be a few moments of ridicule in his laughter for the Qian magistrate. Although taking a human body and cultivating the demon race's method would ultimately make one become inhuman and demonic, but no matter what, as long as one cultivated it, then you can have terrifying and limitless power. Compared to that, the weak, stinking skin of mankind is not to be desired. Is this Qian not a little cutie? The young man's mind stifled. Such a good opportunity, the money magistrate actually gave up, which if it were him. Think about it. The young man sighed dismally. As his own old father had said, the golden-winged demon king was dead, and he was afraid that he would not have a chance in this life, and as for obtaining the other demon king's essence blood, the possibility of this was almost non-existent. After all, essence blood is not an ordinary thing. Other demon kings will not give it to him for no reason. There's no need to be discouraged. The golden-winged demon king is dead, but you don't have all the chances. The old man spoke slowly. Dad, you still have ideas? In the young man's eyes, there was a flash of light. There is a way, naturally, but it depends on whether you can do it or not. The old man smiled faintly and said lightly. Father, just say it, my son will do it, the young man hurriedly assured. Yes. The old man gently nodded his head and spoke, for my father, there's no need for you to do anything else, as long as you spread the word of what happened in Linshui County today to Dan Mountain. That golden-winged demon king was from Dan Cave Mountain before. As long as you spread the news of his fall, the elders of the golden-winged demon king in Dan Cave Mountain will definitely reward you. At that time, it would not be wrong for you to be like your father. Really? An unbelievable look flashed in the young man's eyes as he hurriedly stood up and saluted his old father before quickly saying, My son will send someone. No, child will personally go to Dan Cave Mountain. Set out now. Go on. The old man smiled and waved his hand. Receiving permission from his own old father, the young man was overjoyed and hurriedly turned around and walked towards the outside. Watching the young man's back, the laughter in the old man's eyes gradually converged. He was already half human and half demon at the moment, and staying in Linshui County all the time made him feel very insecure. After all, the heavenly court was putting too much pressure on him. The hallowed golden-winged demon king was killed by someone else in 2 moves. He wasn't as good as the golden-winged demon king, and in case he ran into that heavenly court powerhouse today, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to walk through a single move before he was crushed to death. Can leave Linwood County directly. And he didn't dare. After all, in the sky, from time to time, heavenly court soldiers in silver armor would fly over. In case he was exposed after leaving home, there would be no place to cry at that time. Think about it. The only thing that was safest was to spread the news of the heavenly court and use the hands of the Dan Cave Mountain to eradicate the heavenly court. To that point, one might, perhaps, even take the opportunity to lean on Dan Cave Mountain. I hope this son of mine will not let me down. The old man thought so in his mind. In the meantime, front yard. The young man took a steed and quickly arrived in front of the gate, and just as he opened the gate, a back figure clad in golden armor and red robes came into his eyes. It seemed to detect the sound of the door opening. The other party slowly turned around and indifferently said, You, where are you going? Chapter 15. Don't waste your efforts. This is the Heavenly Court? Boo-hoo-hoo. Linshui County Office. Hundreds of figures like dumplings descended from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Sun Sheji was dropped and woke up with a bewildered face. He looked up with difficulty and surveyed his surroundings. The mind is full of doubts. Who am I? Where am I? What's this about? He only remembered that in the last second he was in his own courtyard, instructing his son to go out and head to Dan Cave Mountain to report the news. But the next second, it seemed that a golden light flew. When they had a moment, he did not remember anything, and then opened his eyes to an extremely strange place. It's not a strange place exactly. Sun Sheji opened his eyes wide and kept observing his surroundings, and after sweeping his gaze around, he realized that he had actually arrived in the county office. All around him were people from the Sun family. It also contained some of the slaves who were loyal to the Sun family. More peripheral. There are thousands of soldiers, all of them on fire, clad in armor, holding long swords, and the light of the sword, under the torchlight, flashes cold luster. At the forefront of the soldiers stood a man. The other party was wearing a green official uniform, wearing a turban hat, with a square face and 3 locks of long beard in his jaw. It was Shentong, the county magistrate. Shentong. Sun Sheji pondered in his mind. He was slightly aware of what happened in the county today. I heard that, in the case of the county magistrate and the county minister all died, now Linshui County is in power. It is Shentong. Just he could not figure out how he suddenly flew to the front of Shentong? Looking at the situation, it seems that he is still surrounded by a group of soldiers? Just when Sun Sheji was full of doubts, Shentong took 2 steps forward and came in front of Sun Sheji, looking down at the other party for a moment before slowly speaking. This official never expected that even the highly respected elder's son would betray the human race. If it weren't for the Heavenly Court King Tianjuan's intervention, I'm afraid that this official would still be kept in the dark bayou to this day. Back in the day, Sun Sheji in Linshui County, that is known as a great benefactor. At a time when many people were busy flattering the 3 demon kings of the Black Wind Forest, Sun Sheji was the only one who dared to stand up for what was right and personally entered the tiger's den, saving many babies from the mouths of the 3 demon kings of the Black Wind Forest. Even Sun Sheji will also be in the surrounding counties, recruiting people who cannot survive, to their own house to do labor, so all kinds of things, so that the entire Linshui County, all the people, all of them praised Sun Sheji. But to this day, Shentong understood it all. No wonder Sun Sheji kept recruiting the people, and even dared to enter the Black Wind Forest and negotiate with the 3 demon kings. Dare I say that there was a golden winged demon king standing behind him? Even Sun Sheji himself. All of them had already practiced demonic techniques and cultivated to the 3rd level of the embodied spirit realm. This strength, although it is not as good as the Black Wind Demon King, but it is not bad. If not for Wang Lingguan's hand, I am afraid that all the people of Linshui County combined, neither is a match for Sun Sheji. Wang Tianjun. Sun Sheji's voice was low. No joy or anger could be heard. So, you know everything? Do you think that those little tricks of yours can be hidden from the eyes of Heavenly King Wang? Shentong opened his mouth indifferently. Ho ho ho. Sun Sheji's mouth issued a burst of hoarse laughter. The words ghostly said, "You think with you these stinky fish and shrimp, you can stop." Boo. Sun Sheji hadn't finished speaking. Just by a soldier, a stick on the mouth, the latter half of the sentence was swallowed back hard. Suffered such a strange shame, Sun Sheji heart rage, was about to catalyze the body of demonic Yuan, but found that his meridians, the original surging demonic Yuan, surprisingly, they've all disappeared. Nowadays, he was no different from a small human old man. Don't waste your breath. Shentong seemed to see what was in Sun Sheji's mind, shook his head slightly, and opened his mouth. Come on, escort them down, and execute them together in the afternoon tomorrow. Yes. Hundreds of soldiers, stepping out together, turned a deaf ear to Sun Sheji's shouted curses, lifted him up and left. After the Sun family crowd, all of them were silenced. Shentong tidied up his clothes, and towards the sky, he slightly arched his hand, his voice respectful. I am thankful to Tianjun Wang for his help. If not for Tianjun Wang's help, I am afraid that the Sun family's crowd would still be at large. Little things. Sky. Wang Lingguan waved his hand and spoke. I'm also just acting under the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. No matter what, Wang Tianjuan's suppression of the Sun family's crowd is considered to be cutting out a major pest for my Linshui County. Shentong pondered slightly and continued to speak. Early tomorrow morning, I will arrange for the people in the county to establish a temple for the heavenly monarch and offer incense day and night. Well. Also good. Wang Tianjun looked deeply at Shentong and nodded slightly. Somehow. He looked at Shentong again at this moment, but he was actually a few points more obedient. Nothing else. It was really the incense that was too important to the gods of the heavenly court. With the help of the incense, the speed of their recovery of strength could be increased by quite a bit. I still have important matters to attend to, so I'll leave for the time being today. In the future, you'll be a good official and do more good deeds, and in 100 years' time, I'll guarantee you a place in the Earth's ghost in front of His Majesty. Wang Lingwan slowly spoke. The words landed. He took a step and his figure disappeared. I respectfully send off Heavenly Lord Wang. Shintong bowed and bowed long to the ground. After a moment's pause, he slowly straightened up. His eyes were full of the color of surprise, and he kept muttering under his breath. Earth Spirit? What is this? But since Wang Tianjun has opened his mouth, it's bound to be a beautiful job. I can't wait to go back and ask around. The other side. Lu Qingshan gradually stabilized his soul with the help of a celestial soldier. He followed behind a group of heavenly soldiers and quickly stepped into the heavenly court. Just came in. He was then subdued by the sight before him. See only. In the distant sky, a divine island floated, and on top of the island, waterfalls and clouds flowed. Immortal cranes soared, and countless exotic flowers and plants competed for color. On each immortal island, there were lofty palaces standing, blossoming with colorful divine light that was dazzling. Such a sight, not to mention seeing it with his own eyes, even in his dreams, he didn't dare to imagine it. This. Here is the heavenly court? The corners of Lu Qingshan's mouth shivered as he opened his mouth. In his lifetime, he was only the village chief of a small mountain village. How had he ever seen such a sight? Looking at the immortal mist floating beneath his feet, he didn't even dare to take a step forward for a while. Nice. In front of him, Xiaochuan stopped and spoke. This is the heavenly court, this is the heavenly emperor summoning you to heaven, so you'd better not waste your time. Once the heavenly emperor blames it, neither you nor we can afford to be offended. Good. Lu Qingshan busily nodded his head and quickly said, I'm grateful to a mortal leader for leading the way. Come with me. Xiaochuan nodded. He took Lu Qingshan and traveled from island to island, and it took him an unknown amount of time before he arrived in front of a magnificent palace. Looking at the palace in front of him, he couldn't see the top at a glance. Lu Qingshan froze for a long time before coming back to his senses at Xiaochuan's call. You wait here for now, I'll go in first and report back. Said. Xiaochuan walked straight into the main hall. Chapter 16. This is too dark, isn't it? The Law of Climbing Clouds. Inside the Great Hall. Xiaochuan quickly walked in and came to the center. He respectfully opened his mouth. Subordinate Xiaochuan, meet your majesty. Aha! Zhang Ren sat high at the top, looking down with downcast eyes. His voice calmly said, the things that I entrusted to you, how has it been done? Back to your majesty. Xiaochuan quickly responded, my subordinate searched in many ways and finally found one person, whose name is Lu Qingshan, a person from the Lu family village in Linshui County, and is now waiting outside the temple. Declare him in. Zhang Ren opened his mouth. Yes. Xiaochuan respectfully led the way. Subsequently, he quickly walked to the entrance of the hall and brought in Lu Qingshan. When Lu Qingshan entered the hall, he looked very formal and followed Xiaochuan step by step, and he didn't even dare to raise his head during the whole process. After coming to the center of the hall, with a plop, he fell to his knees and respectfully said, Little man Lu Qingshan, I pay my respects to the heavenly emperor. Obviously, this set of procedures had been rehearsed countless times in his mind when he came to the heavenly court. Get up. Zhang Ren raised his hand and a breeze whipped by, lifting Lu Qingshan up. Have to say, being in heaven is that good. He is here, as the Lord of the world, can be said to be omnipotent. In the outside world he cannot do, out of thin air to raise a hand, will help people up. Many thanks to the heavenly emperor. Lu Qingshan said in a hurry. Aha! Zhang Ren gave a light him, his eyes fell, carefully sizing up Lu Qingshan. The man's face, at first glance, looked quite familiar. Watch carefully for a moment. He snapped back to his senses. Wasn't this, on the day he crossed over, the little old man that he had witnessed being kicked away by the black bear spirit? District an ordinary person, hard to carry more than 2 meters tall black bear spirit afoot, not to mention Lu Qingshan, even if replaced by a strong man too, probably cannot carry. It was also fortunate that he was lucky enough to be discovered by his own men's heavenly soldiers. Otherwise, this little old man, I'm afraid he'll be out of his mind in a couple of days. Lu Qingshan, I see that you have been doing good deeds all your life. It is not easy, and today in the court, the royal horse supervisor is still short of manpower. Are you willing to enter the heavenly court, to serve as the position of the butterfly horse warmer? Zhang Ren opened his mouth and asked. Ha? Me? Lu Qingshan was at a loss. When he came here, no one told him that he was going up to heaven as an official, right? He turned his head dumbfounded and looked at Xiaochuan who was standing beside him, and only after noticing the wink given by the other party, Lu Qingshan reacted. He once again proved and fell to his knees respectfully. Little man is willing. Yes. Then I will enthrone you with the position of pilgrim. Zhang Ren was delighted in his heart, but his face did not show any emotion, trying to remain as calm as possible. As he casually made a point, a ray of light shot out from his finger and landed on Lu Qingshan's body. The other party was enveloped by the light, and the gray short beading clothes he originally wore before his death turned into a scarlet official robe at a speed visible to the naked eye. The district is just a no-good pilgrim. It's still very easy to get enthroned. There was no need to log into the immortal registry through Emperor Donghua, and even less need for a paperwork stamped with the seal of the Heavenly Emperor. All that was needed was a word from him, and he could be directly enthroned. After the enshrinement is complete, Zhang Ren opened the system panel and took a look. Sure enough, the task of ordaining a blessed positive god has been accomplished. With another 5 heavenly generals, plus 500 heavenly soldiers in his hands, Zhang Ren was in a much happier mood as he looked down to Lu Qingshan, who was caught in a thick surprise. Wind Lightning said, Lu Qingshan, you have entered my heavenly court. From now on, when to abide by the rules of heaven, not slack. The idea that you just joined the heavenly court, I allow you 3 days' time. Take a trip down to say goodbye to your mortal loved ones. Little man. Ah no, the little god thanks the heavenly emperor. After Lu Qingshan cowed out again with a face full of surprise, he was led by Xiao Chuan to leave the hall. Wait for the two to walk away. Zhang Ren spoke in his heart. System, claim your reward. The next instant, inside the great hall, a flash of white light. 500 heavenly soldiers along with 5 heavenly generals appeared at the same time. The first time these people appeared, they respectfully fell to their knees and shouted under their breath, "We greet the heavenly emperor. All rise." More than 500 more heavenly soldiers and generals appeared. The number of heavenly soldiers in the heavenly court finally broke through 1,000, which gave Zhang Ren a feeling of a strong army. Of course, the feeling, which lasted only an instant, all but dissipated. As far as he knows, in folk mythology, there are hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals under the 5 battalions of gods and generals in the heavenly court alone, plus 100,000 heavenly river water armies under Marshal Tianping. And the other Tianping marshal in the heavenly court had 360,000 divine soldiers under his command, and when these people were added together, the strength of the army easily exceeded 1 million. If you count the Ministry of Thunder, the Ministry of Fighting, the Ministry of Plague, and other numbers of heavenly soldiers under the command of the 8 divisions of the righteous gods. Zhang Ren felt that the number of troops in the entire heavenly court, more than 10 million, is nothing. His own 1,000 heavenly soldiers, at best, it is just a sprinkle of water. Altogether, I'm afraid I still can't carry a monkey's stick. It's a long way to go. Zhang Ren let out a sigh of emotion in his heart and gently waved his hand, allowing the group of heavenly soldiers and generals to retreat. Wait for the crowd to leave. With a flip of his palm, a white jade book appeared in his palm, which was inscribed with densely packed small characters, with the 4 big words at the top being the most conspicuous. The Law of Climbing Clouds. This was a divine ability gifted by the system after just completing the task of ordaining the food junction. It's not a tengu, but it's something. Zhang Ren carefully read it from beginning to end, then opened the system panel. Name, Zhang Ren. Karma position, Heavenly Emperor Lord of the Heavenly Court. Realm, 8th level of body refining 357,900. Avatar, the Law of Climbing Clouds. 0-10,000. Technique, Heavenly Emperor Sutra. All belongings, Heavenly Emperor's Coronet, Heavenly Emperor's Seal. Incense value, 123667. Sure enough, on the system panel, in the column of avatars, there was already an additional cloud climbing technique. Just the number of incense value needed at the back, let Zhang Ren eyes a black, carefully counted, actually is 10,000 points. That's too dark, isn't it? Zhang Ren spat in his heart. But thinking that it was at least an avatar, he barely balanced his heart. Plus, in the column of incense value, there was suddenly an additional 6-digit deposit, and Zhang Ren's depressed feeling just now was immediately swept away. He took the time and swept a glance at the lower realm, only to realize that the sun had risen in the east in the mortal world, and the previous day had already passed, so it was no wonder that the value of the incense had increased so much all of a sudden. With more than 120,000 incense value, it is estimated that most of the people in Linshui County have already believed in the heavenly court, right? Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. And after, there was no hesitation. Spend a whopping 10,000 straight away and add it on top of the cloud climbing method. Next moment, countless epiphanies flooded into his mind as if he had been practicing the cloud climbing technique for many years and could do it at his fingertips. He gently pointed his feet and his body was like a duckweed floating upwards slowly towards the outside of the great hall and flew out. A quarter of an hour later. Zhang Ren stood outside the Great Hall, about a dozen miles away, with a look of defeat on his face, and said in shock under his breath. The cloud climbing method, that's it? That's it? Chapter 17. Father, why are you swindling? A quarter of an hour equals about 15 minutes. The distance he flew just now, Zhang Ren estimated it in his mind, about 15 miles or so. That means it only flew 500 meters a minute. Previous life. He was on the highway, at least to run 102, run 500 meters is also more than 10 seconds time, and now change to fly, actually slower than the special driving. 4 or 5 feet off the ground, 2 or 3 miles away, climbing clouds is really climbing clouds. Zhang Ren spat out a sentence in his heart. This so-called method of climbing clouds, if placed in the world of martial arts, it was definitely a first-class lightweight skill, but placed in the world of mythology, as well as the world of metaphysics, it was more or less inadequate. He opened the system panel again and looked at it. The Avatar column. There has been a change. Avatar, Law of Climbing Clouds Minor Achievement 050,000. Raising to the next realm actually requires 50,000 incense value. Zhang Ren laughed and resolutely closed the system panel. From now on, the Law of Climbing Clouds can be put in the corner to eat dust. Apart from the 10,000 joss stick value used just now to enhance the cloud climbing technique, there was still 110,000 joss stick value in his hand. Zhang Ren did not have any hesitation and added all the joss stick value, all of it, on top of the realm. Nowadays it seems. Everything was as he thought it would be, and nothing was real. The only thing that is true is strength. Next moment. The 110,000 incense value, at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly shrunk, while his own realm, on the other hand, rapidly rose. 9th level of body refining. Passing the vein 1. Passing the chakra twofold. Passing the 9th chakra. Boo! On Zhang Ren's body, a vast aura spread out in an immense manner, and with the addition of the massive amount of incense value, he had once again broken through a large realm. Came to the 1st level of the embodied spirit. At this realm, it was almost on par with some elite demon kings. After breaking through the 1st level of Yunling, Zhang Ren's strength was still rising, and after another full incense stick of time, his realm finally stabilized at the 3rd level of Yunling. Compared to just now, Zhang Ren had directly crossed 2 great realms. From the 8th level of body refinement, crossing over the 9 sub-realms of the pulse passage realm to reach the 3rd level of the embodied spirit, this could be called a transformational change. His whole person from the inside out, as if all sublimated general, skin like jade, hair like waterfalls, body essence surging, surrounded by a faint immortal Tao breath, as if a banished immortals. To be precise, he is an immortal today. Or a dominant one among the immortals. When he raised his hands and threw his feet, he exuded an unrivaled greatness that was enough to open mountains and crack rocks. Though it couldn't catch up to one of the weakest celestial soldiers. But at the very least he saw the light. Giving him a few more days, it would be a surge of chi, and rushing to the Spirit Sea realm would not be a problem at all. Reopened the system panel. Unsurprisingly, the incense value column, it's 0 eggs again. But the change in the realm column is welcome. Realm embodied spirit triple. 6,467 40,000. Breaking through the 4th level of the embodied spirit realm requires 40,000 experience value, and it's unlikely that one would want to break through a large realm in a row like before. Unless. The light in Zhang Ren's eyes flickered as he looked toward the several counties near Linchuei County in the lower realm. The district is a waterfront county. It would then be able to provide him with more than 100,000 incense value per day. The other counties, then, are not expected to be any worse than Linwood County. It's time to get ready to sweep the demons from several other counties. Daylight rushes by. The lower world. Lujia Village. After finishing the day's labor, Lucier sat in front of the window and carefully wiped the 2 tablets in his hands. One is Zhang Ren's Eternal Life tablet. And another. Then it's Lu Qingshan's Spirit tablet. Well, 2 tablets, all wiped once, Lucier will be put aside, mouth sighed softly, slowly said. Mother, do you think that in this world, another world exists? There should be, right? Bedside. A middle-aged woman who was busy laying bedding, stopped her hands, thought a little, and opened her mouth to respond. So, do you think our father will suffer when he goes to the underworld? Lucier asked again. In this world, there is no hell, though. But due to people's fear of death, the legend of the netherworld was still born, only all along, countless people thought it was just a legend. No one ever takes it seriously. I'm not sure about that. The middle-aged woman shook her head and continued to busy herself with the matter at hand, casually saying, if you are afraid that your father will suffer in the netherworld, then wouldn't it be fine for you to go to your father's grave tomorrow and burn more paper money? So says. Lucier gently nodded, quite recognizing, right now, the 3 demons of the Black Wind Forest have been removed by the immortals of the Heavenly Court, and our family's life has become a lot better. Tomorrow, I'll go to the county once, buy 2 paper figures for our father, and turn around and let him live a little as a landlord in the netherworld. Remember to buy male paper figures, or I'm afraid our mother will be angry if she sees them underground. The middle-aged woman didn't have the heart to agree. Don't worry, I'll save it. Lucier nodded. Well, it's getting late, let's rest first, we still have to build the Heavenly Emperor's temple tomorrow. The middle-aged woman spread out the bedding and opened her mouth to greet them. Aha! Lucier hummed and said, this is coming. Subsequently, he slowly got up, the 2 tablets, placed on the tribute table, which went toward the bed, but he walked not yet 2 steps, the original tightly closed door of the room suddenly opened. A cold wind blew in. The candle flame on the table went out in a flash. What's going on? Beside the bed, the middle-aged woman was obviously less courageous. Looking at the open door of the room, she rubbed her head and hid under the covers, trembling, and asked, why is the door to the room open? It's just a gust of wind, see how scared you are. Lucier let out a light laugh and said without thinking, wouldn't I just close the door? Was saying. Lucier turned around and walked towards the door of the room, but before he took 2 steps, his body froze. I don't know when. On the eunuch's chair facing the door of the room, there was already an additional figure in red official uniform, the other party with a pale appearance, looking at him with a smile on his face. Lucier took a closer look, and his legs immediately softened, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Dad, why are you swindling? But what my son said just now displeased you. Father, you rest assured, tomorrow. No, tonight, my son will burn 2 maids down for you, and will definitely not let you suffer in the netherworld. Lucier was really flustered, a sniffle and a tear said, we are now, no matter how to say, our yin and yang are different, you next time cannot change the way of appearance? E.g. What about switching to dreaming? Right. On the bed couch, the middle-aged woman was like a chicken pecking at rice, nodding her head frantically, yes father, next time a dream will do, you really don't need to make a trip yourself. Going back and forth between the netherworld and the young world is pretty tough, isn't it? Humph. Looking at his own son and daughter-in-law's unproductive appearance, Lu Qingshan didn't have the good sense to snort coldly and opened his mouth. Old me is not a ghost, old me is now ordained by the Heavenly Emperor God. Chapter 18, Is it necessary for father to lie to you? What do you take heaven for? Put. The middle-aged woman who had just been at the head of the bed, gradually sitting up, heard her own father's words and then poofed, sat back down, with an unbelievable look on her face. Murmuring, Father, what did you just say? God? Or a god ordained by the Heavenly Emperor himself? 2 days ago. The scene that took place in the clearing of the broken temple. So far. The people of Lujia village still vivid in their minds. If there is no Heavenly Emperor leading a group of heavenly soldiers to intervene, I'm afraid that all the babies in the Lu family village will be buried in the mouths of the demons, and the situation will be even worse, the Lu family village may be destroyed. After all, those demons, they are not humane. If you want to kill people, you can kill people, butchers of villages, such a small thing, for them, just like a regular meal. In the past years, there are many villages destroyed in the demon butcher knife. At that time, the people of the Lu family village, after having their lives saved by the Heavenly Emperor, a number of strong men then wanted to follow the Heavenly Emperor and do something great. But alas, they searched all over a dozen miles in a radius, but did not find any trace of the existence of the Heavenly Court, and only learned the Heavenly Court deities in Linshui County to cut down the demons and get rid of the devil. It's as if the group of immortals in the Heavenly Court all appeared out of thin air, not existing in this world as it were. For 2 consecutive days, the whereabouts of the Heavenly Emperor could not be found. The people of the Lu family village gradually extinguished the idea of following the Heavenly Emperor. But who would have thought? Just this night, my own old father, who had originally died, actually came back. Not only is it back, he even joined the Heavenly Court. This is something that how many people, in their dreams, would never dare to imagine. Dad. Lucier also reacted. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked in a low voice, You just said, is it all true? Does father have to lie to you? Lu Qingshan was dressed in scarlet official robes. With an unassuming demeanor, he stroked his beard with one hand, and said in a leisurely manner, I'm not going to hide it from you guys, but father was personally invited to heaven by Lord Xiachuan. After entering the heavenly realm, His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, in the Hall of Lingshu, personally appointed the post of butterfly horse warmer. You guys are not aware that in the Heavenly Court, the end is extraordinary, everywhere immortal islands floating, every great hall is brilliant. Other than that, just the aura in the Heavenly Court is such that if one were to take a whiff of it, one would be directly 20 years younger. Your old father me, after I went up to the heavenly court, I was not humble. Not only Lord Xiaochuan, even His Majesty, the heavenly emperor, had a high opinion of my father. Because of that one look, my father took the position of pilgrim. Lu Qingshan spoke with a mouthful of words. Aside. Lu Shi and his own wife, two people, listening to the heart is surging, fascinated, long cannot be self-conscious. Especially Lu Shi's wife, but also swallowed a mouthful of saliva, could not help but ask, Father, is the heavenly court really that good? And who is Lord Xiaochuan? The heavenly emperor, his old man, and what does he look like? Meh. Lu Qingshan smiled coldly, is the heavenly court really that good? Old man, tell the truth, the heavenly court is so good that you can't even imagine it. Just as well. It is still some time before the old man returns home, so I will tell you this night about the benefits of the heavenly court. For one thing, after joining the heavenly court, one can achieve longevity, and from then on, one can live the same life as heaven and earth, and live with the sun and moon. Secondly, you can get the method of cultivation, and from now on, you will be able to eat the wind and drink the dew, and you will never have to worry about going hungry again. The third, Lu Qingshan casually told a few benefits. Directly the two people in the room listened to silly. Looking at the two people who hadn't reacted yet, Lu Qingshan continued, as for who Lord Xiaochuan is, I think you guys have already seen it that day. He's the immortal who stepped in to kill the black bear spirit. And what does His Majesty the heavenly emperor look like, as asked by my daughter-in-law just now? Lu Qingshan gently shook his head and said with reverence on his face, the heavenly emperor is nobly the lord of the heavenly court. Is it not possible for me and other small gods to get a glimpse of the heavenly face? A seat is finished. A long dead silence fell over the room. I don't know how much time has passed. Lu Shi gurgled, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and asked with difficulty, Father, you just said that after joining the celestial court, you can have a long life, is this also true? Still, does Father have to lie to you? Lu Qingshan said calmly. Confirming this news, the two of them, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Shi, were all petrified. As far as they know. The previous three major demon kings of the Black Wind Forest, although their strength was not bad and their lifespan was longer than ordinary people, they could not live forever. But on the contrary, the heavenly court. According to their own father's meaning, a random immortal in the heavenly court was feared to be in everlasting existence, and the shocking extent of this news had directly overturned their perception of the world. Dad. The bed. The middle-aged woman couldn't hold it together any longer. She quickly rolled out of bed and came to Lu Qingshi, attentively poured a cup of water and sent it to Lu Qingshi with a smile. You only have one son like Lu Shi, and now that you're old enough to be an official in heaven, you have to think about Lu Shi as well, don't you? You also said just now that the heavenly court is incomparably vast, so I guess it's not too bad for the few of us. If Lu Shi and I go up to the sky, when the time comes for us to be together as a family, we can more or less take care of each other, can't we? What do you mean? Lu Qingshan sat peacefully and did not reach out to take the tea handed by his daughter-in-law. His face did not look too good as he said in a deep voice, What do you take the heavenly court for? Your own backyard? If I bring you up to heaven today, are you going to send your own 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts, all of them, to heaven tomorrow? When you have gained a firm foothold in the heavenly court, do you still want to arrange for the wild dogs of the Lu family village to be placed in the heavenly court, and to eat a share of the imperial food as well? No. Father, I didn't mean that. The middle-aged woman's face was pale and her body kept trembling as she hurriedly defended under her breath. Hoof. Lu Qingshan snorted coldly, glanced at his own daughter-in-law, and faintly said, You'd better not mean that, or else all of us, the Lu family, will be sent to the 18 layers of hell in hell. Thinking of today, from Xiaochuan's mouth, learn some secret stories of the hell, Lu Qingshan smoothly said. Beside him, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Shi, hearing the words 18 layers of hell in hell, although they didn't understand the meaning, but judging from the words, they knew it was not a good place to go. Nowadays, heaven has it all. In multiple hellholes, it's not that uncommon. However, there are no absolutes. Lu Qingshan paused for a moment. His words said quietly, If you guys really want to ask for immortality, my father wouldn't mind pointing out a clear path for you. As early as the time of his return, he had guessed that as soon as he told his son and daughter-in-law about the heavenly court, they would inevitably ask after him how to go up to heaven as an immortal. After all, no one can resist the lure of immortality. Therefore, he asked Xiaochuan and the others in advance and got some ways to go up to heaven as an immortal from them. Really? Lu Shi and the two of them, their eyes lit up, and a strong sense of surprise surfaced in the depths of their eyes. Naturally, it's true. Lu Qingshan nodded and spoke, If you want to go up to heaven as an immortal, there are 2 paths. The first one is to cultivate to become an immortal, but you, husband and wife, are already too old. Taking the cultivation path is probably not going to work. Rather, the second one you may try. Lu Shi hurriedly pursued, Father, what is the second article? The second rule is that from now on you will do more good deeds, and if you are lucky, you may be able to get the position of a party of earth spirits, though you cannot go to heaven. But there is also a long life to be had. Lu Qingshan stroked his beard with one hand and said slowly. Do more good? Lu Shi was a bit incredulous and muttered, this will do? Naturally. Lu Qingshan nodded, wasn't it precisely because of this that my father was able to serve as an official in heaven? Hear this. Lu Shi didn't doubt it, after all, his own father's example was all laid out here. He immediately said respectfully, don't worry, father, from now on, my son will definitely do more good deeds. Aha! It's enough to have your words. Lu Qingshan looked deeply at his own son, stood up, and walked towards the outside, saying as he walked, it's getting late, you two couples should rest early. My father has only 3 days to descend to the realm this time, so I'll take advantage of these days to walk around outside and see more of the grass and trees of the Lu family village. When we leave in 3 days, I'm afraid that if we want to go down to the world again, I'm afraid. Speaking of which, Lu Qingshan didn't continue. By the time the two of them, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Shi, looked towards the doorway, Lu Qingshan's figure had long disappeared without a trace. The two men looked at each other. They were clear in their minds. Once we part today, I'm afraid it will be a true separation. Chapter 19. What I just said, is it clear enough? Time passes. A wink. It is half a month. Zhang Ren stood outside the Lingshu Palace, his eyes deep and quiet as he looked down at the lower realm, although he could not see the lower realm scene either due to his strength being too low. But that didn't stop him from being in a good mood. Half a month passed. Through hard work and sweat, he had cultivated to the 4th level of the Spirit Sea realm. This cultivation speed was absolutely astounding. If it was spread to the lower realms, it was feared that countless demon kings would have their jaws dropped. After all, there isn't any demon king to be able to directly break through 4 great realms in just about half a month. Nowadays, Zhang Ren's strength, when looking at the entire celestial court, it was counted among the best. Casually, he opened the system panel and scanned it. The realm column clearly displayed. Realm, 4th level of the Spirit Sea. 123,871 500,000. Cultivation progress is fine, just mission progress is poor. Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. His gaze was on the system panel, sweeping downward to see the mission triggered earlier for 90% of the living beings in Linshui County to believe in the heavenly court. It's been half a month. Mission progress, only up 3.9. It's stuck right above 99.9%. Original. Zhang Ren also planned that after completing this task, there would be a full 1,000 heavenly soldiers returning to their positions, and at that time, 2,000 heavenly armies would push across. In the several counties around Linshui County, there are absolutely no demons to stop. Even if it is within Luoshui County, the largest demonic force, Dan Cave Mountain, he also dared to arm wrestle with the other side, but what he never expected was that this mission was stuck hard at the last moment. Think for a moment. Zhang Ren sighed quietly. It's this close, just wait. With the current strength of the heavenly court, he had 99% certainty in swinging several counties around Linshui County, but as long as it was not 10%, Zhang Ren always felt a little insecure in his heart. After all, in Luoshui County, there was still a powerful demonic force, the Dan Cave Mountain, present. Zhang Ren would never act rashly until he was sure of everything. As opposed to an even game. What Zhang Ren likes even more is the crushing innings. While Zhang Ren was waiting for the task to be completed. Linwood County East. Ninian County. Inside the lobby of the county courthouse. A figure 9 feet tall, with oily fur and a large dog's head on his neck, crossed his legs and sat in a chair. He was holding a bowl of tea in his hand, his tongue licking the tea in the bowl in one slow motion. When the tea is added clean. The dog demon burped, and out of the corner of his eye he cast a sidelong glance at the county magistrate of Ning'an County, and the 2 county lieutenants of Ning'an County, who were standing below. Gentlemen, is what I just said clear enough? Clear enough. The magistrate of Ning'an County, a middle-aged man, had a rigid face, his brows were furrowed, and he carried an unmistakable color of sadness between his brows. Clear or not? The dog demon's expression was cold, and he said rather unpleasantly. Lord Go. Ning'an County magistrate arched his hand and spoke gruffly. In previous years, the number of offerings in Ning'an County was only 600, how come there are 400 more this year all of a sudden? Nowadays, it is summer harvest time in Ning'an County, so I'm afraid that the sudden offering of 1,000 strong men to the great king of the North Mountain will delay this year's harvest. Yes, Lord Go. Next to it. Ning'an County Lieutenant also followed and echoed, how about you in front of the North Mountain King, help us to say a few words of praise, this year is still in accordance with the general offerings of previous years, how? The dog demon lightly eyebrows raised, a horrible demonic aura swept away, oppressed the two people in the house, kept retreating, has been retreating to the corner of the wall, the two people to feel better. At the same time, the corners of the dog demon's mouth cracked open, and his hideous teeth, dripping with saliva, chilled. Then was then, now is now. What my king says, that's the iron rule, not one of the 1,000 strong men should be left out. If you, Fong Yingyuan, can't be the magistrate of Ning'an County, then don't be. It's not easy to find a three-legged toad, and two-legged people are all over the streets. There are not a few people down there who are eyeing your position. Believe it or not, my great king can replace you with a word? Then replace this officer. Fong Yingyuan was not the least bit intimidated. He took a step forward, removed his official hat from his head, and said in a calm voice, in recent years, Ning'an County has been plagued by natural disasters, and people's livelihoods have been withering. The registered population of the county, less than 100,000, to support the great king of the northern mountains in previous years' offerings, is still a little difficult to sustain, and now suddenly more than 400 people. Only. In my county of Ning'an, from now on, there will only be old and weak women and children. The North Mountain Demon King of Ning'an County wasn't too far off from the Black Wind Great King of Linshui County, and when they demanded offerings in the county, they would also demand offerings from the villages below the county. The number of human races that the counties offered up to the Demon King in their respective counties every year was uncountable. Plus, some sporadic small demons would run out of the Demon King's territory from time to time and catch a few human beings to beat their teeth, and almost every county in the Dakian dynasty was on the verge of destruction, struggling to survive. If not for the fact that the demon race in this realm knows how to develop sustainably, the human race would have been extinct long ago. What did you say? The dog demon slowly got up, his body's fury flowing, very oozing. He came to Fong Yingyuan step by step, condescendingly looking down on the other party. His words chillingly said, "Did you just say you don't want to do it? Nice." Fong Yingyuan raised his head and locked eyes with the other party. The words just fell. The dog demon kicked out. Fong Yingyuan's body was hit like a heavy blow. The whole person directly flew backwards. Bang sound hit the wall behind. The entire hall, it seemed, shook for a moment. Looking at Fong Yingyuan, who slid down from the wall, the dog demon took a big step forward and lifted the other party with one hand, indifferently saying, "Say that again." This official. Fong Yingyuan spoke with difficulty as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He wasn't finished. Aside. The Linshui County lieutenant quickly ran up and said with a fawning face, "Lord, go take it easy, my county magistrate is out of his mind, don't you see eye to eye with him? We will do our best to fulfill the request of the great king of North Mountain. How about this, you give us Ning'an County another 10 days of grace. After 10 days, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." 3 days. The dog demon casually threw Fong Yingyuan to the ground, turned his head to look at the Ning'an County lieutenant, and said with an icy gaze, "I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, if you can't bring 1,000 people, watch out for your heads. Don't think that, if the major demon kings don't kill the officials of Deqian, you'll be able to rest on your laurels. In the end, you're nothing more than a piece of, in the eyes of our demon race." Speaking here, the dog demon paused in his words and said again, "Just a pig." Having said that, the dog demon kicked the door down and took off. "Stay away from it." The Ning'an County lieutenant hurriedly ran to Fong Yingyuan's side and helped him up, saying with some helplessness under his breath, "What is the point of this, my lord? Fighting with them, in the end, the only ones who will be unlucky will be ourselves." Ahem. Fong Yingyuan coughed twice, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with difficulty, "We can't afford not to fight. This year they asked us for 1,000 men, what about next year? What about the year after? For those of us who are officials, if we repeatedly give in to the demons, even though there are still 100,000 people in Ning'an County, I'm afraid that one day these people won't be able to satisfy the growing greed of the Demon King of the Northern Mountains." Chapter 20. Do we have a way back? Sobbing for blood. Ugh. The Ning'an County lieutenant let out a long sigh and spoke worriedly. "That's true, but there's one thing that the county magistrate should be clear about, and that's that the arm can't be twisted around the leg. We're just an ordinary human race, we don't know how to cultivate, and we don't have any backers, so how can we go against the North Mountain Demon King? In my opinion, it's better for us to agree to that Lord Go's conditions." "Not necessarily." Fong Yingyuan slowly shook his head. In his bosom, he pulled out a letter, handed it to the Ning'an County lieutenant, and said in a deep voice, "This is a few days ago, a distant relative of my Fong family sent it from Linshui County. Check it out." "Linwood County?" The Ning'an County lieutenant frowned, somewhat puzzled. Isn't that the Black Wind Demon King's chassis? Though there was doubt in his mind. Still, he picked up the epistle and opened it for a casual scan. At first glance, he was still very casual. But at the second glance, the gaze froze at once, and a pair of eyeballs, as if attached to the letter, could no longer take their eyes off it. After a long time, The Ning'an County lieutenant folded up the letter, took a long breath, and said in a grave voice, "My lord, is the content of this letter true?" There wasn't much on the letter. It was nothing more than a relative of Fang Yingyuan's, inviting him to live in Linshui County. However, between the lines, it revealed an important piece of news, which was that a power called the Heavenly Court had eradicated the 3 demon kings of the Black Wind Forest, all of them. This thing. It couldn't help but remind the Ning'an County lieutenant of something that happened 150 years ago in Luoshui County. Does it say? Is what happened 150 years ago going to happen all over again today? It should be true. Fang Yingyuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "A few days ago, there was an underling who reported to me that there were immortals flying across the border of Linshui County. At that time, I didn't put it in my mind, but now it seems. Those immortals flying in the air should be the people of the Heavenly Court." Sentinel flight. The Linshui prefectural lieutenant pondered for a moment and muttered, "That means there are Spirit Sea realm powerhouses in the Heavenly Court? Nice." Fang Yingyuan nodded. The Linshui County lieutenant pursed his lips, a terrifying speculation surfaced in his heart, and asked with difficulty, "Could it be that Your Excellency is thinking of heading to Linshui County to defect to the Heavenly Court? And then, ask them to make a move to behead the great king of North Mountain? Do we have another way back?" Fang Yingyuan was silent for a moment and asked rhetorically. The Lin Sanity lieutenant was speechless. Fang Yingyuan looked at the other party for a few moments and turned towards the outside, saying as he walked, "I have told Brother Chen all about this matter, and I intend to leave for Linshui County this night. If Brother Chen thinks that what I did was wrong, he can go to the Demon King of the Northern Mountain and inform the other party of this matter. I guess that's a big deal. Mr. Fang is willing to use his own head to pave a path to heaven for Brother Chen. If Brother Chen thinks that Fang did the right thing." Fang Yingyuan paused in his footsteps and slowly said, "Tonight, at midnight, meet me at the grove on the west side of the city." Nightfall. West of Ning'an County, small forest. 2 fast horses, galloping out, quickly galloped wildly towards Linshui County. About 3 hours later. It will be light. In the east of Linshui County, in front of the yet-to-be-built temple of the Heavenly Emperor, Fang Yingyuan and Ning'an County Lieutenant Chen Shong rolled over and dismounted from their horses, walking towards the temple. They hadn't gone 2 steps yet. Then a soldier, fully armored, stopped them. "You two, what for?" Nowadays, the temple of the Heavenly Emperor had almost become a holy place in the minds of the people of the entire Linshui County, with soldiers standing guard day and night. Unless the workers and the people who offer incense, it is very difficult for strangers from outside the village to come close to the temple. It was hard not to be suspicious of 2 people like Fang Yingyuan who had rushed here in the dust before dawn. "No offense, little brother." Chen Shong, the lieutenant of Ning'an County, stepped forward and said with a smile on his face, "The 2 of us, who are from Ning'an County, heard that there is a Heavenly Emperor descending in Linshui County. The celestial soldiers and generals under his command are all of extraordinary valor, cutting down demons and eliminating devils as if they were in a bag. Therefore, we, the 2 of us, have come here tonight, wanting to implore the Heavenly Emperor to send heavenly soldiers to eradicate the Demon King of the North Mountain and return a clear sky to the people of my Ning'an County." "So it is." The soldier in armor sidestepped and said, "Then you 2 go in." "Thanks, little brother." Fang Yingyuan and the 2 of them thanked him and hurriedly walked into the temple. The temple of the Heavenly Emperor at this time. In the temple, which had only been constructed in a small part and had not had time to be capped, a statue of a god with a crown on his head and wearing imperial robes sat quietly on a high platform. The idol's face was peaceful and his eyes were majestic, as if he was above the dome of the sky, looking down on the multitudes of people. Fang Yingyuan and the 2 of them didn't dare to be slow. They took 3 sticks of clear incense, lit them up and respectfully inserted them into the incense burner in front of the idol, before quickly kneeling down. The little people Fang Yingyuan, weeping blood in order to report to the Heavenly Emperor, "Today there is the North Mountain demon, ravaging Ning'an County. 100,000 people momentarily have upside-down urgency, but also hope that the Heavenly Emperor mercy, early to send the heavenly soldiers to subdue the demon to eliminate the devil." While Fang Yingyuan was petitioning for the people. Heaven. Lingshu Palace. Zhang Ren sat in the hall, looking at one piece of paperwork on the bookcase in front of him. Says the instrument. But it's really just the wish of all beings. The vision of all beings would not be in the form of words that would ring directly in Zhang Ren's ears. After all, there were so many people, and there were more than 100,000 people in Linshui County alone. There are not a few people who enter the temple every day to burn incense. It was just one person with one sentence, and Zhang Ren couldn't even hear it. The good thing is that after each people's blessing, their needs are transformed into an instrument that is automatically formed on the bookcase. If all the heavenly immortals and gods returned to their positions, these instruments would be handled by specialized immortals and gods such as the 4 heavenly masters and others, who were specialized in helping the heavenly emperor to handle the prayers on earth. But nowadays in the heavenly court, there are 2 or 3 big cats and small cats, and the only one wangling one is still quite a handful. As for the 4 great celestial masters who specialize in helping the heavenly emperor with his affairs, it is not even a shadow to be seen, so Zhang Ren can only take on the battlefield himself under all circumstances. By the way, he also pulled on Xiao Chuan and asked him to temporarily guest post as one of the 4 heavenly masters to help him along with the paperwork. After all, he or she receives incense from others. More or less, we still need to do something, but these instruments are not to be seen, but to be seen. Those who begged for rain, children, marriage, and a place in heaven as a government official, that was still considered reliable. Beyond that, then there are those who beg for other people's wives, those who beg to have their elderly parents die early, and those who do all the bad things and beg not to be found out. What the hell kind of earthly wonders are these? Zhang Ren glanced at the paperwork in his hand and directly threw it on the ground. Think about the content of the instrument. Zhang Ren was getting more and more angry the more he thought about it. In his last life, he knew that there was no lack of scum existing among humans, but after he became the heavenly emperor in this life, he was clear about the number of scum, which was actually so many. Nowadays, hell has not yet returned to its place. In other words, no matter good people or evil people, once they die, their souls will be dispersed, good people will not be rewarded, and evil people will not be punished. He Zhang Ren is the emperor of heaven. If he does not know these evil people as just, but now know, if not give them a retribution, Zhang Ren felt that he really thought not through. Immediately, Zhang Ren spoke, Xiao Chuan. Your Majesty. At this time Xiao Chuan also walked over with a book of paperwork. Zhang Ren looked at Xiao Chuan and then at the paperwork in the other party's hand, temporarily suppressing the fire in his heart. He spoke, What is it? Speak. Your Majesty, this instrument, I feel that you may need to see it for yourself. Xiao Chuan stepped forward and handed over the paperwork in his hand. Chapter 21 Heaven Viewing Mirror, Show me your potential. Relieved, he smiled. Yeah? Zhang Ren was puzzled in his mind, and took the paperwork that Xiao Chuan handed over to him, smoothly, and opened it up to take a look. The little people, Fang Yingyuan, weeping blood in order to present to the heavenly emperor. This instrument, not many words, but its content, but touching. Zhang Ren gently closed the instrument, swept a glance, not yet completed the task of faith. After a few moments of contemplation, Zhang Ren finally decided not to wait. Xiaochuan. Subordinate. Pass on my word. Zhang Ren fixed his mind and was about to speak. Brain. There was a loud ding. And after, the system voice came on. Congratulations, Master, completing the task of 90% of the living souls in Linshui County believing in the heavenly court. The task rewards have been issued. Please pay attention to the Master to check receipt. Ding. Congratulations, Master, triggering the stage task. Please, Master, within 3 years, make more than 90% of the enlightened beings in Luoshui County have respect for the heavenly court. Mission progress 7.2%. Mission reward, 6 Jins of Divine Fire, 1 Great God of the 3 Altars of the Sea, 1 Marshal Zhao, 1 Marshal Guan, 10 Marshals of the Jintian Temple, 100 Heavenly Generals, 10,000 Heavenly Soldiers, and 10,000 Heavenly Horses. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for triggering a randomized quest. Mission statement, as the Heavenly Emperor, he should be in charge of the 3 realms. Now, some believers are pleading with the Heavenly Emperor to send heavenly soldiers to kill the demons. How can the Heavenly Emperor just sit back and do nothing? Please, Master, within 3 days, kill the Demon King of North Mountain. Quest reward, 2 of the 72 changes of the earthly fury, borrowing the wind and swallowing the sword. 1 Marshal Ma, 5 heavenly generals, and 500 heavenly soldiers. Listening to the voice in his head, Zhang Ren froze for a moment. He never expected it. The mission he had waited for half a month was completed at this time. So much for that. So what's the hold-up? Not to mention, you've also triggered 2 quests yourself now. One was to make 90% of the enlightened beings in Luoshui County believe in the heavenly court. This task belonged approximately to the advanced version of the previous Linshui County, and the rewards for the task could be said to be extremely lucrative. Even the 3 altars of the great god of the sea will come out. In the 3 major pricks of the heavenly court, this one belongs to the most stable one. With him in the town, the strength of the heavenly court, I think it will usher in a wave of upsurge. The second mission was to take on the North Mountain Demon King of Ning'an County. Even without the system mission, Zhang Ren was also planning to make a move, and now that there was a system mission released, there was even less reason for him to refuse. Xiao Chuan, pass on my oracle. Order Wang Lingguan to personally marshal 5 heavenly generals and 500 heavenly soldiers to go down to the world to eradicate all the demons in Ning'an County without fail. Subordinate obeys the order. Xiao Chuan bowed respectfully before quickly turning around and leaving. Stay after he leaves. Zhang Ren said in his heart system, claim your reward. The next instant. Swish. 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 A white light flashed. Inside the great hall. More than 1,000 figures. As soon as these people appeared, they hastily fell to their knees. Respectfully. We greet the Heavenly Emperor. All rise. Zhang Ren's eyes burned as his sight landed on the two Jintian marshals at the very front. Within the heavenly court, the word marshal was really worthless, and those who were slightly stronger than the heavenly generals could mix up a martial name, except for the heavenly marshal of Jintian. Within the heavenly court, there is also the position of the Jintian marshal. The former, belonging under the 4 heavenly kings, needed to guard the 4 gates of heaven. The town hall marshal, on the other hand, is required to patrol the many halls of the heavenly court. The duties are different, but the strength is not very different. Nowadays. Not to mention the 4 heavenly gates, there wasn't even a single heavenly gate in the entire heavenly court, so naturally there was no need for the heavenly marshal to guard it. Zhang Ren glanced at the personal panels of the two Jintian marshals, discovering that both of them were already at the Xiandan triple realm. This made his heart happy. Inside the heavenly court, there were 2 more formidable generals. Immediately, he spoke in a hushed voice. Zhang Shan, Li Si. The little god is in. The two Jintian marshals fell to one knee. I order you to each marshal 500 heavenly soldiers to descend to the world. Within 3 days, sweep away the demons of Ningyuan and Ningwu counties without fail. The little god accepts the order. Cut to the chase. Zhang Ren was a bit uneasy, and finally instructed again, after eradicating the demons, you need to appease the people well, and not to create a riot. If there is a strong enemy coming, you two do not have to fight to the death, just return to the heavenly court and report with me. The little god understands. The two Jintian marshals respectfully responded. Go on. Zhang Ren waved his hand. He always remembered that in Luoshui County there was still such a behemoth as the Dan Cave Mountain, and that there were Xiandan realm powerhouses in this demonic force 150 years ago. And now, 150 years had passed, and no one was sure to what extent that Xiandan realm powerhouse in the Dan Cave Mountain had cultivated, perhaps to the first level of the Xiandan realm. Maybe it's already on par with Wang Lingguan. What's more crucial is that no one can prove that there is only one Xiandan realm powerhouse within the Dan Cave Mountain, perhaps 2, or even more. Zhang Ren didn't want to take the risk with his own men's heavenly soldiers and generals. After all, every heavenly soldier was a future heavenly immortal powerhouse if they fell at the Spirit Sea realm. That would be a big loss. Of course. If he was pushed, Zhang Ren wouldn't mind using the seal of the Heavenly Emperor to give them a big handout. It was just that the Heavenly Emperor's seal, every time it was utilized, there was a 1-month weakness period, and Zhang Ren did not want to easily utilize this item until it was absolutely necessary. After all, killer apps are only most threatening when they are not in play. Once used, if the operation is not good, it will lead to a group of demonic celestial immortals in this realm. At that time, Zhang Ren is afraid that there is no place to cry, just rely on the current heavenly court, but it is not the opponent of a demonic immortal. So it's imperative. It is better to develop steadily. Wait for all the heavenly soldiers and generals to leave. Zhang Ren flipped his palm and a huge mirror appeared in his hand, 3 feet square, surrounded by white jade and beautiful stones embellished as if it were a star, glittering. This mirror, not the other way around. It was the heaven viewing realm that the system rewarded Zhang Ren after he completed the mission. Zhang Ren rubbed his hands together in slight anticipation and said in his heart, Heavenly Observation Realm, let me see your potential. Said. He flicked his palm. On the heaven viewing realm, the image changed continuously, showing the scene of Linshui County in the lower realm, and as Zhang Ren's mind shifted, the content in the mirror could also be zoomed in and out. When enlarged, one could see the face of Linshui County, each and every one of the people, and even the sweat hairs on their faces, were clearly visible. As for the reduced, instead, only one Linwood County boundary is visible. What the hell? A sky-watching realm that can only look at one county? Zhang Ren kept waving his hand, shrinking Linshui County to the extreme, and only a black dot could be seen on the heavenly observatory realm, and beyond that, it was filled with what seemed like a misty fog. Zhang Ren somewhat disbelievingly opened the system panel and swept it. Ownership, the realm of heavenly observation in the process of being suppressed by the heavenly Tao of this realm. 030 million. May. Zhang Ren suddenly smiled with relief. He counted carefully. A huge sum of $30 million, although it was not as good as the seal of the Heavenly Emperor, but it was still a complete gold-swallowing beast. Relying on his current family fortune, he would never be able to unseal the Heavenly Observatory realm. Still wanting to use the Heaven Viewing Mirror to see the depths of the Dan Cave Mountain, it seems that it won't work now. Zhang Ren gently shook his head. Put the Heaven Viewing Mirror aside. Although this mirror, which was slightly ribbed, had an advantage, that is, under the observation of the Heaven Viewing Mirror, any demon that wanted to sneak into Linshui County, there will be nothing to hide. It's safe to say. With the Heavenly Observatory realm in place, Linshui County had completely become his backyard. Chapter 22 Heavenly Court. The Only Hope. The Lower World. Lin Water County. Time passes quickly. In a flash, it went from early morning to midday. At this point, in the Heavenly Emperor's temple, many workers were gathered around, all looking inside the temple with curious faces. Originally, they had planned to roof the Heavenly Emperor's temple today, but who would have thought that there were two people kneeling under the statue of the Heavenly Emperor? From early in the morning to midday, two people just have kowtowed at least a few hundred. Two people's heads are dripping blood. See people, that is shocking. I don't know how many people have gone up there and talked them down, but it's no use at all. These two people, as if they were determined to kneel and die in the Heavenly Emperor's temple in general, the others were in the way of these two people's sincerity, and in the way of the Heavenly Emperor's prestige. They could only just watch. As for the construction of the temple of the Celestial Emperor, could only be put aside for the time being. At the very least, it is also necessary to wait for the two men to leave before construction can continue. Two postulants eat something. It's not a good idea to keep kneeling like this, is it? This time, a white-haired old man, trembling, walked over, carrying a large bowl with white porridge in one hand and placed it in front of the two. This old man was the elected temple priest of Linshui County. There were many incense burners received on weekdays, but it was the first time I had seen such sincerity. Seeing that the two don't reply, the old man paused and continued, the Heavenly Emperor, his old man, is busy with his affairs. Perhaps he hasn't seen the prayers of the two of you yet. Why don't the two of you go back for the time being? When the Heavenly Emperor sees this, he will definitely send his heavenly soldiers down to help you subdue the demons and get rid of the devils. Thank you for your kindness, old man. Fang Yingyuan raised his head, slightly wiped the blood from his forehead, and said in a deep voice, it's just, time is running out for the two of us. Time is running out? Surprised beyond measure, the old man glanced at the two and said in confusion, what does this mean? Elder, don't know. I'm the county magistrate of Ning'an County, and I'm here today because the Demon King of the North Mountain has given our Ning'an County an ultimatum. Want us to hand over 1,000 strong men within 3 days. Fang Yingyuan's voice was low. Now, a day has passed. Only about 2 days left. If the Heavenly Emperor never responded, I'm afraid that the Demon King of the Northern Mountain would vent his anger on his own family, as well as the innocent people in the county. When he thought that this matter was caused by himself, but in the end, it would involve his family, as well as the common people, Fang Yingyuan's heart was bitter. But there was nothing he could do about it. Although he was the magistrate of Ning'an County, he was just an ordinary person. The Heavenly Court was his only hope at the moment. If the Heavenly Court does not step in, the entire Ning'an County 100,000 people, I do not know how long to submit to the North Mountain Demon King under the obscene power. Maybe 10 years. Maybe 100 years. More likely, never to be seen again. After all, without the North Mountain Demon King, there would be other Demon Kings to occupy Ning'an County. This, the old temple priest still wanted to persuade, but after hearing the 4 words Demon King of the Northern Mountain, he ended up just letting out a futile light sigh. More than half a month ago. What's wrong with Lin Water County? The difference was that the Ning'an County magistrate was willing to prefer to die for the sake of the people in the county, but also to come here to Linshui County to seek a ray of hope. And their magistrate of Linshui County had to work for the demons as a tiger after the Heavenly Court came out. Compare and contrast. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. I'm an old man with nothing to help you. After pondering for a moment, the old temple blessing trembled and knelt down beside the two of them, Fang Yingyuan, and slowly spoke, the only thing that I can do is to help you guys plead with the Heavenly Emperor together. May the Heavenly Emperor hear our prayers soon. After the old man knelt down inside the temple, the others were silent for a moment. It seemed to be thinking of the situation that he and the others were in more than half a month ago. Immediately. Then one man raised his voice. Count me in. With that, he also moved towards the Zhangren idol and fell to his knees. Count me in too. Damn demons, I'll help Magistrate Fang for once. Magistrate Fang is a good man, I hope the Heavenly Emperor will be gracious. With the first man to start, the thousands of workers behind them, together with the common people and the soldiers guarding the side, all knelt down around the temple. Perhaps the Lord was moved by the unity of all the people. Not for long. A breeze blew through the sky, and a cloud in the sky quickly enlarged, obscuring the daylight in the sky just when the crowd was puzzled. A majestic voice, ringing in the ears of the crowd. "Where is Fong Yingyuan?" This voice, like a yellow bell, resounded through the 4 fields, and all the people present all raised their heads at the first time and looked towards the sky. When they saw the clouds, the person at the forefront, a look of surprise rose on all their faces. "It's Tianjun Wang. Great, Tianjun Wang is here. This time, the people of Ning'an County are saved." In the midst of countless people surprised, Fong Yingyuan, along with Chen Chong and the 2 of them, quickly ran out of the temple and came to an open space, respectfully kneeling down and shouting under his breath, "My humble servant Fong Yingyuan is here to bow to Heavenly Lord Wang. Get up." Wang Lingwan wore a golden armor and had a stout figure. He waved his one hand, a clear wind whisked by and held the 2 of them up. Fong Yingyuan opened his mouth and said, "We have been ordered by the Heavenly Emperor to descend to the world to subdue the demons, so come and lead the way for us." Said. He took it with one hand. Fong Yingyuan's body, along with Chen Chong, involuntarily rushed up to the sky. It was only when the 2 were standing on a cloud that they came back to their senses. Hiss. Aside. Chen Chong, the lieutenant of Ning'an County, sucked in a mouthful of cool air as he glanced at the ground below and seemed to be a bit afraid of heights, so he couldn't help but take a step backwards. The body thumped as if it had hit the top of something hard. He snapped his head back. Only then did he realize that Wang Lingwan was not alone on the clouds. Instead, there were hundreds of them. Each one of them had a terrifying breath that surged like an ocean, and they were clad in silver armor, holding gorgets and spears with an icy luster that flashed with a morose chill under the sunlight. Numerous celestial soldiers, like mountains, settled down and did not move, except for a pair of eyes that opened and closed, seeming to have electric ons bursting out. This is heavenly soldiers and generals? Fong Yingyuan and Chen Chong were both shocked in their hearts. They have good eyes. With just a glance, he could tell that these heavenly soldiers were all great powers above the spirit sea realm, and any one of them alone could easily overthrow the North Mountain Demon King. Not to mention, there are hundreds of people here. Point the way. Wang Lingwan spoke calmly. These words made the 2 Fong Yingyuan quickly return to their senses. Fong Yingyuan didn't dare to have any slack. He stood on the sky and carefully recognized the direction before he reached out and pointed to the east, saying, "Tianjun Wang, Ning'an County is in that direction. As for the North Mountain Demon King's lair, it's 30 miles directly north of Ning'an County town." Yes. Wang Lingwan spat out a good word. He did not see any movement, but the clouds under his feet were rapidly flying towards the east. Chapter 23. This king will give you one last chance. Almost at the same time. In the Northern Mountain Demon King's cave. There was a loud bang. What followed was an icy cold voice that resounded from the depths of the cave. "You just said that Fong Yingyuan and Chen Chong both ran away?" In the shadows of the cave, a behemoth slowly raised its head. Its body was as huge as a small mountain, very appalling. On the huge head, a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened and closed. At its opening, a sunran pressure vastly swept away, as if the ocean generally surging. The small demons in the cave all fell to their knees, did not dare to have any movement. Especially the very center of the cave. A figure with a dog's head lying on the ground, shivering non-stop, shivering under his breath. Little Demon, too, only discovered it a short while ago, and at the first moment of discovery, he came to report to the great king. When did they run? The North Mountain Demon King's huge head, poking out in the shadows, spat a letter from its mouth, and its pitch-black colored scales, neatly arranged, had an indestructible texture. Should be last night. The dog demon thought carefully and said with slight uncertainty. Last night? The Northern Mountain Demon King's body swam, his huge body, gradually stretching out. His voice was icy cold as he said, "The people have run away for so long, and you're only coming to repay this king now?" Having said that, a thick tail with an ear-piercing sharp whistle shot out from the darkness, and before the dog demon could react, the tail had already arrived in front of him. Boo! The dog demon let out a miserable scream, and his body was hit like a heavy blow, flying out backwards like a meteor, crashing into the wall of the cave with a rumble. The entire cave seemed to shake. The dog demon's body slowly slid down the wall, but he couldn't care less about the injuries on his body, and he didn't even dare to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He rolled and crawled back to the center of the cave and kept kowtowing. "The great king spares his life. Great king, spare your life. Little demon deserves to die. Little demon will never dare again. The king is giving you one last chance." The scarlet eyes of the North Mountain Demon King flashed with chilling killing intent, and his voice was low. "Those 2, in which direction did they run?" "Fong Yingyuan is the magistrate of Ning'an County. Chen Chong is the county lieutenant of Ning'an County. These two people in the eyes of the North Mountain Demon King is just like a dog, helping to watch over the houses just, and now the two of them suddenly ran away. This was like two hard slaps on the face of the North Mountain Demon King. He couldn't even watch two ordinary people. If this news was spread, how could he, the Demon King of North Mountain, continue to mix in this acre of land? How can we greet other Demon Kings when we meet them in the future? It should be running off to Linwood County, the dog demon said uncertainly. Today he checked around Ning'an County for a while and ended up with only one piece of news. That is, not long ago Fang Yingyuan had gotten a letter from Linshui County. What was written in the letter, he didn't know, but Fang Yingyuan ran away within a few days after getting the letter. It was obvious that Fang Yingyuan's escape was inextricably linked to that letter. Linwood County? The Beishan Demon King's eyes narrowed as he looked up in the direction of Linshui County, his voice grave. That Black Bear Spirit's chassis? Black Bear is growing in skill, even dare to take in my king's men? Enlightened the great king. At this time, another small demon walked out, and he respectfully opened his mouth. I have a matter to report to the great king. Say. The Northern Mountain Demon King indifferently said. Back to the great king, in the past half a month, there were 5 young demons from our cave that disappeared at the border of Linshui County, and I suspect that they were all killed by the Black Wind Demon King. The little demon said quickly. Is that even possible? The North Mountain Demon King stood up as a human, and a terrifying demonic aura swept out as if a volcano had erupted, flooding all directions. Compared to before, this aura was more than several times more terrifying. One time, inside the entire cave, it was as if it had turned into an ocean, rolling up the waves, and all the small demons present all fell to their knees with a plop. In their eyes, there was not only horror, but also a few moments of surprise. After all, the self-same king is strong. When they walk outside, their bottom line will be a little bit stronger. A mere 7th level of the embodied spirit. Where did the Black Bear Spirit get the guts to dare to go against this king? The Northern Mountain Demon King's eyes looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye and his voice was extremely conceited. Is it because there are 2 helpers? Linshui County was different from the North Mountain Demon King of Ning'an County. He was the sole ruler of Ning'an County, but Linshui County had 3 demon kings. These 3 demon kings watch out for each other, and ordinary demon kings easily don't dare to offend them. But he, the North Mountain Demon King, was different. Others were afraid of the Black Bear Spirit, but he was not. After all, he had already cultivated to the 9th level of spirit embracing, and was only a hair's breadth away from the Spirit Sea realm. Since the Black Bear Spirit dared to kill the small demons under his North Mountain Demon King, he would have to get this back no matter what. Pass on the king's order for the little ones to assemble. The Northern Mountain Demon King opened his mouth indifferently. Yes. A little demon, hearing these words, his spirit lifted and immediately turned around and ran out. Not for long. With the North Mountain Cave Mansion as the center, countless lesser demons came from all directions, and in just a quarter of an hour's work, the outside of the cave mansion was crowded with all sorts of lesser demons. What dog demon, chicken demon, cat demon, pig demon? Abound. The Northern Mountain Demon King swam out of the cave, his huge body coiled into a small mountain outside the cave, his head turned, swept a glance at the small demons below and slowly opened his mouth. Little ones. This great king has just gotten the news that just a few days ago, the Black Bear Spirit from the Black Wind Forest in Linshui County killed a few of this king's men. What do you think we should do? Kill back. Shoot him. Beat him to death. Avenge them. This group of small demons, with a low IQ and a strength that was quite a bit worse than the dog demons before, were at the stage of just opening their minds, and most of them couldn't even transform into their forms. And now, hearing that his own king's men have been killed. One time. The group was so furious that they couldn't wait to immediately kill Linshui County and dismantle the long-dead Black Wind Demon King. Looking at the emotionally charged young demons below, the Black Wind Demon King nodded in satisfaction and continued. Everyone's right. This king has always had a grudge and will pay for it, and today this king will take you to Linshui County to do only 3 things, and that is: kill them all. Burn it all. Grab it all. The great king is mighty. There was a moment of silence in the group of demons. There was a steep eruption of amazing cheers. On weekdays, this group of small demons in Ning'an County to eat a human, but also have to be afraid of their own king chastisement. After all, the human growth cycle is still very long. If we let go of the food, it won't take long for Ning'an County to be a dead zone. But now that the great king has taken them to Linshui County, there is not much to worry about. After all, that is the Black Wind Demon King's chassis, which is to eat up the people. The last one to fret was also the Black Wind Demon King. Ha ha ha. The North Mountain Demon King let out a long laugh to the sky, incomparably spirited. He waved his head and said in a loud voice, "Little ones, follow this great king and head to Linshui." He hadn't finished his sentence. Suddenly, a small demon standing next to him reached out and pointed to the west while pulling his neck and shouting, "Look, my lord! There's a cloud over there that flies hay." Chapter 24, finished so soon? Stupid. The North Mountain Demon King rebuked in a cold voice, "Clouds can fly, isn't this very?" The words were not finished. He instantly sensed something was wrong. There's no wind here either. Thinking of this, he turned his head slightly and looked in the direction the little demon was reaching out to point. Next moment, his pupils abruptly shrunk, a cool air rushed from the root of his tail, straight to the sky, and unlike ordinary small demons, he was stronger and his gaze was sharper. From a very long distance apart, he could see that there was a silhouette standing on the clouds. People. And a flying man. A rough count would be several hundred at the very least. This occurs. Either the other party is a cultivated demon king or the other side would have been human. Generally, the strength of a demon king that can transform so completely has to be at least above the Xiandan realm, but the problem is, looking at the entire Luoshui County, the only force that possessed a Xiandan realm demon king was the Dan Cave Mountain. But even if the Dan Cave Mountain, the family's former ancestors, all from the grave inside the digging out, I'm afraid that cannot come up with so many Xiandan realm of the great demon king it? Could it be that the other side is really human? As soon as this thought appeared, it was vetoed by the North Mountain Demon King. That's not possible. Absolutely not. Throughout the 10,000 years up and down Luoshui County, there had never been such a powerful human force. Unsurprisingly, they should be my demon clan seniors. The North Mountain Demon King fixed his mind and watched as the other party seemed to be flying towards him. He hurriedly turned his head and commanded towards the small demon beside him. "Take a couple of your men and go over to the county now and grab 100 or 10 humans, remembering to get them young." Well, the North Mountain Demon King pondered for a moment. Suddenly thinking that every demon king has different tastes, he once again instructed, "Bring some of the younger and older ones as well." On the clouds. There are so many transformed demon kings. God knows, what flavors do they all like? It never hurts to be more prepared anyway. After thinking that it was foolproof, the North Mountain Demon King squeezed out a smile that he thought was awkward but not impolite, grinned his bloody mouth, and swam in the direction of the clouds. It's not even 10 meters of climbing. Suddenly, on the clouds, a man in golden armor at the very front raised his left hand, and a golden light rushed up into the sky, then transformed into a majestic mountain, covering thousands of meters in a circle, rumbling down. See this sight. The smile on the face of the North Mountain Demon King froze. He had counted 1,000 times, but had not counted on this situation, not a senior of the demon race? Why did you do it right off the bat? I'm defenseless. Looking at the golden mountain that fell on his head, the North Mountain Demon King's scalp tingled, a deathly aura that enveloped him. He could no longer care about much, turned his head and fled towards the distance. However, just as he had turned around, boom! A loud bang came out. As if the sky was collapsing, the ground turned into an ocean, lifting up 10,000 waves, and for a moment, rocks pierced through the clouds, hitting high into the air, and smoke and dust filled the sky. An apocalyptic scene. Dozens of miles around the earth, all non-stop trembling, countless cracks, dense in all directions, crazy spread. Together with the North Mountain Demon King, countless small demons, as well as the North Mountain Cave, all of them were wiped out in the first place. The golden seal flew back. It fell back into the hands of Wangling One. In the original place, only a large pit that was hundreds of meters deep remained, and inside the pit, milky springs gushed out, quickly covering the countless demonic corpses. Look at this appalling sight. On the clouds, Fang Yingyuan and Chun Shong, both of them, all turned pale and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. On the way in, the two also thought that a big battle would ensue. But what they didn't expect, no matter what, was that Wang Lingwan merely raised his hand and offered up a palm-sized golden seal, and the next thing he did was less than a blink of an eye. And the fight is over. The Northern Mountain Demon King that had been ravaging Ning'an County for decades had been obliterated so easily. The whole process was as easy as crushing an ant. This is strength of the heavenly court? Fang Yingxiang thought with shock in his heart. Just one Wang Tianjun was so terrifying. How powerful should that heavenly emperor, who had never made a move, be? Think about it. Fang Yingyuan's heart is grateful beyond words. Fortunately, he saw the opportunity early defection to the heavenly court, so that the people of Ning'an County escape the clutches of the demons. Otherwise, Ning'an County, still didn't know how long it would take before they could get rid of the North Mountain Demon King's control. Villain. After a few moments, Fang Yingyuan came back to his senses. He bowed down towards Wang Tianjun, his voice extremely sincere. On behalf of the 100,000 people of Ning'an County, I would like to thank Wang Tianjun for his help today. There's no need to thank me, I'm just acting on the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. Wang Tianjun waved his hand and swept the bottom, confirming that there were no oversights before speaking again. Most of the demons in Ning'an County have been eradicated. This officer has to go to heaven to resume his duties. After this official leaves, he will leave behind 100 heavenly soldiers to help you eradicate the sporadic demons in the county, as well as the humans who have secretly defected to the demons. With the previous experience of Sun Xieji of Linshui County, Wang Tianjun is worried that if he does not leave a little help, I am afraid that the magistrate in front of him, today back to the county office, tomorrow I am afraid that the head is going to be different. After all, the strength of a human who had cultivated the demon technique did not lose much to some demon kings. If we let them make a scene, even if Ning'an County had 100,000 people, it simply wouldn't be enough to kill them. Many thanks to Heavenly Lord Wang. Fang Yingyuan was overjoyed to see this and once again bowed down. Aha! Wang Tianjun nodded his head gently, then turned to leave. Looking at Wang Tianjuan's back as he left, Fang Yingyuan and Chen Chong stood on the clouds and raised their voices. I respectfully send off the Heavenly Monarch. Fully half a quarter of an hour had passed. It was only then that the two straightened up and looked at the direction Wang Tianjun had left, surprise in their eyes. Fang Yingyuan had already made up his mind that when he returned to the county office, the first thing he would do would be to deal with those big families in the county that had defected to the demons. The second thing is to build a temple of the Heavenly Emperor in the county as well. Save it for later. If you need anything, you have to travel all night to Linshui County. Same time. Heaven. Lingshu Palace. Zhang Ren was sitting behind a bookcase, dealing with the prayers of the people of Linshui County. Looking at the paperwork in front of him, which was as high as a small mountain, Zhang Ren felt that he simply had two big heads in one, and for the first time, he experienced the pain of having too few gods. In the beginning, several people in Linshui County who were seriously ill came to the temple to make a wish. At the time, Zhang Ren didn't think too much about it and directly asked Xiao Chuan and the others to make a trip down to the realm to cure them. But then, the situation is different. Countless people, even if there is a headache and fever, all come to the temple wish. One after another, Linshui County's medical center are closing down. People have their own destinies, so it looks like we'll have to help them with their prayers as appropriate in the future. Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. Just as he was making up his mind. Ding! A crunch came. Congratulations to Master, the task of killing the Demon King of North Mountain has been completed, the task reward has been issued, please pay attention to the Master to check receipt. Oh? Zhang Ren's eyes lit up as he secretly said, finished so quickly? Chapter 25 Martial Ma. 72 Changes of the Earth's Fate. Zhang Ren waved his hand and told Xiao Chuan, who was on the side, to back off. And after. He spoke in his mind, system, claim your reward. Swish. A flash of white light. In the great hall, hundreds of extra figures appeared. The foremost person, clad in red robes, great body, eyebrows born of vertical pupils, holding a three-pointed two-bladed knife, surrounded by light, there is an extremely horrible atmosphere, non-stop escape. Judging from his appearance, this person was quite similar to the legendary Erlang Xiansheng True Lord. Only, this man is not Erlang Shen. Instead, one of the four guardian marshals of the Heavenly Court. Marshal Ma. Also known as Hua Kuang Da Di, or Ma Lingguan. At the same time, he is also one of the 36 Thunder Generals, not only in the Ministry of Thunder in important positions, the same in the Ministry of Fire is also in a high position that year, but also with Wang Lingguan, together with the Siege of the Monkey, although the monkey did not take down. But being able to hold out for a while was enough to show that the strength was not bad. After all, can rely solely on the strength, do not rely on foreign objects with the monkey to fight or even win, the entire Heavenly Court in addition to a number of Big Brother, there are only a few people. That said, the system is called Mythic Heavenly Court, and Journey to the West counts as a folk myth, right? Even though it's a novel, it's pretty much the same as a myth after time sinks in. Plus Monkey has also held the position of pilgrim as well as Qi Tian de Shang in the Heavenly Court, so it shouldn't be possible to summon him out in the future as well, right? Zhang Ren's face darkened a bit as he thought about this. When he used to watch TV dramas, he didn't feel anything when he heard monkeys calling out to the Jade Emperor's old man, but after crossing over, he himself was the Heavenly Emperor. If there is a monkey who calls him Jade Emperor Lao Er all day long. That picture is so beautiful. Zhang Ren didn't dare to think any further. In the meantime, Marshal Ma and the others bowed down and said in unison under their breath. Little God, see the Heavenly Emperor. All of you, level off. Zhang Ren raised his hand, his gaze swept around the hall, eventually landing on Marshal Ma, and spoke flatly, Marshal Ma has come at the right time, I have a few things here that I am entrusting you to do. Please, Your Majesty, do as you wish. Marshal Ma said in a deep voice. Zhang Ren nodded gently, and before opening his mouth, he opened Martial Ma's personal panel and swept it. Only after confirming the other party's strength, which was also at the 9th level of Xian Dan, similar to Wang Lingguan, did he put his heart down. I order you to lead 5 heavenly generals and 500 heavenly soldiers to go down to the realm at once and wipe out the demons in Luoshui County without fail. The little god takes orders. Martial Ma bowed afterward. With that, he led 500 heavenly soldiers in a grandiose manner towards the lower realm of Luoshui County. Witness it walking away. Zhang Ren flipped his palm, and 2 white jade books appeared in his palm, one of which read Swallowing Sword, and the other read Borrowing Wind. 72 changes. Zhang Ren murmured softly. Those 4 words have so much gold in them. Thanks to the monkeys, these 4 big words in his previous life had almost reached the point of a household name. Ask who, as a child, did not hope that he would also know 72 changes? Although there are only 2 now. But this is already a good start. Zhang Ren believes that one day, he will be able to get the perfect 72 changes, and even 36 changes of the Big Dipper. Slightly suppressing his excitement, Zhang Ren composed himself and swept his gaze over the jade book, after memorizing all of its contents. He opened the system panel. Finding the column of avatars, Zhang Ren gave a dark cry. System, add points. Unlike the cloud climbing technique that he had previously obtained, the 72 changes required 50,000 fragrance values as soon as it came up, and the 2 divine abilities of swallowing the sword and borrowing the wind were added together. 100,000 incense values were used in one go. Thankfully, a new day came. Zhang Ren has not yet been used to enhance the strength. There are still 130,000 incense value on hand, or else you can only look at the 2 books of the avatar dry. 100,000 incense value slammed down. The suffixes of the 2 divine abilities, swallowing the sword and borrowing the wind, had gone from not being an introductory to a minor accomplishment. At the same time, along with a majestic memory that surged into his mind, Zhang Ren felt that his internal organs, which were slightly burning, seemed to be undergoing some special changes. He hastened to look within a few bodies. It was only then that he realized that his organs and bowels, at some point, course out of the extremely vigorous vitality, escaping every trace of blood qi, all contain inexplicable power. It was as if whatever one swallowed could be quickly refined. This is because Swallowing Sword Avatar? Zhang Ren's eyes narrowed. He suddenly thought of his previous life when the monkey was crushed under the 5 Elements mountain. He was hungry for iron pills and thirsty for copper juice. At that time, the monkey used the means it should be swallowing a sword, right? After accepting the memories in his mind, Zhang Ren stood up and surveyed a few bodies. His body had not changed much, but his internal organs had changed too much. The beating of the heart became extremely powerful, as loud as a drum. Zhang Ren thought to himself. If he falls at this moment, after his body is cremated, I am afraid that the whole body, only a pair of intact and undamaged organs will remain. Try swallowing a knife first. Zhang Ren's eyes brightened as he reached out and grabbed in the void, and a long sword with a cold, flickering light appeared out of thin air. Thanks to his identity as the Lord of the Heavenly Court, he was in the Heavenly Court and was almost the general existence of the creator of this realm, not to mention building a long sword. It's just not hard to create living beings. Only, there was a small drawback to the things he created in the Heavenly Court, and that was that they could not be taken out of the Heavenly Court, and once they left the Heavenly Realm all of the items he had created would disappear in an instant. Although it had a slight flaw, it was still quite useful for experimenting with the sword swallowing divine ability now. Zhang Ren held the long sword and hesitated slightly before opening his mouth and biting the iron sword in his hand. Then, with a frown, he gave it back to the spit, able to eat but nothing necessary. After all, it was just a test. Thanks to this experiment, Zhang Ren had also gained a little more understanding of the swallowing blade avatar. A mortal steel longsword is digested in the mouth. Since then, the gold and iron things in his eyes, and grains and cereals no difference, can eat but very chicken ribs, far less useful than meditating and practicing. Of course, being crushed under the 5 Elements mountain and not being able to meditate is another story. Subsequently, Zhang Ren walked out of the hall and glanced at the empty surroundings. He raised one hand and a wisp of clear wind entwined around his fingertips, which then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, became larger. First there was a fresh breeze and then a gale. A few blinks of an eye. A terrifying hurricane blew up in front of the Lingshu Palace. For a while, the wind sounded like a sword, and the sand flew away. Zhang Ren looked at the surrounding scene, and he gently waved his sleeve. Everything around the Lingshu Palace, all restored, so, the original whistling hurricane, but also to the naked eye visible speed shrinkage, and finally in his fingertips, turned into a crystal clear wind blade. There's something to be said for borrowing the wind. Zhang Ren muttered softly under his breath, looking at the wind blade flipping back and forth on his fingertips. He flexed his fingers and flicked his fingers. The wind blade shot out and crashed into the white jade railing not far away, emitting a sound of gold and iron clanking together. This killing power was enough to heavily injure a cultivator of the same level. With this divine ability of borrowing the wind, I finally have some means to fight against the enemy as well. Zhang Ren whispered softly to himself in his heart. This was still only the small completion realm, and when it reached the complete realm, the power was estimated to be able to go up a few more steps. It's just a shame. Jutsu received from others cannot be cultivated through incense value. Thinking of a few days ago, from Wanglingguan, he had learned to scatter beans into soldiers. Zhang Ren gently shook his head. He had originally wanted to bypass the system and get a few books of divine principles by himself first and directly add points. This path, as it turned out, was blocked by the system. Since the divine abilities obtained from others could not be added to, one could only hope that the task of having 90% of the living beings in Luoshui County believe in the heavenly court would be accomplished sooner. He could clearly remember that after completing this quest, he would also be able to obtain a divine ability called 6-Din Divine Flame. It is not as good as the Samadhi fire, but it's not to be underestimated. Chapter 26, Are You Going or Not? Count Me In. Luoshui County. South of Chongpying County. Outside an extremely secluded small mountain pass, hundreds of small demons lurked in the shadows, staring at the sky with full attention, as if there was some great terror hidden in the sky. Don't dare have the slightest distraction. And inside the small mountain pass, there were 5 huge figures either sitting or standing around a stone table with a heavy atmosphere. Bah! At this point, a figure covered with red hair sat on a stone chair, opening his mouth and spitting out several blood-stained teeth, his face looking extremely fierce. This damned heavenly court, just where did it appear from? Why wasn't there any news beforehand? A small soldier, that's the Spirit Sea realm. Luckily, I reacted quickly, or else my little life would have been lost there. Beside him, a figure with a stature of 3 meters tall, a chicken head on its head, and a crimson treasure pearl resting in its left hand, spoke with a shadowy expression. Who says otherwise? If it weren't for the fact that this king has a few means to save his life, I'm afraid that this king would have fallen today. Who is this king inviting? Before, in Changyang County, he was hung by an old black tree, and now that he has come to Luoshui County just 2.5 years ago, he was hung by a power called the Heavenly Court. Hasn't this king come to Luoshui County for nothing? Okay. At this time, above the stone table, a hunched, twilight demon king with a fox head raised his hand and gently knocked on the table, slowly saying, Within Luoshui County, there are a total of 14 counties, excluding the one occupied by Dan Cave Mountain as well as this king. There should be 12 more demon kings, but only 4 are present today. I think those demon kings, they're all dead. What about North Mountain? That big snake didn't escape either? A demon king opened his mouth to inquire. That black snake, it's only the 9th level of spirit embodiment, it hasn't stepped into the Spirit Sea realm yet. Once it bumps into that power called the Celestial Court, it'll be good if it can save its entire body. And you expect he'll escape here? The demon king, who was covered in red hair, laughed coldly and opened his mouth disdainfully. As he said, Demon kings who can escape from the siege in the heavenly court have 2 brushes, and their strength must at least be above the Spirit Sea realm, otherwise they will face the heavenly soldiers. Not even the ability to resist. Those demon kings, death is death. The fox demon king's voice was hoarse as he spoke quietly. As a matter of urgency, what we need to consider is how we should survive. In that heavenly court, according to all of you, the person with the lowest strength is also at the Spirit Sea realm, and there are even Xiandan realm powerhouses out there. It's not something that we can match. With the strength of the heavenly court, I'm afraid it won't be long before they kill Qingping County. At that time, not only you and the others, but even this king can hardly escape death. What does Elder Hu have in mind? The red-haired demon king inquired in an unning voice. Here, my king, there are 2 ways. Fox demon king raised his hand and stroked his beard. If not for the fact that he had a fox head on top of his head, just now this faction, to Inhuman Wise Man, quite a few similarities. Oh? Hear that. The other 4 demon kings all came to be interested. Especially the demon king with a chicken head on his head. He leaned forward a few points and anxiously asked, Elder Hu, don't be a sellout, demonic life is of paramount importance, speak quickly. Ha! Hu Lao gave a light laugh and said calmly, the first way, it's simple to escape to another county. This king has a path in Changyang County, the risk is a bit higher, but you all know very well that there are 2 great demons present in Changyang County, and both are Xiandan realm powerhouses. Even the heavenly court will not be able to put its hand there for a while. All we have to do is to defect to them, and we'll be safe and sound for a short time. Hearing the three words Chongyang County, the demon king with a chicken head, his face instantly darkened. He was the one who escaped from Chongyang County, and now this old fox actually told him to go back? Isn't that like asking for death? Left and right are both dead. It is better to die in the hands of the heavenly court. The least they can do is to make it painful. What about the second way? A demon king asked. Their thoughts were similar to those of the chicken head demon king. Similarly, after all, the family's old nest, which is in Luoshui County, suddenly uprooted and went to other counties, and the other counties are bound to be a carrot, with each county being filled with strong demon kings. They weren't confident that they could beat another demon king in their current severely injured state. Since they couldn't win the fight, they could only serve as juniors to some big demon kings, but they were all used to being powerful in their own counties, so how could they possibly be willing to crouch down and serve as juniors? The second option is. Hu Lao's words paused slightly and continued, that would be to rely on the Dan Cave Mountain, which has been passed down for thousands of years and has unfathomable depths, so I think it would be no problem to deal with a heavenly court that has just risen to prominence. That's a good idea. Words. The demon kings present all had a light in their eyes. Just. Elder Hu gently shook his head and spoke again, the Dan Cave Mountain is 3 counties away from Qingping County. We are afraid that it is already too late for us to travel to the Dan Cave Mountain at this time. Along the way, we might run into a strong person from the heavenly court. But there is no need for you all to worry. The old man has already sent a message to the Dan Cave Mountain just now, and I think that in a few moments, the strong men from the Dan Cave Mountain will be arriving. What if someone from heaven arrives first? The demon king with a chicken head opened his mouth and asked. Hearing this, Hu Lao glanced at the other party and said in a deep voice, that would be the worst situation, but I heard the Red Ape Demon King mention just now that the people in the heavenly court seem to care very much about human lives. Nice. As if the Red Ape Demon King had remembered something, his face was incredibly blue as he spoke in a deep voice. When the heavenly court sent people to besiege the king wasn't in the cave, he was in the county and was about to eat an old man when he was stopped by a heavenly soldier. That heavenly soldier, his realm is similar to this king's, but his strength is extremely strong. Alone this king is not a match at all. Fortunately the other side is going to protect that old human. That's what allowed the king to seize the opportunity to escape. Even so, that's good. Elder Hu smiled slightly, a few cruelty in his smile as he looked up to the north and said softly, 5 miles away is the Qingping County city, with tens of thousands of people inside. Later on, we will rush to the city. If the people from the heavenly court really take the lead in coming, by then we will have tens of thousands of humans beside us. Forgive them for not daring to fight to the death with us in the city. As long as we drag it out for a while, when the powerhouses from Dan Cave Mountain arrive, it might be the time for us to counterattack the heavenly court. Yes. The Red Ape Demon King let out a loud shout and quickly stood up, his spirit lifted. That's it, this king has just been injured by that heavenly soldier. Right now he just needs human essence blood to heal his wounds. Are you guys going or not? If you guys don't go, this king will go first. Wait. The Demon King with a chicken head also quickly stood up and shouted, count me in. Anyway, Qingping County is not his territory, since Hu Lao opened his mouth, that do not eat for nothing, today eat a big meal, tomorrow even if it is dead. It's also a full death. Chapter 27, How dare you threaten the heavenly soldiers? Definition. Chongpyang County. The county is not small. There were tens of thousands of people living in the city. Originally still considered lively county, but today is extremely silent. The streets are empty, the streets and alleys between the empty shrouded in a sad atmosphere. There was a hidden dirge that came from time to time. In front of many courtyards, there are still white sails and couplets, and I don't know how many people are trying to suppress their inner mourning, not daring to cry out. The reason for such sights. Mainly because, just yesterday, the Qingping County magistrate brought people to his door and forcibly took more than 1,000 wonderful women from the county and sent them to the heavenly fox demon king's cave. The people of the county all understand. These women, sent to the demon king's cave, were almost like a death sentence. Therefore, today, almost every house in Qingping County is onyx. Just as countless people, in their hearts, were grieving inexplicably. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the sky. Countless people, with their hearts shaken, quickly ran out of their own compounds and looked in the direction from which the sound came. See only. At the southern gate of the county, several huge figures standing on the ground. The shortest one was more than 10 meters tall, and the tallest one reached almost 40 meters. They were as if they were 5 gods and demons, their bodies draped with a fierce aura that shook the hearts of the people. This is the Red Ape Demon King, and the Golden Koan Demon King. Aren't they demon kings from other counties? How come they came to Qingping County today? Oh no, the Sky Fox Demon King is also here. 5 demon kings have arrived at the same time. Is this heaven trying to kill me in Qingping County? Inside Chongpyang County. The moment the 5 demon kings showed up, it was chaos. Countless numbers of people rushing out of their homes fled in all directions, wanting to leave this place of death as soon as possible. But they didn't wait for them to run far. A thick, cold voice came out. Trying to escape? Late. The Red Ape Demon King looked hideous. He stepped heavily on his feet, the earth shook crazily, and countless people fell to the ground, and then he reached out and copied his hand. Then there were dozens of figures that he grabbed in his hands and stuffed into his mouth. Cackling sounds came, accompanied by human screams spreading across the void, and anyone who smelled it couldn't help but feel their scalp tingle. The Red Ape Demon King raised his arm and wiped the crimson blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, squeezing out a satisfied smile. The screams of humans are really as pleasurable to the king as ever. Looking at the county below, which was mixed up into a mess, as well as the fearful expressions on the faces of countless people towards themselves, the Red Ape Demon King Fong's depressed feelings of being hit hard by the heavenly soldiers. In this moment, it was all swept away. As the Red Ape Demon King made his move, the other Demon Kings were not willing to lag behind. Like the Red Ape Demon King, they had all paid a huge price to escape under the heavenly soldiers before, and at the moment there was a city of people for them to recover from their injuries. If you don't eat now, when will you? In just half a quarter of an hour's work, at least thousands of people in Qingping County City died in the mouth of the Demon King. Tigers? At this point, a middle-aged man, seeing his own son being grabbed by a Demon King, was about to send it into his mouth. He was instantly enraged, as if he had gone mad, and from the side, he quickly grabbed a stick and rushed towards the Demon King. But he hadn't run 2 steps yet. Snap! A huge foot landed, and the man was instantly stomped into mush. With his feet raised, a Demon King looked at his feet, then skimmed his mouth and spoke disdainfully, "Griffins only, how dare you take a shot at this king? When really, you don't know how to die." Said. He threw the child in his hand in the air into his mouth the same way he would eat peanuts. Just when that child was about to fall into the mouth of the Demon King, boom! A bolt from the blue came. The sunlight, which was already midday, seemed to have become a few points brighter in this instant, and the several Demon Kings turned around in a huff, only to see an azure-colored thunder, as if it was falling down from the 9 heavens above. The speed was extremely swift, not giving them any time to react. Boom! It smashed onto a Demon King. This Demon King, who didn't even have time to utter a miserable scream, was turned into flying ash under the thunder, and there was only a big black head in the original place, which kept on emitting green smoke. Thunderbolt! The Red Ape Demon King's pupils shrunk, as if he thought of something terrible, and hurriedly took a group of people, grasping them in his hands, and sweeping his gaze around. A few words squeezed out of his mouth with difficulty. "The Heavenly Court. You guys got here fast." The words landed. No one responded. The only sound was a crisp footstep that echoed through the county. See only. The sky is filled with smoke and dust. A figure wearing silver armor, holding a gun in one hand and holding a child in the other, turned his back on the 4 remaining Demon Kings and slowly walked towards a group of stunned people. After entrusting the child beside him to an old woman, the figure in armor slowly turned around, his face cold and solemn, his lance raised, pointing remotely at the 4 Demon Kings, his tone low. "Under the seat of the Heavenly Emperor, Vanguard Battalion Guizhou is here. If you put down the people in your hands, I can leave you with a whole body. Leave us in peace?" The 4 Demon Kings, their faces were all dark, especially the Red Ape Demon King was even more unsightly. He stared at Guizhou and said word by word, "Just a mere heavenly soldier, you have a big mouth. You can try." Guizhou took big strides forward, his body's breath became more and more terrifying, the long spear in his hand trembled with a terrifying buzz, and the sharp to the extreme breath flowed. Every Demon King felt as if their own demonic bodies were going to be chopped to pieces under this aura. How is this possible? The 4 Demon Kings were terrified. Obviously everyone was at the Spirit Sea realm. Why was an ordinary heavenly soldier from the heavenly court so much more terrifying than them? They don't doubt it for a second. If he had his own hands, and there was no human being as a hostage, he would probably have been decapitated by the other party long ago. You stand still. The Red Ape Demon King's bottom was a bit lacking, his feet fell back 2 steps, and he squeezed the human in his hand as hard as he could, and a miserable scream came out as he continued. "You take 1 step forward and I'll crush them immediately." Sure enough. Next moment, Guizhou frowned slightly and stopped in his tracks. Seeing this scene, the corner of the Red Ape Demon King's mouth rejoiced as he once again said, "Take off the armor on your body, as well as the gun in your hand and throw it away, then seal your own cultivation. I advise you not to play tricks, or else all these people will die." Guizhou's expression was cold. Of course he wouldn't do what the Red Ape Demon King said, but he also didn't want to see hundreds of humans fall in front of his eyes, just as he was hesitating. "The vault of heaven." A majestic voice rang out. Bold little demon, how dare you threaten the heavenly soldiers? Set. The last word fell. Everything in heaven and earth seemed to stand still. It was as if it was an unfolding scroll, whether it was a blade of grass, a tree, a floating dust, a cracked roof tile, or tens of thousands of people, as well as the 4 demon kings. It's all frozen in the last moment. Chapter 28, Dare to obstruct the heavenly court from acting, how dare you? What's going on? Whether it was the Red Ape Demon King or the Sky Fox Demon King and the others, all of them remained still, with only a pair of eyes that were spinning around. Keep scanning the surrounding area. Such a situation is too unbelievable. They had never heard of such things in all their lives. Just the word set. It then easily fixed their 4 demon kings. At this moment, even though they had more means to save their lives, they were unable to act and could not exert them at all, so they could only stand in place and wait for their next to be killed. The Sky Fox Demon King was bitter in his heart. He had counted on everything, but only hadn't counted on the fact that the mysterious heavenly court actually had such appalling and horrifying means. If only I had known. He would have gotten away with it at the first opportunity. But today, it's too late to say anything. One time, the 4 demon kings, all of them were like falling into an ice cellar. They looked at Gojo, who was not far away, and then tried to raise their heads, wanting to ask for forgiveness towards the sky, that mysterious existence. But the problem was, they couldn't even move a little finger right now, let alone beg for mercy. My subordinate, Gojo of the Vanguard Battalion, thank you Marshal Ma for your help. At this point, Gojo came back to his senses as he looked up at the sky, and when he saw a magnificent figure with vertical pupils born from eyebrows, clad in red robes, and wielding a 3-pointed, 2-edged sword on the cloud. It was a shock to the heart. It was too late for any much thought, so he quickly bowed and saluted. No need to be polite. Marshal Ma's attitude was calm, as if fixing the 4 demon kings was just a trivial matter in the ordinary course of events for him. Actually. And it does. Fixation, this means, for the gods of heaven, is almost a family skill if even this will not, out of the door is afraid to be embarrassed to greet people. Only, although this fixation technique was good, it could only be used against people with much lower strength than oneself, and against a strong person of the same level, the fixation technique would have no effect whatsoever. Briefly, it's a sadistic trick. In Luoxue County, other than the Dan Cave Mountain, there are only these 4 small demons that have become climates left. This official still has important matters to attend to, so this place will be left to you to solve. Marshal Ma spoke flatly. Understood. Gojo bowed respectfully. And after he lifted his head, his feet stepped heavily, the earth shook violently, Gojo's entire body transformed into a stream of light, rushing up to the sky. The person was in mid-air, and the long spear in his hand swept out horizontally. The lance trembled, emitting an ear-piercingly sharp whistle, carrying boundless terrifying might, and smashing over towards the Red Ape Demon King's head in a vast manner. Looking at this shot, the Red Ape Demon King's heart was incomparably desperate. He had the presence of mind to beg for mercy. But it doesn't open at all. One could only watch as the bright silver lance grew larger and larger in front of his eyes. Just as the long spear was about to blow his head off, a yellowish copper bell, in the nick of time, blocked the top of his head. Bam! A voice like a great bell swept out and swept through the 8 directions. The terrifying sound waves were like a tsunami, raging non-stop, and the entire sky seemed to be boiling. The aura of destruction, spreading unceasingly. The first to be injured were the 4 demon kings, and the 4 of them were sent flying hundreds of feet away without even uttering a single scream. And after. The aftermath of the wave went on and on, spreading towards the county below. If they were swept by this aftermath, I'm afraid that half of the remaining tens of thousands of people in the entire Qingping County would have to die on the spot. Sky. Marshal Ma, who was originally planning to leave, sensed the change below. He stopped, raised one hand and gently pressed down. The terrifying aftermath quickly became docile. When it came to the people, these aftermaths had become as warm and genial as a spring breeze. Marshal Ma glanced at the people below, and after confirming that there were no casualties, he glanced again at the bronze bell still suspended in the sky, before turning his head and looking to the distant east. Speak slowly. Dare to obstruct the heavenly court from acting, how dare you? The words landed. At the far end of the sky. A black dot, flying fast. Closer. The people present then realized that it was a black jade carriage, carried by 4 Spirit Sea Realm human powerhouses below, while a black-clothed middle-aged man was seated on top. This person's figure was extremely sturdy, with gnarled muscles all over his body, and his black clothes were held up to a high level, and from his appearance, he was no longer much different from the human race. The only thing that symbolized his identity as a demon was a pair of bull horns on top of his head. Coming closer, the man in black snorted and said indifferently, daring to kill the demon king of my Luoxue County, your heavenly court's guts are likewise not small. Hear these words. Below. The four demon kings who were swept out by the aftermath of the wave just now let out whimpering noises from their mouths, and in the eyes of each of them, a light of surprise flickered. Though they were in a sorry state at the moment. But anyway. They had, at last, waited for a strong person from the Dan Cave Mountain. With this great demon king in attendance, their little lives today were considered saved. If not for their bodies being immobilized, these four demon kings could not wait, immediately kneeling in front of the man in black, shouting 2 times under their breath, "Ancestor, you can come." Waste. The man in black coldly glanced at the four demon kings below, then withdrew his gaze and raised his head to look high into the sky, his voice flat. "You, Heavenly Court, have killed so many of my demon race sons and daughters in Luoshue County. Have you thought about how to give my Dan Cave Mountain an explanation?" Said. He slowly got up and stood on the jade carriage, his robes hunting all around him, a crimson blood aura that rose up to the sky and ran through heaven and earth. It was as if an ancient giant demon had suddenly appeared. The raging and surging aura far exceeded that of the previous four demon kings, and within a radius of hundreds of miles, all the scenery was enveloped by this demonic aura. The man in black stepped up high into the air, the corners of his mouth rose, a hint of salivation flashed in his eyes, and he laughed. 150 years ago, there was once a group of human races, not unlike your heavenly court in general, who wanted to turn over a new leaf, but the end result was no corpses left. Even their descendants, nowadays, are nothing more than obedient dogs in my Dan Cave Mountain. Between the words, he swept a glance at the four human men below who were responsible for carrying the jade carriage. These four people were swept by the black-clothed man's gaze, and on each of their faces, a look of honor emerged, as if carrying the carriage for a demon king was an extremely honorable thing to do. This king, today, will give your heavenly court a chance. The man in black was calm and self-assured, and said slowly, "Submit to my Dan Cave Mountain. This king will give you a chance to be dogs. From now on, you only need to provide 10 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators every 10 years, and 1 Xian Dan Realm cultivator every 100 years. This condition, as in..." The man in black didn't finish his sentence. A majestic, cold voice then resounded steeply in his ears. Noisy. Next moment. A 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword rose up into the sky, traversing 100 miles, as if a heavenly pillar had tipped over, entwining a purple thunderbolt and rumbling down. Chapter 29, 1 move kills in seconds. You call yourself an immortal? Heaven and earth. A loud rumbling came. A 3-pointed, 2-edged blade, filling heaven and earth with a terrifying aura that swept through the 8 directions, and before it fell, a hurricane swirled up within a 100-mile radius. One time. Flying sand and smoke. Meh. The man in black raised his head to the sky, looking at the rapidly falling 3-pointed 2-bladed sword, and let out a cold smile from the corner of his mouth, sculpting a small skill. How dare you show off your skills? He made a move with one hand and drank softly under his breath. Zhang Rai. The bronze bell floating in mid-air emitted a buzzing sound, and in the next moment, it turned into a stream of light, rushed up to the sky, and hung above the black-clothed man's head, dropping down a ruesia, wrapping him up in it. Right at the moment when the bronze bell enveloped the man in black altogether, the 3-pointed, 2-edged blade fell. Boom! A loud, earth-shaking sound came out. The bronze bell roared and kept shaking and trembling, and under the shocked gazes of countless people, the bronze bell only lasted for less than a blink of an eye before it suddenly resounded with a subtle sound. Click. The voice, very faint. Just after it was transmitted, it was dissipated by the aftershocks of the terrifying exchange. But on the face of the man in black, the expression that had just been calm and conceited immediately changed. He was dumbstruck and his face was filled with unbelief. Looking at the crazily spreading cracks, the man in black roared under his breath. Fellow Taoist, wait, there is something to be said. Didn't wait for him to finish. The bronze bell let out a wail and exploded, turning into a stream of light that rushed in all directions, and the 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword was left without an obstacle, violently falling from the sky. Rumble. It was as if the sky was falling. No. The man in black roared, the whole body true essence surged up to the hands, due the momentum of the sky, towards the upper block, but the bronze bell have not blocked the blade. How can he stop it with his flesh? Snort. The 3-pointed 2-edged sword chopped down vertically the black-clothed man's figure, so in mid-air fixed, a breeze blew, his brow slowly overflowed a crimson bloodline. Subsequently, his body, split in two, fell to either side. As the man in black fell, his corpse could no longer maintain its human appearance and transformed into its original body, which was a huge black hole that was dozens of meters tall. It crashed to the ground with a bang, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. This? How is this possible? The great king of the Swanyu. Dead? One move. One move to kill the Shin Yo great king. What exactly is the strength of this heavenly court? Not far. The four demon kings, lying on the ground, looked at the smoke and dust raised in the distance, and in the eyes of each demon king, there was an unbelievable look. They thought of many possibilities. But only not thinking of this possibility in front of me. One move. Just one move. The Xian Bull Demon King, who was also at the Xiandan realm, was so easily cleaved to death. It was simply beyond their knowledge. After all, in the eyes of the demon race, the human race was extremely weak, and in a battle at the same level, the demon race, relying on their thick skin and flesh, could often crush the human race. But who would have thought that the situation would actually be reversed today? The fleshly body that their demon race had always prided themselves on was given a direct slash in half today. The four demon kings, their eyes turning, looked upwards with difficulty at the figure holding the three-pointed two-edged sword, standing in the sky, the other party's red robes hunting, as if they were heavenly gods descending into the world. No. To be precise, that's the heavenly gods descending into the realm. Such shocking images were directly branded deep within their hearts and could no longer be erased. Just now, they clearly remembered. That heavenly soldier named Guzhou was addressed as Martial Ma, meaning that such a terrifying powerhouse was actually not that mysterious heavenly emperor in the heavenly court. If that heavenly emperor were to make a move, how terrifying would the scene be? The four demon kings didn't dare to think any further. But there was one thing that they knew inwardly, and that was that it wouldn't be long before the demon kings in the Dan Cave Mountain were afraid that they would have to go to the netherworld together to accompany them as companions. The Xiandan realm demon king is dead, so I'll leave the rest to you. Martial Ma stood in mid-air, his gaze falling down to Guzhou as he spoke. Later on, this official will arrange for 100 heavenly soldiers to come and assist you. Subordinate obeyed. Guzhou hurriedly arched his hand and saluted. Martial Ma gently nodded his head before turning around and taking a step. His figure instantly disappeared. Wait until Martial Ma is far away. Guzhou raised his head, the long spear in his hand, swept out in the air. A series of four dull ringing sounds came. This time there is no longer a bystander to stop. The four demon kings directly perished on the spot. After dealing with the four demon kings, Guzhou turned around and walked towards the county. With the experience of the previous counties, this time he was already familiar with the situation, and the first time he entered Qingping County, he uncovered some of the human races that practiced demonic techniques. Inside the city of Chongpying County. Put. A sound. Guzhou stabbed a demonized man to death once again, and with a flick of his spear in his hand, he shook off the blood stained on it and walked towards the end of the street. Just got to the end of the street. He let out a sudden soft eep under his breath and turned back to take 2 more steps back, looking towards a slightly dilapidated courtyard. Inside the courtyard, an old man with a full head of white hair, who was squatting in front of a fire pit and kept putting yellow paper money into it, detected the sound of footsteps coming. He looked up in a hurry, toward the door. When he saw Guzhou's figure, a look of consternation flashed across his wrinkled face. Subsequently, without any hesitation, he hurriedly fell to his knees and said with tears in his voice, "Little old man thanks Immortal for his hand today, so that little old hair wife, as well as his son's family in the 9 springs, can rest in peace. Maintaining the 3 realms. Peace and tranquility of the celestial beings is the responsibility of my heavenly court. You don't have to be so polite." Guzhou reached out and helped the old man up. At the same time, in his eyes, the aura flickered, and without a trace, he glanced at the old man's chi, and noticed that the other party's chi appeared milky white. Proved that the other side of life did not do a great deal of treachery and evil. After the smile on his face and warmed up a few points, the mouth as if unintentionally asked, "I still don't know what you call yourself? I dare not labor under the immortal's question." The old man arched his hand and quickly replied, "Little old man's name is Wang, first name Xinlang." Wang Xinlang. Guzhou recited under his breath, and then looked at the old man and said gently, "All your family members have been killed in the mouth of the demon race. Are you willing to do something for the world from now on?" Little old me is naturally willing. Wang Xianlang hastily nodded his head, but then his face darkened as he helplessly said, "It's just that the little old man is over the age of old, and I'm afraid that he can't do much with such an old body." "No harm done." Guzhou waved his hand and said indifferently, "Cultivation is not sequential, as long as you have a heart for the Tao. Next I will pass on your Divine Heaven School cultivation method. I hope that in the future, you will take it as your duty to shelter the world." Said. Guzhou raised his hand, a finger pointing at the center of Wang Xuanlong's brow. The fingertip flashed with a stream of light, rushing into the other party's mind. Wang Xuanlong's eyes were in a daze, and when he came back to his senses, he felt that in the depths of his mind, there was an additional sea of memories that he casually checked. Then I saw many unfamiliar names, such as the 7 signs of the cloud, the divine heavenly cross, the Ziwei Do Shu, etc. Looking at this majestic memory, Wang Xuanlong's body trembled. He knew that this was the cultivation method that countless human races dreamed of. There was no hesitation. Wang Xianlang knelt down once again and said in a loud voice, "Little old man thanks Immortal for giving him the law." "And call it immortal?" Guzhou frowned slightly. Wang Xianlang immediately changed his words and respectfully said, "My disciple thanks the enlightened master for giving me the Dharma." This time, Guzhou frankly accepted the other party's great gift. Looking at Wang Xianlang, who was kneeling in front of him, Guzhou could not help but lament in his heart that there were quite a lot of geniuses in this world, just one Luoshui County. He's seen all four. It's also just right now in this world, the human genius will be ignored. But a different world. A genius like Wang Xianlang was afraid that he would have been taken away by the Buddhist and Taoist sects long ago. Where else would it be your turn? Thinking about this, the smile at the corner of Guzhou's mouth became more and more intense. While the other colleagues were still busy recovering their strength, he had already passed down 4 legacies, waiting for these people to grow up in time. I'm afraid that the reputation of the Divine Sky Sect will be famous in this realm. Chapter 30, Mountain Lord, Something Big is Wrong. Dan Cave Mountain. Located right in the middle of Rocky Mount. This place is surrounded by mountains and mountains, with endless ancient trees, flourishing and lush, and at a glance, it looks like an out-of-the-world fairyland, which is mesmerizing. Just in the mountain gullies, the roar of beasts came out from time to time, but it gave people the creeps. The moment. The top of the tallest peak in the mountains. The mountain was chipped away with supreme magical powers, and in the open space above, an endless number of palaces were constructed, the most majestic and spectacular of which was in one of the palaces. 5 figures with terrifying breaths were present. Top of the list. It was a white-haired old man, his eyes opening and closing with a cold light. He glanced around at the people present and said slowly, "All of you know about what happened in the heavenly court?" "Got it." The many demon kings gently nodded their heads. "What do you all think of this matter?" Although the white-haired old man's appearance was pale, he was very hale and hearty, especially his pair of eyes, which were extremely sharp, like the blade of a knife, and no one dared to look at him. A mere heavenly court can be destroyed with the turn of a palm. A demon king, with the corners of his mouth turned away, leaned on the back of his chair and spoke with disdain. "Not necessarily in my opinion." Another demon king opened his mouth. His appearance was but middle-aged, he wore a gray coat and carried a pair of golden feathered wings on his back. He said in a deep voice, "The heavenly court is not comparable to the Fan Jingxi's rebellion 150 years ago. Back then, Fan Jingxi, who led the human rebellion in Ningwu County, took more than half a year to take 8 counties in Luoshui County. And now, the heavenly court has swept through more than 10 counties in Luoshui County in just a few days. These kinds of underpinnings are not trivial. Most critically, the demon king with golden feathered wings on his back spoke in a low tone as he continued to open his mouth. Back then, Fan Jingxi was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm's strength. On the contrary, there was more than one Xiandan realm powerhouse within the heavenly court. Although it is unknown how many levels of the Xiandan realm, in my opinion, we must not raise a tiger as we did back then. Panic about what? The demon king, who had just opened his mouth, sat up. The 2 fangs at the corners of his mouth, protruding outwards, looked exceptionally hideous. What's wrong with having the Xiandan realm? Spoken like someone who hasn't. If I remember correctly, the Golden Eagle Demon King has a grandson in Linshui County, right? And the Heavenly Court's main camp is in Linshui County, so I think that grandson of yours has already been there. Speaking of this Demon King laughed softly twice. His demeanor teasingly said, "It wouldn't be the Golden Eagle Demon King wanting to avenge his own grandchildren, but he himself is unsure. That's why you're trying to bring down the entire Dan Cave Mountain, isn't it?" "I'm doing it for the good of Dan Cave Mountain." The Golden Eagle Demon King glared at the other party and said icily, "If you all don't believe me, take it as if I didn't say it. Regardless of what the onlookers think of heaven." Anyway, he felt that this power wasn't that simple. 10 days ago, this power didn't have any wind at all, but 10 days later it swept through half of Luoshui County at once. This is very unusual no matter how you look at it. It's like the Shendan realm powerhouses in the Heavenly Court, as well as the many Spirit Sea realm powerhouses, all appeared out of thin air as if they just showed up with Spirit Sea or even Shendan realm cultivation. After all, however, all cultivators, at the time of realm breakthrough, there will be some visions. It is okay to say that the realm is low, but most of the Heavenly Court is the Sea of Spirit, or even Shendan. With so many of them, the commotion when they broke through the realm was definitely not small. But they froze at Dan Cave Mountain without getting any news. To this day, Dan Cave Mountain, didn't even have a clear idea of how many Spirit Sea realm, as well as how many Shendan realm powerhouses there were in the Heavenly Court, knowing that 150 years ago, when Fan Jingxi rebelled. But in one day's time, they even stripped out Fan Jingxi's bottom. The reason why it wasn't dealt with in the first place. Also letting the other party occupy the entire Luoshui County. They just wanted to see just how many human races there were in Luoshui County who were harboring opposing intentions. By the way, They also wanted to use this battle to completely break the spine of the human race in Luoshui County, so that from now on, they would remember everything that had happened in 150 years for the rest of their lives. But who ever thought? 150 short years later, another heavenly court popped up within Luoshui County. At this moment, the Golden Winged Demon King was a bit skeptical that the feng shui of Luoshui County was bad, and that other counties couldn't produce a rebellion for hundreds or even thousands of years. On the contrary, in Lohui County, there were 2 occurrences in 150 years. This is just off the charts. Golden Winged Demon King, there are a few truths in what he said. At this point, the white-haired old man sitting high at the top spoke. As the mountain master of Dan Cave Mountain, his words still had a bit of authority, and as soon as he opened his mouth, everyone in the hall turned their heads to look over. Only the old man slowly told. A quarter of an hour ago, this seat has already had the Xian Neo Demon King rush to Qingping County, and after he saves those little demons from the heavenly foxes, he'll grab a few of the heavenly court's tongues back along the way. At that time, the truth will be revealed as to how much the heavenly court actually has. Ooh. Hear that? Below, the 4 demon kings all changed their faces slightly. A demon king, slightly smacking his lips, lamented, "I thought that the Xian Neo Demon King is still in seclusion, did not think that he went to Qingping County. I think that the people of the heavenly court who rushed there have to eat some bitter." Yeah. Another demon king nodded and opened his mouth to concur. The Xian Neo Demon King is a Xian Dan 7th level powerhouse, and is also a well-deserved second great king in my Dan Cave Mountain. With him traveling, the heavenly court is going to lose a lot of money in a bad way. I heard that most of the people in the heavenly court are at the spirit sea realm. The demon king with 2 fangs at the corners of his mouth, salivation kept flowing from his mouth as he wiped the corners of his mouth, his face full of envy. They don't want to be eaten up by the Xian Neo. More or less, I have to leave a few for my old pig. Don't worry. The white-haired old man tapped his fingers on the desktop and said in a breezy manner, "When the heavenly court is destroyed this time, their cultivation paths will naturally belong to my Dan Cave Mountain as well. And since there are Xian Dan realm powerhouses in the heavenly court, I think their gong methods can be cultivated to the Xian Dan realm. Once the heavenly court is overthrown, that's when we will then have an endless supply of human Xian Dan realm treasures to enjoy." In their eyes, the human race was just like the elixir growing by the side of the road, except that the ordinary human race, with the limited amount of qi and blood contained in their bodies, was almost useless to them, the Xian Dan realm great demon kings. But the Spirit Sea realm and the Xian Dan realm human cultivators were a great medicine to them without compromise. After all, it takes hundreds of years to cultivate an elixir, hundreds of years for a poor one, thousands of years for a good one, and thousands of years for a better one. It may not be right for tens of thousands of years. But cultivating a human Spirit Sea realm cultivator, as long as the other person's qualifications were slightly better, he might be able to grow up in a few decades. Comparing the two, cultivating the human race can be so valuable. When the heavenly court was overthrown and they obtained the heavenly court's gongfu, they could cultivate human Spirit Sea realm cultivators in bulk, and if they couldn't eat them all in the future, they could still take them out and sell them. Any random human cultivator of the Spirit Sea realm would be a heavenly price. Not to mention the Xian Dan realm human cultivators. Think about it. A hint of yearning surfaced in the eyes of all the demon kings of Dan Cave Mountain. Even the rather sensible Golden Winged Demon King couldn't help but have a trace of fire emerge deep within his heart, as opposed to his own grandson, or the flesh and blood of the human Xian Dan realm. It appealed to him a little more. But just then, a rush of footsteps came. The owner of the footsteps, before he even entered the great hall, called out in a loud voice. "Mountain Master, something big is wrong. The Xian Neo Demon King is dead." Chapter 31, What a Heavenly Court. Hand to hand? What? The Lord of the Dan Cave Mountain rose up with a loud voice, his head full of white hair flowing, his eyes blossoming with 2 cold bolts of electricity, and the depths of his eyes were filled with a look of unbelief. He grabbed out with his large hand, and an extremely terrifying suction force was released from his palm. Grabbing the little demon outside the door, he caught himself in a flash. He stared at the other party with a deadly gaze and said in a single word, "Did you just say that the Xian Neo is dead?" That little demon, his body trembling, faced with the terrifying sense of oppression from his own mountain lord, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. "Yes. Right. I just got the news too. I heard that. Not only the Xian Neo Demon King, but even the Heavenly Fox Demon King, the Red Ape Demon King and the Golden Koan Demon King, are all dead. Nowadays, in the entire Luoshui County, except for my Dan Cave Mountain, all of the county's Demon Kings have been killed." He just finished. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The other 4 Xiandan realm great demon kings in the hall, all of them looked towards the top with a stern expression, only to see that the little demon who had just come to report the news had already been corpsed. The only thing that could be seen was a spray of crimson red blood, which fell down in the hall in an ocean. Watching the scene, all the demon kings present were very heavy inside. They're clear. This was the anger of his own mountain lord. Within Luoshui County, the demon kings among the various counties, dead or not, it was nothing to them, Dan Den Mountain, after all, 105 years ago. There were also quite a few Spirit Sea Realm demon kings that died at the hands of that human Fan Jingxi. But Xiandan Realm is different. The demon race is very different from the human race, their cultivation speed is slow, those who can cultivate to the Xiandan Realm are relying on time to grind hard, bit by bit. The Xian Neo Demon King died today. God knows. How long would it take for their Dan Den Mountain to cultivate a second Xian Neo Demon King out? And just as well. They were very obsessive about human flesh and blood. After all, the blood chi contained in the flesh and blood of a successful cultivator was incomparably huge, which could save them many years of bitter cultivation. What a heavenly court! The Dan Cave Mountain Lord's face was iron blue, his body was covered in murderous aura, just like a demon lord descending into the world. He turned his head slightly and looked towards the direction of Linshui County. His voice was hoarse and he said, "Pass on this seat's order to gather all the lesser demons of Dan Cave Mountain. This seat vows to step on the heavenly court today. Let them pay in blood." Although they hadn't yet figured out the depths of the heavenly court, but investigated the last few days, more or less touched the door. For example, the earliest place where the people of the heavenly court appeared is heard to be the Black Wind Forest in Linshui County, which should be the base camp of the heavenly court if there is no accident. Below, the 4 demon kings, hearing the words of their own mountain lord, all had a light in their eyes. Especially the demon king with 2 fangs at the corners of his mouth. He let out a sound of miso and stood up, shouting, "I'll make the arrangements," said. He turned and walked briskly toward the outside. But he had just taken no more than 2 steps. In the corner of the hall, a middle-aged man with a rounded body and a flattering look on his face walked out quickly and shouted anxiously, "Longbeak King, wait." The demon king with fangs at the corners of his mouth stopped at the words and turned his head to look, and when he saw the appearance of the person who made the sound, his face steeply turned a few points colder. "Van Xingwen, you better have something important to say or else. You should know exactly what happens when you delay this king." The great king of the Longbeaks rests his anger. Fan Xingwen dragged his round body, full of smiles, towards the several demon kings in the hall, and bowed with his hands. "I've seen several great kings, and I've seen the mountain lord. Say what you have to say." With coldness in his eyes, the white-haired mountain lord spoke faintly. In his eyes, all human beings are just food. In other days, he wouldn't have listened to what the food was trying to say, but today was different. The one they were planning to deal with was the heavenly court, which was also a human force. Throughout history, the ones who understand the human race the most have to be the human race's own people, so that's why he was patient and intended to listen to what insights this Fan Xingwen had. It is not hidden from the mountain master. Fan Xingwen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly said, "I think that it is inappropriate to start a war with the heavenly court at this moment." "What did you say?" Just after Fan Xingwen finished speaking, the long-beaked great king's face became extremely ugly, and he stepped forward to make a move to get the other party killed. But at the last minute, stopped by the Dan Cave Mountain Lord, he gently waved his hand, signaling the long-beaked great king to step back, before saying nonchalantly, "Let him continue." "I thank the Mountain Lord." Fan Xingwen was overjoyed at his words and continued to speak. 150 years, my father. No, Fan Jingxi committed a rebellion and rebelled with the masses, and was suppressed by my Dan Cave Mountain Xian Neo Great King with a thunderbolt. And now after a mere 100 years or so, for the human race, it's just a few generations, and that heavenly court actually dares to rebel again. I think that the people of the heavenly court must have something to fall back on. If we, Dan Cave Mountain, pour out our nest today, we might have fallen for the heavenly court's treacherous plan. Most critically. Fan Xingwen pondered for a moment, swept his gaze around the faces of the demon kings, and said in a deep voice, "All the great kings, do you remember how long it was before the Xian Neo Demon King traveled to Qingping County?" Hear these words. All of the demon kings in the hall, all of their faces changed. The moment they suddenly remembered. Just now, my own mountain lord had mentioned that he had dispatched the Xian Neo Demon King to Qingping County a quarter of an hour ago. A moment. What's that enough time for? When ordinary Xiandan realm powerhouses fought each other, without 3 days and 3 nights, it was almost impossible to tell the winner from the loser, but the problem was that the Xian Bull Demon King had really fallen in just a quarter of an hour. Remove the time for the Xian Neo Demon King to rush, and then remove the time for the reporting little demon to rush. That is to say, It was extremely likely that the Xian Neo Demon King would, in a single glance, fall into the hands of the Heavenly Court powerhouse. Think about it. All the demon kings present, all sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling their backs whooshing with cold wind, as strong as the Xian Neo Demon King was seconded. In their place in the past, I'm afraid that they would end up no better than the Xian Neo Demon King. This moment. In their hearts, a trace of gratitude inexplicably rose. Fortunately, they had not poured out their troops to deal with the Heavenly Court just now. Or else. That would be a real meat bag with no return. The 4 demon kings in the temple secretly turned their heads to survey their own mountain lord. They thought to themselves in their hearts, I'm afraid that even if their own mountain lord personally shot, it was also impossible to defeat the Xian Neo Demon King within a quarter of an hour, right? Compare the two. How terrifying should the powerhouses in that heavenly court be? Van Shengwen makes some good points. As his anger receded, the Lord of Dan Cave Mountain slowly sat back in his chair, his gaze looking towards Fan Shengwen as he said in a deep voice, but the problem is, even if I, Dan Cave Mountain, don't make a move against the Heavenly Court, then one day, the Heavenly Court will come to our door. What should we do then? Ha! Fan Shengwen laughed, arching his hand and saying, could it be that the great king has forgotten? In this world, the demon race is the protagonist, and the human race is just food for thought. Even though the Heavenly Court has a clear strength that exceeds my Dan Cave Mountain, there are still a lot of strong demon kings outside of Luoshui County. For example, isn't there an Inkjiao Demon King in the Luo water near my Luoshui County? I heard that his strength is also the 9th level of the Xiandan realm. With his help to assist, then the district of a Heavenly Court is not a handful? Hear these words. Inside the temple. All the demon kings, their eyes lit up. Chapter 32, Another Mission? Planning to get outside help? About half a day later. Heaven. Lingshu Palace. After Zhang Ren had dealt with the folk prayers for a while, he waved his hand and opened the system panel. It's only been just over 2 days. He then saw a surge in his incense value earnings. Before, he relied on Lingshui County and could only harvest around 130,000 incense value per day, but today, his incense value gain reached a terrifyingly high 650,000. With 2 days of gains, a huge sum of over 1 million incense value was saved up, and he added it all to the realm. Now, Zhang Ren's cultivation level had reached the 6th level of the Spirit Sea. When a few days passed, breaking through the Xiandan realm would not be a problem. The reason why the incense value had risen so quickly, Zhang Ren knew in his heart that it was inseparably related to the fact that he had sent people to sweep out the demons in Luoshui County. In the past 2 days, the demons in Luoshui County should have been cleared almost as well. After the entire Luoshui County, all the people believed in the Heavenly Court, his daily joss-stick value earnings could be quadrupled to say the least. After all, in one Lingshui County alone, there are 130,000 to 140,000 people. And within the territory of Luoshui County, there are 14 counties, and although the number of people in each county is different, most of them float around 100,000, which means that the entire territory of Luoshui County, there must be, at least, 1.25 million people. At that time, it was the daily 1.4 million incense value that was credited, and while elevating the realm, it could also unseal a portion of the Heavenly Observatory realm and the Heavenly Emperor's seal. Just as Zhang Ren was in his mind, calculating how the incense value would be used in the future. Outside the temple came 2 hushed voices. The lesser gods, Wang Shan and Ma Lingyao, seek an audience with the Heavenly Emperor. Zhang Ren returned to his senses and spoke in a calm voice. Come in. Next moment. A sound of footsteps came. The 2 deities, side by side, entered the hall, came to the center of the hall, bowed once again and respectfully said, the lesser gods see the Heavenly Emperor. 2 secretaries, no need to be polite. Zhang Ren waved his hand and opened his mouth to ask, how is the cleanup of the demons in the lower realms Luoshui County going? Back to your majesty. Marshal Man was the first to speak, saying, in Luoshui County, except for Dan Cave Mountain, which still occupies 1 county, the demons in the other counties have been pretty much dealt with. Right now, there are only a few sporadic small demons that are still fleeing around in the counties, but the little god has already sent people to hunt them down, and I think it won't take more than a couple of days for them all to be eliminated. Well done. Zhang Ren nodded his head gently. At the same time, he also pondered in his mind that he had to find a way to save up some incense value when he had time to turn back and give the Heavenly Observatory realm a boost first, or else he, the Heavenly Emperor, would stay in the Heavenly Court all the time. Can't even receive a basic message. More importantly, with the help of the Heavenly Observatory realm, those fleeing small demons would have almost nothing to hide from, and there would not be a situation like today at all. Even if for a short period of time you can't elevate the heaven viewing realm, but you can summon the 2 deities of Thousand Miles Eyes and Shun Fengers. Zhang Ren thought so in his heart. But he was also clear that the system rewarded things too randomly, and God knows, when the system would, in fact, reward him with these two deities. Gather up the distractions in your mind. Zhang Ren continued to open his mouth and asked, in the Dan Cave Mountain, how are the underpinnings? Has it ever been probed clearly? Before. He had been pressing on because he was afraid that Dan Cave Mountain was too strong. Now, with Wang Lingguan and Martial Ma sitting on the scene, it would be easy to deal with Dan Cave Mountain. Back to your majesty. Martial Ma opened his mouth again and said, today, the little god had captured a small demon of the Dan Cave Mountain, and then its mouth probed out some news of the Dan Cave Mountain. It is said that there are a total of 6 demon kings in the Dan Cave Mountain, excluding the rather mysterious Dan Cave Mountain Lord. There are also the Xian Neo Demon King, the Long-Beak Demon King, the Golden Wing Demon King, and 5 other Xian Dan Realm powerhouses. 6 Xian Dan Realm Demon Kings? Zhang Ren smiled and smacked his lips. He was incredibly glad in his mind that he had started out with a steady style. However, if he was a bit more impulsive, he would have directly dispatched heavenly soldiers to sweep away all the demon kings within Luoshui County. I'm afraid that the heavenly soldiers that were summoned in the beginning would have to be lost, although the heavenly soldiers were very strong and had great potential, with the memories of their last life's cultivation. But it also depends on who is being dealt with. If it was some Spirit Sea Realm Demon Kings, Heavenly Soldier could still cross the level to fight against them, but against Xin Dan Realm Demon Kings, it would be a bit out of reach. After all, Heavenly Soldier is not the main character of the cool article. It was impossible to cross a large realm and still behead an opponent. 2 secretaries, can you be sure of dealing with a group of Demon Kings in the Dan Cave Mountain? Zhang Ren asked. Back to your majesty. Martial Ma opened his mouth again. At noon today, the lesser god had fought with the Xian Neo Demon King of Dan Cave Mountain within the lower realms Qingping County, and the other party's strength was mediocre. The lesser god fought him, and the other party couldn't even catch a single move from the lesser god. I think all the other Demon Kings of the Dan Cave Mountain are also unusual. Good, with Martial Ma's words, I am relieved. Zhang Ren nodded. Was about to continue speaking. In his head, a system voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for triggering a randomized quest. Mission statement, as the Emperor of Heaven, the Lord of the 3 realms, how can he let the demons plague the party? Please Master, within 15 days, swing the Dan Cave Mountain. Reward for the mission, 2 generals of Humming and Hawing, 5 marshals of Jintian, 10 heavenly generals, and 1,000 heavenly soldiers. Another mission? Zhang Ren's eyes lit up as he scrutinized the mission introduction. The content of the mission was to flatten the Dan Cave Mountain. Even without this mission, he was planning to do it, but now that there was a mission, the motivation was even greater. Especially after seeing that the reward for the quest also included the humbugs, Zhang Ren's heart burst into flames. With these 2 deities joining in, the strength of the heavenly court would definitely be able to rise a few points higher. Wang Lingguan, Martial Ma. Zhang Ren spoke in a deep voice. The little god is in. The 2 deities bowed. I order you to, leading 2,000 heavenly soldiers in 5 days, swept away the various counties' roaming demons, and then the army sent to the Dan Cave Mountain, be sure to wipe out all of them, shall not let go of a small demon. Steadiness has always been Zhang Ren's motto. He knew better than anyone else the truth that to resist foreign aggression, one must first secure the interior. The moment. Among the counties that had just submitted to the heavenly court, there were still some small demons roaming around, and Zhang Ren didn't want to start a fire in his backyard while he was besieging Dan Cave Mountain. Although those small demons couldn't turn over too much of a storm, but in case they suddenly killed 10 or 8 people, the loss could be a large amount of incense value. Most importantly, the prestige that the heavenly court had just established could easily be slightly stirred up by these small demons, thus greatly diminishing it. For insurance purposes, it was best to hold those little demons down first. After having no more worries, after overthrowing the Dan Cave Mountain, the entire Luoshui County would be his at that time. The little god obeys. Having said that, Wang Lingguan and Martial Ma turned to leave. Looking at the backs of the 2 deities, Zhang Ren swept his head down and glanced at the system panel, on which the task of 90% of the living beings in Luoshui County believing in the heavenly court had come to 40%. He felt that when the Dan Cave Mountain was overthrown, the progress of this quest could skyrocket by a large margin. Nowadays, the reason why there were still 60% of the people within the entire Luoshui County who did not believe in the heavenly court was mainly because the Dan Cave Mountain was still there, and they were really scared by that incident 150 years ago. Fear of taking sides too early and ending up being liquidated by Dan Cave Mountain. Soon. Dan Cave Mountain can't bounce around for a few more days. Zhang Ren's gaze was long and distant as he looked into the lower realm, secretly pondering in his heart. The Xian Neo Demon King in the Dan Cave Mountain was killed by Martial Ma. What do the other demon kings in the present Dan Cave Mountain think? Is it a direct war with my heavenly court, or Planning to get outside help? If it was a direct war, Zhang Ren was not a wimp at all. But looking for outside help, Zhang Ren will have to carefully consider who is not clear behind the Dan Cave Mountain. There is no backstage in case the shake to a Shin Dan realm above the existence of the realm. That wouldn't be a good thing for the heavenly court. Think about it. Zhang Ren felt that he still had to play it safe. He hung the seal of the heavenly emperor on his waist while walking out of the hall and opened his mouth. Xiaochuan. Subordinate. At the entrance of the main hall, Xiaochuan respectfully bowed to the ground. You come down to the realm with me. Subordinate obeyed. Chapter 33. This seat may point to Luo Shui as an oath. Lo Shui. It was a large river tens of thousands of miles long and thousands of meters wide, with waves rolling and rushing across its surface. Below the surface, a gilded water mansion towered over it. Around the water mansion, from time to time, there are groups of shrimp soldiers and crab generals swimming past. They have a very strong breath, although they have not yet transformed into form, but the strength of all of them, they have also reached the strength of the human through the vein realm. Compared to the little demons on the ground, there was nothing like it. In the deepest part of the water house, a secret room. A man with a sturdy body, similar in appearance to the human race but covered in scales, sat quietly in a coiled position, and a glistening white jade like precious pearl above his head, quietly suspended. On the precious pearl, 10,000 rays of haze light sprinkled down. The light fell and seeped into the man's body, causing a thin strand of dragon power to gradually escape from around him, though it was very weak. But this wisp of dragon power was the real deal. Just as the man was mesmerized by his cultivation. Outside the chamber, a shrimp soldier, holding a long sword, respectfully saluted. Your Majesty, the Lord of Dan Cave Mountain seeks an audience. Hearing the commotion outside the chamber, the man opened his eyes in a flash. He was covered in robes, windless, first opened his mouth and swallowed the treasure bead on top of his head, and then opened his mouth flatly. This king knows, tell him to wait in the great hall, this king will go over later. Yes. The shrimp soldier replied respectfully, and then turned to leave. Stay away from it. The man got up, and with a snap of his palm, a black cloak, which was on a shelf in a corner of the chamber, fell into his hands, and draping the cloak over his body, he murmured softly under his breath. Lord of the Dan Cave Mountain. Is that old white ape still alive? At this time, coming to this water mansion of this king, could it be that his lifespan is running out and he wants this king to show mercy to those monkeys and monkeys' grandchildren of his after his death again? Think about it. With a grimace at the corner of his mouth, he reached out and pushed the door open, heading towards the main hall. Soon after, Luo Shui Water Mansion, Great Hall. Long time no see, Brother Yuan. A cheerful laughter came from outside the hall, and the Inkjiao Demon King took large strides. He was clad in a black cloak and wore a sincere smile on his face as he said in a loud voice. Brother Yuan's presence here today has truly brought light to my humble abode. Fellow Taoist Ma Jiao, it's been a long time. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord hurriedly got up and smiled as he arched his hand. You and I have been close friends for many years, there is no need to be so polite. The Inkjiao Demon King walked into the great hall and reached out to greet him. Sit. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Ma Jiao. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord resumed his seat and mouthed a thank you. That's too much of a compliment from Brother Yuan. The Inkjiao Demon King sat at the top, a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth as his gaze kept glancing at the Dan Cave Mountain Lord, and he inquired under his breath. Between you and me, brothers, we haven't seen each other for decades. Today, it's not easy for Brother Yuan to come here. The king has already asked the little ones to prepare a banquet. Later on, Brother Yuan can get drunk with the king for 3 days. Fellow Taoist Ma Jiao, a banquet is not necessary. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord shook his head slightly, and with a helpless look on his face, he said in a deep voice, I'm not going to hide it from fellow Taoist Inkjiao, it's really inconvenient for this seat to stay here for a long time today. Oh? The Inkjiao Demon King's expression moved slightly. A look of surprise appeared on his face as he asked curiously, what does Brother Yuan mean by this? Your two families are neighbors for hundreds of years. It's not a long way to go, so why are you in such a hurry to get back? Fellow Taoist Mo Jiao doesn't know if this seat stays here for 3 days. I'm afraid that my Dan Cave Mountain, I won't be able to keep it. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord let out a light sigh, his words ghostly. Within Luoshui County, has something changed? The Inkjiao Demon King was instantly interested. 150 years ago, everything that happened in Luoshui County, he also heard a little bit, and now just 100 years of time has passed. Does it mean that within Luoshui County, there's another mess? By all rights, it shouldn't. Dan Cave Mountain is at least a big power, with the kind of weak body of the human race, absolutely cannot turn over any waves, since it is not the human race that is in rebellion. Could it be that other demonic forces were planning to make a move against Dan Cave Mountain? If that's the case, in the eyes of the Inkjiao Demon King, a hint of killing intent flashed. He didn't mind, though, having a handful of pain in the ass. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord detected the killing intent in the eyes of the Ink Jiao Demon King, but didn't make a sound, and continued to speak under his breath. Fellow Taoist Ink Jiao guessed correctly, within my seat's Luoshui County, there is indeed some chaos occurring. I'm ashamed to say that this seat's momentary inattention has allowed the county, and the rise of a human force, which is called the Celestial Court, whose depth can be described as unfathomable. Even the Xian Niu Demon King in my Dan Cave Mountain fell into the hands of a heavenly court powerhouse. Therefore, the old me, personally coming here today, is wanting to ask fellow Taoist Mo Jiao to come out and join with the seat to overthrow the heavenly court. Still really human? The Ink Jiao Demon King was incomparably stunned. He couldn't figure it out. When did the human race become so fierce? In his impression, wasn't the human race incomparably weak? How is it that today, not only is there a Xian Dan realm powerhouse in attendance, but he even killed the Xian Bull Demon King of the Dan Cave Mountain? If he remembered correctly, the Xian Niu Demon King of the Dan Cave Mountain should be a Xian Dan 7th level powerhouse, right? Such a powerful Demon King had fallen in the hands of the Heavenly Court. How terrifying should that Heavenly Court's strength be? It was no wonder that the Dan Cave Mountain Lord had run to Luoshui to ask for help. I wonder what fellow Taoist Ma Jiao, what do you think? The Dan Cave Mountain Lord flipped his palm and 2 jade boxes appeared in his palm, smiling. This seat won't let you, Taoist friend, do it for nothing. I have 2,000-year-old spirit medicines here. Each of these plants can save decades of bitter cultivation. If you are willing to help out, these 2 elixirs will be your friends from now on. Of course. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord raised his hand and stroked his beard as he smiled and spoke. This is just an appetizer. When the heavenly court is overthrown, their cultivation method, this seat will also let you, Taoist friend, topograph a copy of it. Is that true? The Ink Jiao Demon King steeply sat up straight and breathed in sharply for 2 minutes. Since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he had yet to eat a human. For one thing, he was an aquatic creature and usually seldom went ashore, and secondly, it was because he had accidentally obtained a dragon pearl. Swallowing the little blood chi of an ordinary person was far less convenient than refining a dragon pearl. But that didn't mean that he wasn't salivating for Xian Dan realm human flesh and blood. If he could really obtain the Heavenly Court's cultivation method and rely on it to continuously cultivate human Xian Dan realm powerhouses and then devour them, then his breakthrough to the Soul Palace realm would simply be just around the corner. This seat can point to Luo Shui as an oath. If there is any violation of the oath, then let this seat be destroyed by heaven and earth. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord swore. So says the mouth. But in his heart, he was laughing coldly. He sensed that flash of killing aura just now, and since the other party wanted to kill him, he couldn't blame himself for being nonchalant. Heavenly Court steps, although he has not yet felt clearly, but thought to let the Ink Jiao Demon King first in the other party to touch, can always test out the other side of the cards. The 2 forces end up winning regardless of who loses. It all ends up metastasizing. At that time, his own Dan Cave Mountain stepped in at the end and cleaned up a mess. It has swept away civil strife and removed a strong neighbor at the same time. After all, he had just sworn that he only said that he would give the Ink Jiao Demon King the topography of the technique, but he didn't say that he couldn't kill him. Yes. The Ink Jiao Demon King stood up, bellowed, and said, since Brother Yuan is so sincere, then this king will later lead his elite troops and head to Dan Cave Mountain to help Brother Yuan. It's a deal. With a smile on his face, the Dan Cave Mountain Lord placed the jade box in his hand on a side table and arched his hand. This seat will take its leave for the time being today, and I hope that you will come to help us soon. Brother Yuan can rest assured. The Ink Jiao Demon King waved his hand with a big grin and called out towards the door, General Crab, send Brother Yuan off on behalf of this king. The words fell. A demon race, shaped like a crab, walked into the hall and led the Dan Cave Mountain Lord to quickly leave. Looking at the back of the Dan Cave Mountain Lord getting farther and farther away, the smile on the Ink Jiao Demon King's face gradually converged, and eventually he let out a cold snort, his face showing a hideous intent. The Heavenly Court's cultivation method he wanted. But such a large piece of territory in Luoshui County, he wanted it too. Since you want both, you can only let your own brother Yuan step on the road to the Yellow Springs. Anyway, the Heavenly Court is not targeting themselves, as long as they are a little late a few days to go over. Wouldn't that be picking up right off the shelf? Think about it. In the mouth of the Ink Jiao Demon King, a burst of Jia strange laughter came out. Chapter 34. Have you seen an immortal? Hit the hell first. Ningwu County. Next to the yet-to-be-built temple of the Celestial Emperor. Sirs, the beef noodles you ordered are here. A white-haired old man with a stooped figure, carrying 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles, placed them in front of Zhangren Yushaochuan and said with a smile on his face, enjoy yourselves, both of you. Thanks to the shopkeeper. Zhang Ren said thank you, picked up his chopsticks, and tasted a mouthful of beef noodles. This was the first time he had eaten beef noodles in the mortal world since he crossed over. You don't say. The flavor is not bad. In the beef, there are hints of spiritual qi. If you eat this beef noodle every day, it can make the human body a lot stronger. After eating 3 bowls in a row, Zhang Ren burped before stopping his chopsticks. He turned around and looked not far away, at the entrance of the temple of the Heavenly Emperor, where pedestrians were weaving, and opened his mouth to ask, "Shopkeeper, is this temple of the Heavenly Emperor always this busy?" "That's not true." The white-haired old man who was making peace with the noodles looked up and answered, with a look of reverence on his face, and said, "He, the Heavenly Emperor, dispatched the heavenly soldiers and generals to save us, the people of Ningwu County, so shall we not make good offerings to the Heavenly Emperor?" "Guessed you're still late. If it was a few days earlier, I'm afraid that if you wanted to offer incense to the Heavenly Emperor, you wouldn't even be able to get in line." "Yeah." Zhang Ren let out a laugh. For days had passed since he had descended to the realm, and within these 4 days, he had almost traveled through the rest of the 13 counties, except for the county where the Dan Cave Mountain was located. Without the demonic threat, every county is restoring its original appearance. Especially like Ningwu County, like this, earlier removed from the demon county, then in the past also prosperous a lot, at least walking outside the face of the people, are more than a lot of smiles. No longer the old, sad face. "You 2 guests are from out of town, right?" The old man with the face wiped the sweat from his head, turned his head to look at the 2 of them, Zhang Ren and Xiao Chuan, and said with a smile, "You guys don't know what kind of life we used to lead in Ningwu County. It can be said that without the heavenly court, there would be no good life for our people in Ningwu County today. Looking at the entire Ningwu County, whoever dares to denigrate the heavenly court and the heavenly emperor Laozi, I, old Wang too, will be the first to not let him go," said. This shopkeeper, surnamed Wang, also slammed the dough in his hand. Zhang Ren raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. It looked like his influence had penetrated deep into the hearts of most of the people in Luoshui County. If this trend continued, one day all the living beings in the entire world would unanimously extol the mighty name of the Heavenly Emperor. Don't worry. Not to mention Ningwu County, even in the entire Luoshui County, no one dares to denigrate the mighty name of the Heavenly Court. Aside. Xiao Chuan opened his mouth and spoke. Just after he finished speaking, the old man with the face changed his color and said in a hurry, "I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. That Dan Cave Mountain is still there. Heavenly Emperor Lord, sending heavenly soldiers to remove so many demons, I don't know if Dan Cave Mountain will sit back and do nothing, in case Dan Cave Mountain also sends demons out," said. The old man sighed softly and once again concentrated on making noodles, his mouth brokenly saying, "You 2 postgrads, you don't know the ferocious reputation of the Dan Cave Mountain. I heard from the older people of the previous generation that 150 years ago, our human race was killed and bloodied, and countless people were eaten by the Demon King in the Dan Cave Mountain. If. The old man stopped his hand movements, mumbled a few times under his breath, turned his head to look at the temple of the Heavenly Emperor where the incense was flourishing, and said softly under his breath, "If it was the Heavenly Emperor's elder, he also didn't beat the old Demon King in the Dan Cave Mountain. Then, that little old man won't live either. Little old me fought them. Don't worry, shopkeeper, the Dan Cave Mountain will be removed after tonight." Zhang Ren spoke aloud. In the past few days, all the minor demons in the remaining 13 counties within Luoshui County were dealt with cleanly, except for the one county where Dan Cave Mountain was located. By this morning, Wang Lingguan and Marshal Ma were recalling most of the heavenly soldiers and preparing to make a move on Dan Cave Mountain. With their strength, Zhang Ren estimated that it would only take half an hour to almost erase Dan Cave Mountain from this world. "You scion, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big." The old man turned his head to look at Zhang Ren and said without any good humor, "If the Heavenly Emperor Master said so, the little old man will believe it 1,000, 10,000 times, but you." The old man laughed twice, his meaning self-evident. Zhang Ren was dumbfounded and didn't argue with the other party, but pointed to the empty bowl in front of him and asked, "Shopkeeper, this beef of yours tastes good, where did you get it?" "You said beef." As soon as he heard this, the old man came to be interested, and his mouth gushed. "This is a long story. A few days ago, the Heavenly Court's Marshal Ma was in Qingping County, and showed great power, killing a bull demon. That bull demon is something. The corpses are dozens of meters high, and the people of Qingping County can't eat them all, so anyone who goes there can cut 2 pieces. The 2 boys in my family just went to Qingping County and brought back a full 100 pounds of beef." "What?" Hearing these words, Zhang Ren's face changed, looking at the empty bowl in front of him and then at the old man. He guessed that the beef was not simple, but he did not expect. "This is the meat of that Dan Cave Mountain Xian Neo Demon King." If he remembered correctly. That Xian Neo Demon King, he's a man-eater, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Ren's heart recoiled, and beside him, Xiao Chuan's face, too, became odd. But a few moments later, Xiao Chuan's odd face then became grave. As if he was facing a great enemy, he looked towards the east direction of Ningwu County City, secretly towards Zhangrun, using the method of transmitting sound into the secret, and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty." Just now, in the direction of the east of the city, a wisp of demonic aura flashed by. The demonic aura is very strong. My subordinate estimates that it might be a Xiandan realm powerhouse. Demonic aura? Zhang Ren's eyes narrowed as he quickly responded, "Send a message to Lingguan Wang and have him personally come to Ningwu County." "Yes." Xiao Chuan spoke respectfully. Next moment, both of them got up at the same time. Xiao Chuan casually threw out a piece of broken silver. While taking a step out, his figure disappeared following Zhang Ren. Two postulants since you have come to the front of this heavenly emperor's temple, the little old man suggests that you might as well enter the temple. The old man spoke again. But before he could finish his sentence, he froze. On the table before. Where are Zhang Ren and Xiao Chuan? Only a piece of broken silver. Still shaking, looking at this scene, the old man fell to the ground, muttering under his breath. Just now the little old. Could it be that he saw an immortal? In the meantime, over the eastern city of Ningwu County, Zhang Ren and Xiao Chuan all collected their breaths and looked at the group of demon kings below who were slowly rushing towards Dan Cave Mountain in silence. Their faces were grave. The number of demons below was small, only about 10. However, each of them were not bad in terms of strength. The weakest had the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm, while the strongest 3, each of them were above the Xiandan realm. Zhang Ren had only come to the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm in the past 4 days, and there was still a distance to the Xiandan realm, even though he kept raising his realm through the incense value. Therefore, he also couldn't tell how many levels of the Xiandan realm the leading 3 demon kings were. As for Xiao Chuan, that strength was even lower. Although relying on the heavenly aura and a small portion of the people's offerings, his strength had slightly recovered. But it was only the 3rd level of the Spirit Sea realm. This cultivation speed, although not slow, was still a distance away from the several demon kings below. Your Majesty, they have water vapor lingering around their bodies. They should be from a certain area of waters, and near Ningwu County, there may be waters infested with great demons. The only place is the rocky water. Xiao Chuan said with a grave expression on his face. If my subordinate is not wrong, they should be the demon allies that Dan Cave Mountain invited from the Luo water. Luckily, they revealed themselves and we caught them early. Yeah. Zhang Ren nodded, a hint of a smile flashing across his face. Luckily, it was discovered. As it is. Then hit the hell first. He had long guessed that Dan Cave Mountain would invite foreign aid, but he didn't expect that the foreign aid they invited had crashed into his hands in advance. Chapter 35. Your Majesty has another trick up your sleeve? The Supreme Immortal spares his life. East of Ningwu County, in a dense forest. More than 10 demonic figures, all of them converged their breath and quietly moved forward. After walking for a while, a demon race with a catfish head at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm suddenly opened his mouth suspiciously. Great King, how do I feel? Someone is peeking at us. At the very front, the scaly, cloaked Ingqiao Demon King stopped in his tracks. He let go of his divine sense and swept the surroundings, confirming that there weren't any silhouettes, and then rebuked in a cold voice. Don't talk nonsense. Where is anyone here? Departure today. He had sent someone to inquire about it long ago. In the past few days, the Heavenly Court has been going around eradicating the small demons in each county, and in just a few days, the demon race in each county has been cleaned up pretty much. Until this morning. The Heavenly Court soldiers that had been in the counties of Luoshui County, patrolling around, suddenly disappeared, and did not know where they had gone. Sensed that this is an anomaly. The Ingqiao Demon King judged that the Heavenly Court was afraid that it was going to make a move against Dan Cave Mountain. Guessing this, without saying a word, the Ingqiao Demon King took a group of elite soldiers under his command, sneaked ashore, and infiltrated into Luoshui County. He wasn't really here to help anyway, so there was no need to bring too many little demons. After all, if you bring too many little demons, it's inevitable that they will reveal themselves. Just in case. If the Heavenly Court discovered their trail, and the people of the Heavenly Court didn't deal with Dan Cave Mountain, but in turn dealt with themselves and other demons, wouldn't they be at a great loss? Along the way, their movements were well hidden, which also had something to do with the people of the Heavenly Court, all of whom had been recalled, and it didn't take long to sneak into Ningwu County. Right now, they weren't far from the Dan Cave Mountain. As long as he rushed to the vicinity of the Dan Cave Mountain, hid himself, and then waited for the Heavenly Court to start a war with the Dan Cave Mountain, and when both sides were almost dead, he himself would then lead his men and make a move of the divine soldiers of the heavens. Sessions. Whether it was the Dan Cave Mountain or the Heavenly Court, they were all just dead souls under them. Thinking of the cultivation techniques in the Heavenly Court and the heritage of the Dan Cave Mountain for thousands of years, the Ingqiao Demon King couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. With these gains, it's hard for him not to be developed. But, Maharaja. The catfish commander looked at the sky and spoke with some aggravation. I really feel that someone is peeking at us. Where is someone in the middle of the day? The Inkjiao Demon King had a displeased look on his face as he coldly droned. Besides, if there's really someone, can they hide it from this king's inspection? I'm not afraid to tell you that this king's inheritance is from a Jiao dragon. Do you guys know about the Jiao dragon? That's a powerful person who was not far from transforming into a dragon. A mere Luoshui county with that demon king's inheritance can compare to a Jiao dragon's inheritance? The great king is mighty. Not bad for a great king. At the back, the two Xiandan demon kings and a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals all looked uplifted and complimented one another. My own great king, counting from the beginning of enlightenment cultivation to nowadays only spent a mere 500 years, this time will be cultivated to the Xiandan realm of the 9th level. It's not simple by any stretch of the imagination. In the past, they had speculated that there might be a mysterious inheritance in their own great king. And now that I've heard it, it's true. Following a great king who had obtained the inheritance of the augur dragon, every little demon in their hearts called out that they had followed the right demon as long as they clung to the thighs of their own great king. Day after day. No worries about food and drink. All of you cut the crap. The Inkjiao Demon King raised his hand to stop the cheers of the crowd of demons and said in a grave voice, "This is the territory of the Heavenly Court, and the strength of that Heavenly Court can be extremely impressive. You must not alarm them. When we pass through the next county, we won't be far from Dan Cave Mountain after today. When we overthrow the Heavenly Court in Dan Cave Mountain, the entire people of Luoshui County, this king will let you eat your fill." "Thank you, Your Majesty." A group of small demons spoke in unison. Aha! The Inkjiao Demon King gently nodded his head as he turned around with a wave of his big hand and whispered, "Continue on your way." Walked not even 2 steps. Still the same catfish from earlier, he looked down at the ground with a frown on his face and said, "King, do you see how it's cloudy? Mud, why are you the only one talking?" The Inkjiao Demon King was angry. He turned around in a hurry, a pair of eyes, extremely cold. He was about to rebuke a few sentences, steeply found that the sky seems to be really dimmed down. He sensed at once that it was not good. Raising his head violently, he looked upwards, only to realize that high up in the sky, a white cloud was descending at an extremely fast speed. Looking at its flight trajectory, it seemed to be exactly the direction of his own group of demons. Crap! The Heavenly Court! A warning sign rose in the heart of the Inkjiao Demon King. Now was not the time to start a war with the Heavenly Court. Once one fought with the Heavenly Court and ended up losing both of them, then the one who would reap the benefits would be Dan Cave Mountain. Think about it. The Inkjiao Demon King didn't have any hesitation as his cloak bulged behind him, wrapping all of his nearby subordinates in it. And then it transformed into a black rainbow light and rushed up to the sky, flying towards the Dan Cave Mountain. Before he left, he flipped his right hand and a long black blade appeared in his hand, swinging down in the air, an ink-colored blade light that was 100 feet long, like a hanging river in the sky, rising up against the sky. This cut. He does not seek to injure the enemy. It only sought to block the other party for a few moments, buying a little time for himself and the others to run away. But as it turned out, it made him despair. On the clouds. Wang Lingwan swung his right fist and met it straight on. The golden fist was like steel poured into it, unstoppable and invincible, the moment it collided with the sword light. Then the light shot out in all directions, shattering the large swath of sword light, hard, into the void. "You can't leave!" A cold and icy shout echoed in the ears of the Inkjiao Demon King as he glanced back during his flight, and that mere glance caused him to fall into an ice cellar. See only. Wang Lingwan's left hand threw upwards, a golden light rushed up to the sky, a horrible breath, when the head fell, as if the wild waves hit the sky, surging. Boom! A golden mountain that was 1,000 feet tall was formed, enveloping an area of more than a dozen miles in a radius, casting a large shadow and giving off an aura of despair. Even if the Inkjiao Demon King flew as fast as he could, in a short period of time, it was impossible for him to escape from the shroud of the mountain. How can someone from the Heavenly Court be so terrifying? The Inkjiao Demon King's scalp went numb. Intuition told him that he couldn't block this move. If he were to receive it hard, he would have to be seriously injured even if he didn't die, and as for the small demons under his command, I'm afraid that none of them would be left. But if he didn't take it hard in a short period of time, he couldn't run out of the Golden Mountain-shrouded range, and in the end, what was waiting for him was still a dead end. "What shall we do, my lord?" In the black cloak, a group of small demons, all trembling, had known that the Heavenly Court is so horrible, even if they give them 10,000 guts, they do not dare to go ashore. No way. Coldness spread across the eyes of the Inkjiao Demon King as he glanced at Wang Lingwan in the distant air, his heart fuming. We can only use that one move. The king still has a trick up his sleeve? A group of small demons, all eyes light up, already desperate heart, once again born a few points of hope. But right in the middle of the crowd of demons' expectant gazes, the Inkjiao Demon King threw away the long sword in his hand, and with a bang, he fell on his knees in the sky, kowtowing repeatedly in the direction of Wang Lingguan and said in a loud voice, "The Supreme Immortal spares his life, the little demon knows he's wrong." Chapter 36, Still a Family? Greetings to the Heavenly Emperor. The Supreme Immortal spares his life, the little demon knows he's wrong. This statement was made. There was silence in the air for a few seconds. Both Wang Lingguan and the little demon wrapped in the black cloak of the Inkjiao Demon King could not help but freeze. Wang Lingguan looked surprised. After he descended into this realm, he had killed not 1,000 but 800 demon kings as well as lesser demons, but he had never encountered a demon king who had just exchanged blows and directly surrendered. Not to mention, the opponent was still a Shen Dan realm 9th level great demon now. You don't want to lose face? No. Not long ago in Ning'an County, people North Mountain Demon King, although the strength is not good, but the bones are very hard, before he was smashed to death with the golden seal, that is not willing to bow down at all. In addition to this, there is also Changpaying County. Wang Lingguan heard that there are 4 demon kings there. These 4 are equally hard, before dying, froze without saying a word. The end is 4 hard bones. On the contrary, the one in front of us. Wang Lingguan was silent for a moment. He withdrew his golden seal, crossed the air and came to the other party's body, raised his hand and tapped on his brow, sealing all of the other party's cultivation. Throughout the entire process, the Inkjiao Demon King that was meek and docile, not looking like a demon king at all. After doing that, Wang Lingguan's gaze turned to the cloak behind the Inkjiao Demon King. Noticing Wang Lingguan's gaze, the Inkjiao Demon King did not hesitate. His palm grabbed out and pinched the corner of his cloak, and with a quick shake, the 2 Shen Dan realm demon kings, as well as the 7 or 8 spirit sea lesser demons, were all shaken out by him. Or a phallic treasure? Wang Lingguan glanced at it, but after noticing that the magic treasure was of very poor grade, he quickly withdrew his gaze. Little demon thanks the immortal for not killing him. After the Inkjiao Demon King shook out a group of small demons, he didn't dare to make any movements as he proceeded to kowtow in a respectful manner. This sight made the several shrimp soldiers and crab generals next to them, as well as the toad vanguard and the catfish commander, all look dumbfounded. What the hell, is he still the king? Where's your augur legacy? Take it out, and go on with the heavenly court. The Inkjiao Demon King ignored all the looks from his own men. Just kidding. Only when he had reached this point could he deeply realize what a huge gap there was between himself and this heavenly court King Lingguan in front of him. Although, both sides were in the same realm, but the other party's depth was too terrifying. Not only was their strength unfathomable, even the mountain that was just sacrificed was not an ordinary magic treasure. From the top of that magic treasure, the Inkjiao Demon King detected it, a great power, only that it had been hidden, as if it had been sealed. Again, it was as if that Wang Lingguan had stayed his hand. No matter which possibility it was, it could be seen that even if 10 of themselves were tied together, they would not be a match for someone else. If you can't beat them left and right, you might as well surrender in pain. After all, surrendering when you come up is a very different meaning than surrendering after you've been crippled. You do know what you're doing. Wang Lingguan sealed all the other small demons as well, and then looked at the Inkjiao Demon King and said flatly, "What a thing for an immortal to say." The Inkjiao Demon King's face was full of fawning colors. Kneeling forward, respectfully said, "I am in Luoshui. I have long heard of the great name of the heavenly court. I only hate that I have never had the chance to see it. This is not." The Inkjiao Demon King pointed to a group of small demons beside him and said with righteous indignation, "The small demons heard that the immortals of the heavenly court wanted to take action against the demons of the Dan Cave Mountain, so the small demons hurriedly brought their men to help. After all, Little Demon has also long been looking at Dan Cave Mountain in a bad light. That group of demons, at the end of the day, are not proper sons of men, going around eating people's flesh and blood and acting in an unruly manner. The little demon hates to eat their flesh, sleep on their skin, and bruise their bones to ashes, then draw out their souls and beat them into the land of the undying. It's just that the little demon didn't expect that I had just led my men to Ningwu County when I ran into the upper immortal." So says. Wang Lingguan had a smirking look on his face as he slowly said, "You and my heavenly court are still a family?" Yeah. The Inkjiao Demon King's eyes lit up, nodding his head as if pounding garlic, happily saying, "It's not a family, we're misunderstanding. Immortal, you understand, little demon, I've always admired the heavenly court. Yes, supreme immortal, we look up to heaven as well." A group of small demons next to them also reacted. They crawled to Wang Lingguan and busily said, "We are also family with you. Whether it's family or not, you guys don't get to say." Wang Lingguan's smile tightened and his expression was cold as he waved his palm and a red silk thread flew out, tying a group of small demons together along with the Inkjiao Demon King. And then, Wang Lingguan lifted them in his hands and flew towards the direction he came from. His Majesty wants to see you and others. After meeting the Heavenly Emperor, your life and death will be determined by the Heavenly Emperor. Sky Emperor? Hearing these two words, no matter if it was the Inkjiao Demon King or the group of small demons beside him, all of them breathed sharply for a few minutes. Just one henchman alone is so terrifying. That Heavenly Emperor, what strength must he be? Soon after, in front of a broken cliff, a long figure, standing with his arms folded, his hair flying, quietly looking down at the tumbling cloud waves. Just a back figure will give people a sense of mountains and mountains, as if the heavenly immortal king, descending into the world, there is a great pressure, shrouded in the void. Being a little bit closer, one could not help but feel a desire to bow down on one's knees. High above, a cloud, flying fast. Wang Lingguan led the Inkjiao Demon King and a group of other demon tribesmen, striding over to 3 feet away behind Zhang Ren before kneeling down on one knee with a respectful voice. The little god greets your majesty. Secretary Wang, get up. Zhang Ren's voice was gentle. Wang Lingguan still maintained his kneeling posture and once again spoke. The little god was momentarily inattentive, letting the Luoshui group of demons sneak into Ningbo County, and had it not been for your majesty's reminder, he would have almost made a big mistake. I also ask for your majesty's chastisement. Though, just now, the Inkjiao Demon King swore that he and the Heavenly Court were a family, but Wang Lingguan had lived for countless years, so how could he not see the little plans in their hearts? Nominally, he had come to help, but the real intention in his heart was afraid that he didn't want the mantis to catch the cicada and the yellow sparrow in the back. After all, the demon race in this world, although powerful, was not ironclad within its ranks. If the Inkjiao Demon King's plan really succeeded, although it wouldn't have too much of an impact on today's heavenly court, but in case there were 1 or 2 heavenly soldiers who would fall as a result, Wang Lingguan felt that that would be too great a sin for him. The present-day heavenly court was not the heavenly court of the previous era when the gods returned to their positions and the heavenly soldiers were like clouds and the heavenly generals were like rain, and the loss of any of the heavenly soldiers was considered a huge blow. I forgive you. Get up. Thank you, your majesty. After Wang Lingguan thanked him, he quickly got up. Inkjia. Zhang Ren spoke again. Aside. Clad in a black cloak, the wretched-looking Inkjiao Demon King was looking at everything around him in a trance, and as far as the eye could see, there were celestial soldiers and generals everywhere. The number is uncountable. Each one of them is holding a go spear, clad in silver armor, a breath, extremely horrible, the weakest have a spirit sea realm 1, and the strongest. It had even reached the 9th level of the Xiandan realm. Original. He also thought that in the entire heavenly court, apart from that mysterious heavenly emperor, the Wang Lingguan who had captured himself and the others should be the most powerful. But who would have thought that behind that heavenly emperor there stood a terrifying existence with vertical pupils on its eyebrows, clad in red robes, and holding a 3-pointed, 2-edged sword in its hands. This one, with an equally unfathomable aura, was not weaker than Wang Lingguan. If you fight with it. The Inkjiao Demon King thought to himself in his heart that he was afraid that he would not be a match for his opponent's one move. Is this the strength of the heavenly court? The Inkjiao Demon King's heart was shaken to the core, and just as he kept lamenting that he hadn't lost unjustly, a clear voice rang out from his ears. The Inkjiao Demon King immediately returned to his senses. He looked at the one not far away, a white dress, immaculate back, quickly fell to his knees, bam-caught out a few loud head. In a high voice. Little Demon Mo Jiao, greet the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 37 7th Grade Luo Shui Water Monarch. You little demon, you know your way around. Zhang Ren turned around, his eyes deep, and as he opened his mouth, he let go of a trace of the might of the Heavenly Emperor's crown, with his current strength. It couldn't give the Inkjiao Demon King any pressure. But the Celestial Emperor's crown, however, can. Steep. The Inkjiao Demon King's face turned white. He felt that in his shoulders, all of a sudden, there was an additional heavy pressure, as if it was 2 large mountains, which deadened him to the ground. He kept trembling all over his body, and the silk of cold sweat seeped out between his scales, a kind of omen of death, which clouded his heart, making the entire demon of Emojiao like falling into an ice cellar. This? What realm is this? The Inkjiao Demon King's eyes were wide open. Just a wisp of pressure made him breathless. He didn't believe that this was the full strength of this heavenly emperor in front of him, if the other party was slightly more ruthless. I'm afraid that with the pressure alone, he could harden and crush himself to death. The Inkjiao Demon King, who was wandering on the brink of death, vaguely recalled the time when he had witnessed the sight of a Jiao dragon crossing the threshold. The strength of that augur dragon, to this day, was extremely terrifying to the Inkjiao Demon King. If the other party wanted to kill him, one finger was enough. But it was such a powerful existence, compared to this heavenly emperor in front of him, it was still far inferior, just as if it was like a glowing fire and a white moon, there was no comparison. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, spare your life. Little demon knows it's wrong. The Inkjiao Demon King struggled to carry the pressure on his body, barely squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. What's wrong? Zhang Ren's eyes were deep, and his voice carried a boundless majesty, causing the Inkjiao Demon King's heart to flinch, and it was clear in his mind that if he were to act as he did just now again, like in front of Wang Lingguan, if you believe in nonsense, I am afraid that you will not be able to save your own little life. Immediately, the Inkjiao Demon King kowtowed with a bang, saying in a panic, the little demon should never have joined forces with Dan Cave Mountain in a secret attempt to deal with the Heavenly Court. I also hope that the Heavenly Emperor, on account of the fact that the little demon has been careful and prudent throughout his life, and has yet to make any major mistakes, will spare the little demon this time. Little demon is willing to work as an ox from now on to repay Heavenly Emperor for his great favor today. Aha! Zhang Ren gave a light hum and carefully surveyed the chi on the head of the Inkjiao Demon King, and it was just as the other party had said, although there was a ferocious aura in the chi. But not much. Even less mixed with the human race resentment. Think this Inkjiao Demon King, although killed some living beings, but killed is not the human race. I can spare you once. Zhang Ren opened his mouth. Hearing these words, the Inkjiao Demon King was like being pardoned, and ecstasy surfaced in his heart. But before he could open his mouth to thank him, on the side, Wang Lingguan quickly stood out and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, you must not, this demon is wild and untamable. If we let him back, I'm afraid that he will cause trouble in the future. The little god suggests that it would be better to kill him in this way, so as to put an end to future troubles. When the Inkjiao Demon King heard these words, his mood was like riding a roller coaster. He had just arrived at the top of the mountain and hadn't had time to be happy for a moment. Then it swooped down to the valley floor again. For a while, the Inkjiao Demon King's heart gave birth to a feeling of being disheartened by all thoughts. The good thing is that Zhang Ren's next words renewed his hope. I have my own arrangements in mind. He turned his head slightly to look at the Inkjiao Demon King, who was prostrate on the ground, and said in a calm voice, Are you willing to join the Heavenly Court and work for my Heavenly Court from now on? Join the Heavenly Court? The Inkjiao Demon King was kneeling on the ground. He almost suspected that he had misheard his ears. This Heavenly Emperor in front of him, not only did he intend to release himself, he even wanted to let himself join the Heavenly Court? What in heaven's name could be so good? From now on, he himself and Wang Lingguan, as well as that strong man with vertical pupils on his eyebrows, were fellow colleagues? Honestly. Just now when Wang Lingguan suggested that he should be killed directly, his heart was in despair. Even if the Heavenly Emperor did release himself, who could guarantee that Wang Lingguan wouldn't beat him to the door afterwards? And now, with these words from the Heavenly Emperor, then one's own little life would be guaranteed. Even not long ago, Wang Lingguan, who had held himself down and hammered, had become his own protector. Thinking of this, the Inkjiao Demon King's face, which was full of black scales, unexpectedly surged with a hint of flushing, and he said in excitement, Little demon is willing. Yes. Zhang Ren had a warm smile on his face for a few moments. He flipped his palm, and a large grayish seal emerged in his palm. This was not the seal of the Heavenly Emperor, but a great seal of the water monarch that he had condensed with the authority of the Heavenly Emperor. With this big seal, it is the same as mastering the authority of a side of the waters, can be collected incense, can also be used to deter the waters of the 10,000 demons. I today edict you as the 7th grade Luo water ruler, hope you later, good governance Luo water, suppress the evil demons in the water, shall not intrude on the people along the coast. The little god obeys. The Inkjiao Demon King was trembling as he respectfully bowed to the ground. Unlike before. This time, he was shaking with excitement. In Zhang Ren's hand, the great seal flew out and hung above the head of the Inkjiao Demon King, and the light spilled down, transforming his body's clothes into a green official robe. With the Luo Shui Water Monarch Great Seal added, the original demonic aura of the Inkjiao Demon King was dispersed quite a bit, revealing a hint of divinity in a hidden way. Looking at the Inkjiao Demon King in front of him, which had changed greatly in appearance, Zhang Ren's heart was satisfied beyond measure. Enthroned the other as an earth spirit. It wasn't a sudden whim on his part, but he had been planning this for a long time. After all, in this world, the demon race is dominant. If all the demon race, regardless of good and evil, a general fight to kill, then in the future the Heavenly Court wants to conquer the entire world. The difficulty will be much higher. Even though there were countless deities sitting in the Heavenly Court, who could guarantee that there were no great Luo Golden Immortal level demons in this world right now? If these demon clans were given a glimmer of hope, so that it was clear in their minds that after joining the Heavenly Court, they would also be able to get a way out of life, then the demon race might, itself, disintegrate from it. And today's enthronement of the Inkjiao Demon King as the Luoshui Water Monarch was a living signboard set up by Zhang Ren, just so that some of the demon kings in the vicinity of Luoshui County would take a look at it. The Heavenly Court too would give the demon race a way out. That said, the Heavenly Court is also not the Heavenly Court of the human race alone, but the Heavenly Court that governs all races. The demon race is also a member of the 10,000 races. As long as the heart reveres the Heavenly Court and abides by the order of the Heavenly Court, Zhang Ren will not feel the slightest pain even if he gives the demon race some positions of earth spirits. After all, among the many righteous gods in the sky, there were also quite a few of demonic origin. For example, 28 stars. As for what Wan Lingwan said just now, that the Yingqiao Demon King might continue to rebel after he returned, Zhang Ren did not put too much stock in it, a mere Xin Dan Realm Demon King. For the time being, there might still be some threat to the Heavenly Court. But after a few more years, when most of the Heavenly Court's heavenly soldiers recovered a few vitality, by then the Yingqiao Demon King can still beat a heavenly soldier. It is hard to say. Luo Sui Suakun. Zhang Ren spoke again. The Yingqiao Demon King, who was still kneeling on the ground, the current Luo Shui Water Monarch, was suddenly flabbergasted in his heart as he respectfully said, "The little god is here. Dan Cave Mountain has been doing evil for many years. I order you to follow Wan Lingwan and Martial Ma to go there together, and before dawn tomorrow, make sure to overthrow it, and do not let go a single small demon." The little god obeys. Chapter 38. Mo Jiao will definitely come undefeated. Dan Cave Mountain. 4 days passed in a flash. The atmosphere within the mountain more and more serious. These days a calm, Dan Cave within every enlightened little demon. Almost all know Luo Shui County within the rise of a human force called the Heavenly Court. Within just a few days, it swept through the 13 counties of Luo Shui County. Right now, only the last county where the Dan Cave Mountain is located is left, which has not yet been occupied by the Heavenly Court. Unsurprisingly, the Heavenly Court is going to start a war on the Dan Cave Mountain in half a year in the long run, or half a month in the short run. At first, in the Dan Cave Mountain, there are countless small demons, and they are still excited, and they can't wait for their own mountain master to immediately lead the group of demons and head to Linshui County to step on the Heavenly Court. But as the news of the fall of their own second great king, the Xian Niu Demon King, came out, the small demon that was raging before immediately wimped out. In the end, they were also living beings, not much different from the human race except for their different appearance and a bit thicker skin. They would also be timid and equally fearful. That Heavenly Court could kill the Xian Niu Demon King proved that it could also kill them, the lesser demons. Especially, in the past few days, the small demons sent out by Dan Den Mountain to spy on the news had fallen one after another, but the several great demon kings within Dan Den Mountain hadn't even let out a single fart. The entire Dan Cave Mountain began to become terrified with demonic hearts. They're not stupid. The emergence of the situation at hand proved that the higher-ups of Dan Cave Mountain had also wimped out. And the outside world was also completely blocked by the Heavenly Court. This time, even if they wanted to run away, it was too late. Stepping out of the Dan Cave Mountain was tantamount to stepping into the Heavenly Court sphere of influence. To this day, they hadn't even scratched the surface of the Heavenly Court. Not to mention some small demons. Even a great demon king of the Xian Dan realm wouldn't dare to take a step out of the Dan Cave Mountain. Going out is a death. Mountain Lord. In front of the great hall at the top of the mountain, the Golden Winged Demon King flew over from afar. He came beside the Dan Cave Mountain Lord and spoke in a deep voice. The morale of the thousands of sons and daughters in the mountain has dropped to its lowest point. Later on, if the Heavenly Court kills over, I'm worried. Worried about what? The Lord of Dan Cave Mountain looked into the distance, his face calm. No joy or anger could be seen on his face as he spoke. Worried that our Dan Cave Mountain will lose? That's not what I meant. The Golden Winged Demon King hastily shook his head and said again, "It's just that, all this time has passed, and that Yingqiao Demon King is still nowhere to be seen, so I'm worried that he might be hiding in the shadows, wanting to fall on my Dan Cave Mountain at the last minute." Humph. This time, the long-beaked Demon King, who was standing not far away, suddenly snorted coldly and said disdainfully under his breath, "According to this king, that Yingqiao Demon King is perhaps afraid. Don't dare come. The Yingqiao Demon King is at least a demon clan heavenly pride, and to be able to come this far today, he shouldn't be lacking in guts." I would think that the Golden Winged Demon King's words are a bit more sensible. A demon king dressed in grey thought carefully for a moment and slowly said, "The Yingqiao Demon King had only used around 500 years to cultivate to the Xiandan realm, a cultivation speed that might seem slow to the human race. But for the demon race, it was too fast. Within the Dan Cave Mountain, each of the 5 Xiandan realm demon kings had spent more than 1,000 years to get to where they were today. While the Yingqiao Demon King had only used about half of their time, his realm was quite a bit higher than theirs. From this point, one could see the genius of the Yingqiao Demon King. "Don't worry." With a calm voice, the Dan Cave Mountain Lord opened his mouth to pacify them and said indifferently, "Mo Jiao will definitely come. He could not want the heavenly court's techniques. Could it be that he doesn't want either of the thousands of years of my Dan Cave Mountain's heritage? When the benefits are great enough. Even if there's a risk of falling, Mo Jiao will definitely make the trip himself. Said. He glanced at Fan Xingwen beside him. The other party had a rounded figure and a smile, the image of a wise man of the human race, and detected the gaze of his own mountain lord. He coughed softly at once and stepped forward, speaking in a loud voice. There is no need to worry, my lords. All of this was in the villain's plan. You have plans? The long-beaked Demon King's eyes lit up as he took 3 steps and arrived in front of Fan Xingwen, grabbing the other party by the collar and lifting him up, viciously saying, You didn't tell me you had a plan? Ahem. Fan Xingwen coughed lightly twice and said awkwardly, Great King Longbeak, rest his anger. The main thing is that the plan is something that can't be said ahead of time. Once it leaks out, it will be known by the heavenly courtside. Then all of the little ones scheming will be all for naught. You mean, the king can't tell either? The long-beaked Great King's voice was low, the fierce light in his eyes flickered, a chilling killing intent, steaming madly, if it wasn't for the large number of Demon Kings present. This Fan Xingwen, I'm afraid he would have been slapped to death a long time ago. There! The Dan Cave Mountain Lord waved his hand, signaling the long-beaked Demon King to step back, and said slowly, Let Fan Xingwen speak on. Humph. The long-beaked Demon King snorted coldly, and with a casual fling of his palm, he flung Fan Xingwen as far as 10 feet away like he was throwing a dead dog. There was a loud bang. Fan Xingwen smashed into the ground, but he didn't let out a single miserable scream. Instead he quickly got up, patted the dust on his body, and once again with a flattering smile, returned to the Demon Kings. He first bowed to the crowd of Demon Kings one by one, before respectfully saying, I won't hide it from you, Great Kings, my little man's plot is actually very simple, and that's to have the Yingqiao Demon King come and replace me, Dan Cave Mountain, to go and fight with the Celestial Court in a lose-lose scenario. At that time, I, Dan Cave Mountain, will only need to sit back and reap the benefits. Ha! Just as Fan Xingwen finished speaking, a Demon King sneered and teased, You think that the Yingqiao Demon King is a little cutie? What? How could he replace me, Dan Cave Mountain, to fight against the Heavenly Court? In theory, naturally, they won't, but what if they're unlucky and meet up with the Heavenly Court halfway? Fan Xingwen was incredibly confident, with an accomplished smile on his face, and said without haste, All of you should have found out in the past few days that the Heavenly Court has blocked my Dan Cave Mountain. This kind of blockade is extremely tight, and not even a single fly can fly out of Dan Cave Mountain. The Demon Kings, hearing this, rarely refuted, because what Fan Xingwen said was the truth. The entire Dan Mountain was indeed completely isolated by the Heavenly Court. But all the same, if we can't get out, the demons outside can't get in. Fan Xingwen glanced around at the Demon Kings present, his voice carrying some meaning. All the great kings might as well think about what would happen as a result if a powerful Demon King approached Dan Cave Mountain with a group of small demons at this time. Hear this. All the Demon Kings, their spirits were shaken. Yeah. If they couldn't get out, the demons outside definitely couldn't get in either, and if they got slightly closer to Dan Cave Mountain, they were afraid that they would be discovered by the Heavenly Court, and at that time, wouldn't the Heavenly Court and the Yingqiao Demon King fight first? What if the Majiao Demon King didn't come? Even if the Majiao Demon King comes, what if the Heavenly Court is scared and doesn't make a move on the Majiao Demon King? After all, the Heavenly Court isn't a cutie pie. It's impossible to leave our Dan Cave Mountain unattended while turning its head to fight to the death at the Yingqiao Demon King. At this time, the Golden-Winged Demon King frowned and inquired in a deep voice. The Golden-Winged King asks a good question. Fan Xingwen patted a horse's ass without a trace and continued, First of all, it's impossible for the Yingqiao Demon King not to come. My Dan Cave Mountain's heritage, coupled with the Heavenly Court's kung fu, if the Yingqiao Demon King is so or not moved, then he wouldn't be a Demon King. The way of cultivation, this is to fight with the sky, such a huge benefit in front of the eyes. All the great kings may as well put themselves in your shoes and think about it, in exchange for you. Will you not be moved? The Demon Kings, all of them were silent. Fan Xingwen was right. If they were in their place, even if there would be a risk of falling, they would definitely run this trip, in case they succeeded. That's a straight shot to the top. Secondly, if the Heavenly Court did not engage the Yingqiao Demon King, but instead turned away, then the end of the Heavenly Court would not be far away. Their Heavenly Court is the only human force in the entire Great Qian Dynasty territory. On the contrary, I, Dan Cave Mountain, have many allies. Even if we add the Yingqiao Demon King, we are still no match for the Heavenly Court, but as long as we are given some more time, we will then be able to find more allies, and at that time, even if the Heavenly Court is strong, the only way for them to end up is to be destroyed. You could say. Fan Xingwen hemmed and hawed and swore, from the very beginning, we, Dan Cave Mountain, have been undefeated. Chapter 39, Could it be over? Well said. All of the Demon Kings present, all of them had flashes of light in their eyes, and their mouths were shouting. They raised their hands and gently applauded, a hint of approval flashing in the depths of their eyes. Past times. The human race was just food for thought in their eyes, and today they realized that the human race's brains would actually work so well, and in just a short period of time they had come up with such a perfect plan. If it wasn't for Fan Xingwen stopping it in advance, the group of demon kings from Dan Cave Mountain, were afraid that they would have already swarmed towards the heavenly court to kill them. With the strength of these demon kings of theirs, if they did meet up with the heavenly court, the probability was that the end result would be the destruction of the Dan Cave Mountain, while the heavenly court would be greatly injured, flatly letting the nearby Ink Jiao Demon King pick up a big bargain. And now, after some scheming by Fan Xingwen, what had been an extremely unfavorable situation for Dan Cave Mountain had all of a sudden turned into a party that had the advantage. The moment. Even the long-beaked Great King, who had always looked at Fan Xingwen with disdain, rarely retorted, his fangs shrugging and a thoughtful sheen flashing in his eyes. I heard that among the human race, there is an old saying. That's what you eat to make up for it. Either try it yourself later with more human brains? Maybe he could be as smart as Fan Xingwen in the future? With Fan Xingwen this planning, my Dan Cave Mountain today can be said to take advantage of the timing of the day. Think back 150 years ago, that kind of vibrant, all things competing for the realm, so far is still in front of us. The lord of the Dan Cave Mountain stood with his arms folded, his demeanor calm and conceited, a hint of a smile hanging at the corners of his mouth as he slowly turned around and swept a glance at all of the demon kings present. The tone was resounding. No matter how I put it, this time, when I, Dan Cave Mountain, teamed up with the Ink Jiao Demon King to overthrow the Heavenly Court, it can be said that the advantage is mine. When the Heavenly Court is overthrown, Fan Xingwen shall take the first credit. Fan Xingwen was flattered to hear this. He quickly bowed and respectfully said, I don't dare to take credit for this, all of this is the Mountain Master running around to get to today's situation. The villain has only wasted some words. Even without the villain, I think that with the strength of the Mountain Lord, overthrowing the Heavenly Court would be nothing more than a matter of raising one's hand. Aha! The Dan Cave Mountain Lord had a warm smile on his face. As he looked at Fan Xingwen, for some reason, he actually became more and more satisfied. If not for the fact that the other party was a human, he would have wanted to let the other party sit directly on the second chair of Dan Cave Mountain. After all, inside the Dan Cave Mountain, the other demon kings, but all of them have brains like elms. It was only the golden-winged demon king that still had some brains. As for the other demon kings, always have what to say, listen to them talk, just like listening to Broken General, difficult to listen to. On the contrary, Fan Xingwen speak. Dan Cave Mountain Lord that was getting more and more comfortable the more he listened. When heaven is overthrown, their cultivation method, this seat will let you make a copy of it. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord said calmly. Hearing this, Fan Xingwen was overjoyed and said in a loud voice, I am grateful for the cultivation of Mountain Lord. You deserve it. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord patted Fan Xingwen's shoulder and continued. These past few days, the people in the Heavenly Court, the blockade for my Dan Cave Mountain, is getting tighter and tighter, so I think the other side is about to make their move. He then turned around and glanced at the pale mountains below. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord's gaze was extremely sharp, and with a single glance, he saw the two lesser demons in charge of guarding the Dan Cave Mountain Pass. Golden Winged Demon King, go down there. Have the two little demons standing at the mountain pass stand 3 meters to the left, lest the Heavenly Court's people come and they can't find out the first time. This. The Golden-Winged Demon King's face was a bit odd. He really couldn't figure out how he had to make himself make a special trip when it was only a distance of 3 meters. But the master of his own mountain has spoken. All he could do was follow orders. I'm headed there. The Golden-Winged Demon King responded in a deep voice before quickly turning around and leaving. The Golden-Winged Demon King left not long ago. At the distant end of the heavens and earth, a vast fluctuation suddenly came. This fluctuation, which had no distance to travel to, from the direction of Ningwu County, vastly passed over, and when it came to the vicinity of Dan Cave Mountain, the fluctuation was already very weak. But which of the demon kings present is not a person with 5 keen senses? The first time they noticed this fluctuation, a hint of joy flashed across their faces. They can feel it. The person who can release such a mighty power, his strength must be at least Xiandan realm, and looking at the entire Luoshui County, the forces that have Xiandan realm powerhouses. Other than their Dan Cave Mountain, the only other power was the Heavenly Court side. Strong people in the Heavenly Court, when there was no external enemy, would not idly release their own chi haphazardly, and now such a situation had arisen. Unsurprisingly, the Heavenly Court is afraid of fighting with others. And at this point in time, I'm afraid that the person who would fight with the Heavenly Court would most likely be that Ink Jiao Demon King. Mountain Lord. The long-beaked Demon King's face reddened with excitement. Everything was developing just as Fan Xingwen had said. Wouldn't it be time for himself and the others to strike next? Think about it. The long-beaked Demon King said in a loud voice, "Mountain Lord, it's not too late, let my old pig lead the little ones over there first, lest we can't even have a mouthful of soup if we go late." "What's the rush?" The Dan Cave Mountain Lord frowned and said in a cold voice, "It's not like you don't know about the strength of Xiandan realm powerhouses, they won't be able to tell the winner from the loser without a few days. The people in the heavenly court are not to be underestimated, likewise the Inkjiao Demon King is not a generalized person. When they fight each other, it is common sense to fight for 10 days and 10 nights. We now just need to wait and see what happens." But the long-beaked Demon King wanted to say something else. But it was interrupted by the Dan Cave Mountain Lord, who directly waved his hand. "There's nothing to but do as this Mountain Lord says." Yes. The long-beaked Demon King had no choice but to retreat in indignation. Just as the two demons were talking, the fluctuations of the exchange in the distance suddenly disappeared into thin air. "Ha!" The Dan Cave Mountain Lord let out a light eep, a little surprised in his heart. Since the Inkjiao Demon King and the Celestial Court had fought, how could they stop fighting in such a flash? Could it be over? The likelihood of this is not high. In his opinion, even if the Inkjiao Demon King couldn't defeat the Heavenly Court, he could more or less hold out for a while, and now that the fluctuations had disappeared, he thought that the two sides had switched the location of the encounter. This, in turn, made his heart, which had been hanging in the air, relax. After all, he was also worried that the Inkjiao Demon King, after failing to defeat the Heavenly Court, would bring the battle to the Dan Cave Mountain, and at that time, he would have to make a move even if he didn't want to. After a few moments, when the Golden-Winged Demon King returned, the Dan Cave Mountain Lord glanced at the other party and spoke in a deep voice, "Golden-Winged Demon King, later on, bring a few of your men with fast-flying speeds to take a look in the direction of Ningwu County. Carefully investigate where the battlefield between the Inkjiao Demon King and the people of the Heavenly Court has turned to. As soon as you find anything, report it to the seat." Since they wanted to pick up the pieces, they couldn't let the Heavenly Court and the Inkjiao Demon King get out of their control, and the only way was to keep up with the latest developments on the battlefield in real time. It's how they find the best time to cut into the battlefield. "Yes." The Golden-Winged Demon King responded in a deep voice. Just as the Golden-Winged Demon King intended to turn around and leave again, his figure suddenly froze, and he violently raised his head to look at the sky, his complexion changing greatly. "Oh no, Mountain Master. Look west." The Dan Cave Mountain Lord let out a light hum and looked in the direction the Golden-Winged Demon King was talking about, and with just one glance, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. See only. At the end of the line of sight, a white cloud of mist was speeding along in a great hurry. Chapter 40 Inkjiao. If you don't show up now, when will you wait? Soon after. A white cloud that loomed over Dan Cave Mountain, casting a large shadow. The clouds were thick and kept rolling in. As if the cloud contained some great terror within it, there was a solemn and murderous aura that kept spreading, as if it was like a tidal wave, sweeping vastly in all directions. Within a short time, the entire Dan Cave Mountain was completely submerged. What's going on? Why is it dark? Why do I feel a little cold? Where did the clouds come from in the sky? Dan Cave Mountain, an endless number of small demons, looked up to the sky, all with a bewildered look on their faces, still not sure what had happened. Only on the highest one, the Dan Den Mountain Lord and a group of other demon kings were clear in their hearts about what kind of change had occurred. Heaven! Dan Cave Mountain Master, white hair flying, he looked up to the sky, his eyes flashed like a knife-like eyes. Looking through the clouds, he clearly saw. Above the clouds was a soldier clad in armor, holding a gauntlet and spear, with an icy killing aura escaping from his body. These soldiers, as if they were statues, did not move at all, with very terrifying auras flowing from their bodies. Most of them looked to be above the first level of the spirit sea. With a brief count, he saw 2,000 or 3,000 figures. Especially the front of the soldiers. There were even two unfathomable existences standing. If there were no surprises, these two were the Wang Lingguan and Marshal Ma, who had recently become renowned in the mouths of the people of Luoshui County. The Heavenly Court moved so fast. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord's face was grave, his gaze was in the sky, scanning around, with a trace of incomprehension still in the depths of his eyes, as he muttered under his breath. Nope. Where is the Inkjiao Demon King? He was somewhat mentally prepared for the Heavenly Court to kill him. But the problem is, the whole of the Heavenly Court, two of the most prominent, reputation of the strongest, all came. This makes him very puzzled. Does it mean the Inkjiao Demon King was such a rookie that he didn't even hold back a Heavenly Court powerhouse? Or rather, the one who fought with the Inkjiao Demon King just now was that mysterious Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Court? The Lord of the Dan Cave Mountain couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure it out anyway. According to reason, Fan Xingwen's planning should be seamless. Where exactly is the error? Van Chengwen. The lord of the Dan Cave Mountain turned around with a huff, his gaze fixed dead on Fan Xingwen as he said word for word, "What exactly is going on here? Why did the heavenly court kill over so quickly?" I. Fan Xingwen's face turned white, his body kept trembling, his feet staggered backwards, and he shivered under his breath. I don't know. According to his speculation, the Yingqiao Demon King has been famous for many years, and should have dragged the heavenly court for a while, but now the heavenly court has turned its eyes to kill in front of him. Even if he thought about it, he couldn't imagine what had happened in between. Looking at the clouds, a group of heavenly soldiers and generals were calm and relaxed, as if they hadn't experienced a big battle at all, as if the fluctuations had just appeared. Only their hallucinations. If the party everything is not the heavenly court and Yingqiao Demon King fighting words? Fan Xingwen's body shook, his eyes suddenly grayed out, and he muttered under his breath, could it be that Yingqiao Demon King really didn't come? No way. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord shook his head as he swept his gaze around and said in a deep voice, "This seed understands Mo Jiao, he will never fail to come, perhaps he has mastered some kind of breath-containing method. Hiding in the neighborhood at the moment." Just as the Dan Cave Mountain Lord wanted to find out the whereabouts of the Yingqiao Demon King. The Vault of Heaven. A majestic voice rumbled out, resounding through the 4 fields. Heavenly soldiers and generals obey the order. In. Thousands of heavenly soldiers in unison shouted loudly, their voices shaking the world. The little demons below, not one of them will be left behind. Kill. The last word fell. The several demon kings of Dan Cave Mountain, all of them looked aghast as they clearly saw thousands of figures wearing armor on the clouds, swooping down from the sky. As far as the eye could see, the silver rays of light connected together like a silver river in the sky, rolling forward, enough to drown everything. Misery kills. Like a mountain torrent erupting and rushing, it gave people a great pressure, and many small demons could not even give birth to the will to resist and directly fell softly to the ground. In their day-to-day life, it was fine to bully ordinary people. How had they ever seen this scene? Almost in the space of a single glance, an endless number of small demons were casually struck by the heavenly soldiers and chopped to the ground. A short breath of time. The entire Dan Cave Mountain, then, was already littered with corpses, crimson blood overflowed and flowed in all directions, and the rich bloody aura, spreading unchecked, filled every corner of the Dan Cave Mountain. How dare you! The long-beaked Demon King looked at the scene below and his eyes were wide with anger. He shouted and brought the 3 Demon Kings of Dan Cave Mountain and quickly rushed out, wanting to cut down a few heavenly soldiers. Revenge for the fallen little demon. But just as they left the mountain peak, they were blocked by the Tuzhentian marshals, Zheng Shan and Li Si. Take 2 against 4. The Tuzhentian marshal still steadily prevailed, completely pressed each other in the fight. Look at the situation, estimated that after a quarter of an hour, Dan Cave Mountain 4 Demon King, all to drink hate in this. The heavenly court is actually so powerful? The corners of the Dan Cave Mountain Lord's mouth trembled. To this moment, he just realized one's own previous estimation of the heavenly court, just how wrong it was. Previously, he thought that although the heavenly court was strong, it was just a hair stronger than the Dan Cave Mountain, and if the other party wanted to overthrow himself, then the heavenly court would certainly be greatly injured as well. But now, a mere 2 unknown divine generals on the other side had blocked 4 Dan Cave Mountain Demon Kings. In addition to those 2 divine generals, there were also 2 heavenly court great gods standing on the clouds, and the lord of the Dan Cave Mountain asked himself if he would take on either one of them. The end result will be total defeat. This battle, from start to finish, it's unplayable. The only way to stay alive is to run away. Thinking of this, he took 2 steps back without a trace and was about to turn around and flee when he suddenly felt a terrifying fluctuation coming from above his head. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord looked up suddenly, and only then did he see that a deity with vertical pupils on its eyebrows on the cloud layer extended a hand and grabbed and ingested towards him in the air. This palm, at first, was extremely distant, but in the next second, the palm surface was like a cloud, and the 5 fingers were like a mountain, with a majestic momentum that enveloped the entire mountain peak. It's like a heavenly hand, piercing through the heavy clouds, covered down from the high heavens. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord cursed angrily, "Do you treat this seed like an ant?" He let out a long whistle, a black lance appeared in his hand, his body's chi and blood boiled, and powerful fluctuations of true essence rolled out and swept the 8 directions. Next moment, his figure transformed into a stream of light, rushing up towards the sky, towards the giant hand, shaking it hard. Boom! There was a loud bang. Fluctuations that could be described as destroying everything swept out, and within a radius of more than 100 miles, it was as if the sky had collapsed, and countless mountain peaks under this fluctuation crumbled. As for the Dan Cave Mountain Lord, in the aftermath, his body was dyed in blood, holding the broken lance, flying out backwards, after cutting a deep gully in the ground. It took him a long time to stop the decline. The moment Dan Cave Mountain Lord's hair was scattered, with half of his lance on the ground, his body was in a sorry state, he gasped for 2 mouthfuls of rough air, and the depths of his eyes were filled with the color of panic. Just one blow. He then deeply understood that he was simply no match for the other party. Right now, there's only one way to stay alive. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord looked around and exhaled. Inkjaw. If you don't show yourself now, when will you wait? This seat knows you're here. If you sit back and watch the seat fall, then the next target of the Heavenly Court will definitely be you. Chapter 41. This Waterlord is here. What a sinner. The voice rolled out, as vast as the thunder in the sky. Just as he was wondering why Mo Jiao hadn't shown up yet, a familiar voice came down from the high heavens. Tai. Bold demon. This Suakun is here. Dan Cave Mountain Master face froze, listening to the familiar voice. A little did not return to God. He slowly raised his head, looking toward the sky. He realized that beside Marshal Ma, who had just struck out, I don't know when, a figure both familiar and unfamiliar had appeared. Familiar, that was because the other party was indeed the Inkjiao Demon King, while unfamiliar because the other party had already changed his line of work, wearing a green official robe, with a much thinner demonic aura. Instead, there was an additional wisp of divinity, and from the surface it already looked similar to the aura on the group of heavenly soldiers and generals in the heavenly court, by a factor of 2. The only difference. Probably, the heavenly soldiers and generals are all human, while Mo Jiao is a demon race. Mo Jiao, you. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord was dumbfounded. The moment. Even if he thought about it, he did not expect this situation to arise. Behind him, Fan Qingwen also had a stupefied look on his face. It was rumored that the demon race's heavenly pride had cultivated to the 9th level of the Xiandan realm in a mere 500 years. And now you've become a traitor to the human race? You're the high and mighty king of the demon race, shouldn't you fight to the death against the human forces? How did you surrender so easily? Shut up! As soon as the Dan Cave Mountain Lord's words left his mouth, Luoshui Water Monarch let out a cold cry, his eyebrows turned upside down, giving off a sense of cynicism as he coldly said, This Water Monarch has come to capture you today under the orders of the Heavenly Emperor. If you are sensible, then you will be captured with your hands. Well. The Dan Cave Mountain Lord laughed back in anger as he slowly rose to his feet, his voice resentful. Unexpectedly, this seat has looked away. You actually submitted to the Heavenly Court so easily. Do you think you can rest easy after submitting to the Heavenly Court? You're wrong. The Lord of Dan Cave Mountain wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a hateful voice, Don't you forget that throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty, there are no less than dozens of forces that are just like Dan Cave Mountain. And on top of the Dan Cave Mountain, there's another Heshu Mountain. Do you think that the Heavenly Court will be a match for Mount Heshu? Even if the Heavenly Court overthrows Mount Heshu, the entire world, everywhere, is full of demons. Before the Dan Cave Mountain Lord could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Luo Shui Jun. Shameless old demon, how dare you talk tough at the end of your life? Luo Shui Water Monarch quickly turned around, bowed respectfully towards Marshal Ma, and spoke, This demon is rampant. I still hope that Marshal Ma will give the little god permission to go and kill it. Go on. Marshal Ma nodded gently. Yes, sir. The Luo Shui Water Monarch let out a high cry and quickly turned around as he transformed into a rainbow light and hurriedly killed towards the Dan Cave Mountain Lord. Man in mid-air. He pinched the seal with one hand and a grayish seal flew out from between his eyebrows, which was no more than the size of a palm, but the moment it appeared, it triggered the water vapor between heaven and earth. Drops of rainwater quickly condensed out, and under Luo Shui Water Monarch's manipulation, they transformed into countless divine swords, each of which was crystal clear and glittered with cold light. Go! Luo Shui Suakun reached out and made a point. Clank! 10,000 sword calls came out at the same time. Countless long swords descending from the sky, converged together and transformed into a monstrous river of sword chi, chopping towards the Dan Cave Mountain Lord. What kind of tactic is this? The Dan Cave Mountain Lord was appalled. He and the Inkjiao Demon King were neighbors, and as far as he knew, the other party's weapon should be a long sword, but now he didn't know where he got a seal from. As soon as he made a move, it gave him a great sense of oppression. 10,000 sword lights fell, sending chills all over his body, and it was too late to think too much, as the Dan Cave Mountain Lord barely managed to hold himself up and waved the broken lance in his hand. Shattering long sword after long sword, but the sword light kept coming as if it was endless. Just as he shattered a sword light again. Clank! A black blade light zoomed in front of his eyes, and before he could resist, the blade light broke through the air, and a head full of white hair flew up into the air. Before the head could hit the ground, Luo Shui Jun appeared 3 feet behind him. He slowly put away the blood-stained long knife in his hand. And after, another large hand grabbed out and retrieved the gray seal in the sky. Looking at the grayish water monarch great seal in his hand, he hadn't put it on his mind before, but now he finally realized the preciousness of this great seal. With this great seal, he was actually able to mobilize the water vapor in the heavens and earth, allowing him to, all of a sudden, have several more powerful killing aptitudes. If he were to take on an enemy in the waters, he couldn't imagine how terrifying the might of this great seal would be. It's safe to say, after having this great seal, his strength grew about 50% out of nowhere. Beyond that, Luo Shui Jun felt that this seal had other uses, just that he had yet to develop them. Good baby. With a sigh, Luo Shui Suakun quickly put it away. After sweeping the surroundings and confirming that no other demon race was left out, he turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed some movement not far away. His right hand probed out and grabbed in the air. A terrifying suction force came out, bringing a rounded body and grabbing it. This person, no other than Fan Xingwen, who had previously given advice to the Dan Cave Mountain Lord. And a human race? Luo Shui Suakun frowned slightly. He wanted to slap him to death, but thinking that in the heavenly court, there were all human races, so he first lifted him in his hand and flew towards the sky. Returning back to the clouds, Luo Shui Water Monarch respectfully said, "The little god is fortunate to have killed the Dan Cave Mountain Lord." "Thank you, Suakun." Marshal Ma nodded. Since Luo Shui Jun has submitted to the heavenly court, at least it is also a side of the earth, not yet under his jurisdiction, so he still has to give some face. That's all the little god should do. Luo Shui Water Monarch was very humble, as he carried the silhouette in his hands and threw it on the clouds, speaking once again. Marshal Ma, the lesser god, was down below and found a human. The other party was not bad, so he brought him here. Please also ask Marshal Ma to look at it. Human? Marshal Ma was a bit surprised as he turned around and looked towards the other party. Noticing Marshal Ma's gaze, Fan Xingwen's body trembled as if he were facing a god, and his mouth trembled as he said, "Marshal Ma, forgive me, little. I am also willing to join the heavenly court. From now on, I would like to work for you immortals, as an ox, to repay the favor of living today. The heavenly court is not something you can join just because you want to." Marshal Ma's voice was icy cold, the vertical pupil in his brow opened and closed, and a divine light shot out, rushing into Fan Xingwen's mind, after flipping through his memories. The already cold look on his face became even colder. What a sinner! Marshal Ma was silent for a moment and spoke slowly. The other party's memories, without looking at it, a look of shock. Fan Xingwen, as the son of Fan Jingxi 150 years ago, should have sought a ray of hope for the human race. He was so good that he submitted to the demon race at the first opportunity after Fan Jingxi's fall. Even in order to please the demon kings of Dan Cave Mountain, he went so far as to give his wife, children to the demon kings to devour. Not only that, he also gave the cultivation method pioneered by his own father back then to the lord of the Dan Cave Mountain, and in the past 150 years, I don't know how many of the pride of the human race have been buried in the belly of the demon. Arguably, this Fan Xingwen dying 10,000 times is not enough to pay for his own sins. It would be cheaper to kill you. Marshal Ma grabbed Fan Xingwen's soul with 5 fingers and said indifferently, "When the earth returns to its place, you will go to the 18 layers of hell to wash away your own sins." Having said that, took Fan Xingwen's soul and put it in his sleeve. Chapter 42. Can a minor god also go and live in the heavenly court? A quarter of an hour later, the sporadic battles in the Dan Cave Mountain had come to a complete end. Up to the Mountain Master, as well as the 4 Xian Dan Realm Demon King, down to the just enlightened little demon, all fell, ruled the entire Luoshui County, thousands of years long Dan Cave Mountain, today completely destroyed. Guazhou. Marshal Ma spoke up. Below, Guzhou, who was in the process of counting the number of human races rescued from the Dan Cave Mountain, heard the voice and hurriedly explained the matter at hand to the heavenly soldier beside him. And after, with the wind at his feet, he quickly returned to the clouds and bowed respectfully when he saw Marshal Ma. "My subordinates have met Marshal Ma." "Aha!" Marshal Ma nodded gently and opened his mouth to inquire, "How's the inventory coming along?" Back to Marshal Ma, "It's pretty much counted." Guzhou quickly responded, "In the Dan Cave Mountain, the 5 Xian Dan Realm Demon Kings, as well as the 8,932 enlightened lesser demons, have all been decimated without any omissions. In addition to that, we also rescued 17 human Spirit Sea Realm cultivators and 76 embodied Spirit Realm human cultivators in the Dan Cave Mountain. Passage Vein Realm, Body Refining Realm, and ordinary people, totaling 2,511. Most of these people still have their hearts set on the human race, but there is still a part that has completely fallen to the demon race. In order to prevent these people from endangering the ordinary people, my subordinates are carefully screening them. The humanoids bred in the Dan Cave Mountain were just using them as food. These people, who did not know any divine abilities or martial arts, could be said to have empty realms, but did not know how to utilize the true essence in their bodies. To say that it was the weakest in the same realm was not an overstatement in the slightest. But even if they are weak, they are still relative to the cultivators if they are not screened and put them back directly once some of them, their hearts are toward the demon race. The repercussions of that would be immense. You did a good job on this one. Marshal Ma gave Guzhou an appreciative glance and slowly said, afterwards, this official will ask for credit for you in front of His Majesty. My subordinate thanks Marshal Ma. Guzhou's heart warmed up and he hurriedly bowed his hand. Go do something. Marshal Ma waved his hand and continued to speak, don't forget that the accumulated heritage in the Dan Cave Mountain for so many years, you need to seal it well. I still need to turn around and show it to His Majesty. Though the Dan Cave Mountain was only a small power to the Heavenly Court, and their underpinnings, not to mention Marshal Ma, even Guzhou couldn't even look at them. After all, every heavenly soldier, before ascending, was mostly a powerful person on the mortal side. What good things have they not seen in their lives? A mere Dan Cave Mountain in their previous life, they would not even put it in their eyes, a mere wave of their hand would be enough to overthrow Dan Cave Mountain dozens of times. But it's different today. The underlying strength of the Dan Cave Mountain was not for the celestial soldiers and generals in the Heavenly Court to use, but for His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, to see. In case the Celestial Emperor is pleased. By the way, if you give them a level up, wouldn't you just take off where you left off? The subordinate retires. Guzhou respectfully saluted before turning to leave. Looking at his back as he left, Luo Shui Jun's eyes were full of envy, and he looked at Marshal Ma and spoke in a period of time, Marshal Ma, look at the little god. He himself, just now, had expended a great deal of effort to show his loyalty. Although, even if he hadn't stepped in, the Dan Cave Mountain Lord wouldn't have been able to bounce around twice, but at least he had personally beheaded the other party, hadn't he? Even Guzhou just now mixed up a credit. What about yourself? Suokun, don't worry. Marshal Ma glanced at the other party and said nonchalantly, it's time for you to take the credit, there's nothing less for you. Just now, when overthrowing the Dan Cave Mountain, the commotion of the exchange was not small, I think a lot of the people have been harmed, would the Water Monarch be willing to make a trip in person? On behalf of my Heavenly Court, go and pacify the people of the civilization? By the way, spread the matter of the overthrow of the Dan Cave Mountain to the 4 directions so that the people of Luoshui County will be completely at ease. Ha! Luo Shui Jun looked stunned, raised her finger and pointed at herself, saying, honestly. His previous submission to the Heavenly Court was merely a stopgap measure. After all, 10 of him tied to a piece, but also simply not wangling one's opponent, continued to resist, he finally only have a dead end, forced him to submit to the Heavenly Court. At first, he thought that as soon as he had the chance, he would immediately defect to the Heavenly Court. But with that, after he perceived the usefulness of the Water Monarch's Great Seal, he suddenly felt that submitting to the Heavenly Court didn't seem so unacceptable. Of course, submitting to the Heavenly Court doesn't mean that he wants to be in the limelight. Just now, he shot to kill the Dan Cave Mountain Lord, but it was just him showing his loyalty to the Heavenly Court. Anyway, besides the people of the Heavenly Court, there were no other living people of the demon race in the vicinity. Thus, he wasn't worried about the matter of him beheading the Dan Mountain Lord leaking out. But nowadays, Marshal Ma asked him, as a Water Monarch of Luoshui, to pacify the folk people and also to preach about the overthrow of Dan Cave Mountain. It looked like Marshal Ma was also planning to, piece by piece, proclaim the matter of him beheading the Dan Cave Mountain Lord. In this way, Luoshui Suokun was just a bit unable to accept it. Just now, the Lord of Dan Cave Mountain had a good point, that is, the entire world is filled with demons, the Heavenly Court destroyed a Dan Cave Mountain is just the beginning, there will be countless strong enemies in the future. Those powerful demon clans, perhaps for a short period of time, couldn't do anything about the Heavenly Court. But against him, a Luo Water Monarch, it was still a handful. After all, looking at the entire world, the human race submitting to the demon race belonged to the norm, but the demon race submitting to the human race, he, Luo Shui Water Monarch, was still the first one. Once this matter, by the demon clan strong no. Luo Shui Jun winced, squeezing out an ugly smile on his face as he looked at Marshal Ma and whispered, Little god, can you not go? What does Suokun think of himself? Marshal Ma smiled and spoke. Beside him, Wan Lingwan, who had previously held Luo Shui Jun down with a hammer, looked over at the same time, noticing the 2 scrutinizing gazes. Luo Shui Jun let out a long sigh in his heart. He had, on his face, a look of valor and helplessness. The little god obeys. After turning around and taking 2 steps, Luo Shui Suokun turned back and asked with a hopeful face. Marshal Ma, in the future, can the lesser gods also go and live in the Heavenly Court? Suokun is an earth spirit. Marshal Ma had a warm smile on his face, but his words were very cold. The earth spirit is not allowed to go up to heaven without any important matters. The little god. Got it. Luo Shui Suokun squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying and gently nodded. Soon after. Dakian Dynasty. The Imperial Palace. An old man dressed in scarlet official clothes, walking at a fast pace. Coming to the front of the imperial study, he spoke anxiously. Senior Minister Qin Shixian seeks an audience with His Majesty. Come in. After a few moments. Inside the imperial study, an old voice rang out. Qin Shixian hurriedly got up and respectfully walked into the room, and at the first moment he entered, there were several gazes that landed on his body. Qin Shixian didn't dare to be slow, respectfully bowed down and said, The old minister has met His Majesty, and has met several imperial princes and highnesses. The three emperors in the room gently nodded their heads as a return salute. Behind the desk, an old man wearing a gold-colored standing suit and a jade crown gently raised his hand and slowly said, There is no need to be polite, Minister Qin. What is the purpose of your panicked entry into the palace today? Back to your majesty. Qin Shixian looked very grave as he took out a crystal-clear jade slip and said in a deep voice, The old minister has just received news that Luoshui County has fallen. Chapter 43 1,600,000 human beings at their disposal. Rockwater County? Behind the desk. The old emperor, dressed in a golden robe, frowned, and the temperature of the entire study instantly dropped by 3 points as he casually asked, What does Dan Cave Mountain do for food? Several Shendan Realm demon kings are sitting in the town, and they can still sit back and watch Luoshui County fall? The specifics are unknown to the old minister. Qin Shixian gently shook his head as he took out a palm-sized jade slip and held it in both hands, respectfully saying, The news was sent by the Changyang County Guard today. According to what the Changyang County Guards have said, the entire Luoshui County has been completely occupied by a human force called the Heavenly Court, and the county, from the county guards down to the county magistrates, have either submitted to the Heavenly Court. Either that or they've been decapitated. And after such a big mess within Luoshui County, Dan Cave Mountain has been motionless, so I think Dan Cave Mountain also. Speaking of which, Qin Shixian didn't continue. But those present already all understood. With the strength of the Dan Den Mountain when they encountered ordinary human forces, they would be destroyed in a smooth manner, but now in the Dan Den Mountain, they couldn't even send out a single piece of news. It was estimated that Dan Cave Mountain was, at this moment, already in dire straits. High probability. Nowadays, Dan Cave Mountain has been completely destroyed. As for the Dan Cave Mountain, the matter of defecting to the Heavenly Court, they have never thought about it. After all, the human race to defect to the demon race everywhere, but the demon race to defect to the human race. Also unheard of. Present. The old emperor spoke flatly. As soon as his words fell, beside the desk, a eunuch with a white face and a beardless face took a few steps forward, fetched the jade sketch and sent it to the old emperor. The old emperor was indifferent, casually took the jade slip, a touch of demonic energy in his brow flashed away, he probed out a strand of divine sense, and swept the contents within the jade slip, from beginning to end. Read it. The old emperor's face was as gloomy as water. What a heavenly court! Heaven. These two words out, several princes in the hall, all confused, each other look at each other, are seen in the eyes of the other doubt. Obviously. It was a name they had heard for the first time. Father, is this heavenly court a newly risen human power? A royal prince opened his mouth and asked. Not only the Dakian dynasty, in the Dakian dynasty's vicinity of several other dynasties, there are also such situations from time to time. After all, there is no lack of heavenly pride existed among the human race. Every few generations. There were always one or two, with outstanding enlightenment, who could create a gong method suitable for human cultivation from nothing. However, most of such people had just ventured out, and were directly pressed to death by the strongest members of the demon race. And now. This heavenly court in Luoshui County, however, is an exception to the rule, and has blocked the entire Luoshui County, and by the looks of it, it has also overthrown the Dan Cave Mountain, which is the first in the history of the Dakian dynasty. See for yourselves. The old emperor glanced at several of his own imperial sons and threw the jade slip in his hand, towards the eldest imperial son at the very front. After receiving the jade slip, the eldest prince first looked at it himself, and then his face was even uglier than his own father's, as he smoothly handed it to the prince behind him. Opened his mouth. Father. In my son's opinion, this heavenly court. I'm afraid it's not simple. In just half a month's time, it swept through the entire Luoshui County. From this it can be seen that the heavenly court's underpinnings are bound to be extraordinary. There are a few strong ones among them. Perhaps. The Grand Prince weighed his words and said once again, perhaps this power called the heavenly court has been dormant for a short period of time. If we can't remove him as early as possible, I'm afraid there will be endless troubles. That, too, I understand. The old emperor gently nodded his head and said in a sullen tone, It's just that Dan Cave Mountain is too much of a disappointment to me. The Heavenly Court, a power, had risen from Luoshui County, and Dan Cave Mountain, as the local snake of Luoshui County, hadn't even sent out a single piece of useful news. This made the old emperor of Diqian very dissatisfied in his heart. At the same time, he was also on the Heavenly Court, more than a few scruples, after all, to be able to do this step, enough to see the depth of the Heavenly Court, extremely uncomplicated. Father, since that Heavenly Court dares to make a move against the Dan Cave Mountain, it must have something to fall back on. The second prince opened his mouth in an ending voice. His body was stout, and demonic aura filled his body. Although his appearance was still humanoid, his neck and arms were covered with black fluffy hair. Obviously, he had practiced the cultivation method of the demon race. In my opinion, we might as well tell the State Master about this matter, directly, so that the State Master can ask the great kings of Mount Harmonious Void to make a move to directly exterminate the Heavenly Court, once and for all. The ferocious light in the eyes of the second prince did not have any favorable feelings towards the Heavenly Court. From the Jade brief just now, he had long seen that the Heavenly Court acted in a style, and those officials who had fallen to the demon race one by one, were all liquidated one by one under the dominance of the Heavenly Court. Once the Heavenly Court rose up and took control of the entire Dakian dynasty, at that time, the members of the Dakian royal family, would still be able to run away? After all, the Dakian royal family was single-handedly supported by Hushu Mountain. In the entire territory of the Great Qin dynasty, it was the capital city that offered the largest number and highest quality of human beings. Outside, the Dakian royal family, are the royal family, can be said to be high up, enjoying all the glory and wealth, but within the capital, every member of the royal family is clear in their hearts. They are nothing more than spokespersons for Mount Hushu. At best, it's called an advocate, at worst, it's a lapdog. They were also worried that someone else's power would rise up and replace Mount Heshu, and at that time, the fate of those officials within Luoshui County would be there for warning. Stupid. The old emperor's face was as gloomy as water, and he rebuked in a deep voice, "To bother the State Master with this little matter, do you think you won't die fast enough? Today, I, as well as you, can sit in this position because we still have some use for the great kings of the Harmonious Void Mountain, so you can live in peace. One can even cultivate the cultivation methods bestowed by the demon kings. Don't think that if the great kings of Hushu Mountain set up rules and don't eat Dakian officials, you and the others will be able to rest on your laurels." The old emperor's gaze was icy cold, sweeping across the faces of everyone in the study, and his tone was indifferent. "If we let all the great kings of the Hushu Mountain know, if we can't even solve the problem of a mere Heavenly Court, I'm afraid our good days will come to an end." The demon king in the Hushu Mountain was not a good man or woman. In their eyes, the entire Dakian dynasty, all the people are just leaks, including the Dakian royal family, if they are not happy. It is to eat a few emperors. The Dakian emperor also has to smile. Hearing his own father's words, the second prince winced and hurriedly opened his mouth. "Father, forgive me, it was my son who slipped up. Just know in your heart." The old emperor snorted coldly as he turned his head to look at Qin Shixian, and after a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Minister Qin, the Heavenly Court recently annexed the entire Luoshui County. I think there will be a battle between the Heavenly Court and the Dan Cave Mountain. That Dan Cave Mountain isn't easy to deal with either, and even if the Heavenly Court overthrows the Dan Cave Mountain, it's expected that it will be greatly wounded. You immediately give the demon kings of the remaining counties in Suzhou, and deliver the message, so that they can take advantage of this opportunity to overthrow the Heavenly Court immediately, without fail." "Your Majesty." Qin Shixian arched his hand and inquired, "What if the demon kings of those counties don't follow orders?" For demonic forces like the Dan Cave Mountain, they were only subservient to the Hushu Mountain, but not to the Dakian imperial family, allowing them to work together against the Heavenly Court. "I'm afraid it's not very difficult. Plus, between the major demon kings, there were already suspicions between them, and to ask them to join forces now was tantamount to a fool's errand. No harm done." The old emperor gently waved his hand, his eyes opening and closing as he slowly spoke. "Just tell them that after the Heavenly Court is overthrown, the 1.6 million humanoids of Luoshui County will be at their disposal. With such a huge amount of blood food, I'm sure they'll be moved." This statement was made. The atmosphere in the study could not help but be quiet. 1,600,000 people. Just give it away? The three emperors' gazes flickered and their minds were different. The first prince had a strange color in his eyes, and felt in his heart that he seemed to have learned something else, and the second prince's spirit was uplifted, and he only hated that he couldn't go there in person to witness the destruction of the Heavenly Court with his own eyes. The eyes of the fifth prince, who hadn't been speaking, dimmed by a few points, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Another human power thus destroyed. It's a scene he's seen too many times. Too many. Chapter 44. This king used to be human. Happy cooperation. Time passes. A day passes in the blink of an eye. The matter of the destruction of Dan Cave Mountain was like a hurricane, spreading out in all directions. Dan Cave Mountain. Gone? East of Luoshui County. Chanyang County. Underneath a branching, leafy, 100-foot-high, pitch-black acacia tree, a young man with long hair, surrounded by a dense demonic aura, as well as a ghastly ghostly aura, raised his head to look up at the canopy above him. The voice opened hoarsely. Back to the Black Locust Demon King, that should be the case. Behind him, a man in an earth-colored official uniform responded in a deep voice. Where's that old white ape? The Black Locust Demon King's words were morose as he casually asked. I have heard that the Dan Cave Mountain Lord seems to have fallen as well. The man in the official uniform uncertainly said. Yeah? The Black Locust Demon King snorted and said disdainfully, that old white ape, at such a big age, it looks like he's all lived to be a dog. The Demon King should not underestimate the Heavenly Court. The man in the official uniform hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade that the Heavenly Court was able to sweep through the entire Luoshui County within 15 days is enough to see that its heritage is not bad. I'm afraid there are not a few Xian Dan realm powerhouses in its Heavenly Court. Ha! The Black Locust Demon King laughed lightly a few times and said indifferently, that's because the old white ape is too weak. If this king were to make a move, there would be no need for 15 days, just 10 days, and sweeping across the entire Luoshui County would be no big deal. The man in the official uniform was speechless. He is just an ordinary human race, also cannot distinguish Dan Cave Mountain Lord and this Black Acacia Demon King in front of him, which is stronger or weaker, but he has heard of. Within the entire Suzhou, the strength of the Black Locust Demon King was the strongest below the Soul Palace realm. With this kind of character striking out, sweeping across the entire Luoshui County should not be a problem. Just a shame. This Black Locust Demon King's body was a large locust tree, and due to his body, he had a limited range of movement, so even if he could defeat the Dan Cave Mountain Lord, it was almost impossible for him to chase after him. The strength of the Black Locust Demon King is certainly something that I trust. The man in official clothes gave a compensatory smile and said again, today, I came not only to inform the great king of the news of the overthrow of the Dan Cave Mountain, but also to. His Majesty would like to ask the great king to join forces with the Summer Sheep Demon King and the Contracting Spider Demon King to eradicate the Heavenly Court together. Eradicating the Heavenly Court is no problem for this king. The Black Locust Demon King turned around, he took a step out, his eyes cold, gazing at the man in official uniform, and spoke quietly, but your Majesty, I'm afraid you've forgotten. That Contractile Spider Demon King is my king's great enemy in life and death. If he hadn't made a move in the past, how would this king have been reduced to such a state? Hear that? The man in the official uniform winced as he remembered that it was rumored that the Black Locust Demon King of Chanyang County was a human race in the old days. Due to the fact that after death, the resentment was not dispersed, devouring countless human souls step by step, cultivating and growing, and eventually becoming a ghost king with terrifying strength. And after this Demon King came to Chanyang County, defeated the Green Locust Demon King that was previously entrenched in Chanyang County, and took away the other party's essence. With the acacia tree body nourishing him, this Ghost King transformed into a half-demon, half-ghost existence, and his own strength soared. Time has passed. By today, the strength of this Black Locust Demon King had almost reached an unfathomable level. A long time ago, a great demon speculated. The Black Locust Demon King was afraid that he had already broken through to the Soul Palace realm, it was just that no one had confirmed it all along. Thinking about the past of the Black Locust Demon King, the man in official clothes was so scared that his legs were shivering. This was hundreds of years ago, and he had always thought that it was just a legend. Who would have thought that this was actually true? The great king forgives. The man in official clothes was so scared that his legs trembled, he kept falling backward and shivering under his breath. His Majesty also said that as long as the great king is willing to make a move to overthrow the Heavenly Court, His Majesty is willing to offer all 1.6 million people of Luoshui County to His Majesty. Ha! The words of the man in official clothes fell, and the light laughter of the Black Locust Demon King came from his ears, and his words were low. It seems that you have also forgotten that this king was also a human being. Hear this. The man in official clothing's scalp exploded, only to feel a cold air that rose from the soles of his feet and went straight to the top of his head. His leg bends were soft, and he directly fell to his knees and kowtowed more than once, saying loudly under his breath, "The king spares his life, the king spares his life, the villain. Villain should die, villain shouldn't talk nonsense." Said. He raised his hands, and to his cheeks came a few slaps, a clear ringing sound that kept echoing among the mountains and forests. All right. The Black Locust Demon King waved his hand in some disgust and said indifferently, "Don't be an eyesore here, get lost." Yes, yes, yes. The man in official clothes was like a great amnesty. After he kowtowed repeatedly, he stood up in a panic and respectfully said, "I thank you, Your Majesty." Having said that, the man turned away quickly. Just took 2 steps. Behind him, the Black Locust Demon King's ghostly voice once again sounded. Not. You're really leaving? The man in the official uniform, his heart flinched, a sense of unexplained panic surged through his entire body. Not waiting for him to come back to his senses, a sharp pain came from the back of his heart. He looked down hard, toward the bottom. Only then did he realize that on his chest a black branch slowly grew out, and as if the branch was alive, it was constantly devouring his blood. In just one breath of effort, the man in official uniform was transformed into a dry corpse. After absorbing the essence blood, the branch slowly drew back, the body of the man in official clothes fell to the ground with a plop. The Black Acacia Demon King stood not far away, he hooked his finger, an illusory soul floated up and was swallowed into his stomach. Sure enough, it's still the souls filled with fear that are the most delicious. The Black Locust Demon King licked the corners of his mouth, with some unfulfilled intentions in his eyes. He turned his head slightly, looking towards a shadow not far away, and teasingly said, "After watching this for so long, aren't you going to come out? Worthy of being the Black Locust Demon King." A complimentary voice came from a middle-aged man dressed in gray with 3 wisps of long beard in his jaw, striding out as he glanced at the corpse on the ground. Casually, he said, "The Great Qian Dynasty, they also sent someone to send you a message?" "What?" The Black Locust Demon King snorted, kicked the corpse on the ground, and faintly said, "Isn't it obvious enough?" The middle-aged man was silent for a moment and spoke, "Since the Great Qian Dynasty has also sent you someone, I think they have also noticed the tricky aspects of the Heavenly Court. Should you and I join forces and deal with the Heavenly Court together?" "Meh." The Black Locust Demon King smiled coldly and said disdainfully, "A district of the Heavenly Court, but it is just killing an old white ape with little lifespan. This king can do it with one hand." He hadn't finished his sentence. The middle-aged man added, "The Inkjiao Demon King has submitted to the Heavenly Court." "Hmm." The Black Locust Demon King let out a soft "hmm," and his brows couldn't help but furrow. If the Celestial Court had merely overthrown a Dan Cave Mountain, it wouldn't have been taken seriously by them, but with the addition of an Inkjiao Demon King it would have a different meaning. After all, the Inkjiao Demon King was in his prime, and even though his strength wasn't as good as theirs, it wasn't much worse. First, there was a Dan Cave Mountain, followed by an Inkjiao Demon King, which meant that the Heavenly Court had directly swept away 2 major forces of the demon race in a short period of time. After a moment of silence, the Black Locust Demon King pursed his lips and spoke, "Cooperation is fine, but this king needs a large number of living souls." "Could be." The middle-aged man nodded his head and said quickly, "The living soul belongs to you, and the physical body belongs to me." "Very good." The Black Locust Demon King smiled faintly, then, "Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation." Chapter 45. Heaven. Zhang Ren stood outside the Lingshu Hall with his hands behind his back, quietly looking down at the lower realms. With the destruction of Dan Cave Mountain, the progress of the task on his task panel, the task of making 90% of the living beings in Luoshui County believe in the Heavenly Court, saw a wave of surge. One day. The progress of the mission has reached 70% today from less than 40%. Early this morning, he had just returned to the Heavenly Court when he saw that in the column of incense value, there was a huge amount of over $1 million more. Zhang Ren smoothly added all the incense value to the realm. Before he could even sit still at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea, he had transformed into a Xiandan Realm First Level Bigot. Realm, Xiandan Realm First Level 275,487 2 million. Glancing at the realm column, Zhang Ren sighed quietly in his heart. Breaking through the 2nd level of the Xiandan Realm requires 2 million incense values, and I'm afraid that if you want to break through the Soul Palace Realm, you'll need 10 million incense values. It's getting slower and slower to improve the further you go. Zhang Ren was slightly emotional. It was clear in his mind that from now on, he was afraid that it would be a bit difficult to want to take a small realm a day. As far as he knew, after the Xiandan Realm, there were 3 other realms, the Soul Palace, the Dharma Phase, and the Divine Origin, and not to mention the distant ones, just cultivating to the Dharma Phase realm alone. The value of the incense he needs is about to break 1 billion. As for the Divine Origin realm, at least 1 billion experience points. 10 small goals. Zhang Ren felt a toothache. For that matter, he hadn't even touched the threshold of a heavenly immortal. The thing about the value of incense is that it comes in fast, but it's spent even faster. Not only did he need fragrance value to raise his realm, he also needed fragrance value to raise his divine ability proficiency. On top of that, he had to lift the seal of the Heavenly Emperor, as well as the seal of the Heavenly Observatory realm. Take out any one of them, and it's a big incense swallowing value. The moment Zhang Ren did somewhat understand the meaning of the proverb that the last world fought for a breath of air and the Buddha fought for the burning of incense. It's no wonder that the gods and goddesses that roamed the heavens in the previous life were desperately trying to roll up for the sake of incense. Far from it. With just one goddess of mercy, her business has expanded from rescuing suffering to sending children, seeking education, and busting up disasters. And other areas. Even the god of fortune. At the moment, it's also moonlighting as an in-law business. Based on the current progress, it will take at least a month to break through to the Soul Palace realm. This is a little long in the tooth. Zhang Ren pondered in his heart. This idea of his, if it gets out. Among the lower realms, I'm afraid that there would be countless demon kings who would be so angry that they would jump up and give him a few slaps. A normal demon king, cultivated to the Xiandan realm, that shall not be 700 or 800 years? Like the Yingqiao demon king, this kind of cultivation is relatively fast, but also spend a full 500 years, only to cultivate to the 9th level of Xiandan. On the contrary, Zhang Ren. In just 1 month, he was able to break through from the Xiandan first level to the Soul Palace realm. This kind of cultivation speed, actually not satisfied? Dan Cave Mountain has been overthrown for a day long, it's time to think of a way to open source. Which county to take next? Zhang Ren's eyes flickered. Dan Cave Mountain has been overthrown, and he estimated that this news, he was afraid that it had already spread within the boundaries of the Great Qian dynasty, as long as the Great Qian Emperor was not a little cute. Surely they'll send someone to deal with him. In order to avoid being targeted and thus falling into a disadvantage, it would be better to take the initiative yourself and catch the other party off guard first. But before that, he had to claim his reward first. Yesterday he had been preventing Dan Cave Mountain from having any backhanders, and also preventing other demon kings from fishing in troubled waters, so he had been holding the seal of the Celestial Emperor and staying in the shadows. If there really was a demon king that Wan Lingwan and the others couldn't cope with, appeared, he would directly use the Heavenly Emperor's seal and smash the other party to death. Facts. He overestimated MT Dan's den. A powerful force of the demon race that has been inherited for thousands of years, the biggest card in its hands is actually the Yingqiao Demon King. It seems that the people of Dan Cave Mountain are not so good. Zhang Ren let out a light laugh. Without much hesitation, the heart spoke directly. System, claim your reward. The next instant. A flash of white light. In front of him, there were more than 1,000 figures. The first time these people appeared, they bowed and paid their respects. Junior gods Zhang Luan and Chen Qi, see your majesty. Get up. Zhang Ren opened his mouth. He gazed, glancing over Zhang Luan and Chen Qi, and he still had a few curiosities in his heart regarding the legendary Humming Horse generals. These two people, wearing golden armor, with a mighty image, although the realm is not as good as Wang Lingguan, only Xian Dan Realm 5. It was only a bit stronger than the several heavenly suppressor marshals behind them. However, the means of these two people were extremely uncommon. If it's a surprise, even Wang Lingguan would probably suffer a great loss at the hands of the two of them. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two rose in unison. The two secretaries have come just in time. Zhang Ren wore a smile on his face and said in a warm voice, the lower realm, Luoshui County, has just been pacified, but around Luoshui County, there are still quite a few demon races entrenched. In order to prevent the demon race from secretly sneaking in and disturbing the people, I will leave the safety of the millions of living beings in Luoshui County to the two generals. Don't worry, Your Majesty, with the two of us here, we will not let any demon race jeopardize the people. Chen Qi spoke solemnly. Aha! Zhang Ren gently nodded and said, with these words from the two secretaries, I am relieved. And Zhang Ren finally added, outside of inspecting Luoshui County, the two ministers should also pay more attention to the situation in the three counties of Chanyang, Gravel, and Donghe. Chen Qi and Zhang Luan comprehended the idea and bowed once again. The little god obeys. Witness the two men leaving. Zhang Ren was about to return to the temple. A fresh breeze came. Behind him, there was an additional figure. Subordinate Xiao Chuan sees Your Majesty. Aha! Zhang Ren waved his hand and said, get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiao Chuan got up and continued to speak, Your Majesty, just now, my subordinate was in the heavenly court, and I ran into Wang Lingguan and Marshal Ma, who asked my subordinate to apologize to Your Majesty. Oh? Zhang Ren raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The two secretaries, having just overthrown the Dan Cave Mountain, have merit, so why are they confessing? Back to Your Majesty, according to Wang Lingguan, the two of them sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough and urgently needed to close the door to restore their cultivation, so they were unable to come to see Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty will forgive them. Xiao Chuan said quickly. A chance to break through? Zhang Ren let out a light laugh and casually said, what's the harm in that? The heavenly court has just appeared, the foothold has not yet been stabilized, right now need strong people to sit in the heavenly court, the two secretaries can quickly recover their cultivation, I am not happy enough. Wouldn't I blame it? If he remembered correctly. Wang Lingguan and Marshal Ma should both be at the 9th level of the Xiandan realm, and after they broke through, they would be Soul Palace realm powerhouses if nothing else. This isn't a small level up. Instead, a great realm. After reaching the Soul Palace realm, Wang Lingguan and Martial Ma were at least 10 times stronger than they were now. This was how the gods of the heavenly court were able to break through from the 9th level of the Xian Dan realm to the Soul Palace realm in a short period of time. After all, they weren't cultivating in a step-by-step manner. Instead, they restored their original cultivation. It's safe to say, before they recovered to the realm of their previous life, they wouldn't have any bottlenecks, and when their cultivation level arrived, they would naturally break through. And now, throughout the heavenly court, apart from the batch of heavenly soldiers that had just been summoned, the earliest batch of heavenly soldiers such as Xiao Chuan, Guzhou, and the others had already reached around the 4th or 5th level of the Spirit Sea realm. In time, a small soldier of the heavenly court goes out, all of them are Xian Dan realm or even Soul Palace realm, put in the outside world. It is not a matter of claiming to be a saint and being an ancestor. Just, Zhang Ren pondered in his mind, with Wang Lingguan and Martial Ma in seclusion, the heavenly court is missing 2 great generals, so the matter of sweeping out the other counties around Luoshui County will have to be put on hold a little. Chapter 46, Incense into the Divine Path, Black Locust Demon King. Time passes quietly. Nightfall. The lower world. Wanjia village. Even though it was already late at night, the village was still brightly lit. Next, Luoshui Water Sovereign was sitting on a taisher chair. He waved one hand and a divine light flew off from his hand and landed on a young man who was dyed in blood. As the light entered his body, the injuries on the young man's body rapidly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. 2 short breaths later, the young man, who had been moaning before, then opened his eyes in a ghostly manner. He touched his body, then stood up with a mischievous sound and bounced on the ground. With an incredulous look on his face, he muttered, "I'm better? Well." Luo Shueishueju nodded his head, picked up the tea next to him, took a sip, and slowly opened his mouth. "Many thanks to Elder Suokun for stepping in and saving my son's life." Next to them, an old couple hurriedly bowed down, their eyes filled with excitement. 2 old men, there is no need to be so polite. Luo Shue Water Monarch wore a smile on his face was all floating with divinity as he gently raised his hand and held the 2 old men up as he spoke. This water monarch, blessed by the heavenly emperor himself, as a party of earth spirits, should protect a party of the common people. That said, Luo Shui Water Monarch paused for a moment and said again, "The injuries on your son were caused by my heavenly court's overthrow of Dan Cave Mountain yesterday, and it is only proper for this water monarch to save your son." Yesterday, in the Dan Cave Mountain, several Shen Dan realm demon kings, each of them with remarkable strength, in a life-fighting situation, the forces that erupted could be described as terrifying. With the Dan Cave Mountain as the center, the earth was about to explode in a 100-mile radius. The good thing is that Wang Lingguan has been watching the battle, has not made a move, which will be a large number of hand-to-hand aftermath eliminated, did not affect too broad if there is no Wang Lingguan words. Today this Wanjia village, I'm afraid it would have long been in ruins. But even so, there was still a part of the aftermath that spread out. A number of villages have been affected. Wanjia village is one of them, more than 100 people in the village, almost all with injuries. If not Luo Shueishui Jun came in time, I am afraid that after tonight, half of Vanguard village would have to die. The heavenly court eradicated the Dan Cave Mountain, which would have been a great favor to my Wanjia village. And now that Elder Water Monarch has come to the rescue of my child, I would like to ask Water Monarch to accept a bow from my couple. The 2 old couples once again bowed down. As they bowed, a ray of light, invisible to the naked eye, floated out and fell into Luo Shueishui Jun's brow. To be precise, it was falling onto the great seal within Luo Shueishui Jun's body. Seeing this sight, Luo Shui Water Monarch's heart was hot, but his face remained as normal as he held the 2 of them up and said gently, "It's getting late. The 3 of you should quickly go back to rest. After all, your son's body has just recovered. It is not advisable to stay up all night. Then, we'll leave Suokon alone." A family of 3, after thanking them incessantly, turned to leave. Witness the trio walking away. Luo Shui Water Monarch waited for a while longer, and after realizing that no one had come, he opened his mouth to ask, "No? Back to the king, almost all of them have come." A small demon, shaped like a toad, stood at the door and responded respectfully, "Yes." Luo Shui Water Monarch gently waved his sleeve and a gust of wind blew through, closing the door of the house as he sat on the bed and quickly operated one of the feats that came with the Water Monarch's great seal. The name of the kung fu was incense into God's way. Before, he didn't have any incense, and he was still uncertain when he saw this kung fu, and now he had been wandering around Luo Shui County for more than a day. The people saved, not 10,000, but 8,000. Within the Water Monarch's great seal, a lot of incense had been accumulated, and he wanted to see what was so special about this gong fu that came from the heavenly court. With the gong method running, In the water monarch's great seal, strands of incense and fire escaped and transformed into pure cultivation, integrating into the Luo Shui water monarch's limbs and bones. Cultivation that had not grown for a long time before. At this moment, it suddenly grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. A short hour later, Luo Shui water monarch steeply opened his eyes. His body's demonic aura was intertwined with the aura of immortal spirit, and the cultivation that he had grown, compared to before, was minuscule. But even if it's tiny, it's still a real change in strength. After carefully looking within herself for a moment, a flash of surprise appeared on Luo Shui Jun's face as she muttered under her breath. Saved 5 days of hard work. 5 days. To the Luo Shui water monarch, it was just a snap of the fingers. But it only took him 1 day to accumulate the incense in the water monarch's great seal, which meant that he had saved 5 days of bitter cultivation with 1 day of hard work. It was equivalent to his cultivation speed, invariably, being 5 times faster than before. If he had possessed the divine position of the heavenly court's Luo Shui water monarch from the very beginning, it would mean that it would have taken him a mere 100 years to get to where he was today. Hiss! Luo Shui Suokun sucked in a breath of cool air. Deep in the bottom of his eyes, there was shock as he muttered under his breath, so it's still possible to cultivate like this? If this technique is spread out, I'm afraid that it will make countless demon clans crazy for it. After all, those great demon kings, even if they eat people every day, devouring countless human essence blood. It's also far from this cultivation speed. The moment. Luo Shui Jun had some understanding of why the gods of the heavenly court valued the people of the mortal world. If he is replaced, I am afraid that I cannot wait to put all the people of Luo Shui County, all the offerings, just about 10,000 incense. It is so exaggerated. If it's 100,000. How about 1,000,000? Surrendering to the heavenly court is truly the wisest choice this king has ever made in his life. Luo Shui Suokun stood up again, reached out to open the door of the room, looked out into the distant night sky, and opened his mouth to inquire. Toad Commander. What other village in this neighborhood was affected by yesterday's engagement? Back to the great king. The Toad Commander thought for half a day and said slowly, it should be gone. No? Luo Shui Suokun had some regrets. Think about it. When Dan Cave Mountain exchanged blows, there was a Wangling one who had been eliminating the aftermath, and if it still affected a lot of people, then the Wangling one hadn't done too much unqualified. Just a shame. A cultivation level that he had not broken through for a long time. Just when I saw signs of a breakthrough, it came to a screeching halt. If he was given a few 100,000 more people, it might not take him long to break through the Soul Palace realm. Ugh. Go back first. Luo Shui water monarch sighed softly and took the first step, stepping into the void, and the voice in his mouth became somewhat disinterested. After he rushed to the high heavens. Just about to leave. But in the next second, his face changed abruptly, a warning sign rose in his heart, and he said in a deep voice. Demonic Chi. He himself was of the demon race, so for the demonic aura, his senses were very keen. But the question is, right now in this Luo Shui County, the Dan Cave Mountain had been destroyed, and the only people who were considered to be demons were himself and the small demons under him, so how could such a dense demonic aura suddenly appear apart from them? Was thinking about it. Luo Shui Suokun looked down. Only then did he realize that the Toad Commander who had been guarding the doorway had frozen his body in place, and a branch with a pitch-black body had abruptly grown on him. These branches, as if they were alive, noiselessly penetrated the Toad Commander's body, and were constantly devouring the other party's body essence blood. The Toad Commander's eyes were wide open, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. He wanted to open his mouth to call for help, but just as he opened his mouth, there was a branch in his mouth, spreading rapidly. Look at this frightening sight. Out of Luo Shui monarch's mouth, 4 words were spat out with difficulty. Black Acacia Demon King. Chapter 47. Don't waste your efforts, you're looking for death. The 4 words of the Black Locust Demon King landed. Luo Shui Jun's body transformed into a rainbow light and quickly landed on the ground. He came to the front of the Toad Commander, grabbed out with one hand, palm light flashed, bang sound, will be dense black tree branches slapped into smithereens. No more branches to confine. The Toad Commander was as breathless as a swimmer and said with difficulty under his breath. Great! Great King, save me! Don't talk! Luo Shui water monarch frowned and spoke in a deep voice. He covered the Toad Commander's chest with one hand, and the surging true essence surged into the other party's body, wanting to help the other party suppress the injuries in his body. But saving an ordinary person is easy. But saving a cultivated demon clan was not so simple. Not to mention, the person who struck out was only stronger than him. As he watched, a massive amount of true essence surging into the Toad Commander's body without seeing the slightest effect, Luo Shui Jun's brows gradually furrowed. These branches are very odd. As if someone had planted seeds within the Toad Commander's body in general, and every time it was destroyed, it would grow at an even more terrifying speed. With his own true essence pouring in. As if pouring oil on the fire, the Toad Commander transformed into a black acacia tree about 3 feet tall after only a few breaths of effort. Don't waste your breath. At this point, a teasing voice came. Darkness. A young man with a long body, long hair, dressed in black, almost as one with the darkness, slowly paced out. His eyes were bright, and in the depths of his eyes, there was a tinge of satisfaction as his gaze crossed over Luo Shueishuejun and landed on the black acacia tree in front of the door of the room. It was as if he was admiring a supreme treasure that he had built with his own hands. He's not dead. The Black Locust Demon King carried his hands behind his back and walked closer, saying with a smile on his face, as long as you use your essence blood and patiently water it for 70 to 80 years, maybe he will still be able to take shape and come out. Except, at that point, he won't be an aquatic. I'm reminding you of something. The Black Locust Demon King gently leaned down and looked at Luo Shui Water Monarch, his tone compelling. If you can't wait that long, you can pour more essence blood. Here. The Black Locust Demon King nuzzled his mouth, signaled the nearby Wanjia village, and said with a smile, isn't there ready-made essence blood here? More than 100 of them are enough to save this underling of yours, more than 10 years of transformation time. Black Locust Demon King. Luo Shui Water Monarch slowly got up, his face was cold and solemn, a terrifying might, like a mountain calling out to the sea, swept out. The original place immediately set off a gale. One time. Flying sand. You're looking for death. The last word fell. In Luo Shueishuejun's palm, a long black blade swiftly surfaced. He let out a low roar, and the long blade instantly chopped out, the snowy bright blade astral up to 100 feet long, dispersing the darkness of the night, and chopping towards the Black Locust Demon King. Dang! The sound of gold and iron clashing came out. The Black Locust Demon King's body did not move, his 5 fingers stretched out in lightning, grabbing the blade. Each finger was as black as ink and was surrounded by demonic chi as well as ghostly chi that was thick to the extreme. Angry? The Black Locust Demon King laughed morosely and coldly as he gradually exerted his 5 fingers, leaving 5 clear fingerprints on the long blade. It looks like you haven't made much progress since you submitted to the Heavenly Court. Do you think you can still get out alive after sneaking into Luo Shui County? Luo Shui Water Monarch urged the long knife in his hand, and for a time, the light of the knife filled the sky, and the sharp knife chi exploded in the hands of the Black Locust Demon King, completely drowning the other party in it. This kind of power is very appalling. The whole dark night seemed to be illuminated. But billions of saber lights were added to his body. The Black Locust Demon King remained stoic. He stood in place, his body glowing with light, his terrifying demonic aura mixed with a morose ghostly aura, swept through the 8 directions. The rays of the sword in the sky were swept away at the first moment of their presence. He was like a supreme demon lord, descending into the world, unstoppable. That's not for you to worry about. The Black Locust Demon King stepped forward, and as he spoke he struck out like electricity, his monstrous demonic chi, transforming into a long river, drowning the Luo Water Monarch in it. Tell this king about the Heavenly Court's lair, and this king can give you a painful death. The two men were talking. They exchanged hundreds of strokes, from the ground up to the sky, the horrible aftermath, non-stop volatility out, dozens of miles around the earth, our non-stop vibration. It was as daunting as if the world had come to an end. Noticing the movement in the sky, countless people came out of their houses and curiously looked towards the sky. They can't figure it out. The Dan Cave Mountain had obviously been destroyed. How could there still be strong people fighting in the Luo Shui territory? But soon, all the people then came back to their senses. Regardless of which side of the strongest person is fighting, it is not something that they can get close to. After figuring this out, all the people started dragging their families, frantically fleeing towards the distance. Idiot! Luo Shui Water Monarch offered the Water Monarch Great Seal and pinched the seal with one hand, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and countless drops of water fell from the sky. Clank, clank, clank! Before the water droplets even hit the ground, they transformed into countless divine swords, each of which was crystal clear and glittered with eye-catching light. This kind of sight was frightening. As one looked around, the sky and the ground were filled with densely packed sword lights, filling every inch of space. Do you think you can take down this Suakun with just you? Luo Shueishuejun's eyes were cold. He was clear that once the news of his defection to the Heavenly Court got out, then he would have no way back and could only follow the Heavenly Court, one way or the other. He had guessed this situation today. Thankfully, the one who came was just a Black Locust Demon King. This person was strong then, known as the #1 demon under the Soul Palace realm, but with just him alone, it was almost impossible to decapitate himself. After all, the two were in the same realm, and even if they were undefeated, they could still support themselves for a while. It wouldn't give a suffocating pressure like facing Wang Lingwan. Luo Shui Jun believed that as long as he slightly stalled the other party for a moment, the Heavenly Court powerhouses would immediately arrive, and at that time, the Black Locust Demon King would be able to feel some of his own despair in the beginning. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let a smooth smile appear at the corner of his mouth. But the smile had just surfaced. Then he immediately froze. The sky. Steeply came a roar, a huge sheep's hoof, like a pillar supporting the sky, from the high altitude, rumbling stomped down, roiling swordlight, facing this sheep's hoof. After supporting them for just an instant, they all crumbled. Subsequently, the goat's hooves went without stopping and heavily smashed down on Luo Shui Water Monarch. Boo! Luo Shui Water Monarch was like a heavy blow, his body violently trembled, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood as his body flew out backwards. Boom! The earth shook violently. Luo Shui Jun crashing to the ground. Smashing the earth out of a deep pit, he was in the depths of the pit, struggling to get up and looking up towards the sky. Only to see, in mid-air, there was an additional goat with a body up to dozens of meters tall, covered with hair like snow, escaping a powerful killing idea, as if it was a shocking wave. Summer sheep. Luo Shui Water Monarch's pupils shrunk as he spoke with difficulty. As soon as the opponent came up, he transformed into his own body, clearly without any intention to stay in the fight. After all, the only demon race that was the strongest moment of the demon race was the demon race that had transformed into its original body. Nice. The Summer Sheep Demon King gently nodded, his eyes teasing as he faintly said, "Now with the addition of this king, do you think we can take you down, Ma Jiao?" P.S. Chapter 45 Content of the small author wrote the wrong. I am really sorry everyone. Zhangren has not yet 6 Ding Divine Fire, the 2 mission rewards confused. I am sorry. The content has been modified. It has little effect on the follow-up. The young author would like to solemnly thank you all for your support. Chapter 48 So much backbone? What's this? Looks like you guys came prepared after all. Luo Shui Jun raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes darted around, constantly scanning the 4 directions. One-on-one. Among his peers, other than the Heavenly Court powerhouses, he was a wimp to no one. But not 1-on-2. If he wasn't hurt, he could have stalled a bit. However, he had just been attacked by the Summer Sheep Demon King in a sneak attack and had already injured his internal organs. If he continued to fight, then he would really die. Think about it. Luo Shui Suokun subconsciously then tried to escape. He had joined the Heavenly Court only a few days ago, and before that, he had always been a demon, and now he was facing 2 Black Locust Demon Kings who were not inferior to himself, and even one of them was clearly stronger than himself. Not going now. You won't be able to leave even if you want to later. But when his gaze swept over the Wanjia village, his expression visibly paused for a moment. The exchange of hands just now, but lasted for just half a tea's worth of work. More than 100 people in Wanjia village, those who ran fast had just run to the head of the village. Running slow before stepping out of the house. Look at the people who are panicked beyond belief. The moment. Luo Shui Suokun thought of something horrible. That's the heavenly rule. After joining the Heavenly Court, he not only obtained the Great Seal of the Water Monarch, but also the 2 great treasures, the incense and fire Chang Shendao. Beyond that, there's also a lawful code of heaven. If he were to, today, directly flee for his life, disregarding the deaths of the people of Wanjia village, it could be predicted that he would definitely be liquidated by the Heavenly Court in the future. And now, he is also considered to be in the immortal class. There's always one for him, the immortal chopper or the demon chopper. On the contrary, if you die for the Heavenly Court, you can still save a little bit of your true spirit, go to reincarnation, and wait until your next life to solve the mystery of the fetus. You can still return to the Heavenly Court. Think about it. Luo Shui Water Monarch's eyes glowed fiercely as he looked at the 2 demon kings in the sky and said in a chilling voice, "This Suokun will fight you all." Having said that, with a loud roar, he directly transformed into his own body, which was a python more than 100 meters long, covered in black scales, with a ghastly armor light, giving off an indestructible texture. Boom! The serpent tail swept across, demonic chi mixed with the chi of immortal spirit, swept across the 8 directions. The thick serpent tail was like a steel great wall, carrying a piercingly sharp whistling sound as it swept towards the Summer Sheep Demon King. Ha! The Summer Sheep Demon King looked at this scene below. A soft giggle escaped his mouth. This Inkjiao Demon King, why is he so backbone today? Before they came, they had inquired. Dan Cave Mountain Lord that was a real battle death, but before that, the Inkjiao Demon King hadn't fought with the Heavenly Court much. That is to say, this Inkjiao Demon King, having just fought with the Heavenly Court, directly threw in the towel. In the eyes of all the Demon Kings in the outside world, this Inkjiao Demon King was an unabashedly soft bone, and as long as he was taken down, he could easily extract the secrets of the Heavenly Court from the other party's mouth. After all, Mo Zhao had submitted to the Heavenly Court for a few days. It is assumed that he has more or less knowledge about the Heavenly Court. But who would have thought? Under his and the Black Locust Demon King's joint efforts, he had heavily injured the other party early on and was in danger of dying, but the Ink Jiao Demon King actually didn't throw in the towel and dared to fight them to the death? If you had this much backbone before, maybe the other Demon Kings would still think highly of you. Available today. The Summer Sheep Demon King and the Black Locust Demon King glanced at each other, all seeing the killing intent in each other's eyes. Instead of being loyal to the Demon Clan, you fight for the Heavenly Court. What do you mean by that? First team up to suppress him, then search his soul. The Black Locust Demon King's face was cold as he quickly spoke. When he is no longer of any use, this king will draw out his soul and savor it bit by bit. I'd like to see just how much backbone he has. Yes. The Summer Sheep Demon King nodded gently. Subsequently, he turned his head to look down. Sheep's hooves raised, once again fell heavily. Boom sound, like a flat lake waves, set off 100 feet of waves. A huge sheep's hoof once again stepped down in the air. One time, the void exploded. Beside him, the Black Locust Demon King was drenched in black aura, like a round of black sun, almost blending with the surrounding night color, absorbing all the light from the dozens of miles around. Wow! The sound of branches swaying came. A vine with pale branches and trunks, as if it were a gnarled dragon, blocked off heaven and earth and strangled towards the Luo Shui water monarch. Boom! An earth-shattering roar came out. The serpent's tail and the goat's hooves collided together. Countless streams of clouds in the sky all of a sudden collapsed. Dozens of miles of the sky in a radius were swept away, and the horrifying aftermath, in all directions, spread crazily. Wherever it passes, almost everything is gone. Watching from the sky, volatile down the aftermath of the battle, countless people below, bloodless, such might not their mortal flesh can resist. Even an extremely tiny bit of aftershock would be enough to shake the people of a village to death. Just when everyone in the Wanjia village, all thoughts were lost. Boo! Hiss! Another loud bang came out, and a miserable hissing sound came from the night sky. A body that was more than 100 meters long blocked above the Wanjia village, and this body was like a steel wall that dissipated all the aftermath. Boo! After blocking the fallout, Luo Shui Jun's body flew horizontally hundreds of meters away, heavily smashing into the Wanjia village, in front of everyone, and the dust in the sky lifted up, blocking many people's sight. Someone rubbed their eyes and strained to look toward the dust. After seeing a huge snake body that was dyed in blood and had most of its scales shattered, he couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. It's Master Suakun. Master Suakun, are you alright? If you really can't, why don't you just leave? You're no match for them, don't worry about us. Yeah. Master Suakun should go now. Listen to the sounds coming from your ears. The Ink Jiao Demon King let out a bitter smile, cursing himself in his heart. One must be out of one's mind. A few days ago, he was still the Ink Jiao Demon King who was high above the people and regarded the human race as ants. However, only a few days after joining the Heavenly Court, he even went crazy and used his own body to help the people below, blocking the fatal blow. Right now, blocking it all, he didn't bother to say anything more, trying to take a breath, and said in a deep voice. What's the waste of words? Not yet. Go. At this point. From the sky, a contemptuous voice came. None of you will leave. The words were not yet spoken. A black tree branch, as if it was made of steel, pierced through Luo Shui Water Monarch's huge body directly before picking it up into the air. Looking at Luo Shui Water Monarch, who was picked up into the air without any resistance, the Black Locust Demon King laughed lightly. For a hallowed Ink Jiao Demon King to actually fight for a group of human mole crickets, this is truly an eye-opener for this king. You should know that this king was also a human in the beginning. The Black Locust Demon King's mouth smiled indifferently, and his words said quietly, this king doesn't care if they live or die. What are you dare to care about them? But the Black Locust Demon King's words turned, the smile at the corners of his mouth grew wider as he teased, it's also thanks to you that you helped us keep a snack before the main meal. It's not hunger-inducing, but it's good for padding. Speaking of which, the two Demon Kings looked up to the sky and let out a long laugh. Especially the Summer Sheep Demon King, he directly transformed into his human form and grabbed out with his big hand, like a cloud hanging down from the sky, and grabbed towards the more than 100 people of Wanjia village. Eyes on. Everyone in Wanjia village is about to be buried in the mouth of a demon. Sky. Humph. A cold grunt came. The Black Locust Demon King and the Summer Sheep Demon King's faces changed in unison, and they hurriedly raised their heads to look towards the sky. Into what the eye sees. Everywhere was white, like a sea of white, sweeping towards the duo. What is it? The Black Locust Demon King lost his voice and opened his mouth. Chapter 49. You're here and still want to leave? Eradicate the Acacia Demon. The white light was endless, like a hanging river of heaven, sweeping vastly over from beyond the 9 heavens. Without waiting for the Black Locust Demon King and the Summer Sheep Demon King to return to their senses, then it drowned them all in it. A mournful scream rang out. Sky. The light flashed, white mist covered the sky, and white smoke and haze was everywhere in the sky and on the ground, and there was a coldness that made the soul tremble, spreading crazily. Let's not talk about getting close. Just looking at it from afar, that endless white light, it makes people's feet cold, as if their own souls are going to be torn apart in general terrible. Click. A crunching sound came. The branches of the Black Locust Demon King crumbled inch by inch. Without his pincers, Luo Shui Water Monarch immediately moved away from the battlefield. He was covered in blood and his appearance was very wretched, but he couldn't care less about that at the moment. A pair of eyes, as dumb as they were, stared blankly at the distant scene. That piece of white light, even he, feel extremely horrible, a little close, feel their soul, want to fly out of the body, not to mention the 2 Demon King was submerged in it. I don't know how much time has passed. In the white light, 2 wretched figures escaped with great difficulty. The Black Locust Demon King was like a madman as he quickly rushed towards the earth, and after he landed on the ground, he didn't have the slightest hesitation as he directly flew next to the Black Locust tree that the Toad Commander had transformed into. The moment his fingers touched the trunk, the 2 were like water and milk, and the tree became one, and then the black light flashed, and the Black Acacia Demon King's breath disappeared, and when it reappeared in the next instant, he was already hundreds of miles away. And after, with another flash of light, the Black Locust Demon King completely disappeared without a trace. The other side. The Summer Sheep Demon King, on the other hand, burned his entire body's essence blood, and his body transformed into a crimson light, directly charging into the sky. His speed was so fast that even Luo Shui Water Monarch was dumbfounded by what he saw. He had never expected that the Summer Sheep Demon King would actually be able to break out with such speed. Change his words. I'm afraid I'm going to be planted today. Come and go? The vault of heaven. A cold shout came. The words were not yet spoken. Luo Shui Jun then saw a bright meteor, blooming with endless light, cutting through the sky and quickly chasing after the 2 Demon Kings in the direction they had left. Just as Luo Shui Suokun was pondering in her mind whether she should follow suit as well. Ear. Came a muffled voice. I believe your excellency is the Luo Shui Water Monarch? Hearing the voice, Luo Shui Water Monarch hurriedly came back to his senses as he transformed into his human form and looked towards his side, only to realize that there was an additional figure behind him wearing golden armor and a sturdy body. The little god is none other than Luo Shui Jun. I don't know how to address the upper immortal? Luo Shui Water Monarch hurriedly saluted. This official, Tim, is under the Heavenly Emperor, one of the 2 generals of the humbugs, Chen Qi. Chen Qi nodded gently as a return greeting. His status in the Heavenly Court was not high, but compared to the Luo Shui Water Monarch, it was still quite high unless one encountered that level of the 4 misdemeanors, the 4 seas, and the 5 mountains. Other earth spirits, when they see a heavenly deity, are usually automatically demoted a level. So it's Tianjun Chen in person. The smile on Luo Shui Water Monarch's face suddenly overflowed by a few points. Even his attitude became a lot more respectful. Ha! Suokun is polite. Chen Qi smiled faintly, and the attitude with which he viewed Luo Shui Water Monarch could not help but be a lot milder. In the Heavenly Court he and Zhang Luan were nothing more than gatekeepers. Belonging to the subordinates of the 4 Heavenly Kings, a random passing deity would have to be of a much higher status than them. And now, steeply hearing the name Heavenly Monarch. You don't say. It's kinda comfy. Patrolling Luoshui County and clearing out the infiltrating demons is my and Zhang Luan's responsibility, but now that we've been dragged into the Water Monarch, this official's heart is really overjoyed. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Qi flipped his palm and had an extra white jade porcelain bottle in his palm, saying mildly, in the past years, the Heavenly King of Growth had bestowed this official with a first transformation golden pill. This golden elixir, and now for this official, is of little use, but for Suokun, it may be of some benefit. Ah, this. Luo Shui Suokun had wanted to push back. After all, there was an opportunity to make friends with the heavenly deities. He would never want to miss it. This Chen Tianjun in front of him, between his words and demeanor, could be much more talkative than Wang Lingwan and Martial Ma. If one refused this gift in exchange for a favor, it would not be a loss by any stretch of the imagination. However, when he looked at the jade bottle in Chen Qi's hand, his eyes could not help but straighten. The jade bottle is not big, but 3 inches high. The body is crystal clear, inside a golden pill, escaping a rich fragrance. Just smell a mouthful. All of them made Luo Shui Jun feel that her injuries had recovered quite a bit. Even the bottlenecks he hadn't loosened in decades showed signs of breaking through. How much benefit must we gain if we eat this? Good stuff. This is absolutely great. Luo Shui Water Monarch merely pondered for a moment before speaking with a smile on his face. Heavenly Monarch Chen, you are too polite. In the future, if Heavenly Monarch has any drive, the little god will never say anything. Suokun should be careful with his words. We all serve His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. Chen Shi solemnly instructed. Yeah. All in the service of His Majesty. Luo Shui Jun received the elixir and nodded repeatedly. Today, Shui Jun, blocking the two demons and saving thousands of people in the surrounding area can be regarded as a meritorious deed. Afterward, this official will ask for credit for Shui Jun in front of His Majesty. Chen Shi spoke again. Hearing these words, Luo Shui Water Monarch couldn't help but feel emotion in her heart. This Chen Tianjun, what a generous man. If you were Marshal Ma, you wouldn't be like this, and you'd have to take credit for it yourself. Immediately, he arched his hand in obeisance and said in a deep voice, Little God thanks Heavenly Lord Chen. Just part of the job. Chen Shi waved his hand and looked up to the sky. The moment passed. The three heavenly generals, with hundreds of heavenly soldiers, finally rushed over. Chapter Hopper. Chen Shi opened his mouth. A heavenly general quickly came forward and respectfully said, What are the general's orders? You go back to the heavenly court and report what happened in the mortal world to His Majesty as quickly as possible. Chen Shi instructed. Yes. After finishing his speech, Zheng He quickly turned around and left. 100 celestial soldiers are left here to help the Water Lord of Luo Shui and to save the injured people. Chen Shi glanced around the crowd, his eyes fell on Luo Shui Water Monarch and said, That tree demon from the party is quite proficient in the wood escape technique. Does Water Monarch know where his lair is? Just now, he didn't have the first time to catch up, this time to go after. I'm afraid that the other party has already run out of sight. Instead of searching all over the world, it would be better to ask the Luo Shui Suokun beside him. Is the Black Locust Demon King? The Luo Shui Water Monarch's eyes lit up as he hurriedly spoke. I won't hide it from Heavenly Monarch. His lair is within Changyan County to the east of Luo Shui County, as long as Heavenly Monarch sees a large black acacia tree. That would be the Black Locust Demon King's main body. Good. Chen Shi gently nodded and turned to speak. The rest of you, follow me and go eradicate the acacia demon. Yes. The crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals coaxed a promise. The words were not yet spoken. A large light that rises up to the sky. Chapter 50 We were careless? This king will fulfill you. Chanyang County. Under an acacia tree that shades the sky. A figure dressed in black, with a white face and a wretched shape, appeared out of thin air. But just as he appeared, he staggered physically and opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. The Black Locust Demon King spoke with hatred. Glancing back, in the direction of Luo Shui County. He had not counted on it. The people of the Heavenly Court actually would come so fast, just short of the last point, he and the Summer Sheep Demon King, they would be able to trace out the Heavenly Court's lair. Then, it was time to behead the Ink Jiao Demon King. Just a shame. At the last moment, it was all disrupted by a strong person from the Heavenly Court. Somebody. The Black Acacia Demon King opened his mouth in a loud voice, and his voice hadn't traveled far. Beside him, a blood-stained figure fell from the sky with a bang, smashing next to the Black Locust Demon King. Hear the commotion. The Black Locust Demon King followed the sound and realized that the other party was the Summer Sheep Demon King who had traveled with him to Luo Shui County, only the other party's current appearance. Quite a bit more woeful than he was. This was also thanks to the fact that he had previously snatched the Green Locust Demon King's original body and obtained a wood escape technique after devouring the Green Locust Demon King's memories. If he didn't have this means, he was afraid that he would fall today. On the contrary, the Summer Sheep Demon King, because he didn't have a divine ability similar to the wood escape, he could only rely on burning his essence blood to escape, and he didn't know how much essence blood he had burned along the way. Its full strength, all of which had dropped to the freezing point, looked as if it was dying. Should we kill him in the process? In the eyes of the Black Locust Demon King, killing intent flickered, but it quickly converged. He himself and the others had just been heavily attacked in Luo Shui County, so perhaps the strongest people in the Heavenly Court would soon come to kill and decapitate the Summer Sheep Demon King at this time. It's like cutting off your own arm. Think about it. He yelled toward the outside, someone, fetch some food. Then, he walked up to the Summer Sheep Demon King and raised his hand to ferry a strand of demonic chi, asking with a concerned face. Fellow Taoist Xia Yang, unharmed? Ahem. Summer Sheep Demon King lightly coughed a few times, the low color in his eyes gently flickered, but soon it was replaced with a bitter smile full of pale face, palpitating. Is the person who struck out just now the Heavenly Court's Wang Lingwan or Marshal Ma? As far as they know. In the Heavenly Court, apart from the Heavenly Emperor who has never made a move and is incredibly mysterious, the strongest people are Wang Lingwan and Marshal Ma. It should not be. The Black Locust Demon King pondered for a moment, slowly shook his head, and said in a deep voice, "Before fleeing, I had used my divine sense to observe the strength of the person who struck. That person is only at the 5th level of the Xiandan realm." "What?" The Summer Sheep Demon King's expression changed, and his eyes were filled with shock. If the Heavenly Court's Wang Lingguan or Martial Ma were to make a move, and in a single glance, the two would be heavily injured, they would honestly be able to accept some of it. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. Those two great gods of the Heavenly Court, although they hadn't been in the world for a long time, under the leadership of the two of them, they first subdued the Inkjiao Demon King, and then overthrew the Dan Cave Mountain. It is evident that there are a couple of things going on. After all, the Inkjiao Demon King was no cutie pie either. There was no way he would submit to someone weaker than himself in just one look. A character that could make the Inkjiao Demon King willingly submit, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. But the problem is, regardless of whether it is Wang Lingguan or Martial Ma, the rumors say that it is the 9th level of the Xiandan realm, not the 5th level. The thought of the two of them, by the Heavenly Court, an unheard of person gave seconds. The Summer Sheep Demon King then felt a wave of depression in his heart, building up. Could it be that we were careless just now? The Summer Sheep Demon King asked in a low voice. To be able to go to this point with him and the Black Locust Demon King are good at face. If today's matter spreads out, he and the Black Locust Demon King don't need to mix in this acre of land. It's possible. The Black Locust Demon King nodded and said in a deep voice, "That person in the party, his methods are extremely odd. It seems that he can suck the souls of others. I was a ghost cultivator before, and the majority of my strength is in the Yin soul. When I run into this person, even if I have more means, I simply can't use them." "Wait a moment, if they come after us?" The Black Locust Demon King was silent for a moment, and said softly, "We still have to count on fellow Taoist Xia Yang to help out some more, the two of us joining forces, or to wash away the previous shame." "No problem." The Summer Sheep Demon King nodded gently. A fierce light flickered in his eyes. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that he hadn't fought just now entirely because his two demons hadn't defended themselves. And now, there is prevention. He doesn't believe it. He had joined forces with the Black Locust Demon King, but he still couldn't defeat a mere Xiandan realm 5th level cultivator in the Heavenly Court. While the two were discussing their strategy, two small demons with snake heads, holding steel forks and leading more than 300 humanoids, quickly walked over. "Come closer." A small snake-headed demon respectfully said, "Great King, the food has been brought." "Aha!" The Black Locust Demon King nodded his head gently, his eyes signaled the Xiaoyang Demon King, and smiled, "Fellow Taoist Xiaoyang, the visitor is a guest, you pick first." "Good." The Summer Sheep Demon King swept a glance through the crowd and laughed loudly, "This king likes to eat strong men the most, just you guys." The bodies of those who were pointed out could not help but tremble. A man with a waxy face, the corners of his mouth shivered for a moment, and then with a disheveled sigh he stretched out his big rough hand on the face of his wife next to him and gently stroked it. Softly, "I'm going. And after." He crouched down again and patted his own son's head, trying to squeeze a smile on his face as he laughed. "Boy, turn around and cover your ears with your hands." "Dad. Be back soon." "Yes." The child nodded in confusion and turned obediently, muttering under his breath, "Daddy, but come back early." "Daddy must." The man nodded and tried to say something else. However, behind him, there was the voice of the Summer Sheep Demon King. "Mother-in-law." The Summer Sheep Demon King coldly grunted, 5 fingers grasped out and took a shot in the air, and more than 100 people in the crowd were sucked over. The man who just opened his mouth, trying to bite his lip, trying not to make any noise. Looking at the human race that was getting closer and closer, the Summer Sheep Demon King grinned widely and was about to devour some of the human race and use it to recover his vitality, but the next second, "Humph." A familiar cold grunt came. The Summer Sheep Demon King's face suddenly froze as he raised his head in a huff. Sure enough, a clean white cloud of air from the sky swept over in a vast manner. "It's the Heavenly Court." The Summer Sheep Demon King threw the crowd in his hands, towards the sky, cursing in his heart, again, disturbing this king's feeding at a critical moment. "Black Locust." While cursing in his heart, the Summer Sheep Demon King gave a cold shout and said in a loud voice, "Follow what was said just now." "Don't worry." The Black Locust Demon King similarly laughed coldly, looked up to the sky, and with a heavy step of his foot, the ground immediately surged like waves, from which endless tree vines rushed out. The crowd not far away all bundled together, and then towards that mass of white light, threw it over. "Your Heavenly Court, don't you like to save the human race? This king will fulfill you." Chapter 51, Taking Advantage of His Illness. More than 300 people, like dumplings, were thrown high into the air by the two demon kings, blocking the front of the clean white cloud of qi. "See this scene." Zheng Luan, who had quickly arrived, frowned slightly. His nose gently sucked in, and the roiling clouds rolled back, and then he casually threw out a yellow cloth bag, which rose up against the wind and contained all the people inside. Just as Zhang Luan saved all the people. Ground. The summer sheep demon king directly transformed into his own body, his hooves violently stomped on the ground, his hooves plunged into the depths of the earth, and raging surging demonic energy swept out, covering more than 100 meters of earth in a radius. Up! The summer sheep demon king exhaled. He roared angrily, his hooves powered up, and the 100 meters of earth in front of him was lifted up hard, wrapped in terrifying true essence, and thrown towards the sky. From afar, it looked like a small mountain that had been pulled up hard by the summer sheep demon king, and this kind of horrible power made people creeped out by seeing it. Who? The earth mountain rose up against the sky, kicking up a gale that blew people's eyes open, carrying billions of pounds of enormous force, rumbling down towards Zhang Luan to cover him. Zhang Luan carried the bag in his left hand, his right hand held in the air, a golden hammer emerged in his hand, he swung his one arm, the earth mountain in front of him, hard hammer burst. Just a moment before the earth mountain burst into pieces. Zhang Luan couldn't help but have his pupils shrink. See only. Behind the mountain of earth was a black torrent of endless vines, rushing from beneath the earth, whistling toward the high heavens. One wave is higher than the other. Each tree vine was like a divine gun, divine sword, and sharpness, carrying a chilling killing intent. Good tactics. Rao Zhangluan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. These two demon kings were cooperating well with each other. His figure retreated backward through the air, and the giant hammer in his hand, blooming with 10,000 paths of light like a small round of sun, was swung by Zhang Luan and slammed down. A deafening roar erupted as the giant hammer collided with the black torrent. Boom! A loud bang came out. The sky shook, all kinds of light intertwined, the storm raged, and the void in a radius of several dozen miles was all at once chaotic, and the terrifying aftermath, in all directions, kept spreading out. With the Black Locust Demon King's lair as the center, countless ancient trees in the sky, as if they were floating in the sea, were knocked high into the air, and then in the heavens, burst into a mass of debris. With just this strike, an unknown number of small demons under the Black Locust Demon King, without even uttering a single scream, turned into a mist of blood. Zhang Luan's figure retreated thousands of feet backward and re-stabilized his body. He gently inhaled and was about to let out a cold hum. But it was a steep realization. The Summer Sheep Demon King and the Black Locust Demon King, from two directions respectively, quickly killed over. Eyes on the scene. Zhang Luan could only hold the yellow cloth bag in one hand and the golden giant hammer in the other, and the two demon kings battled back together. He was not Wang Lingguan, and without using the nose-humming white chi avatar, it was difficult to, in a short period of time, spike the two demon kings, but relying on his previous cultivation above the immortals. Right now, even if he was a few minor realms lower than the two demon kings and didn't use his watchful eye, Zhang Luan would still be able to deal with the two Xin Dan realm 9th level minor demons with ease. But the key is, he was also carrying, in his hand, a yellow bag. In the bag, there were enough hundreds of people. At this point in time, he wouldn't dare throw the yellow bag in his hand. Once these people leave their hands, without his protection. Even though the strength of the Summer Sheep Demon King and the Black Locust Demon King couldn't break the yellow bag, but relying on their own strength, even if they were to vibrate, they could still shock the people to death inside. After all, the bag in his hand is not comparable to the human seed bag in Maitreya Buddha's hand. With concerns in his mind, Zhang Luan could only exert less than 70% of his strength. One time, being sandwiched by two demon kings, he could only manage a tie situation. The people of the heavenly court are nothing more than that. Eyes on this one. The second demon himself, not the second he came up. The Summer Sheep Demon King let out a long laugh, wildly incomparable, as he raised his large hooves and stomped straight towards Zhang Luan. The other side. The Black Locust Demon King struck out at the same time. With a wave of his sleeve robe, the roiling ghost chi, surging out, transformed into a huge skull, with rolling black chi, like a black meteor, cutting through the void. It slammed into the bag in Zhang Luan's hand. Zhang Luan protected the bag behind him, holding the hammer in one hand, blocking the two demon kings from joining forces to attack, and the tremendous force came, his body could not help but fall back thousands of feet in the air. Seeing Zhang Luan's unsteady foothold, the two demon kings, all of them had a light in their eyes. Good chance. Take him while he's sick. Kill him. The Black Locust Demon King once again let out a cold cry. Just about to strike. In the sky, there was a steep ha sound. Hear the voice. For no reason, the hearts of the Black Locust Demon King and the Summer Sheep Demon King tightened. It was really the two of them, who had already been frightened by Zhang Luan's cold snort. Hearing a similar sound, the two could not help but stop their attack and look towards the sky. This glance. The two men then blushed in unison, and a cold sweat could not help but ooze out behind their backs. See only. A yellow mist, which was generally the same as that of Luoshui County, transformed into an infinite ocean and swept towards the two of them. Just for a moment the two froze. Young Luan also finally got a break. He took a light breath and a cold snort escaped his nose. In a split second, a surging white light swept out. Together with Chen Shi, from two directions, they pinned the two demon kings. It's over. The Summer Sheep Demon King exclaimed in his heart. To be able to come to this point today, he could be said to be battle-hardened, with incomparably rich combat experience, at the sight of that yellow mist in the sky. And he already knew it was bad. Just now, 2 against 1, after fighting for so long, they couldn't take down Zhang Luan, and now people's helpers are coming, how can they fight? Plus, Zhang Luan got a chance to catch his breath and exerted his own watchful eye. In the fight on, he and the Black Locust Demon King are both going to die. From an even split, to being in a desperate situation, the situation flipped too quickly. The Summer Sheep Demon King simply couldn't think about it in time. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw the Black Locust Demon King beside him. Without any hesitation, his sheep's hooves kicked out, sending the Black Locust Demon King flying thousands of meters away, right on top of the incoming yellow mist. Summer Sheep, you. When the Black Locust Demon King's body trembled, he felt a huge force coming at him, and without waiting for him to come back to his senses, the next second he realized that his body flew backward through the air by a distance of 1,000 meters. On his way to fly backwards, he looked back. That's what I realized. The Summer Sheep Demon King, who had just joined forces with him, had already burned his entire body's essence blood at this time, transforming into a crimson light that flew towards the end of the sky without looking back. In less than half a breath's effort, the Summer Sheep Demon King arrived 100 miles away. The next instant, with a flash of his figure, he lost all trace of him. Looking at everything that happened in front of him, the Black Locust Demon King was dumbfounded, and after trying to understand the causes and consequences, he was enraged again, and he just wanted to run for his life. But it was already too late. In the sky, the boundless yellow mist, falling down on his head, completely drowned him in it, and he, who was already greatly injured, let out a miserable scream after. Straight out of the soul. Chapter 52. Back. The Black Locust Demon King is dead. On the ground below, the only remaining black ancient acacia that was 100 feet tall seemed to have lost all vitality in an instant, and its leaves became withered and yellow, drifting down in waves. Zhang Luan glanced at the acacia tree below, then withdrew his gaze and looked in the direction where the Summer Sheep Demon King had fled, opening his mouth full of killing intent. Where to go? Wait. At this point, Chen Shi rushed forward and said in a loud voice, Brother Zhang, don't pursue the poor enemy. Two people have known for a long time each other, good feelings, so they have been known as brothers. Are we just going to watch him go like this? Zhang Luan was very reluctant in his heart. Looking at the direction where the Summer Sheep Demon King fled, his heart was indignant that Sheep Demon had burned his essence blood twice in a row within a day, so it was foreseeable that his strength was bound to drop to its lowest point. If this is the time to go after them, all it takes is one finger, and you can easily hold the other down. Brother Zhang, listen to me. Chen Shi hurriedly persuaded, you and I have just descended, we are not familiar with this realm yet, if we rashly chase down, there is no guarantee that the goat demon won't lead us into a desperate situation. And now, the strength of the two of us, according to the division of realms in this realm, is only the 5th level of Xiandan, and more than 90% of our abilities cannot be used, once we meet an opponent that is much stronger. I'm afraid it's hard to escape a fall. At that time, there will also be reincarnation and reincarnation to investigate the mystery of the fetus, and one way or another, it will take at least a few decades. This. Zhang Luan opened his mouth and eventually let out a soft sigh under his breath. And he knows it. Chen Shi has a point. After coming to this world, they are all powerful, suppressed too hard. According to the reason, the white gas in his nose sprayed out, even the immortal soul can be drawn out. But today, this kind of killing move allowed the Black Locust Demon King and the Summer Sheep Demon King to escape once. It is evident from this. Two people in this world, far from reaching, can walk horizontally, if it is really run amok, even if there is a heavenly court behind the shelter, but also cannot avoid a death. Just as well. Zhang Luan shook his head slightly, glanced at the direction the Summer Sheep Demon King had fled from, and said in a deep voice, let that sheep demon live today. Subsequently, he picked up the bag with one hand and threw it toward the ground, where it fell to the ground, releasing all the people inside. These people, when they first came out, were still a little confused. But when they saw the dead black acacia tree next to them and looked at the sky, the two gods in golden armor standing, they suddenly came back to their senses. Wow! The people, more than 300 in number, fell to their knees in unison. The mouth shouted. The little old man has met the immortal, and thanks to the immortal for coming to his rescue. The little people kowtow to the immortal. From now on, the little people are willing to be oxen and horses for the immortal. Immortals. There really are immortals. Thank you for saving my family's life. Listen to the cluttered and booming voices below. Chen Shi slightly raised his hand and held the crowd up as he opened his mouth. We were ordered by the Heavenly Emperor to patrol the earth, and found that the two demons, Samuel and Goat, were rebelling against Luoshui County, so we pursued them here. And now that the Acacia demon has been removed, you are safe from now on. But, saying this, Chen Shi paused slightly and said again, within the last 10 days, you and others should not leave the 10-mile radius, and later on, we will dispatch our heavenly soldiers and generals to sweep away the remaining small demons in Changyang County. At that time, the small demons will be roaming around, and there is a possibility that they will hurt innocent people, so stay here in order to avoid a disaster. And you don't have to worry about food, someone will bring it to you tomorrow. Having said that, Chen Shi turned his head, looked at Zhang Luan to the side, and continued, Brother Zhang, I'll leave this place to you. Before the Heavenly Emperor ordered the two of us, you and I, to patrol Luoshui County. But you and I have just descended to the realm, and then we stumbled upon a demonic rebellion. This matter is a dereliction of duty on the part of you and I, no matter how you put it. Plus running off a goat demon. I must return to heaven as soon as possible to apologize. Good thing too. Zhang Luan nodded his head gently, blaming himself a little in his heart as he spoke. It's been hard on Brother Chen. He knew it inside. The reason why the sheep demon ran away in the end, mainly because he came in too much of a hurry. If he waited for Chen Shi, perhaps today's situation will be very different. No harm done. Chen Shi laughed lightly and turned around to leave. Below, more than 300 people listening to Chen Shi's words, all of them looked excited. Once again, he fell to the ground and kept bowing. After being helped back up by Zhang Luan, everyone present felt as if they were in a dream. They had never imagined that the Black Locust Demon King, who had reigned in Changyang County for hundreds of years. I can't believe I died so easily today. I shouldn't be dreaming, should I? The immortals in the sky just now mentioned the Heavenly Emperor. Does it mean that the Heavenly Court of Luoshui County came to Changyang County today to rescue us from the fire? Many murmured. Just when most people, for the most part, hadn't returned to their senses. Dad! A surprised, yet clear voice came. In the crowd, a man with a waxen face, his body could not help but tremble. He slowly turned around and looked at his son who was quickly running towards him, his body slowly crouched down. The man opened his arms with a smile on his face and tears in his eyes. Put! The child rushed into the man's arms. He hugged his own son and stood up, as the yellow leaves drifted down in the sky behind him. His pair of black and white eyes looked towards the not so far away standing in the sea of people, a slender figure. The moment. The corners of the man's mouth twitched a few times, squeezing out a naive smile. Back. In the meantime. Heaven. Inside the Lingshu Hall, Zhang Ren put down a document and rubbed his brows. It's just one day. He has watched thousands of folk pray. But next to the paperwork, instead of any reduction, it's getting more and more. This job, when it's really not a human job. Zhang Ren sighed softly under his breath. But it can't be helped. Take the hand and eat it. Since you've inherited the incense, you have to do something. Otherwise, who will believe in your heavenly court? The incense thing is only generated by sincere faith. As for letting the immortals come down to the earth and terrorize the people, that will only be exchanged for fear. And fear, but it doesn't produce incense. When will the four heavenly masters return to their positions? Zhang Ren's heart was infinitely despondent. Today. Another day of missing the four heavenly masters. Your Majesty. At this point, Xiao Chuan stepped forward holding a document and respectfully said, Here is a document from Lujian of Shangha Village, Linshui County in the lower realm, seeking a son. Seeking children? Zhang Ren's face was calm. This kind of thing had appeared from time to time ever since the Heavenly Court had come into existence, and he had seen nothing strange about it so far. What is the character of Mr. and Mrs. Eugene? Back to your Majesty. Xiao Chuan respectfully opened his mouth. My subordinates have already checked, this couple too, there is no big mistake in their life, and occasionally do some good deeds. Aha! Zhang Ren gently nodded his head and said in a flat voice, then pick a virtuous soul and throw it into his family. It's been a while. In the lower realm of Luoshui County, people passed away from time to time, and in order to prevent their souls from flying away, the heavenly soldiers made a cameo appearance in the work of the Yin messenger, and collected all the Yin souls. And now, tens of thousands of souls had been imprisoned in a corner of the heavenly court. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, Zhang Ren would let some of these souls go down to the next world to reincarnate. Since the hell has not yet returned to the position, cannot go reincarnation, and cannot drink Mengpa soup, Zhang Ren can only let the heavenly soldiers specifically escort the past, as for their memories of past lives. This one is even simpler, just let the heavenly soldiers step in and erase it. It's better than even Mona soup. Of course. It's all about expediency. When the Earth's government returns to its place in the future, the pace of the Heavenly Court in maintaining the operation of the three realms will be able to quickly get on track. Yes. Xiao Chuan bowed respectfully and spoke, "Subordinate will go and do it now." Having said that, he turned away quickly. As he walked out of the Great Hall, he brushed past a heavenly general. Only a muffled voice rang out from behind. "My subordinate, Zheng He, seeks an audience with His Majesty." Chapter 53, Your Majesty knows all about it? Come in. Zhang Ren held a document and spoke softly. Next moment, a figure in armor entered the hall with quick steps and came to the center of the hall. He knelt down on one knee and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, not long ago there were acacia demons and goat demons in Luoshui County that rebelled and injured the Luoshui water monarch, as well as thousands of people, but fortunately the two generals, Humbug and Ha, rushed to the scene in time and drove away the two demons." Soprano demon, goat demon? Zhang Ren raised his eyebrows, put down the paperwork in his hands, recalled some of the news that he had previously collected from the lower world, and said in surprise, "The acacia demon from Changyang County and the sheep demon from Gravel County? There is no such thing as holy wisdom, Your Majesty." Zhang He spoke respectfully. "So it is." Zhang Ren nodded gently. The demon kings who could sneak into Luoshui County at this time and also injured the Luoshui water monarch, other than these two, there were no other demons. "Where's the humbug?" Zhang Ren asked again. "Back to Your Majesty, the two generals led hundreds of heavenly soldiers and generals and went after the two demons." Chapter Hop responded respectfully. "Oh?" Zhang Ren let out a light "oh" and with a stunned look on his face, he spoke, "The chase went on?" If Wang Lingwan or Marshal Ma had gone after the Demon King, Zhang Ren would not have asked half a word. But the humbug? To be honest, Zhang Ren was more or less lacking in confidence. Nothing else. The main reason was that, in the Heavenly Court, the two humbugs were not as good as Wang Lingwan or Marshal Ma, in terms of both status and strength. After all, within the Heavenly Court, anyone who had only one title and had generals in their title was more or less watered down in terms of strength. Although Marshal Ma is also a marshal, he is one of the four guardian marshals of the Heavenly Court, and in addition to the title Marshal Ma, he also has a big name. That would be Emperor Huaguang. In other words, people could afford to call out to Marshal Ma as an emperor. As for Wang Lingwan, it was even fiercer. Not only was he the head of the 500 spiritual officers, he was also the Zhenwu Dadi Zhuguan, and in addition to that he had a title of Wei Ling Xian Hua Tianzun, full name Tai Chang. These two, any one of them singled out, had a status that was far, far higher than that of the two humming generals. With the strength of the two humbugs, even though the realm is a bit lower than the two demon kings, it is thought that they can easily win the fight. The main problem is that they must not be caught in someone else's plan to lure the enemy into the depths. Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. He felt that it was necessary for him to keep a steady hand. After all, the news of the overthrow of the Dan Cave Mountain must have already reached the Great Qian dynasty, and I think that the Black Locust Demon King and the Summer Sheep Demon King infiltrating into Luoshui County today were instructed by the Great Qian dynasty. In order to avoid the Great Qian dynasty still having any backhanders, Zhang Ren immediately spoke in a deep voice. Chapter Hopper. Subordinate. Zhang Yi spoke in a deep voice. Pass on my word, order Zhang Shan and Li Si, the two Zhentian marshals, to lead 500 heavenly soldiers and descend to the realm immediately to help the two humbugs subdue the demons. My subordinate obeys. Zhang He spoke respectfully. And then turned away. Chapter Hop had just left on the front foot. In Zhang Ren's mind, a system beep came at once. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for triggering a randomized quest. Mission statement: as the Emperor of Heaven, the Lord of the Three Realms, how can you let the demons plague the party? Please, Master, within 3 months, eradicate the East River County Contractile Spider Demon King, Huichu Demon King, and the Gravel County Xiaoyang Demon King. Quest reward: Earthly 72 Techniques, False Form, Divine Walking. Marshal 1, 5 Zhentian Marshals, 10 Heavenly Generals, 1,000 Heavenly Soldiers, and 1,000 Heavenly Horses. Coming to the mission? Zhang Ren's heart stirred. Hastily, he opened the system panel and glanced at it. Eradicating the Pied Spider Demon King, Huichu Demon King, and Xiaoyang Demon King? Zhang Ren froze slightly when he saw the mission introduction. As far as he knows, within Suju County, where Luoshui County was located, there were 4 counties, and in addition to Luoshui County, which he controlled, there were also 3 other counties: Gravel, Dongha, and Changyang. And now, the system mission, which explicitly said to remove the Pearly Spider Demon King, Huichu Demon King, and Summer Sheep Demon King, but left out the Black Locust Demon King of Changyang County, which was a bit odd in any case. Could it be that the Black Locust Demon King is dead? Zhang Ren's heart stirred. If he remembered correctly, when that heavenly general entered the hall just now, he was talking about the two humming generals, who had gone after the Sephora demon and the goat demon. With the strength of the two humming generals, as long as they didn't run into an ambush, decapitating these two demon kings was no problem. Just what Zhang Ren didn't understand was this. Obviously it was 2 against 2, why did the Black Locust Demon King die while the Summer Sheep Demon King was still alive and well? It's easy to verify this. Just wait a little bit. Soon after. Outside the temple. Once again there were footsteps. Junior God Chen Qi, seeking an audience with your majesty. Zhang Ren casually closed the system panel and said in a clear voice, "Come in." Chen Qi entered the hall with great strides and came to the main center, respectfully bowed down and said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, this night around midnight, a demon infiltrated into Luoshui County. The lesser god and Zhang Luan were a step late, but fortunately, the Luoshui water monarch fought to the death to save the lives of thousands of people. The little god has failed your Majesty's trust, please punish your Majesty. After listening to Chen Qi, Zhang Ren gently waved his hand. This matter does not blame you, I will patrol the mortal world of the task, handed over to you when it is not early in the day, coupled with the heavenly court and the mortal world, a long way, late to go a step, is also reasonable. As for the rocky water monarch. Zhang Ren pondered for a moment and opened his mouth. He has done a good job of sheltering the people, so the credit should be noted down for the time being, and saved for later when we can discuss the rewards together. The little god thanks your Majesty. Chen Qi let out a slight sigh of relief and spoke again. There is one more matter that the little god wishes to report to your Majesty. But the death of the Acacia demon's body? Zhang Ren asked casually. Your Majesty knows all about it? Chen Qi was stunned beyond measure. The Black Locust Demon King had just fallen, and he quickly rushed to the heavenly court without any delay in between, but what he hadn't anticipated was that this news was already clear to His Majesty. Chen Qi could not help but feel emotion in his heart. His Majesty is indeed His Majesty. Even if his strength has not been restored, he is still able to look down on the three realms. Aha! Zhang Ren let out a light hum and looked at Chen Qi, once again asking, what about Xia Yan? This. Chen Qi's face changed, his tone was a little apprehensive. The little god in Zhang Luan, a moment of inattention, was given a run for its money. Run away? Zhang Ren's heart sank. The mission just now had clearly stated that the three demon kings, Xia Yan, and the three demon kings, namely, the contractor spider and Hui Chu, were to be eradicated. Fai Chu, the two demon kings of the contractile spider were fine, they should still be in their own lair, but the summer sheep demon king could not be said to be, after being injured by the humbugs. God knows if the other party still dared to go back to their lair. Just in case. The opponent was scared out of his wits and fled all the way towards the distance before finding a nook or cranny to hide in. Sessions. Where will heaven find him? When the 3-month period expired, the mission that I had just received would be all over. God knows. This quest reward, will it ever come up again? It's fine to have fewer heavenly soldiers, but it's mainly the earthly 72 arts, and martial one ah. Think about it. Zhang Ren stood up with a huff, his face cold and solemn. See this scene. Chen Qi also did not dare to say much. He understood in his heart that he and Zhang Luan were afraid that he was delaying His Majesty's great event. Shun. Zhang Ren opened his mouth. He was about to do whatever it took to get the two demon kings, the contracting spider and Hui Chu, killed first. After all, he had already run away with one, so he couldn't scare away the remaining two. It was imperative to hold these two demon kings down first. Then the summer sheep demon king will be pulled out. But before he could speak. Heaven. Tai Huang Huang Xing Tian Nie. Two powerful auras steeply vaporized. Chapter 54. It's all over, isn't it? Soon after. Outside the hall of Lingshu. Two stout figures joined together. After passing outside the hall, the two walked into the great hall in unison. The minor gods Wang Shan and Ma Lingyao have met a heavenly emperor. Two secretaries, no need to be polite. Zhang Ren's face looked much better. He opened the duo panel and scanned it. Martial Ma was now a Soul Palace realm first-level powerhouse. As for Wang Lingwan, Soul Palace too. Breaking through a major realm wasn't enough, but breaking through one more minor realm, this kind of cultivation speed, I'm afraid that it's not comparable to adding some points to yourself. Perhaps one's own additions were still not as good as Wang Lingwan's, mainly because the territory was too small, the human race was too few, and the daily gains could not keep up with the realm advancement. It comes down to expanding the territory. Now 1 million or so incense values a day, only 30 million a month, only 300 million out of a year, not enough at all. The little god thanks your Majesty. Wang Lingwan and the two of them gave a thank you and stood up. Two secretaries, just in time. Zhang Ren spoke in a deep voice, I happen to have something that I need you guys to do. Please, your majesty, do as you wish. The two deities hurriedly arched their hands. I order you two to lead 5 Shintian marshals, 100 heavenly generals, and 2,000 heavenly soldiers to quickly descend to the realm and eradicate the demon kings of the East River and Gravel counties. Speaking here, Zhang Ren's words paused and his tone intensified a few points as he said, especially the Summer Sheep Demon King, this demon is heavily injured and I don't know where he has fled to. 2 secretaries, be sure to find him within 2 months and execute him on the spot. The little god obeys. Wang Lingwan and Marshal Ma bowed in unison before turning to leave. Wait for the two to leave. Zhang Ren glanced at Chen Qi and spoke slowly, Secretary Chen. The little god is here. Chen Qi came back to his senses and opened his mouth in fear. You go along with it. The little god obeys. Chen Qi was like an amnesty and quickly left. Looking at the backs of the group of deities, who were rapidly leaving, light flickered in the depths of Zhang Ren's eyes. After unifying the entire Suzhou, I should be able to raise my incense value earnings by quite a bit, right? Time passes. The moon rabbit falls in the west and the golden crow rises in the east. East River County. A magnificent and majestic palace stands halfway up the mountain. In the sunshine, red bricks and blue tiles glittering from afar like a fairy cay from the clouds falling into the world. Inside the palace. An old crone wearing a golden hairpin and a jade hairpin, dressed in fancy clothes and brocade, with a humanoid appearance, was constantly chewing on the human organs in the dinner plate in front of her. You guys? Barking. Demon King, it's not the old me. Barkeep. Saying you guys. The old woman had a very old face and spoke as she chewed. After being a demon king for so long, less. Barfing. Several hundred years, right? At the end of the day, it's not. The bar. The human race with only a few decades of life expectancy will enjoy it. Fellow Daoist spider, the lesson is right. Below. The Summer Sheep Demon King's face was pale, with a few fawning smiles in his eyes as he hurriedly responded. Say it. The contracting Spider Demon King continued to eat and casually said, the injuries on your body. Barking. Where did you get it? Early this morning, you came here to my old body, could it be? Barkeep. Come to avoid trouble? I won't hide it from the Pathfinder Spider. The Summer Sheep Demon King squeezed out a 3-minute embarrassed smile on his face and helplessly said, this seat previously followed the imperial order of the Great Qian dynasty and teamed up with the Black Locust Demon King to go and deal with the heavenly court of Luoshui County. Without realizing it, I ran into 2 hard nails. This seat and the Black Locust Demon King, desperately fighting to the death. As a result, the Black Locust Demon King fell on the spot. This seat is also a lot of effort, only to escape with difficulty. Heaven? When the contractile Spider Demon King heard these 2 words, his face couldn't help but change, and he didn't even eat the food in front of him, his voice hoarse. You went to the heavenly court? Exactly. The Summer Sheep Demon King nodded with a bitter expression, then asked curiously, could it be that the Great Qian dynasty has not sent anyone to send a message to the contractile spider, fellow Daoist? Naturally, I sent it. The contractile Spider Demon King sat up straight, and next to her, a beautiful human maid hurriedly handed over a handkerchief, and after slightly wiping her mouth, she quietly opened her mouth. You don't say, the people sent by the Great Qian dynasty taste good. Summer Sheep Demon King. Combined with the only 3 great demon kings left in Suzhou, he was the only demon that sent back the emissaries sent by the Dechen dynasty? Since you have gone to the heavenly palace grounds. The contractile Spider Demon King leaned on the back of his chair, holding the dragon head cane next to him with one hand, and said carelessly, which strong person from the heavenly court has beaten you all up like this? Wang Lingwan, or Marshal Ma? Neither. The Summer Sheep Demon King shook his head with a bitter smile. Hearing these words, the contractile Spider Demon King steeply sat up straight and said with a grave expression, you guys ran into that heavenly emperor of the heavenly court? Saying it out loud, fellow Pathfinder Spider might not believe it. The Summer Sheep Demon King recalled yesterday's scene and still had palpitations in his heart as he muttered, we merely ran into a powerful person of the 5th Xiandan realm in the Celestial Court. Even if there was only one of him, the Black Locust Demon King and I would not have been able to take him, had the other party not been concerned and had not waited for a helper. I'm afraid this seat won't be able to see fellow Daoist Spider today. May. Hearing this, the contractile Spider Demon King suddenly laughed, his face full of pleats as if it were a blooming chrysanthemum, and snorted, you too, you're really going back the more you live. According to my old self, you shouldn't have cooperated with Black Locust. That human kid, he's quite angry, but I don't see much in the way of skill. Back then, the old body only ate 5 members of his family. After he turned into a ghost, he thought of seeking revenge on the old body every day. This point of magnanimity is not there. What kind of climate can it become? The contractile spider demon king, with a disdainful face, continued to speak. Later, that human brat robbed Xinguai's body again and made himself so inhuman, ghostly, and demonic that he even forgot his original face. Even less clear about their future path, what to do, fall into the hands of the heavenly court, it is a good death. What fellow Taoist spider said. The summer sheep demon king nodded his head repeatedly as he sized up the other party and asked tentatively, then the heavenly court, since it has already killed the black locust demon king, it is assumed that the next step will be to unify the entire Suko state. This seat is now seriously injured, all the strength, not more than 1 in 10, I do not know whether the contracting spider Taoist friends have a way to fight against the heavenly court? These words. It's obviously touching the bottom. If the contractor spider demon king has a way to fight against the heavenly court, then he might as well stay here and watch a good show. If the contractor spider demon king can't do anything about the heavenly court either, then he'd have to think ahead to his next step, where to go from there. Can there be any soul palace powerhouses in the heavenly court? The contractile spider demon king God said. Should. No. The summer sheep demon king thought for half a day before opening his mouth to respond. Isn't that the end of it? The corners of the contractile spider demon king's mouth squeezed out a wisp of a smile as she looked towards the outside of the hall, and as her gaze fell, an incomparably vast fluctuation suddenly came from outside the hall. Noticing this aura, the summer sheep demon king's face abruptly changed color, and his face was filled with a look of incredulity. Soul Palace Realm? Chapter 55. What other gifts do you bring? The posture of a demonic fairy. Child Hui Chu, greetings to mother. Outside the temple. A muffled voice came. Since my son is here, why don't you come in quickly? The old woman's eyes lit up and she hurriedly greeted him. Yes. The response came. Next moment. A man with a stout figure, 6 arms on his back, and a strong physique entered the hall with a big stride. His body was gnarled with muscles, as if he was a dormant savage dragon, full of explosive power. He walked at a fast and steady pace, his left hand behind him, holding a rope in his hand. The other end of the rope. There were hundreds of people tied up, each of them in their prime, and some of them were cultivators, only that their cultivation was not high. All of them were in the body refining realm, or the vein passing realm. My son has come as he came, what gifts are he bringing? The crone frowned in feigned anger. Hi. Hui Chu lightly laughed, casually flung his hand, the hands of the people, flung to the corner of the great hall, opened his mouth. These are the children's own family to raise. I saw how good they looked, so I brought them to my mother so she could taste how they tasted. If mother likes it, turn around and my son will raise more. My son has a heart. The old crone smiled and nodded. She raised one hand and pointed at the summer sheep demon king next to her, casually saying, my son has come at the right time. This is the summer sheep demon king. I'm sure you've seen him before. This. Summer sheep demon king panicked and got up, originally wanted to say this seat, but after seeing that this Hui Chu in front of him was a soul palace realm powerhouse, he hastened to put the words that came to his mouth. Gave a hard swallow. Changing his words, he said, little demon Xiaoyan, meet great King Hui Chu. Aha! Hui Chu did not coldly and lightly then went forward a few steps, sat next to the old crone, and went to catch up with her. In situ. The summer sheep demon king couldn't stand or sit, his expression was extremely complicated. He never expected that the son of the contracting spider demon king would break through the soul palace. This news, it's shocking. Before that, in Luoshui County, there were several great demon kings, and the strongest person who was most likely to break through the soul palace belonged to the Black Locust Demon King. After all, this person used to be a ghost king. When he was the ghost king, his strength was very unimpressive, and after taking away the Green Locust Demon King's essence, his base was even more terrifying by several points. As it is, one person is wearing 2 legacies. Being able to cultivate both the ghost path and the demon path, the battle power of the Black Locust Demon King was invincible in the same level, and had always had the reputation of being the first person under the Soul Palace. And because of that, when the Summer Sheep Demon King wanted to deal with the Heavenly Court, the first person he thought of to cooperate with was the Black Locust Demon King. Other than the Black Locust Demon King, the second great demon that could possibly break through the Soul Palace realm would have to be Luo Shui's Jiao Demon King. This demon had cultivated for just 500 years and had traveled to the 9th level of Xiandan. It was only a hair's breadth away from the Soul Palace realm. Whoever reads it has to say that the future of the Soul Palace is promising. But what one would never expect was that whether it was the Black Locust Demon King or the Jiao Demon King, at a time when neither of these two had stepped into the Soul Palace. Instead, the son of the Spider Demon King was the first to become a Soul Palace. If this news were to spread, I'm afraid that it would create a huge storm within Suju. Of course. This refers to the previous But even if, now that the Dan Cave Mountain Lord and the Black Locust Demon King were both dead, and the Yingqiao Demon King had also submitted to the Heavenly Court, a few hopes still rose in Xia Yang's heart. This is a soul palace. At this realm, a random move was not something a Xiandan realm powerhouse could resist. There's Fai Chu out there. A mere Heavenly Court is not a handful? Just as the Summer Sheep Demon King's mind was floating, an old hoarse voice came to his ears. Fellow Taoist Xia Yang, since you're here, might as well stay later. The old crone pulled her own son's hand, her face smiling as she said, such a large palace, just the old body a demon living, more or less seems a bit cold. Fellow Taoist Xia Yang has come over and can also add some demonic energy. Right. As if she had thought of something, the old woman said again, I heard that your Gravel County still has some men? There are 3 Xiandan realm great demons in there, right? You go back and send a message to have them come together. We'll live together from now on and it'll be more lively. Ha? Me? You? This? The Summer Sheep Demon King was speechless. One is here to talk about cooperation. But now, how did it become letting himself come to live in East River County? If Hui Chu was not in the Soul Palace realm before, he wouldn't mind coming to find the king of the contractile spider demon nagging, but now? If you do come over yourself, then I'm afraid you can't leave even if you want to later. He, the Summer Sheep Demon King, had been a great king for so long, and suddenly he had to condescend to others and let them call him. To be honest, he was more or less unaccustomed to it. What? The old woman's face went cold and she said unhappily, fellow Taoist Xia Yang, unwilling? Almost at the same time. Hui Chu also looked over, his hair like a waterfall, his body exudes an extremely oozing devilishness, even if he sits still and does not move, all give a horrible sense of oppression. It was as if the next second, it would just storm out. The corners of the Summer Sheep Demon King's mouth shivered for a moment, and he eventually let out a helpless light sigh, as if he had resigned himself to his fate, and said, since the Pathfinder Spider Great King has invited him, how could the Summer Sheep not follow? It's just that I've just been seriously injured by a strong person from the Heavenly Court, and with the Heavenly Court style of behavior, it will definitely send strong people to hunt me down everywhere, and I'm afraid that all of the roads from Gravel County to East River County have been blocked by the Heavenly Court at the moment. Having my little ones come over at this time is like going to their deaths. He just finished. A cold grunt then came from his ear. Hearing this voice, the Summer Sheep Demon King immediately shivered, as if he had thought of some bad memory. Heaven? Hui Chu, who was sitting beside the crone, had a cold and solemn face, and said disdainfully under his breath, this king has just broken through the Soul Palace, and he happens to be lacking some strong people to practice on. This Heavenly Court however appeared at quite the right time. It's just a pity that their strongest person is only at the 9th level of the Xiandan realm, not enough for this king to kill with one hand. My son. The old woman patted her own son's hand and said in a serious tone, words can't be said like that, the Xiandan realm isn't weak, the old body can't eat such a good blood food on a regular basis. Mother has a point. Hui Chu thought about it and nodded slightly. The East River County where he and the old crone were located was not as wealthy as the Hushu Mountain behind the Dakian dynasty, and it was considered New Year's Eve to be able to eat a Spirit Sea realm human on a regular basis. As for the Xiandan realm human race, no offense, even he had never tasted it, not to mention his mother. Mother is waiting for a period of time. My child will set out for Luoshui County tomorrow, and after the overthrow of the Celestial Court, all the cultivators therein will be handed over to Mother to be sentenced. Hui Chu smiled faintly, his demeanor calm and conceited, saying, yes. Not bad for an old body's son. The old woman stroked her palm and laughed, grinning with her mouth full of yellow teeth, and said in a loud voice, my son only used 1,000 years to cultivate to the Soul Palace realm, after overthrowing the Heavenly Court. Becoming an immortal in the future is just around the corner. This time. The Xiaoyang Demon King also leaned over as he said with a flattering face, Great King Hui Chu, truly the posture of a demon immortal. Chapter 56, the district is so grandiose for the Heavenly Court? Becoming a demon immortal, how can it be that simple? The Hui Chu Demon King waved his hand, with a few humble smiles on his face, and faintly said, even this king, if he wants to become an immortal, it will still take some time. Lord Hui Chu is too humble. Summer Sheep Demon King came to the table, picked up the teapot on the table, to the contractor Spider Demon King and Hui Chu, 2 demons, each poured a cup of tea, full of smiles. Little Demon remembered, 1,000 years ago, Hushu Mountain had once come out of a demon immortal, and now 1,000 years have passed, and this did Qin territory, the second demon immortal thought to be none other than Hui Chu de Wang. Ha! The contractile Spider Demon King also smiled and nodded, his face full of emotion. Yes, more than 1,000 years ago, Hushu Mountain was still on equal footing with my old self, but after they came out with a demon immortal, then it completely overrides my old self. My son can be more competitive, don't let my old self down. Don't worry, mother, my child will definitely cultivate hard from now on. Demon King Wei Chu spoke respectfully. There is no need to be too modest for the great king of contractile spiders. The Summer Sheep Demon King smiled and said, the reason why all the demon kings in the Hushu Mountain have seen their cultivation skyrocket over the past 1,000 years or so is not because of that demon immortal's light? Little Demon heard that demon immortal, after becoming an immortal, joined the 10,000 Demon Ridge and relied on the vast amount of resources in the 10,000 Demon Ridge before piling up the cultivation of the remaining few demon kings of the Hushu Mountain. After a few days, when Lord Wei Chu destroys the Heavenly Court, won't we have inexhaustible resources from now on? That's true enough. The contractile spider demon king nodded her head gently. Her tone seemed to be a bit uncertain as she said, but I once heard that in the Heavenly Court, the weakest ones are at the first level of the Spirit Sea realm? Should it be? The Summer Sheep Demon King thought carefully for half a day and spoke apprehensively. He really did not pay attention to this point, but the Black Acacia Demon King paid attention to, but he did not say the heavenly soldiers are what cultivation, but think it will not be too bad, is it? Fellow Daoist Spider needn't worry, no matter how many levels of the Spirit Sea in the end, isn't it still a dish in front of you, fellow Daoist? Steamed or fried, isn't it all up to you? Ha! The contractile Spider Demon King was so relieved in her old age that she couldn't help but grin broadly as she raised her finger to point at the Summer Sheep Demon King, her voice hoarse. I didn't see before that fellow Daoist Summer Sheep was actually so good at talking. That was before your son didn't break through the Soul Palace. The Summer Sheep Demon King slandered in his heart. However, on his face, he smiled very warmly and concurred. What the contracting Spider Demon King said there, isn't what the little demon said the truth? That's true. Contractile Spider Demon King smiled convergence, look quite a few points of gravity said, district to Heavenly Court, in front of my son, palm can be extinguished. The problem is that after the extinction of the Heavenly Court, the side of the Hushu Mountain. Hushu Mountain has had a demon immortal standing behind it all these years, and has a very impressive heritage, and it has been heard that there are several Soul Palace realm powerhouses alone. Rumor. There was also a Soul Palace Realm 9th level powerhouse who was preparing to break through the Dharma phase. This kind of heritage can be far from comparable to the Heavenly Court. Just in case. They destroyed the Heavenly Court on the front foot, and Hushu Mountain came over to pick the peaches on the back foot, so what could they do? Mother need not worry. Hui Chu face calm eloquently said, when the child destroyed the Heavenly Court, the big deal is that we go far away, the world is big, where cannot accommodate. In the future, we'll rely on the Heavenly Court's law to raise some human races to eat, and sooner or later, one day, we, mother and son, both demons, can become high and mighty demon immortals. At that point, it won't be too late for us to kill back. Hui Chu's words were quite reasonable, and even the contractile Spider Demon King couldn't help but listen to his eyes grow brighter and brighter. Just as she was about to open her mouth to echo a few words. Outside the temple. Suddenly, there was a shrill, sharp whistling sound. The three great demons in the hall were all people with right ears and eyes. At the first time they heard the commotion, they immediately stood up, not waiting for them to make a move. A lumbering figure smashed the door of the temple, whoosh sound, from the three people in front of their eyes cut through. And after. Boo! A loud bang came out. The entire hall seemed to shake. The three demons turned their heads to look, only to realize that on the back wall, there was already an additional spider little demon that had entered the wall 3 times, and it looked like they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to gouge it down. What's going on? The contractile Spider Demon King was furious, her hunched body shivering non-stop on her crutches, her voice containing boundless anger, hoarsely said. Who is so bold as to dare to come to my old body's spider mountain to spread their wildness? As if. The Summer Sheep Demon King raised his head to look at the sky, his majestic divine sense, piercing through the walls, directly sweeping high into the sky, when he saw the silhouettes of people dressed in armor and riding heavenly horses roaming the sky. His face couldn't help but turn white, and the corner of his mouth muttered. It's someone from the Heavenly Court. It's really heaven. As the Summer Sheep Demon King opened his mouth, Hui Chu also realized that something was wrong. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in the depths of his eyes, a cold light flickered, and a ray of undisguised killing intent surged out crazily, covering the entire hall in an instant. This king was about to go and meet the Heavenly Court, but they ended up sending themselves to the door. So much the better. Save the king a trip himself. Fai Chu Demon King had a cold smile on his lips, and with the 6 arms behind him, he held them in the air, and on each palm, a blade emerged. Summer Sheep, follow the king out to take a look. Okay. The Summer Sheep Demon King hurriedly nodded and quickly followed. In his heart, he was also quite looking forward to what kind of expression the people of the Heavenly Court would have when they realized that they had kicked an iron plate. The Heavenly Court of the province thought that by overthrowing a Dan Cave Mountain, killing a Black Locust Demon King, and subduing an Inkjiao Demon King, they were invincible. That's a strong member of my demon clan who hasn't made a move yet. Today, with Hui Chu, this Soul Palace realm powerhouse sitting in the town, I'm afraid that just a slight strike from him, the entire heavenly court is going to go up in smoke for it. This seat's revenge can be avenged by the looks of it. The mind thinks so. The Summer Sheep Demon King followed behind the Hui Chu Demon King, and the two of them quickly walked out of the great hall and stepped into the high sky. Come to the vault of heaven. The Summer Sheep Demon King's face, which was previously beaming with smiles, froze all of a sudden. Rumor has it that in the heavenly court, the heavenly soldiers are all at the first level of the spirit sea realm, and now that he takes a closer look, it seems that the rumors are so wrong. The weakest heavenly soldiers present seem to be at the third level of the spirit sea. Some even reached the 6th or 7th level of the spirit sea. This kind of strength, put in the demon race, that at least must also be a small demon king, how in the heavenly court here is still only the lowest level of heavenly soldiers? A mere heavenly court is so grandiose? But then again, if the rumors were true, wouldn't it mean that the heavenly soldiers in the heavenly court had rapidly risen up to their realm in just 10 days? If that's the case, a chill ran through the Summer Sheep Demon King's heart. Intuition told him that this heavenly court, it didn't seem to be so simple. Think about it. The Summer Sheep Demon King looked at the Hui Chu Demon King beside him, and his feet took 2 steps back slightly without showing any trace. Chapter 57, Is he always this fierce? Summer Sheep. As the Summer Sheep Demon King, his eyes swept around, looking for a chance to run away. A muffled voice came to his ears. In the heavenly court, when did there become 2 more Soul Palace powerhouses? Ha? The Soul Palace? Hearing these 2 words, Xia Yang's soul was almost scared out of its wits. Just now. He wondered why he had a bad feeling about this, and it turned out that this was the problem. Nice. The Fai Chu Demon King nodded and said slowly, it seems that the rumors are wrong. The strongest person in the heavenly court is not Xin Dan, but the Soul Palace realm. No wonder they easily overthrew the Dan Cave Mountain and killed the Black Locust Demon King. The moment Demon King Hui Chu felt that everything made sense. The human race had always been weak. Even if they had cultivated to the Xiandan realm, they were still the weakest in their class. No matter how one looked at the Xiandan realm powerhouses of the heavenly court, it was unlikely that they would be able to easily decapitate the lord of the Dan Cave Mountain. But what if the strongest person in the heavenly court, from the very beginning, was not Xiandan, but the Soul Palace? With a large realm difference, even the human race could easily hold down a demon race that was 1 realm lower than themselves. It was thought that the Dan Cave Mountain lord had suffered a loss in this regard. As for the 2 Soul Palace realms in the heavenly court, whether or not they had recently broken through, Hui Chu had never considered it. In his opinion, the Soul Palace was not so easy to break through. Before the breakthrough, it would take a short period of time just to adjust the state. Breakthrough process, but also have to be gradual, not overnight, after the breakthrough, but also have to spend time to stabilize the cultivation, so 1 to 2, at least 1 year. And how long has heaven been around? Full stop, it's less than a month. No matter which way you looked at it, it was heavenly court that had previously hidden its cultivation. Think about it. The Hui Chu Demon King's eyes blazed for several minutes. It's fortunate that the king found this out ahead of time. If, in the beginning, heavenly court had played the trick of hiding its strength, he might have suffered a loss as well. But now, everything is different. The war will be dominated by him, a demon. The Fai Chu Demon King gently moved his body and looked in the direction of the gods of heaven, a sardonic smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems like it's necessary for this king to show the heavenly court what it means to be a true Soul Palace realm powerhouse. But Summer Sheep opened his mouth, trying to warn. The Black Locust Demon King wasn't killed by those 2 Soul Palace realm powerhouses. A Shendan realm 5th level powerhouse in the heavenly court had held down him and the Black Locust Demon King to hang the hammer, and now there were 2 Soul Palace realms. How could this be any better? Just now, this matter, he had given the Pearly Spider Demon King, and had not yet had the time to tell Hui Chu. The Summer Sheep Demon King had the intention to mention it. But the words were not finished. Just see. Hui Chu Demon King rolled up the roiling demon wind, waved the 6 arms behind him and rushed toward the roiling heavenly soldiers and generals, leaving only Xia Yang with a forward-looking back. Hui Chu, the great king, he has always been so fierce? The Summer Sheep Demon King looked dumbfounded. Who? The demon wind whistled. It's just a moment. Hui Chu then killed in front of a group of heavenly soldiers and generals, and saw that the other party was not moved in the slightest. In his mind, a thought popped into his head. Could it be that they're crazy? Before Hui Chu Demon King made his move, high in the sky, Wang Lingwan and Martial Ma stood at the forefront, looking down on the crowd of small demons below. Looking at Hui Chu and Xia Yang who stepped into the air, Wang Lingwan opened his mouth flatly. Chanch! Come and recognize, is there a summer goat in these two little demons? Back to the heavenly king. Chen Shi slightly arched his hand, then raised his hand to point behind Hui Chu and spoke, the one in the back is the fleeing goat demon. Oh? Wang Lingguan raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but let out a light laugh, saying, this little demon, it's funny that he ran for half a day, only to end up in the territory of the contractile spider. Earlier I thought that it would take a lot of effort to find him, but now it seems to have saved me a lot of trouble. Since the few lesser demons that His Majesty named to be removed are here, Marshal Ma, will you take the shot, or will this official do it? Wang Lingguan looked at Marshal Ma beside him and opened his mouth to inquire. Without waiting for Marshal Ma to respond. Next moment. They then saw that Hui Chu, who was previously standing in front of the Summer Sheep Demon King, suddenly urged his entire body's cultivation and quickly rushed towards them. See this scene. Both Wang Lingguan and Marshal Ma couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This little demon, is she crazy? Could it be that you're sending me to my death? As he watched, the other party killed in front of him. Wang Lingguan was also too lazy to discuss. He slightly raised his head, and his originally empty brow slowly cracked open, a destructive fluctuation that swept through the center of his brow. Same with Marshal Ma. Wang Lingguan also had a third eye, only that it had never been revealed. Click. The vertical pupil opens. A thunderous roar came out. Everything in heaven and earth seemed to stand still, and time froze in this instant. The only thing that came out was an azure blue thunder, whistling out like a thunder dragon, wagging its head and tail, fast to the extreme, carrying the aura of destroying everything. A headbutt slammed into Hui Chu Demon King's body. A loud rumbling sound came out, a vast fluctuation that swept out, and the sky dome looked like a huge firework blooming, bright to the extreme. In the aftermath of the sky, only a large head escaped with difficulty. Hui Chu's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with the color of palpitations as he kept yelling in his head. People from the heavenly court, how can they be so strong? That scene just now was truly terrifying. Just one blow. Then he beat his whole body, all unconscious. How is this a human soul palace realm cultivator? Even if a demon race had cultivated to the soul palace realm, it couldn't be this strong, right? Hui Chu asked himself that he wasn't really a weakling, and against the people of the heavenly court, he had previously thought that even if he wasn't defeated, he would be able to stalemate for a bit no matter what. But who would have thought? In just a single glance, the other party had directly and heavily injured himself? Run for your life first. The moment. In Hui Chu's mind, only one thought remained. That's running for your life. Defiantly fleeing for their lives. But he flew not far. He felt a blur in front of his eyes, originally in the demon Dan, the surging true essence, in this moment all feel not. Even. He also felt that his body was light, not in the least bit stressed. Fly hard to the bottom of the hill. The Hui Chu Demon King looked towards the pig demon standing under a large tree, shivering, and asked apprehensively. Is my head here? In just your body, great king. The little demon's body kept shivering, even a complete sentence could barely be said, but the general meaning was still expressed. Hearing the little demon's words. Deep in the depths of the Fai Chu Demon King's mind, it was as if he had been hit by a giant hammer, buzzing, making him feel dizzy for a while, but it was a good thing that he had a hard time fixing his mind. Slowly, he looked down. There was nothing but empty ground. At this moment, Hui Chu Demon King was confused. Where's my body? With this idea surging to the mind, Hui Chu Demon King only felt a sharp pain attack, and then as the sky spinning, only the remaining head in the sky, after 2 turns, grunt rolled down to the ground. Before he died, his pair of eyes still open roundly, the depths of his eyes carried a strong color of unwillingness. He couldn't figure out that he had clearly cultivated to the soul palace. Clearly has a bright future. Why? Why did you die here? Snap. The Hui Chu Demon King's head fell to the ground. It's not a big sound. However, to the Spider Mountain Demon, it was no less than a bolt from the blue. Especially Xia Yang, his face was pale, and a monstrous wave was set off within his heart. One move. Just one move. The Hui Chu Demon King, who just had the posture of a demon immortal, died so easily. What kind of monsters are the people in this heavenly court? Cultivation speed is just fast, the strength is still so strong, and the foundation is still so deep. How on earth did they do it? Not waiting for Summer Sheep to think clearly. In his ears, the flat words of Wang Lingguan came steeply. Kill. Chapter 58. Where is my son? Shouldn't he be safe? Rumble. A mountain of voices came. As if a flash flood had erupted, it swept down so vastly that the entire land trembled, and shouts of murder spread throughout the 4 fields. What's going on out there? Inside the Great Hall. The contractile Spider Demon King was holding a dragon head walking stick, pacing back and forth inside the hall, listening to the commotion outside, and for some reason, a trace of an unpleasant premonition suddenly rose in her heart. With his son's strength, not to mention in Dongha County, even in the entire Suzhou, it should be invincible. It was more or less not right that it took so long to deal with a small heavenly court today. Immediately, she probed a wisp of divine sense. Wanted to find Hui Chu and secretly pass a message to him to move a little more quickly, lest the night be long. But just as her divine sense probed out of the great hall, she was confused. The moment outside her great hall, it was like a hell on earth. The sky and the ground everywhere is wearing silver armor or gold armor figures. These people either serves the thunder, or hand pinch the sword, or control water and fire. Each one of them seemed as if a heavenly god had descended to earth, divine valor incomparable. Killing the small demons in the mountains was simply like chopping up melons and cutting vegetables, easy to write. It's a moment's work. The Spirit Sea Realm lesser demons under her command, as well as a handful of Xiandan Realm demon kings, were just about dead. How come? The contractile spider demon king felt her brain dizzy as she quickly walked towards the outside of the hall, while her divine sense swept through every corner of the mountain, trying to find her own son's silhouette. But there was nothing. What's going on? Where's Hui Chu? Where did he go? How could there be none on the mountain? Countless questions welling up in her mind, but no one to give her answers. When the contractile spider demon king arrived at the entrance of the grand hall, she happened to see a figure covered in burning essence and blood, quickly charging towards her. Upon seeing the appearance of the visitor, the contractile spider demon king was instantly overjoyed and said in a loud voice, "Fellow Taoist Xia Yang, where is my son?" It's too late to explain. The summer sheep demon king flew extremely fast and responded in a loud voice, "Fellow contractor spider, quickly join forces with this king to meet the enemy." The contractile spider demon king froze for a moment. But after taking a look at the scene below, it was clear that it was his side, which was in a situation where he was at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the summer sheep demon king had already burned his essence blood, and behind him, there was also a heavenly court powerhouse in golden armor clinging on, as if he was going to fight for his life. The contractile spider demon king couldn't think too much and immediately stepped forward. In a deep voice, he opened his mouth, "Summer sheep demon king, quickly come next to the old body, the two of us join forces." She hadn't finished her sentence. Just listen. Whoosh! The sound of a gust of wind came, the summer sheep demon king reached her and didn't even stop, and in the blink of an eye, he crashed through the walls of the great hall and ran out of sight. Well, the contractile spider demon king's head was filled with questions as she glanced in the direction that Xia Yang had left, and not waiting for her to turn back, a palpitating sensation rose violently deep within her heart. Having lived for such a long time, the contracting spider demon king was extremely experienced in hand-to-hand combat. In a moment that didn't feel right. Then he raised the dragon head walking stick in his hand and blocked it in front of his body. Boo! Next moment, terrifying power added, the original calm expression of the pure spider demon king suddenly changed greatly. The dragon head walking stick in her hand, like papier-mâché, inch by inch shattered. Amidst the roiling light of the dragon head walking stick crumbling, a large hammer with a golden yellow body smashed down blatantly. Mercy! The contractile spider demon king let out a loud cry from his mouth. But it was of no help at all. The sledgehammer fell, and with a bang, her body was beaten into a spray of blood on the spot. In situ. The only thing that was left was a dimly glowing demonic elixir that was suspended in the air. Zhang Luan was extremely fast, and after smashing the contractile spider demon king to death in passing, he transformed into a long rainbow and quickly chased after the summer sheep demon king in the direction he had fled. Before, it allowed the summer sheep demon king to escape with his life. And now, Wang Lingwan had given him a chance to make up for his sins, and no matter what he could not let the other party escape a second time. A few moments later, the summer sheep demon king had already fled hundreds of miles away. He glanced back behind him. Noticing the already rapidly dissipating aura of the contractor spider demon king, his heart couldn't help but chill slightly, even if it was a veteran Xiandan 9th level powerhouse like the contractor spider demon king. Facing the people of the heavenly court, they couldn't support a single breath. If he had stayed behind just now, I'm afraid that his fate would not be any better than that of the contractile spider demon king. Luckily, I saw the opportunity quickly. Realized something was wrong and slipped away at the first opportunity. Here in Succumbit, it is impossible to stay. No, we can't stay here in Deqian for long either. We must stay away from the heavenly court, the farther away the better. The summer sheep demon king made a quick calculation in his mind. This heavenly court is really scary to demons. How can anyone cultivate so fast? In just half a month, An unusual heavenly soldier had cultivated from the first level of the Spirit Sea realm to the third or fourth level of the Spirit Sea realm. What kind of cultivation speed must this be? If it's 1 or 2 people, that's all that matters. But the point is, that's a bunch of them. In addition to those heavenly soldiers, there was also the previous Wang Lingguan as well as Martial Ma. These two were rumored to have always been at the 9th level of the Xiandan realm, and now at a glance, the other party had actually all turned into the Soul Palace realm. Don't they need to prepare beforehand when they break through the realm? Don't you need to consolidate your cultivation even after a breakthrough? The Summer Sheep Demon King couldn't figure it out. Intuition told him. With the people of the Heavenly Court at this rate of cultivation, I'm afraid that it won't take long for an immortal to appear. Although, according to the common sense of the cultivation world, the further the realm goes, the more difficult it is to cultivate. The Heavenly Court obviously could not be measured by common sense, and once an immortal appeared in the Heavenly Court. Sessions. It is the end of the whole of Deqian. Even the Hushu mountain behind the Dakian dynasty. I'm afraid I won't be spared from destruction. After flying for an unknown amount of time, the crimson-colored light on the Summer Sheep Demon King's body suddenly flickered, and the breath on his body weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Who? He let out a long breath and glanced back in the direction of Spider Mountain, saying in his heart, it should be safe when we get here. Just when he wanted to find a place, cultivate and recover some of his vitality. A rough voice suddenly rang in his ears. From last night to today, you've burned your essence blood 3 times, you have a lot of it. Hear that? The Summer Sheep Demon King was instantly creeped out and was about to get up again to flee. Suddenly, he had an extra wide palm above his head. Without waiting for him to make any movements, his palm violently pressed down, vast true essence swept out, and with a bang, the Summer Sheep Demon King's head, like a watermelon, burst into pieces. Zhang Luan stood in the sky, watching the huge body of the Summer Sheep Demon King fall to the earth, his palm spread out, and in the center of his palm was an extra demonic Dan that was round and emitted a rich demonic aura. Not capable, but pretty fast runner. Chapter 59 now. Is it my turn? By the time Zhang Luan returned to Spider Mountain, the battle here, it's over. Up and down the mountain, there were celestial soldiers everywhere who were cleaning up the battlefield. Zhang Luan came to Wang Lingguan and bowed with his hands. Little God, meet Heavenly Lord Wang. How did it go? Wang Lingguan turned his head and opened his mouth to inquire. The sheep demon, as well as the contractile spider, all died with their bodies, and their demon pills are here. Zhang Luan spread out his palms, and in his palms lay 2 round demon pills with a rich demonic aura escaping from them. Wang Lingguan merely glanced at it and averted his gaze. The demonic elixir thing. He has seen too much. If it is the demon Dan above the immortal realm, he may look at it more, but the Xiandan realm. This thing takes up too much space to keep. Things are going well. Wang Lingguan nodded gently and continued, in Dongha County, although the contractile spider is dead, there are still quite a few small demons entrenched in the territory of the sheep demon in Gravel County. You and Chen Shi lead 1,000 heavenly soldiers. Be sure to root them out one by one before sunrise tomorrow, and if there are any rescued people, bring them here, and after I have personally looked at them, release them to their homes. The little god obeys. Zhang Luan slightly arched his hand and then turned to leave. While the Heavenly Court was busy, eradicating the remaining small demons in East River County and Gravel County. Dakian Dynasty. Kapatul. The lowest level of the Heavenly Prison. A man wearing the costume of a magistrate with red edges on a black background opened a cell, and with the sheath of a knife in his hand, knocked on the cell door and said in a deep voice. Lu 11. You've got a visitor. Hearing voices. In the corner of the cell. A huddled figure moved slightly, its disheveled head slowly lifted, a pair of dull, lightless eyes, through the gaps in its hair, looked towards the entrance of the cell. See only. One in front of the other, 2 silhouettes stepped into the cell. When the first person, wearing a black cloak, so that people cannot see the specific appearance, but in its walk, but there is a long time in the upper seat of the noble atmosphere. Behind the black-robed man, there was a boy who was also walking and carrying a food box. The boy's face is ordinary, belongs to throw into the sea of people, will not recognize the kind, he came in, then quickly step forward, will be in the hands of the food box, placed in front of the cell prisoners. Lu Wenxin was like a statue, with a hint of vigilance in his gaze. He first slowly turned his head and looked towards the entrance of the cell, and as a result, he only saw the back of the magistrate who was quickly leaving. Don't look. The black-robed man seemed to have read his mind, and with a light laugh, he lifted the cloak on his head, revealing his handsome face, and opened his mouth. He is also my person. 5. Fifth brother. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Wenwen's eyes, and his voice hoarsely opened. Who else but me? Lu Wenshang went forward 2 steps, also do not care about the dirty ground, directly sit next to Lu Wenwen, pointed to the side of the food box, gentle opening. In a cell, I don't think you can eat anything good. First try the food that my brother has brought you. Lu Wenwen didn't move a muscle, only a pair of eyes, staring at his fifth royal brother dead on. He opened his mouth word by word. Fifth brother came here today, should not just come to see me, right? What? My brother is fine, so he can't come to see his own brother? Lu Wensheng said dumbfounded. You, after all these years, haven't changed a bit. Lu Wensheng lifted his finger and pointed to the top, pretending to be unintentional. In fact, if you apologize to your father, you will soon be able to go out, and restoring the identity of the prince will not be difficult. After all, father loved you the most back then, and if nothing happens, this throne of Deqian will also be yours. Moreover, several of our brothers, counting Yu Xiaozhou's qualification is the highest, but if you dedicate yourself to cultivating for a few years, I dare not say that you will become an immortal, but to break through the Dharma realm, it should not be difficult. Recognize the mistake? Hearing the words of the fifth prince, Lu Wenwen laughed hoarsely, his laughter containing infinite sadness, and muttered, "Continue to be a tiger for the tiger? The demon races under the world regard my human race as their food, and just one Hushu mountain devours how many of my human races in Deqian every year? Doesn't it hurt fifth brother to look at it? What good is heartache?" Lu Wensheng asked rhetorically, turning his head slightly to look at his own ninth brother, and said hopelessly, "Not to mention the district of Deqian, the entire world is like this. The demon race is the master, it's good enough for us humans to survive, besides, it's only the people who died, not you and me brothers, what's it got to do with us? Fifth brother turned out to be a lobbyist for father?" Lu Wenshin's head lowered and retracted back into the corner, his voice hoarse. "If that's the case, then fifth brother, please return. Are you willing to stay here and never see the light of day?" Lu Wensheng slightly lowered his head, his gaze like a torch, looking at his ninth brother without blinking, as if he wanted to completely see through his heart. "So what?" Lu Wenwen responded in a low voice. "Meh." Lu Wensheng suddenly let out a light laugh, raised his hand to pat Lu Wenwen's shoulder, and spoke, "My brother really didn't misjudge you. Just as well. It was not easy for my brother to come here, so I will tell you two pieces of news. First message." Lu Wensheng raised a finger and spoke quietly. "Recently, within the territory of Luoshui County in Suzhou, by the appearance of a human force whose name is the Heavenly Court." Heaven? Lu Wenwen's eyes lit up, and even his head couldn't help but raise a few points as he excitedly asked, "What about now? What about the Heavenly Court? Don't get too happy." Lu Wensheng gently shook his head with a few moments of regret in his voice, murmuring, "Although the Heavenly Court had a few moments of reserve and overthrew the Dan Cave Mountain, in the end, it was still too impulsive and didn't know how to bide its time. Its ending should be the same as the result of Fan Jingxi of Luoshui County 150 years ago. In order to overthrow the Heavenly Court, Father has already given all of Luoshui County's 1.6 million or so people to the several demon kings of Suzhou. If there are no surprises, the Heavenly Court should be gone nowadays. And Luoshui County, I'm afraid that blood has also flowed into the river." "What?" Lu Wenwen's figure trembled, and he muttered under his breath, 160 million? Nice. Lu Wensheng nodded and said in a low voice, "For father, 10,000 deaths is a number, a million deaths is still a number, a mere Luoshui County. As long as we can stabilize his throne, it's worth paying any price. If necessary, it is the eldest and second imperial brothers, as well as me, and you, who can be sent to enjoy with the group of demon kings of Mount Hushu. Don't you forget how the third sister and fourth brother died. Hear this." Lu Wenwen's eyes dimmed, his voice contained 3 points of despair, 3 points of bitterness as well as 4 points of relief as he opened his mouth. "Now. Is it my turn?" He remembered clearly. More than 10 years ago, the third princess of the Great Qian dynasty as well as the fourth imperial brother, along with him in general, both wanted to free the Great Qian dynasty from the control of the demon race. But it turned out to be by his own father, who personally sent him to Mount Heshu. The result of someone who was bent on helping the rise of the human race entering a demon lair like the Hushu mountain could be said to be clear. Nice. Lu Wensheng nodded and said slowly, "The 100 or so human spirit sea realm cultivators that you secretly cultivated before have all been sent by father to Mount Hushu. I guess it won't be long before father sends you there too." "Foolish brother, thank you for informing me, fifth brother." Lu Wenwen's face regained its calmness and slowly nodded his head. "Don't be in a hurry to get discouraged." Lu Wensheng's voice lowered a few points and said quietly, "There is still a second piece of news here that my brother hasn't said. The second piece of news is that my brother has a way to help you get out. Are you willing to leave the heavenly prison and continue to do something for the human race?" Chapter 60 Urgent Report from Suzhou. "Fifth brother, you." Lu Wenwen raised his head in a Hu manner, and an unbelievable light bloomed in his eyes. He was well aware of the situation he was in at the moment. To everyone outside, he was doomed to 10 deaths. After all, his previous cultivation were abolished, the district a waste person, even if he means heavenly, but also absolutely cannot run out of the capital prison, plus he had secretly cultivated human cultivators. This charge, to a lesser extent, is considered a rebellion. And on a larger scale, that could be a misdemeanor against Hushu Mountain, and even if his father's emperor was extraordinarily gracious and spared his life, Hushu Mountain would not let him go. Not to mention, that chief father of his, not only did he not think to let him go, he even planned to personally send him over there in order to please Mount Hushu. But now, this fifth emperor brother in front of him, but told him there is a way to save himself out. Don't ask anything now, don't care about anything, if there is anything, fifth brother will bear it all. Lu Wensheng's tone was sober, looking straight into the other party's eyes as he slowly spoke. You just need to tell fifth brother. Do you, or do you not, want to get out? Lu Wenwen was silent for a moment, the knot in his throat rolled up and down, and he murmured, I want to. Very good. Lu Wensheng nodded. He spoke softly. Night 3. Subordinate. Aside. The ordinary-faced boy respectfully opened his mouth. Act. Yes. The boy answered and reached his hand into his pocket, taking out a light green jade pendant, and the moment the jade pendant was removed, his face quickly changed. From the original ordinary-faced boy, he quickly turned into a demon race with wings on his back and an appearance like an eagle. Fifth brother? Lu Wenwen's eyes were slightly puzzled as he looked at his own fifth brother. Don't worry, Night 3 was trained by me. Lu Wensheng turned his head and looked at Night 3 beside him, the depths of his eyes filled with emotion as he softly said, he was also a human before, but he devoured the essence blood of the demon race and cultivated the demon race's method to achieve today's success. Ninth brother, you should be clear that practicing the human race's method would be nothing more than food in the eyes of the demon race in the outside world. But after cultivating the demon race's method, the human race, from the external appearance, will be transformed into the demon race, and although the demon race can't look at the existence of a half-human, half-demon, at least they won't take the initiative to devour it. The human race wants to rise. Not only do we need people like the ninth brother, who are amazingly talented, but we also need people like Night 3, who are willing to make sacrifices for the sake of the human race. Speaking of which, he took the jade pendant from the hands of Night 3, and sent it to Lu Wenwen, continuing. Bring it on. This jade pendant is called the illusory spirit jade. It has the ability to conceal the truth. As long as you don't run into Xiandan realm demonic powerhouses, you won't be in too much danger in general. The realm of Xiandan realm didn't seem high. But actually, put in the outside world, to say the least, is also in control of a county of the strong demon race, and this kind of existence easily will not be in the outside world, as long as Lu Wenwen does not make his own death. Don't take the initiative to run to the mountain of someone's Xiandan realm demon king, you can keep your life safe. Thanks, fifth brother. Lu Wenwen didn't be overly polite. Things have come to this point, he is clear in his heart, his own fifth brother for today has prepared too much if he is still hypocritical polite 2 sentences. Instead, it came across as a bit pretentious. He placed the jade pendant in his bosom, and as a light greenish light flowed, his face quickly changed. Less than a breath of effort. He then transformed in the form of the party boy. Go. Looking at Lu Wenwen, who had already turned into the appearance of another person, Lu Wensheng let out a smile, beckoned, and took the first step towards the outside. When he neared the door, he put on his cloak and looked at Night 3 again, instructing, Night 3, conceal your figure and follow behind us, don't let anyone see anything unusual. Yes. Night 3 spoke respectfully. Subsequently, a flash of light surrounded him and his figure instantly disappeared. A line of 3. Come outside the heavenly prison. After 7 turns, it stopped in an alley. Night 3 revealed his figure, and from the courtyard next to the alley, he let out a steed covered in green scales. This is the green scale horse, which can travel 10,000 miles in a day. Lu Wensheng patted the horse's back and spoke, with its assistance, along with Night 3's escort from the sidelines, you should be able to escape father's pursuit, ninth brother. Fifth brother. Lu Wenwen mumbled at the corner of his mouth for a moment, and finally couldn't help but ask the words in his heart, if I leave, what will you do? Ha! Lu Wensheng smiled lightly at his words. Don't worry, ninth brother, I have my own way to save my life after spending so much time with father. Really? How could my brother lie to you? Lu Wensheng put the horse's reins into Lu Wenwen's hands and said with a smile, it's getting late, you should go out of the city, if it gets late and closes the city gates, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Right. The end. As if Lu Wensheng had thought of something else, he once again instructed, after leaving the city, go all the way south. The various demon kings in the north have been carrying on for a long time, and each other's spheres of influence are intertwined, so if ninth brother goes there with the appearance of a living person, he will easily be discovered. On the contrary, the South, not long ago experienced the matter of the Heavenly Court. Right now the Heavenly Court should have just been destroyed. The major demon kings should be busy scrambling for territory, a time to care about the sporadic faces of the living. As long as ninth brother is a bit more careful, there should be no major harm. And Lu Wensheng was like an old mother who watched her child leave home, and kept on giving earnest instructions, and from his finger, he took off a ring and put it on Lu Wenwen's hand. This is a storage ring with quite a few things in it that might be of some help, perhaps, to ninth brother. Fifth brother. Lu Wenwen pursed his lips, and there seemed to be 1,000 words in his throat, but for a moment, he didn't know where to start. It's not like we're parting in life and death, so why be so sad? Lu Wensheng smiled brightly and said, go ahead. Don't delay. Fifth brother, wait for me to come back. Lu Wenwen rolled over onto his horse and said in an extremely solemn tone. Okay, hit the road. Lu Wensheng smiled and nodded, raising his hand to slap the horse's ass. The green-scaled horse let out an neigh, and took off, quickly disappearing around the corner. Seeing his own ninth brother leave, Lu Wensheng stood in place for a long time. Fong sighed softly. Turning toward the palace. All the way into the palace, came to the imperial study before Lu Wensheng organized some clothes, was about to let the door eunuchs to go to the end of the report, the ears will ring an anxious voice. Report! Urgent report from Suju. Succumbit's urgent report? Lu Wensheng raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised in his heart, and couldn't help but turn back to look. At the end of its sight. Only to see, a guard in armor, a crimson jade slip in his hand, ran quickly. Come to the front of the imperial library. The guard turned a blind eye to Lu Wensheng beside him and directly fell to his knees, shouting under his breath. Your Majesty, urgent report from Suju. Chapter 61, Why is Father so angry? Come in. In the royal study. Came the old emperor, a pale and hoarse voice. Yes. The guards didn't dare to have any hesitation, so they hurriedly got up and quickly walked into the imperial study. Outside the door. Lu Wensheng looked at the guard's back, his brows locked, his mind kept echoing the words of the guard just now. Succumbit rush. If he remembered correctly, Luoshui County was also in Suju, right? Does it say? What's the big mess in Succumbit? Normally, even if there is any urgent report into the court, it will first be sent to the Ministry of War, and then by the Secretary of the Ministry of War, or the Prime Minister to intervene. Send the urgent report into the court. Available today. A guard holding an urgent report, without passing through the hands of the court officials, directly sent into the palace, or the first time in decades. From this point, it's also clear that the trouble in Succumbit is definitely not small. Thinking about it, Lu Wensheng could only think of one possibility, and that was the Heavenly Court of Luoshui County, which might not be that simple, even if a few demon kings of Suzhou teamed up. It can't help the Heavenly Court either. Think about it. A trace of shock flashed across Lu Wensheng's face. Previously, he had thought that the newly risen Celestial Court of Luoshui County was no more than a well-endowed human race, similar to Fan Zhengxi from 150 years ago. By chance, he comprehended a cultivation method. As he was not accustomed to the demon race's way of doing things, he led many ordinary people in an attempt to overthrow the Dan Cave Mountain and lead the human race to establish a new homeland. But look again today. The Heavenly Court of Luoshui County seems to have come prepared. After all, 150 years ago, Fan Zhengxi, although the storm is not small, but in the final analysis, even the Dan Cave Mountain that passed has not passed, but today's Heavenly Court. Not only did they destroy the Dan Cave Mountain, Even the several demon kings of Suzhou couldn't help each other anymore. I don't know, the Heavenly Court has pushed the several great demon kings of Suzhou, to what point, to send such an urgent report? Lu Wensheng was curious in his heart. Immediately, he fixed his mind and spoke aloud, Child Lu Wensheng, seeking an audience. The words were not finished. In the imperial study, then steeply resounded the voice of his own father, full of anger. What a Heavenly Court! Next moment. Boom! A loud bang came out. The entire imperial study room shook, and a terrifying aura, surging out, the doors and window panes of the room in the imperial study room, crumbled at the first moment. Endless wood shavings and pieces of paper drifted out from the room, like snowflakes, and spread over the earth. Outside the room, all the eunuchs, guards, and palace maids that were standing by, seeing this scene, all had their hearts jumped and hurriedly fell to their knees, their bodies unable to hold back the trembling. It had been a long time since they had seen their own sire in such a big mood. In the beginning, the ninth prince secretly cultivated human cultivators, and his majesty today had only smashed a table, but today it looked as if his majesty was going to lift the entire imperial study room. It was hard to imagine how much had happened to cause his majesty to be so angry. I don't know how much time has passed. Inside the imperial study, calm was restored. Inside, the old emperor's even huskier voice rang out. Old Five is here? Come in. Thank you, father. Lu Wensheng saluted respectfully, then took a quick step and walked into the room. Just came in. Then he saw the guard who had delivered the urgent report. The moment. That guard, his face was pale and trembling, sweat dripping from his forehead, but he still maintained his kneeling position, not daring to move a muscle. Lu Wensheng's gaze retracted on the guards before sweeping around the room. The imperial study room right now has been a mess. The ground is full of debris. Outside, the subordinates, no order, but also do not dare to come in to clean up. Only the old emperor, sitting on the imperial seat, holding a jade slip, his chest kept rising and falling violently, obviously furious. Beside him, an old eunuch with a white beardless face, along with the 2 second emperors, were constantly helping him pat his back and smooth out his breath. My son has met my father and my royal brother. Lu Wensheng hurriedly saluted, then opened his mouth and asked, Dare I ask, Father Emperor, I wonder what happened in Suzhou to make Father Emperor so angry? See for yourself. The old emperor's face, as gloomy as water, he casually threw his hand, the jade slip in his hand, threw it in front of Lu Wensheng. Lu Wensheng took the jade slip and carefully scanned its contents. Just looked at it for the first time. He was still not concerned, but at the end, he had changed his face greatly, and after confirming it several times over, Lu Wensheng couldn't help but set off monstrous waves in his heart. Suzhou. Black Locust Demon King, Summer She Demon King, Contractor Spider Demon King, Huichu Demon King. All destroyed. None of the small demons under his command survived. What kind of tactic is this? From the Dacian dynasty, receiving the news of the destruction of the Dan Cave Mountain, to his own father sending messengers to the lair of several demon kings, ordering them to join forces to overthrow the heavenly court. It was only about 2 days. But in just these 2 days, the heavenly court has swept away the entire Suzhou. Such strength, such heritage. Even if it's Mount Hashu, it's just like that in person, right? The moment. Lu Wensheng finally understood why his own father was so angry, because he also saw the threat of the heavenly court, which was able to sweep away Suzhou so quickly. It also meant that the heavenly court could quickly sweep away the other states and counties as well. In time. I'm afraid that the heavenly court's attack on the capital city of Deqian will not be a problem. Once the great Qian capital is broken, at that time, other people are not good to say, but he, the great Qian emperor, the #1 lapdog of Hashu Mountain, is not expected to get a good end. After all, within Luoshui County, the fate of those officials who were in league with the demons was still fresh in everyone's mind. Old Five, you're just in time to talk. What now? The old emperor tried to calm his anger and inquired in a deep voice. Back to father. Lu Wensheng thought for a while and said in a deep voice, My son thinks that the heavenly court is so powerful that it has become a climate at the moment, so why don't we summon the demon kings of Dingzhou and Jiangzhou to go to Suzhou on the same day to suppress the heavenly court? Hear these words. In the old emperor's eyes, the color of disappointment flickered. I used to think that this 5th son of mine was quite intelligent, but today it seems that he is just like that. The heavenly court could exterminate the several demon kings of Suzhou, could it not exterminate the demon kings of Dingzhou and Jiangzhou? Continue to let the demon king of these 2 states to go. I'm afraid that as a meatbag to beat the dog, there is no return. It's not good to end up in the heavenly court failed to suppress. The result of their own entire Dacian dynasty is gone. What do you think, too? The old emperor turned his head, looked at the second prince next to him, and opened his mouth to ask. Hearing the question, a hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the second prince, and he hurriedly moved his previous statement once again and respectfully said. Back to father, my son heard that the Huichu demon king of Suzhou not long ago has become a strong soul palace realm, with such a strong person sitting in the town, ultimately still unable to defeat the heavenly court. From this, we can see that the depths of the heavenly court are not trivial. In my son's opinion, as a matter of urgency, we should immediately notify the state master and ask him to take action to project the strength of the heavenly court, and take a look to see how the heavenly court's underpinnings really are. Secondly, it will also allow the many demon kings of Hashu Mountain to do what they want. Chapter 62. I'd like to see just how much weight the heavenly court has. Well. The old emperor gently nodded his head and said in a deep voice, what Lao Er said is not unreasonable. The moment. In his heart, he regretted it more or less. If he had known that the heavenly court was so terrifying, he would have, at the very beginning, gone to inform the state master. Why would he have allowed the heavenly court to develop to this point? Right now, the heavenly court has taken over the entire Suzhou. With only the Dacian dynasty, as well as the demon king in each county, it is clear that the rise of the heavenly court cannot be curbed. The only way to eliminate the heavenly court is for the Hashu Mountain to personally intervene. Come on, man. The old emperor rose with a flourish, his eyes flashing as he said in a loud voice, set up the Bright Light Palace. Bright Light Palace. This is a palace located on the west side of the palace. The temple is lofty and majestic, the whole body is made of white jade, crystal clear. The Deqian imperial dynasty spent more than 10 years and countless manpower and material resources to build it. The old emperor of Deqian, with his two sons, picking up the steps, each step down, the steps under the feet are blooming light, as if climbing the ladder of heaven in general, let a person's heart inexplicably filled with awe. Coming to the depths of the great hall, the old emperor saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the jade platform in front of him, and hurriedly fell to his knees, shouting under his breath, "Emperor Lu Qizhan of Deqian, meet the state master." Yu Qizhong? On the high platform. A figure wearing an apricot yellow palace dress, with a slender body and a dusty temperament, but with a deer head on her head, slowly opened her eyes, and a piece of indifference in the depths of her eyes. Her voice was clear and cold. "What is your business here today?" It is not hidden from the master of the state. Lu Qizhan hurriedly spoke. Not long ago, a human force called the Celestial Court appeared in Luoshui County, and as soon as it appeared, it overthrew Dan Cave Mountain. The first time I learned the news, I sent someone to inform the remaining several demon kings in Suzhou, but I never thought about it. The several demon kings of Suzhou have joined forces and are still no match for the heavenly court. Oh? Hear that? The great Qian state master raised his eyebrows, a rare flash of surprise flashed across his calm face as he softly said, "Within the human race, one can also possess such forces? If this state master, if I remember correctly, amongst the Su state, there should be a demon king named the Pied Spider, whose son didn't break through the Soul Palace realm not too long ago. Even if this demon makes a move, it's no match for the heavenly court?" Back to the state master. Lu Qizhan didn't dare to be slow and quickly responded, "The son of the contracting spider demon king also died in the hands of the heavenly court." "Yeah?" The great Qian state master whispered softly. She pinched up her 5 fingers and slightly pinched her calculations for a moment. Her eyes opened steeply, and a hint of unbelievable light blossomed in her eyes as she muttered, "Hui Chu is really dead. What outsiders say may be a little watered down. But their own deduction, that will never be wrong." Just now she slightly deduction, to calculate Hui Chu has been dead for a day long. When did such a powerful human force appear within Great Qian? The great Qian state master's brows furrowed, and there was some confusion in his heart. By the way, every power, from scratch, there is a slow development process, but the Luoshui County's heavenly court, but contrary to common sense, as if just appeared, the bottom is unfathomable. It was just a matter of destroying one Dan Cave Mountain, but now he had actually occupied the entire Suzhou. With Suzhou as the base camp, then the next move of the heavenly court. She could have guessed it with her toes. Must be plotting the whole of Deqian. Think about it. The great Qian master of state spoke again, his voice clear and cold, like a ring of pendants ringing. "The details of the heavenly court, have you ever found out? How many Soul Palace realm cultivators are there within it? Since the heavenly court can kill Hui Chu Demon King, outsiders even in the stupid can also see the heavenly court. There must be a Soul Palace realm powerhouse sitting in the town. The only thing that makes people puzzled is, how many Soul Palace realm cultivators were there within the heavenly court anymore?" This. Lu Qizhan's face changed and he trembled. "I don't know." "I don't know?" The great Qian state master's eyebrows were raised, his face was filled with displeasure, and he said in a chilling voice, "What do so many people in your great Qian imperial dynasty do for a living? The heavenly court has destroyed so many demonic forces, and you guys are actually telling me today that you haven't even gotten to the bottom of the heavenly court? Don't be surprised, master of the state." Lu Qizhan's face changed, quickly kowtowed, and said loudly under his breath, "It's not that I didn't send anyone to check, but I really can't check. The heavenly court is too strict. Every demonic power that was destroyed at the hands of the heavenly court, not a single one of them escaped the net, and afterward, no one was even clear about what had actually happened. As for ordinary people within Suzhou, what they know is really limited. Even if I send someone to ask, I simply can't ask for useful information." "Is that even possible?" The great Qian country master's face became grave. When a demon king died, the large number of lesser demons under his command must have scattered and fled in all directions. However, the heavenly court is able to wrap up the work, to do so watertight, looking at the entire territory of the great Qian. Even if they Hushu Mountain personally, I'm afraid it is also just so. Even it may also be somewhat inferior. After all, under a demon king, the number of lesser demons is also in the thousands, and the number of more must be at least tens of thousands. So many lesser demons, even if they stand straight and wait to be killed. It also takes half a day to kill. But the problem is, those small demons aren't stupid. Surely they won't lead their necks to be killed. Countless small demons dispersed in a flurry, there will always be 1 or 2 fish that miss the net. But heaven managed to uproot it. This underpinning. It was beyond her imagination. Does it mean that in the heavenly court, every single one of them is a top human cultivator? The great Qian country master's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered in his heart. I have come to see the state master today. In fact, I would like to ask the state master to inform the great kings of the Hushu mountain of the matter of the heavenly court, by the way. Speaking of which. The Dechen emperor's words paused for a moment. He secretly looked up, glanced at the state master's complexion, and found that the other party did not get angry before he slowly said, "By the way, I would also like to ask the state master to exercise his divine ability to deduce the depths of the heavenly court, to see how many powerful people there are within the heavenly court. If one could project, within the heavenly court, the true strength of that heavenly emperor, it would be even better. Heaven has been out for a while now. Sent into the Dakian palace has news about the heavenly court. There are quite a few, but these news, regardless of which one, only recorded the heavenly court Wangling one, as well as Marshal Ma's record of strikes. As for that heavenly emperor in heaven, they only knew that there was a heavenly emperor sitting within the heavenly court. As for what the heavenly emperor looked like and how strong he was, that was all unknown. If we can calculate the strength of that heavenly emperor, then the entire heavenly court will have no secrets in the eyes of the outside world. After all, in the eyes of all, that heavenly emperor of the heavenly court was truly the strongest person in the heavenly court. A large Daqian imperial dynasty, not a single useful one. The great Qian state master snorted coldly and said indifferently, "So be it. Today, this state master, I will personally take action and deduce the depths of the heavenly court. I would like to see just how much weight this heavenly court has." Surprisingly, he was able to overthrow my demon clan's forces one after another. Chapter 63. This is? What's going on? Little man thanks the state master. Lu Qizhen bowed respectfully. Excitement flickered in his eyes. With the state master at the helm, this wave is a sure thing. From the state master, since she entered the palace, no matter what she projected, she had never yet missed a beat, but anything that came out of her mouth was bound to happen in the future. The district is just a heavenly court. Lu Qizhen admitted that the other party did have a few skills, but that was all. The heavenly court could overthrow the Dan Cave Mountain, and could also kill the Soul Palace realm of Fei Chu Demon King. But the heavenly court could never be a match for Mount Hushu. After all, there was once a demon immortal from Mount Hushu. This kind of heritage, not ordinary small forces, can be compared. The demon fairy fingers seem casually leak out a little something for the outside world of the ordinary demon forces. That's all a splash of riches. As strong as the heavenly court, can it still compare to a demon immortal? Behind Lu Qizhen, the corners of the second prince's mouth hooked up. He slightly raised his head and looked at his own father's back. The smile at the corners of his mouth became more and more overflowing. Sure enough. At the end of the day, it's still your own ploy. With today's credit, I think I'm one step closer to that seat. As for Lu Wenshang, who was beside the second prince, his heart was heavy for several minutes. He bowed down and bowed. The corners of his mouth were bitter. Just now he was still happy for the unification of Suzhou by the heavenly court. He was also relieved that his own ninth brother had fled to the direction of Suzhou. But in a flash, his own father then invited the state master to take action. With this person around, I'm afraid it's going to be hard for the heavenly court to dodge a bullet this time. The moment. He could only silently pray in his heart that within the heavenly court, there were some special ways to obscure the heavenly chance. Otherwise, once the Hushu mountain saw through the bottom sessions, Mount Harmonious Void would be able to send out strong men in a targeted manner, which would in turn eliminate the heavenly court. Once the heavenly court is gone, Hushu Mountain will certainly be on the entire Suzhou completely cleaned once again, and Hushu Mountain shot and Suzhou local Demon King shot can be completely different. The local Demon King of Suzhou, even if his methods are ruthless, will more or less leave some of the people behind his kindling, lest he has no food to eat in the future. But the Hohokam Mountain. According to the temperament of the Demon Kings of Hushu Mountain, I'm afraid that they will make the 4 counties of Suzhou. Within 100 years, not an inch of grass will grow. If his own ninth brother, at just the right time, happens to bump into it. Think about it. Lu Wensheng didn't dare to think any further. Just as the 3 people in the hall had different thoughts. On the high platform, the great Qian state master spoke quietly. Deducing the heavenly chance is not a trivial matter. You and the others quickly help me prepare 100 Spirit Sea Realm humanoids, as well as 5 Xian Dan Realm humanoids. This state master needs to replenish some of his Qian blood. Yes, I'll go and get ready. Lu Qizhen respectfully opened his mouth and quickly stood up, taking his 2 sons with him, quickly walking out of the great hall. Come outside the temple. Lu Qizhen summoned a commander in armor, and after carefully instructing him, he let him go. Soon, the commander who went and returned. Behind him, followed by hundreds of soldiers, together they escorted over 100 cultivators over. These people's cultivation had all been sealed, and every single one of them had a few looks of despair on their faces. Obviously, they themselves knew exactly what fate they were going to face next. Send it all in. Lu Qizhen's eyes flickered as his gaze swept over each and every face, confirming that everything was safe before nodding slightly. That commander, after receiving permission and bowing towards Lu Qizhen, hurriedly led 100 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, as well as 5 Xian Dan Realm cultivators, into the main hall with quick steps. The doors of the temple are closed. Next moment. A succession of screams came. Immediately afterward, in the crack of the door, oozing out wisps of bloody gas, smelling this smell, everyone present, their faces were slightly unnatural. Although they defected to the demon race, but the death of the temple is after all their own fellow clan. In the past, the eyes do not see the heart, but today is really too close. Only one door away. They're worried about it, someday. This is the kind of thing that will fall on your head as well. It didn't take long. The door to the temple, once again, opened. The commander who just went in, his face was a bit pale. He took the first step out, like he had seen some horrible sight. His footsteps were slightly weak. Behind him, closely followed by 100 soldiers, and unlike when he went in, when he came out, these soldiers, each of them on their backs, carried a corpse. These corpses, with their heavenly lids lifted off, in which the brains were not to be found, and a large hole appeared in the chest of each of them, translucent before and after. As the soldiers walked behind them, they left a striking and blinding path of blood. More than 100 corpses, laid out in a single file in front of the main hall. Lu Qizhen frowned and said in a deep voice. When the State Master finishes his deduction later, don't waste these corpses, throw them all to the little demons under the State Master. At least they are corpses of the Spirit Sea and Xiandan realms. It's still quite useful for those little demons. Yes. The commander respectfully arched his hand. Aside. Lu Wenqing opened his mouth, originally wanted to say a sentence, let them into the ground, but the words reached the edge of the mouth, and finally swallowed back. In this place, to say such words. It's easy to arouse the suspicion of others. In the meantime. Inside the temple. On the high platform. Dressed in an apricot yellow palace dress, the State Master held a handkerchief in her hand and carefully wiped the corners of her mouth, then put the handkerchief away and backhandedly took out a palm-sized jade disc. On the jade disc, it was engraved with arcane runes, dotted with stars, and surrounded by mysterious chi, which seemed to be able to pull the heaven and earth. There are a lot of things in this world that this State Master can't count. But among them, there is absolutely no heavenly court. The great Qian State Master whispered softly. She flexed her fingers and flicked. A drop of crystal clear bloods on her middle finger flew out and landed in the middle of the jade plate, with blood injected into it. On the jade disc, it steeply bloomed with an infinite amount of light. The light condensed and floated up into the air, transforming into a 3-foot square curtain of light. The great Qian State Master nodded slightly. This was a perfect start. The next step was to deduce. She made seals with both hands, striking out hand seals one after another, and every hand seal that didn't enter the jade disc made the light on it even more radiant by half a point. The same. The light in mid-air also became more and more solid. As time passed, on the light screen, it steeply trembled a bit, and the ripples like water waves spread out, revealing a starry sky scene on it. Stars? The great Qian did not understand. What the hell is this? With just a starry sky, she couldn't see any useful information, no matter what. Her hands formed a seal again, while biting the tip of her tongue. Her heart was fierce, a mouthful of heart blood, spit on the jade disc, the light on it instantly flourished. Compared to just now, the light was more than a few points stronger. The light curtain once again trembled continuously. In the middle of the curtain of light, there seems to be something to come out, but it is too hazy, like a cloud, like a silhouette, and like a continuous palace. In short, nothing can be seen. The great Qian State Master tried his best to open his eyes wide, and the divine light in his eyes flickered, apparently utilizing some kind of pupil technique, wanting to see the specific scene therein. Didn't wait for her to see what. Suddenly, a bang came out. The jade disc in front of her collapsed in a flash, transforming into a brilliant light that shot out in all directions. The original glow floating in mid-air. It also quickly dissipated after flickering slightly for a moment. As the curtain of light disappeared, an unspeakable pressure, descending from the sky like an invisible mountain, pressed down dead on her shoulders, as if, in the underworld, she had angered some incomparably terrifying existence. Pressing her to death on the jade platform. As the pressure grew, the jade platform underneath her began to emit a sound of being overwhelmed. It was covered with dense cracks at some point. This is... what's going on? The great Qian State Master spoke in horror, the depths of his eyes filled with panic. She had been deducing heavenly chances for hundreds of years, and this was the first time she had seen a situation like today's. Chapter 64. What's with the wind? I am not sure. Father, how long does it usually take for the State Master to deduce the heavenly chance? Outside the temple. Lu Wensheng, the 5th prince, casually asked. I can't say. Exactly how long it will take depends on how much reserves the heavenly court actually has. Lu Qizhen gently shook her head. He turned back to glance at the great hall and said in a breezy manner, "We only need to wait at ease. With the state master's hand, it's bound to be foolproof. Even if the heavenly court has a Soul Palace realm powerhouse in attendance, it can't be hidden from the state master's deduction." "Yes." Lu Wenxing nodded gently. He turned his head to look around, and in his mind, he was constantly calculating how he should get the news out. Like the ninth prince, he held a few good intentions towards the human forces. If he could let the heavenly court escape a disaster, he himself would have done his part for the human race no matter what. Just right now, this bright light palace, the guards are too tight. In the dark, maybe there are still demon powerhouses lurking. He hastily passed the message. There is a high probability of being detected by others. As a matter of urgency, he had to get out of here first. But how to leave? While Lu Wenxing, in his mind, was thinking hard about a strategy. Aside, the second prince suddenly let out a light eep and turned his head to look around. "What's with the wind?" Lu Qizhen also noticed the change in the sky color. He carefully sensed some. His eyes flashed a color of doubt, lightly murmured, "It is really so." The sound of the wind was small at first, as if it was a spring breeze, but after only 2 or 3 breaths, it became violently violent, with the gusts of wind whistling non-stop, setting off an ear-piercing sound. It was as if billions of living beings were hissing, making one's scalp numb as one listened. Around the Mingguang Palace, some of the exotic flowers and plants that were planted were all swept up high into the air by the sound of the wind after supporting them for just a blink of an eye. The wind is getting louder. The surrounding guards, all of them blocked their faces with their hands, facing the gusts of wind like knives. They couldn't even open their eyes now. Around the Great Hall, only the Great Qian Emperor, as well as the second and fifth emperors and a few others with cultivation in their bodies, were still able to remain calm. "Something doesn't seem right," Lu Qizhen muttered under his breath. He suddenly raised his head and looked into the sky, and with just one glance, he couldn't help but have his pupils shrink as he said horrifiedly under his breath, "What's that?" A few people nearby sniffed. They all looked up, toward the sky. See only. In the sky above the bright light palace, it was as if there was a big invisible hand that was constantly pulling the dark clouds in all directions. It's a moment's work. The dark clouds above had thickened to a very frightening level. From afar, it looked like a black ocean, inverted on the dome of the sky, with dark clouds churning and slowly rotating, eventually transforming into a huge vortex. And in the very center of the vortex, something seemed to be brewing. Though not yet brewing complete, but Lu Qizhen and others still feel a creepy feeling, as if it contains what extermination power general. Not to mention getting close, even a glance from afar shook the heart and soul. Father, in the past, the state master deduced the heavenly chance. Will it also be like this? The second prince felt that his tongue was about to tie itself in knots. Couldn't even get a full sentence out. He had never seen such a sight before, and the dark clouds that had just shrouded the Mingguang Palace before had almost shrouded the entire palace after a few moments of work had passed. Moreover, that vortex in the sky also rotated faster and faster, and the sound of lightning and thunder was faintly heard. This can't be the apocalypse, can it? I'm not sure. Lu Qizhen shook his head. It wasn't once or twice that the state master had deduced the heavenly chance. In the past several hundred years, every time the state master deduced the heavenly chances, there were no visions, but today. Lu Qizhen's heart drummed a little, and a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. Murphy, is it because of the state master pushing the heavenly court that this vision has been induced? If that's true, then how big is the heavenly court in Succumbit? The color of blood on Lu Qizhen's face faded and gradually became pale. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky and then looked at the palace in front of him. His heart was very puzzled. The sky is moving, it's all so scary. Where's the master of the state? Why isn't she out yet? Could it be that she didn't notice? Come on, man! Lu Qizhen yelled, wanting to have someone enter the palace to see what was going on in it. But the second half of his sentence, before he could say it, he was then interrupted by Lu Wenxing beside him. Father! Lu Wenxing yelled at the top of his voice, blocking one hand in front of his eyes and pulling Lu Qizhen's sleeve with the other, saying in a loud voice, "Something doesn't seem right. We'd better leave this place first." The words had just opened. It was just drowned out by the wind. Talking. Bright light palace near the gale has been terrifying to the point of no return, like a sharp blade cutting the void. The surrounding palace, as if the ice and snow met the blazing sun, is at an appalling speed, non-stop melting. What kind of wind would have to be to do that? In plain sight. One after another soldier guarding the vicinity of the palace, in a face full of panic, was swept up into the air, and in turn, was torn into a mist of blood by the gusts of wind that surged in all directions, leaving nothing behind. The moment. The only ones still standing were Lu Qizhen and the 2 imperial sons next to him, as well as a commander. If a few people had stayed here, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for those broken masonry tiles, as well as the soldiers that had turned into blood mist, to be their forebears. Lu Qizhen clenched his teeth, even in his heart, and how unwilling. He is also clear that he and others cannot stay here anymore. Go! He bellowed. Taking the two imperial princes, as well as a commander, he quickly left. Oddly enough, several people had just left the bright light palace within a few hundred meters, and the surrounding gale immediately dropped a level, as if the hurricane that had just been there was only targeting the bright light palace in general. The rest of the palace was not much affected. Just as Lu Qizhen and the others were about to take a sigh of relief. The vault of heaven. Boom! A deafening thud came out. Several people immediately looked up. Next moment, in the dense dark clouds, a crimson thunderbolt illuminated the heavens and earth, causing the entire capital city to be covered in a layer of crimson light, as if it was drenched in blood, extremely frightening. Thunder like a dragon running through the sky, the light filled the sky, so that the sky and the ground are blazing. I do not know how many people cannot help but close their eyes, do not dare to look directly. This is... what? Lu Qizhen was horrified in his eyes, and a huge wave rose in his heart. Thunder! He knew and had seen it. However, in his perception, thunder was, in general, either incandescent or azure in color, but this crimson thunder was the first time he had seen it. Thunder rumbled down, and the void trembled crazily like a piece of scroll. This side of the heavens and earth seemed to be about to collapse as a world-destroying divine might swept out, as if a floodgate had been opened. All the living beings in the capital, one counts one, all feel creepy in the face of such heavenly power. Anyone cannot help but give birth to a sense of insignificance in their hearts. It was as if a mole cricket was looking up at the stars. Chapter 65. What is the origin of the heavenly court? 4. Why is it like this? Inside the temple. The body of the great Qiansteg master was dead weight on the ground. There seemed to be an invisible mountain in the void pressed on her back. Let her use all the means, but also to no avail. With the cultivation of the third level of the Soul Palace realm at this moment, facing the pressure falling from the sky, it was as ridiculous as a clumsy mole cricket. What on earth? Is the heavenly court what's coming? The great Qiansteg master's eyes were wide open, and the depths of his eyes were filled with fear. If, now give her a chance to start over again, she killed will not rashly out to deduce the bottom of the heavenly court, but now. It's too late for everything. Boom! A loud sound came out, and the bright light palace crumbled. The great Qiansteg master turned her head with difficulty, looking towards the sky dome, and in her pupils, the only thing that could be seen was a crimson thunder, from high up in the sky, rapidly enlarging. Looking at the thunder that was getting closer and closer, the great Qian kingdom master let out a loud roar in his heart. Impossible! Impossible! This is the sky. It's not finished yet. Boom! Thunder fell and everything was annihilated. The entire earth, it was as if it had been pierced through. A vast mighty energy centered on the bright light palace, swept out in a vast manner, wherever the divine might pass through. Countless palaces were reduced to pieces. In the palace, an unknown number of people, without even uttering a scream, turned into a canopy of blood mist. Especially Lu Qizhen and the others, due to being too close. The first time they did so, they suffered a heavy blow. Their bodies were like a piece of duckweed in an infinite ocean, flying out backwards. Fortunately, the thunder in the sky was only targeting the bright light palace, and the power was extremely cohesive, and the aftermath that escaped was less than 1 in a billion. Otherwise, with just that one thunderbolt, not to mention the Great Qian Imperial Palace, I am afraid that the entire Great Qian capital will be wiped out alive. Boo! Lu Qizhen and the others, their bodies were like a broken sack as they crashed into a broken wall. Put! Lu Qizhen's hair crown fell off, the body of the dragon robe in many places broken, full of white hair, scattered fluttering. He just sat up, then opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. It stained the chest, a large portion of the shirt. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the bright light palace, even though the dark clouds in the sky had quickly dispersed, but deep in his pupils, there was still an endless color of fear. What the hell was that just now? Definitely not ordinary thunder. Could it be a heavenly calamity? Lu Qizhen muttered under his breath. In this world, the human race's knowledge of the cultivation world was very scarce. After all, the demon race did not allow them to cultivate on their own, and a lot of the knowledge they had was half understood. This thing called heavenly calamity, Lu Qizhen had heard of it. It is said, cultivation to a certain realm, you need to cross the 3 robberies, and the first of the 3 robberies is the thunderbolt, but the problem is that if it is a thunderbolt, the might would not be so cohesive. After all, the thunderbolt is not divided into people who dares to come close, who will have to bear the power of the thunderbolt, and the thunderbolt will not be only one, and will not only cover such a little place. The thunderbolt that landed in the palace today seemed to have a clear goal. That's just for the Bright Lights Palace. Nope. To be precise, it was only directed at the Great Qian Kingdom Master, a demon. Beyond that, do not hurt others. Of course, this kind of non-injury to others, first of all, you must also have some life preservation skills to survive the aftermath. Ahem. At this point, a cough came. Lu Qizhan, two emperors, along with the commander just now, also woke up. Each of them are in a very lousy shape, but fortunately no injuries to the vitals. A little time to rest and recuperate and you'll be back to your old self. See this scene. Lu Qizhan's heart became more and more certain. The party's thunder, definitely not ordinary thunder. Even targeting the target can be independently selected. How to look at it is unusual. If it were any other thunder and that strike had just fallen, I'm afraid that not only his two sons, but even he himself would be gone. Father, are you all right? The second prince's body staggered over, looking at his father who had already risen. A trace of gloom flashed in the depths of his eyes, but concern soon rose on his face. Asked with a worried face. It's okay, help me up, let's go over and take a look. Lu Qizhan's face was ugly, not paying attention to his own son's expression. All his thoughts were now on the thunder just now. Good. The second prince reached out, assisting Lu Qizhan, slowly moving forward, and behind the two of them, the party's commander, as well as Lu Wensheng followed suit. When they came again, the place where the bright light palace had been before. On everyone's face, a strong look of shock flashed. The original tall and majestic Mingguang Palace had disappeared at this moment, and in its place was a large pit that was too deep to see the bottom, even though the thunder had dissipated. But at the edge of the big pit, wisps of smoke still floated, signaling the extraordinary nature of the pit. Gulp! Lu Qizhan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face bloodless as he muttered under his breath, what exactly did the state master deduce in the temple? Is it true that only heaven is counted? The moment. His heart was cold. If the state master had really only projected the heavenly court and led to today's calamity, then the true strength of the heavenly court was something he really couldn't imagine. Father, what do we do now? The second prince also had cold hands and feet. Looking at the situation in front of him, the great Qian master of state was estimated to be dead beyond death. He could not have dreamed that the great Qian state master, a sole palace realm existence, would die so easily in the palace today, and still be killed by a thunderbolt. This news, if it was spread to Huanshu Mountain, when the several great kings of Huanshu Mountain asked after them, how should they answer? Just in case the great king in the Hushu Mountain relocated his anger to them, then I'm afraid that the Qin dynasty will have to change its master. What to do? What else? Lu Qizhan's eyes were lifeless as he slowly opened his mouth, his voice unusually hoarse. As a matter of urgency, we need to report today's matter immediately to the Hushu Mountain. If there is a delay, not to mention me, even you can hardly escape death. But the state master The second prince opened his mouth. The link between the great Qin dynasty and Mount Heshu was the state masters, but right now, the state masters were all dregs, and it was absolutely impossible to contact Mount Heshu with just them. Then send someone to Mount Heshu personally. Lu Qizhan spoke quickly, and as he spoke, the light in his eyes gradually blazed as he seemed to think of something and added, while going to report the news, take Laojiu with you. The master of the state is dead. He didn't want, when Mount Heshu sent the demon king over, to discover that in the heavenly prison, there was still a son who cultivated human cultivators. I'll leave this matter to you, Commander Chen. Be quick. There shall be no delay. Lu Qizhan opened his mouth in a deep voice, and by the end of his words, he had already sounded stern. My lord, yes. Commander Chen respectfully saluted, then quickly turned around and left. Looking at the back of Commander Chen's departure, Lu Qizhan's face was gloomy, and he whispered softly to himself under his breath, I hope that Hushu Mountain do not implicate me. Chapter 66, What are you doing? Placing two bets? Looking at Commander Chen's distant back, Lu Qizhan's face was cloudy, and only after a long time did he exhale a mouthful of turbid air, lifting his feet towards the bedchamber. The second prince and Lu Wensheng followed behind. Every single person, with a solemn expression, was playing their own little game in their hearts. Just the three of them. About to walk to Lu Qizhan's bedchamber. Commander Chen, who had left earlier, ran back in a flurry of wind. As soon as he came in front of Lu Qizhan, he plopped down and fell to his knees, saying in panic under his breath, Your Majesty, it's a big deal. What happened again? Lu Qizhan is getting annoyed now. The state master had just died, and he was still thinking how to set himself aside. After all, no matter what, it was because he, the great Qin dynasty, had not done his job well and had not been able to figure out the depths of the heavenly court, which had led to the state master's efforts to project the heavenly chance. If we really look into it, he, the current emperor, can hardly escape the blame. As a result, without waiting for him to come up with a countermeasure, the Commander Chen under his own command seemed to have brought him another annoyance. Back to Your Majesty, your Ninth Highness He. What happened to him? Lu Qizhan turned around in a huff, his eyes full of murderous aura, with a chilling aura that slowly escaped. He is gone. Commander Chen turned pale. I don't know if it's because of the shock or the previous injuries, which have not yet recovered. How is that possible? Lu Qizhan looked cold and spoke in a chilling voice. In the heavenly jail, the guards are tight, especially Lao Jiao. He is just an ordinary person. How can he leave the heavenly jail? I don't dare to deceive your majesty. Just now my subordinate personally went to the heavenly prison, but the Ninth Highness has indeed disappeared. As if he had thought of something, Commander Chen said again. Not only that. Among the magistrates responsible for guarding the heavenly jail today, there is a magistrate named Wan Yunshan who killed himself at home. Ha! Hear this. Lu Qizhan's already gloomy face became more and more gloomy as he spoke with difficulty under his breath. Good. Good. Yes. What a way to kill yourself. In the front foot, the ninth prince escaped, and in the back foot, a magistrate in the heavenly prison killed himself, which, no matter which way you look at it, is that there is someone behind the scenes helping the old nine to escape from the prison. It seems that this is someone who wants to pull me and the entire Great Chen dynasty to be buried with him. Lu Qizhan opened his mouth grimly. Icy cold voice echoing in the void, anyone who heard it would feel shivering. As a party, Lu Qizhan clear 9 old jailbreak, this is someone to help, but stand in the Hushu mountain point of view, people may not think so. Just after the death of a national master, a ninth prince who clearly favored the human race ran away in the Deqian imperial dynasty in the back foot. What are you doing? Watching the unstoppable rise of heaven, so you plan to bet on both ends? According to the temperament of the demon kings in the Hushu mountain, even if it was just a guess that had not yet been confirmed, they would still choose to kill the wrong person rather than let them go. At that time, not to mention him as the Dacian emperor, the entire Dacian royal family is estimated to be completely cleaned once. Think about it. Lu Qizhan, hands and feet cold, he was covered with killing intent, almost condensed into substance, spoke in a deep voice, Lao heir, this matter. He hadn't finished his sentence. The fifth prince, Lu Wenshang, stepped forward and knelt on one knee in front of Lu Qizhan, respectfully saying, Father. Today, Lao Jiao escaped from prison, and my son believes that there must be someone else behind this matter. I implore my father to grant my son permission to personally investigate this matter, and within 10 days, if my son is unable to capture Lao Jiao back, I would like to be sentenced by my father. This time, you stay out of it, old 5. Lu Qizhan looked deeply at this fifth son of his, before he felt that this fifth son of his was still okay, but before in the Great Hall of Advice. Yet it created a hint of disappointment in his heart. It's just a hint, but it's enough to change a lot of things. Eldest, it's better for you to take care of this matter. Lu Qizhan looked up to the sky, pondering in his heart for a moment, and then lowered his head, killing machine in his eyes endless. I will only give you 5 days of time. Within 5 days, find the old 9, dead or alive. My son complies. The second prince was overjoyed at his words. Such an important thing was given not to the fifth brother, but to himself. Obviously. His own weight in his father's heart was heavier. Seeing the second prince and Commander Chen leave together, Lu Wenshang, who was still kneeling on the ground, was bitter in his heart. Lao Jiao, there is only so much that my brother can do, but I hope that your good fortune will come to you. While all kinds of thoughts were strewn about in his mind. Steeply came the voice of his own father. See only. Lu Qizhan was like an elderly lion, his hair and beard white, but his eyes were full of scrutiny as he stared at himself dead on. Old 5, you seem a bit distracted today. In the meantime. Heaven. In front of the hall of Lingshu. Zhang Ren was sizing up a deity in front of him wearing golden armor, with a green face, red hair, and blue body, holding a jade ring on his left and an iron brief on his right, inscribed with the words unrestrained heavens and skies. Little God Wenxiong, greetings to your majesty. After the golden armored deity appeared, he quickly bent down and bowed. Zhang Ren stepped forward and helped him up, saying gently, Marshal Wen, there's no need to be polite. This deity, no one else. It was the famous Marshal Wen, one of the 4 marshals of the heavenly court, that Zhang Ren summoned after completing the task of eradicating the several demon kings of the contracting spider, Huichu, and Xiayang. It is also known as the great god of Hypergene or the god of Zouyu. Marshal Wen, like Marshal Ma, was also one of the 36 heavenly generals, under the true martial emperor, when he was one of the 4 great marshals. That is to say, Marshal Wen, at first, also participated in the siege of the monkey. However, what made Marshal Wen slightly different from Marshal Ma was that he was not only the imperial general of the celestial emperor, but also the Zacian of the eastern emperor. Including the true martial emperor. There are 3 leaders up there. Heavenly court, hell both speak. That's something that Marshal Ma can't match. After all, the original Marshal Ma, like the monkey, also haunted the hell and had a really average relationship with the hell. The little god thanks your majesty. Marshal Wen gave a thank you and slowly got up. Zhang Ren swept a glance behind Marshal Wen, the thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals still kneeling on the ground, as well as 1,000 heavenly horses. The voice cleared, ergo, get up as well. We thank the heavenly emperor. The crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals followed in rows. After everyone had risen, Zhang Ren casually clicked on the panel of a celestial soldier to take a look. Names, divine abilities, and other information he directly skimmed over, and his gaze fell to the column of strength. Realm, 5th level of the Spirit Sea Realm. Sure enough, it's a 5-fold. Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. At first, he then realized that the heavenly soldiers and generals rewarded by the system this time were a bit different. Their strength was a lot stronger than the first batch of heavenly soldiers, and now that he took a look, it was true. These heavenly soldiers, with the heavenly soldiers summoned before, were almost on the verge of being equal in strength. Zhang Ren didn't believe it. These heavenly soldiers were much stronger than the previous ones. The reason why this was so, he reckoned that it might have something to do with the decline of the heavenly Tao suppression. After all, he had already summoned so many deities. Even if the heavenly Tao of this realm suppressed it as hard as it was time to pry open a crack. If this goes on for a long time, doesn't it mean that the heavenly soldiers summoned in the future will most likely be directly of immortal strength as soon as they appear? Think about it. In Zhang Ren's heart, there was a slight hint of fire. Chapter 67, False Form, Divine Walk, System gives me extra points. After reading the information about the celestial soldiers, Zhang Ren scanned Marshal Wen's panel again. His strength, similar to Marshal Ma's, was at the first level of the Soul Palace realm, slightly weaker than Wang Lingwan. This, Zhang Ren also understood. Although Wang Lingwan's name has the word Lingwan in it, his status within the heavenly court is extremely unassuming, and behind him stands Jinwu Emperor, one of the 4 heavenly masters, Sati Anshar, and the heavenly emperor, who was the supreme helmsman of the heavenly court. There weren't many deities who could, in terms of status, steadily overwhelm him, other than some bigwigs. Of the 4 marshals, right now Marshal Wen as well as Marshal Ma have already returned to their positions, and we are only waiting for the completion of the Luoshui County quest to summon Marshal Zhao and Marshal Guan. The bottom deities of the heavenly court, who have yet to completely return to their positions, ended up summoning the 4 great marshals first. Zhang Ren was in a good mood. With Marshal Wen descending, the depth of the heavenly court, once again, skyrocketed by a hair. He also had a little more confidence in the future when he faced the other great forces of the demon race in this realm. Nothing but. Zhang Ren opened the system panel and looked at the column of his quests. Luoshui County 90% of the living souls believe in the heavenly court's mission, and now stuck above 95%. These days past, the growth is really slow. Even if Zhang Ren early on let the many heavenly soldiers, will be some human traitors pulled out. But there are still some of the remaining people who remain on the sidelines. It can't be helped. The descent of the heavenly court was too short, less than a month in full, and the Dan Cave Mountain had only been overthrown for a few short days. Plus, the human race is already a very complex living being. Wanting them to forget about the intimidating power of the demon race and all turn their heads to believe in the heavenly court in these few short days. It's almost impossible to do. The remaining 5% can only rely on subtle influence to slowly change their perceptions. There's only about 5% left, and I don't think it's going to last much longer. Zhang Ren whispered softly in his heart. Thankfully, the system tasks are very user-friendly. There was no pursuit to make all the enlightened beings in Luoshui County, all of them believe in the heavenly court, only 90% would be enough, so that gave him a lot of room to maneuver. When this task is completed, with the 3 altars of the great god of the sea assembly, plus the other 2 marshals to help, we will then be able to make a move against Mount Hushu, the mountain behind the Dacian imperial dynasty. Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. Actually, even if he made a move against Mount Hushu now, Zhang Ren had 70% certainty that he would completely destroy Mount Hushu. But 70%, it's always not 10%. A little neglect. Say maybe. It would allow some demon kings to take advantage of the opportunity to slip away. Slipping some demon kings is still a small matter. The main thing is that the heavenly court now has too little manpower, and after striking the entire Dacian dynasty, how to defend then will be a problem. This world was not the blue star of his previous life. Not to mention, just from Suzhou to the capital of Dacian, there are hundreds of thousands of miles away. The entire Dacian dynasty north and south is nearly 1,000,000 miles away. With such a vast area, excluding most of the no man's land, the rest of the territory, relying only on the few thousand heavenly soldiers in the heavenly court, I'm afraid that they can't defend it at all. After all, the strength of the heavenly soldier has not been completely restored. Just in case. Let some demons see the opportunity, sneak in, by the way captured part of the people, then can be consumed by the credibility of the heavenly court. Once the heavenly court's credibility was too severely depleted, I'm afraid that how to harvest the incense value would be a problem. Zhang Ren rubbed his brow and waved his hand. Marshal 1. The little god is in. Marshal 1 spoke in a hurry. You go down to the realm first, and go help Wang Lingguan and Marshal Ma to clear out the demons within Suzhou. Zhang Ren casually said. According to the system, the past days issued the task to open, and so on the future Luoshui County 90% of enlightened beings, all faith in the heavenly court, the next step. Unsurprisingly, it's 90% of the enlightened beings in Suzhou. In order to accelerate the progress of mandate completion, Zhang Ren felt that it was necessary for Marshal Wen to go down to the realm and remove all the small demons within the entire Suzhou as soon as possible, in order to lay a solid foundation in advance for himself to complete his mission in the future. The little god obeys. Marshal Wen spoke respectfully. When Marshal Wen was far away, Zhang Ren stood still and flipped his palm, and 2 pieces of jade books appeared in his palm. 2 pieces on the jade book. Each is written in 2 large letters. One is called False Form and the other is called Divine Action. 2 more of the Earth's 72 arts. The light in Zhang Ren's eyes flickered. During these few days, besides dealing with mortal prayers, he still learned a few small spells from Xiaochuan while he had free time. It was different from before, the scattering of beans learned from Wang Lingguan. This time, from Xiaochuan's hands, he had learned the Palm Thunder and Thunder Invocation techniques, which he had easily gotten started with. Thinking about it, Zhang Ren felt that it wasn't that he couldn't practice divine arts outside the system, the main reason was that the spreading beans into soldiers given by Wang Lingguan was too high-end. He couldn't reach the realm, and for a while, he couldn't read it at all. In the end, it's still the divine ability given by the system that's a bit more convenient. After all, you can add points. Zhang Ren's gaze fell and looked at the column of incense value. On top of that, there's a whopping $2 million left. Ever since Wang Lingguan overthrew the contractile spider and the other demon kings, his daily income from incense value had reached more than 2,700,000, and every month, he had more than 80 million incense value in his pocket. At this rate, as it developed, Zhang Ren suddenly felt. Becoming immortal. Doesn't that mean you have hands? Retrieving the distracting thoughts in his mind, Zhang Ren swept through the 2 divine principles, all of them, before opening his heart. System, give me more points. Same as last time. On the panel, the 100,000 incense value instantly disappeared. Next moment, 2 majestic memories flooded into his mind, and the 2 divine abilities, False Form and Divine Walking, were available at his fingertips as if he had practiced them for years. Looking at the system panel once again, this divine ability had an additional suffix of minor accomplishment at the end of it all. How about trying a false form first? Zhang Ren's heart was on fire as he shook himself, his figure instantly changing, and there was an additional deity in place that looked exactly like Wang Lingguan. From the armor to the appearance, and even the aura on his body, it was all different from Wang Lingguan. Is this the false form? It's really good. Zhang Ren was ecstatic. Next, he turned into Marshal Ma, Marshal Wen, and all the heavenly soldiers and generals he had seen, and after he had changed all of them, he still felt that it was not too much. It transformed into an eagle again and soared into the sky. After flying in the sky for half an hour, Zhang Ren landed in front of the Lingshu Hall with an unfulfilled look on his face. Sure is a good way to kill people and hide their tracks. Zhang Ren muttered to himself in his heart. Subsequently, he turned into a mountain peak that was 1,000 feet tall again, and this time, unlike before, he only maintained it for a moment before transforming into his original form. The peaks are still too difficult and consuming, and with my current strength, I won't be able to support them for long. Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. It was fine to just turn into a mountain peak, but to make it realistic, you had to change the flowers, plants, and trees on top of the peak together, as well as the beasts in the mountain. So much for that. His current Xiandan realm cultivation couldn't support him for long. Zhang Ren estimated that one would need to be at least in the immortal realm to be able to change whatever he wanted. Chapter 68. Has anything major ever happened in Luoshui County? The strength of the 3rd level of the Xiandan realm is still slightly low. Many divine abilities that simply cannot be used. Zhang Ren whispered softly in his heart. These past few days had passed, and his realm had risen to the 3rd level of Xiandan, barely a day at a time, a strength that was stronger than most of the heavenly soldiers. But compared to some Jintian marshals, there was still a bit of a gap. After the majority of the people of Suzhou, all of them believe in the heavenly court, the daily incense value gain is estimated to be able to increase quite a bit. A district of Luoshui County. Then there are more than 1 million people, and the entire Suzhou has 4 counties, all add up to less than 6 or 7 million people to that time. In a short period of time by himself, breaking through to the Soul Palace realm was not even a concern. Think about it for a moment. Zhang Ren put away the distractions in his mind and tested the divine walking avatar some more. God walks. As the name suggests, it's a divine ability that allows the genjutsu to go out of the body. This kind of means even without this divine ability he could actually do it. Only, in the past, when his yuanshan went out of his body, it was very restrictive, he could only move within a certain range and had limited strength to exert, and his yuanshan was extremely fragile. If one fought with someone, once the yuanshan left the body, it was almost the same as losing most of its power to resist. But now, with God's walk, it's a completely different story. Even if the yuanshan out of the body, a strength, there will not be any decline, and even after high proficiency, without the physical body clamp, the flight speed can also be increased a lot. Even if you are fighting with someone, you can be more comfortable. This God walk looks like it has a lot of benefits. But it doesn't seem to mean much to me. Zhang Ren gently shook his head. If the heavenly court all need him to personally go down and fight with people, then the heavenly court is estimated to be almost to the point of exhaustion. After testing out all of the two newly obtained divine abilities and making it to the bottom of his heart, Zhang Ren slowly regained his composure as he was about to casually close the system panel. Suddenly, as if he had seen something incredible, his palms froze in mid-air as his gaze fell above the progress of 90% of the living beings in Luoshui County believing in the heavenly court. 94.9%? How? Zhang Ren had a puzzled look in his eyes. He clearly remembered that before he experimented with two more divine abilities, the progress of the task was still 95%. How come the quest progress not only didn't grow, but also dropped a little bit after this moment of effort passed? Xiaochuan. Zhang Ren spoke in a deep voice. Soon after, Xiaochuan, who heard the summons, flew over from afar, and as soon as he arrived in front of Zhang Ren, he hurriedly saluted and said, "My subordinate Xiaochuan, meet your majesty." No need to be polite. Zhang Ren raised his hand slightly before asking, "Have any major events occurred in the lower realms Luoshui County recently? Big deal?" "No." Xiaochuan thought carefully and quickly replied. "No?" Zhang Ren's brows furrowed. Since nothing major has happened in Luoshui County, why is the progress of this mission going down instead of up? Does it say there are many people in Luoshui County who don't believe in heaven anymore? It shouldn't be either. Although the human race has a complicated mind, it is difficult to completely believe in the heavenly court in a short period of time, but by the same token, once the human race believes in the heavenly court, they will not easily change their beliefs. Whatever. The heavenly court also rescued them from the sea of bitterness only a few days past. Even if some people in the human race is a white-eyed wolf, but not so fast to start ungrateful, right? Xiaochuan, go to East River County, find Wang Lingguan, and have him personally investigate what is going on within Luoshui County. Zhang Ren spoke in a deep voice. Intuition told him that it wasn't simple. Moment of truth. We still have to get Wang Lingguan to step in. After all, in addition to the identity of the head of the 500 magistrates, he also specializes in heaven and earth picket duties, as the so-called three eyes can observe the world, a whip to wake up the world of people, said the king of magistrates. With him in charge, I'm guessing we'll find out soon enough. The subordinate will go forward. Xiaochuan said respectfully. The next day, Luoshui County, Xingping County. In front of the temple of the heavenly emperor, an old woman with white hair, a stooped figure, and several patches on her clothes, tremblingly placed 3 columns of clear incense in her hands and inserted them into the incense burner. Then, she knelt down on the futon and bowed respectfully towards the statue of the heavenly emperor that had just been molded. I pray to the heavenly emperor to bless my son for a speedy recovery. The people's wife would like to offer incense to the heavenly emperor day and night. Beside her, a middle-aged woman with blind eyes and a rag in her hand, who was fumblingly wiping the offering table, gradually stopped her hand movements when she heard the voice. Opened his mouth and inquired. It's Sister Zhao-san? It's me. The old woman's figure moved, slowly raised her head, and spoke softly. Ugh. The woman with blind eyes sighed softly at the words and said, Here to give that son of yours a petition again? Yes. The old woman had sorrow on her face as she murmured, Tiger's son is my son no matter what, and these past few days have passed, and his health is getting worse and worse. I'm afraid he may not be able to carry it for a few days. No, I'm talking about you. The woman with blind eyes put away the rag in her hands, shook her head slightly, and said in a helpless tone, That son of yours, it's good to go, so as to save the people from the scourge. If you're worried that you'll have no one to give you an old age in the future if you have white hair and no one to give you an old age in the future, why don't you move to this heavenly emperor's temple and I'll take care of you for the rest of your life. Available. The old woman mumbled at the corner of her mouth and whispered, This is the only son I have left. Before that, The old woman, in fact, had 2 more daughters, but when her own son was about 3 years old, they were both given to the Heavenly Fox Demon King before Qingping County. The old woman's man, looking at his own daughter, was given to the Sky Fox Demon King, the heart because of the anger, in a fit of rage, taking advantage of the night to touch the Sky Fox Mountain. This time he went away and never came back. She was the only one left in the family, pulling her son up, and because she needed to do labor for others and was also responsible for farm work, she didn't pay much attention to her son's education. The result is that his own son, his character is becoming more and more rebellious. When he was in his teens, her son, he hooked up with a small demon under the banner of the Sky Fox Demon King, and with the demon as his backer, he didn't do much bullying of men and women on weekdays. Even that son of hers also secretly abducted women from other villages, secretly being given by him to the little demon in the Sky Fox Mountain to enjoy. Other village people, in the way of his son, behind the back of the Sky Fox Mountain as a backer, then no one dared to attack, until not long ago. Heaven is out of the world. Marshal Ma and the Heavenly Court fixed several demon kings outside Qingping County, and then those demon kings were killed by a celestial soldier, all in full view of the public. Without the presence of demons, the ordinary people in Qingping County who had previously colluded with the demons were all liquidated. Among them, and of course the old woman's son. Originally, according to most people's views, her son is to be killed directly, but the old woman begged bitterly, coupled with the death cannot be resurrected, the crowd also see her alone, really poor. So he let her son off the hook. But who would have thought that her son not only did not feel grateful, but instead harbored a grudge and burned down a people's house in the night and then sneaked away. Fortunately, the people of that family reacted quickly and escaped in time, which resulted in no casualties. Later, the heart is not angry, it will be sued to the government came to the people, without saying a word, the old woman's son directly, pulled to the yamen, heavily beaten 30 big board. 30 big slaps. If this were to be placed on an ordinary person, it is estimated that the little life would be lost. Fortunately, his son used to eat well, body bones are relatively strong, which picked up a small life, but even so, that son of his has lost 80% or 90% of his life. Because of her son, previously full of evil, the county doctors are not willing to save the treatment, the old woman can only put the hope on the temple of the Celestial Empire. Chapter 69. Could it be, the Heavenly Emperor in the Heavenly Court? Sister Zhao San, the woman with blind eyes, turned her head slightly and said in a solemn tone, "It's not that I'm intentionally striking you, but you should be clear about what kind of character that son of yours is. Even if you come to the temple every day to offer incense, I'm afraid the Heavenly Emperor won't agree to your prayers." But, with a trace of hope still hanging on her face, the old woman whispered, "Previously in Linshui County, as well as Ning'an County, weren't there rumors of the Heavenly Emperor's elder, sending immortals down to the world? Something that saved a family's life? The matter is indeed true." The woman with blind eyes gently nodded her head and spoke, "But has third sister Zhao ever inquired about what kind of families these are? People's family, although not considered to be a great good family, but in his life has never done evil, but your son, Tiger, has changed for the better." The old woman hastily opened her mouth and quickly defended herself. "This is what he told me early this morning, personally, and he also said that if he could recover, he would definitely do more good deeds from now on." Late. The woman with blind eyes slowly shook her head, sighed softly under her breath, and said flatly, "It's too late. The opportunity has been given to him. It was he himself who did not cherish it, and from the time he burned down another man's house, that night, there was no turning back for him. Third sister, have you ever thought about it? Speaking of which," the blind woman, her tone a few moments heavier, said slowly, "if the people whose houses were burned by your son that night had not reacted, what would have been the end then?" The old woman was dumbfounded. She pursed her lips, turned her head to look at the idol above, and after bowing several times again, she got up shakily and walked towards the outside of the temple. Leaving the temple of the Celestial Emperor, she first went around the county and went to a few medicine stores, and as before, when she just went in, the store boy's attitude was not bad. But when they heard that she was going to cure her son, they all changed their faces. Those with good tempers were able to speak kindly for a few moments, while those with poor tempers even directly blasted her out. In a million ways, the old woman could only turn her head and leave the county. After walking out of the county, she didn't choose to go home, but after thinking about it, she was alone, and climbed up the Sky Fox Mountain, which fortunately didn't have the presence of demons. Nowadays, even though she's an old woman going up the mountain, she just needs to be careful. Avoiding some of the beasts of the mountains, it wasn't too dangerous. After half a day of wandering around in the mountains, the old woman relied on the knowledge of herbs brought up to her by a kindly medicine store boy, and found a few herbs for bruises. "I don't know if it works either." The old woman leaned against a large tree and reached up to pound her back and rub her aching legs. She had planned to look for 2 more plants, but it was getting too late in the day. The sun was about to set. The old woman had to carefully put away the herbs in her hand and hobble towards the bottom of the hill, one step at a time. By the time she got home, it was late at night. Pushing open the door, the old woman was first in the kitchen, boiling the herbs, and after letting them cool, she put a piece of gauze soaked in the potion and took it out. Do it all. She held the gauze in one hand and pushed open the door to the room. The door to the room just opened. A chorus of curses then came from inside. Damn old thing, why did you go for so long? Do you want to hurt old me to death? Or do you want to starve old me to death? Room. A pale man, lying on his back, inclined his head towards the door of the room, his eyes very fierce, only his voice was a little short of breath. Just after he finished speaking, it was as if he had tugged at his wound, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hiss. The county court, those few dogs, actually dare to lay a deadly hand, I remember a few of them. The man grunted twice, his tone weakening as he said breathlessly, old. Speaking of which. He seemed to sense that something was wrong and changed his tone. Mother, you've been gone so long, where is the doctor? The old woman stood in the doorway, her figure was a little hesitant, she held the gauze in her hand, her voice hoarse, mother is not capable, did not find the county's doctor. No luck? The man laughed coldly, a ferocious light in his eyes, and said in a low voice, it's them who don't want to come, isn't it? Don't let me get well from my injuries, or else one of them will be counted, and I'll slowly crush them to death. Tiger. The old woman stepped forward, her palms trembling as she held the man change the medicine, her mouth brokenly saying, turn back, don't ever do what you did before. Early this morning, didn't you promise your mother that you would reform from now on? Reformed? The man let out a cold laugh as he struggled to raise his head and said in a chilling voice, didn't I change it today? But how did it turn out? Did someone come to heal me? No. Those people, they can't wait for old man to die now. But I'm not going to die. Alas. Listening to her own son's words, the old woman sighed softly, with tears pooling in her eyes, as she changed the man's medication over and over again, saying softly, it's all mother's fault, mother was too negligent in teaching you in the past, and that's why you've developed this kind of temperament. Okay. The man opened his mouth impatiently and said in a cold voice, I haven't eaten for a day, I'm hungry if you're not, so why don't you hurry up and get some food over? Yes, mother will do that. The old woman changed the gauze and stood up, heading toward the door of her room. Walked not even 2 steps. Outside the gate. Suddenly, there was a duck sound. Why would anyone come over this late? A trace of doubt rose in the old woman's heart, but she didn't think too much about it. She walked to the gate and reached out to open it, and 2 figures dressed in red outside the gate were instantly reflected in her eyes. Are you too? The old woman was filled with confusion and opened her mouth to inquire. Don't be offended, old man. A red-clothed figure on the left side performed an odd salute, and with a smile on his face, he spoke gently, we came here late at night on the instructions of old Mother Wuji, specifically to rescue your son's life. Old Mother Wuji? The color of doubt in the old woman's eyes became more and more intense. This was the first time she had heard of this name. Nice. The left side of the red-clothed figure, the smile on his face grew warmer and warmer, and continued to speak. The old man has not heard of the old mother's name, and it is not surprising, the old mother is in the vacuum hometown, and is not in this realm. But, saying this, the red-clothed figure turned his words around and smiled, but he has a son that I think the old man must have heard of. Oh? Yeah? The old woman's eyes lit up with curiosity as she asked, who is it? These 2 people in front of them, both of them were good-looking, giving people a first impression, very good, plus they also said that they came specifically to save their son. For a moment, the old woman couldn't help but feel a bit closer to the 2. Old Mother Wuji has a total of 9 sons, and her 9th son, some time ago, came here to subdue the demons and save the millions of people in Luoshui County on the order of the old mother. The red-clad figure on the left, speaking eloquently. His words fell. The light in the old woman's eyes brightened even more, and she couldn't help but lose her voice. Could it be, the Heavenly Emperor Master in the Heavenly Court? Chapter 70, look, it's over, isn't it? Nice. The red-clad figure on the left smiled and nodded. It's really the Heavenly Emperor's old man. The old woman's face was overjoyed as she fell to her knees in a panic and cowed out in the direction of the Heavenly Emperor's temple, saying under her breath, the folkwoman thanks the Heavenly Emperor for sending the immortals down to the realm to save my son's life. The 2 red-robed figures, looking at the old woman kneeling on the ground, smiles at the corners of their mouths, gradually turning from gentle to teasing. As if looking at a clumsy mole cricket. Still the silhouette on the left side, he reached out his hand to help the old woman up, and said with a smile. Old man. It's not right to just thank the Heavenly Emperor. The 2 of us have come here today on the orders of old Mother Wuji. The red-clothed figure on the right side, at this time, also nodded and followed with an echoing sentence, saying, the Heavenly Emperor is also but the 9th son of the old mother, from now on, you can just directly believe in the old mother. Ha! The old woman let out a light ah, somewhat unresponsive, but a moment later, she quickly nodded her head and respectfully said, "The two immortals are right, as long as it can save my son, it's fine to let my old body do whatever." Immortals? The two red-robed silhouettes, hearing this address, could not help but glance at each other, both seeing the urgency in each other's eyes. These fools. That's pretty ignorant. There are no immortals in this world. Even if there really is one, the only one who is truly immortal is Old Mother. The people in the heavenly court, in their view, are just some cultivators only, have not yet become immortal, and dare to call themselves immortals? I'm not afraid of the wind blowing my tongue. Well, enough with the bull. The red-robed man on the left side waved his hand and said, "Old man, take us in first and take a look at your son's injuries." Good. The old woman nodded her head repeatedly and stepped aside to open the door, reaching out her hand in invitation. "My son is in the room, please follow me." Two immortals. Aha! The two red-clothed figures, with a soft followed behind the old woman and walked towards the room. The three walked into the room. The old woman took 3 steps and came to the front of the bed and quickly said, "My son, look, the heavenly emperor. Elder Mother Wuji, her old man, has sent immortals down to the world to save you." Save me? Hearing these 2 keywords, a bright light flashed in the man's eyes, and with great difficulty he turned his head, looked toward the door of the room, and said in a loud voice, "You can really save me? A mere trauma, a trifle." The man in red on the left side took a step forward, he flipped his palm, and a crimson-colored elixir surfaced in his palm, sending it to the man, and said flatly, "Eat it and your injuries will be healed immediately." Really? There was some suspicion on the man's face. Believe it or not. The man in red responded faintly. The man looked at the pill in the other's hand, pondered in his mind for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth, reached out and took the pill, swallowing it into his stomach. With the elixir in the stomach, the man felt that in his abdomen, as if there was a living thing, along the meridians in his body, was running around, and after circling around in his body, he steeply rushed into his heart. Didn't wait for him to react. Inside the heart, a violent red blood cheese suddenly surged out, spreading all over the body at a speed visible to the naked eye, wrapping its entirety around it. From a distance, it looked like there was an extra red insect cocoon on the bed, which was very bizarre. "Immortal, my son he?" The old woman had a worried look on her face. She had previously heard many things about immortals descending to the earth and saving ordinary people, but most of them were the result of the immortal waving his hand, and the person's injuries were immediately cured. But today, what's with the potion? It was just a matter of using the elixir, but how did this bizarre phenomenon appear on his own son's body? No matter how she looked at it, she felt that there was something wrong with it, but it was a pity that she was just an ordinary person, and she couldn't see any other abnormalities other than the fact that it wasn't right. "Don't worry, it'll be quick." The man in red waved his hand, the smile on his face blazing more and more. He raised a hand and pointed to the bed, breezily saying, "Look, isn't this over?" Sure enough. Next moment, the wooden bed suddenly shook, and then the blood on the bed dispersed, and the figure of his own son was revealed, and the injuries that were originally on his body had been restored as before. Even the pale face became rosy. On the surface, her son had looked like a normal person. "Tiger, what do you think now?" The old woman rushed forward and asked with concern. Great! Li Dahu opened his eyes, a trace of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. He quickly sat up and moved his arms, feeling the near magnitude of power in his body, excitedly. "I'm simply better than I've ever been. When the old man is well, they deserve to be unlucky." Seemingly thinking of something, Li Dahu's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. He rubbed his fists, directly rolled over and got out of bed, heading towards the door, but he had just raised his feet. The old woman next to him hugged his legs and prayed under her breath. "Tiger, turn back. Didn't you say that you have already changed your ways for the better? Just because you have repented, that's why the immortals came to rescue with you today. If you continue to be evil next time." The old woman hadn't finished her sentence. "I don't need you to teach me?" Li Dahu's eyebrows wrinkled, coldly shouted, single leg flung. The old woman's body immediately flew out backwards, smashed the window pane, smashed down on the edge of the courtyard. Seeing his old mother being thrown out by his own leg, Li Dahu froze for a moment, and the first thing that came to his mind was not to check his mother's injuries first. Instead, incredulously, he looked at his legs, and muttered as the light in his eyes flickered. "My power, it's actually this big?" Just now he felt that he could seemingly kill a cow with a single punch, but he just didn't have the time to verify it himself, and now he tried it. His power, indeed, had changed radically. Room. The two red-robed men, who had watched the scene just now, no one had the intention of making a move to stop it, but instead, all of them had an interested look on their faces. It's as if you're watching a piece of art, forged by your own hands. Li Dahu. At this point, The red-robed man who had just given out the elixir spoke flatly. Since you've recovered from your injuries, it's time to do something for us next. What is it? Li Dahu asked casually. Go and call all the people in the village. To the head of the village, Old Mother Warji aims to save all living beings. You have been saved today, but the others in this village can still be in the red dust and have not been freed from it. The man in red said slowly. Saving lives? Li Dahu laughed coldly, not thinking in his heart. He turned his head towards the door and said with a big grin, seeing as you guys saved my life, I'll give you a hand today. Said. Li Dahu raised his head and left. When they were far away, the two red-robed men turned their heads to look at the old woman lying on her body in the courtyard, and one of them coldly smiled and opened his mouth. This kind of heartless is not rare. Even his own old mother died and he could care less. The other man, nodding gently, said flatly, the more people like that, the better they are, aren't they? Chapter 71. Let everyone become like him. Rather. The figure in red on the left side thought about it, then laughed softly twice. Go. The man in red on the right side lifted his foot towards the door and said as he walked, let's go wait at the head of the village first. If we go late we might run into the people from the heavenly court. People from the heavenly court, how could they have come so quickly? The red-robed man on the left hurriedly followed up and said with a smile, even if they discover us, there's no harm in it. From what we've been observing for a while, the heavenly court doesn't seem to have any malicious intent towards the human race. The heavenly court is to do no harm to ordinary people, to us. The red-robed man on the right side paused for a moment and said flatly, it's not easy to say yet. After all, we're acting today, and we're also acting in the name of the heavenly court. Emissary Zhang is too much of a worrywart. The red-robed man on the left laughed softly. Nowadays, the heavenly court has completely locked horns with the Deqian imperial dynasty, which stands behind a Hushu mountain. As far as I know, that harmonious void mountain is not simple. More than 1,000 years ago there was once a demon immortal that came out. With that demon immortal's help, I'm afraid that the heavenly court, no matter how strong its reserves are, will have to treat it with caution. Perhaps the heavenly court will even seek us out for help under the oppression of the heavens of the void mountain? If we can subjugate the heavenly court without bloodshed, even if Old Mother knows about what we did today, I'm afraid I'll be praising you and me, too. Help? When Messenger Zhang heard this, he was slightly stunned for a moment, and then he shook his head and lost his smile, lamenting, yes, this heavenly court is, in the end, still too high profile. As soon as they were born, they overthrew all the demon kings of the Su state of the Great Qian dynasty, not realizing that by doing so, they could certainly attract countless people to follow them. But all the same, I'm afraid that at this moment, there are quite a few powerful forces of the demon race that have their eyes on the heavenly court as well. Even if the heavenly court, covered in iron, can drive a few nails? The red-robed man on the left side nodded his head afterward and concurred, I think the same as Emissary Zhang. Once the heavenly court runs into a hard core, it will realize how wrong what it did previously was. At that time, only we, the Red Lotus sect, could possibly extend a hand to help them. If the heavenly court is sensible and sees our move today, odds are that not only will they not stop us, but they will also step in to give us a hand. After all. The person in red on the left side, his words paused slightly, and after a light laugh, he slowly said, it's not like we're like the demon race, killing the human race everywhere. It's just a matter of borrowing a normal person's body and hosting something. Makes sense. Messenger Zhang nodded gently. As they spoke, they arrived at the head of the village. After waiting for about 2/4 of an hour. On the night-shrouded village path, there were shadowy figures, from the end of the road, slowly walking over. These villagers, on each and every one of their faces, carried a hint of confusion as well as shock. It was as if the party had seen something terrible, and it was still palpitating. Just now, Li Dahu, who had been beaten by the county court officials and left with only half a life, suddenly appeared in their home alive and well. At first, the villagers of Li's village only thought that Li Dahu had a good physique and recovered a bit faster. Didn't think much of it. But next, it was a different story, that Li Dahu smashed a wall with one punch, and then smashed a village citizen who resisted him with another punch. That's when the villagers reacted. This Li Dahu seems to be off the hook. After killing one person to establish authority, the people in the village no longer dared to resist Li Dahu's words. Every one of them dutifully followed him towards the head of the village. Come to the head of the village. Li Dahu's face was untamed as he carried a rusty greatsword that he didn't know where he had shunned from, and walked up to the red-clothed Zhang emissary. In a loud voice, he said, I have brought you people. Is there any more of that red elixir you gave earlier? If there is, give me a few hundred more pills. Li Dahu was not a little cutie. He clearly knew that he was able to have today's change thanks to the red elixir given to him by these two red-robed men. Just taking one capsule has such a great effect. If you take a few hundred capsules, wouldn't you just take off where you are? To that point. What kind of laborious heavenly court? He could not put it in his eyes. At that time, he could kill whoever he wanted to kill, and whoever dared to rebel against his rule was too long to live. Eat any more and you'll die. Messenger Zhang spoke flatly. Yeah? I don't believe it. Li Dahu was not amused as he came up to Emissary Zhang and reached out with one hand towards his arms. He was used to being lawless. It was only the previous demons in the Heavenly Fox Mountain that could make him feel some awe in his heart. After all, those demons were not humane, and they killed when they said they would. There is no reasoning. But these two red-robed men in front of him were all of the human race, and he had no respect for people of his own race. Messenger Zhang turned his head slightly, his eyes narrowed and a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Noticing this gaze, Li Dahu's palm froze in mid-air. His intuition told him that if he dared to continue to reach out, I'm afraid that the next second his own life would be in danger. Ha! Li Dahu laughed dryly twice, withdrew his palm, and snapped, if you don't give it, I won't eat it, okay? Zhang Messenger coldly snorted, ignored the other party, this kind of brainless fools, keep still some use, directly kill, more or less a pity. No longer paying attention to Li Hu, Messenger Zhang took a step forward, towards the people in the village, slightly arching his hand, and said aloud. I hope you folks will not be offended if I call you all here late at night. Little old me wouldn't dare to blame the two lords. Li family village mayor, out of the crowd, he arched his hand to return the salute, pondered and opened his mouth. I don't know the two adults, from where, and what is the relationship with the village Li Dahu? Said. The village chief glanced at Li Dahu without a trace. This old gentleman should be the village chief of the Li family village. Messenger Zhang smiled and said gently, the two of us, we are two messengers under the seat of Elder Mother Wuji, and we are here today under the order of the Elder Mother to save the people of Luoshui County from the sea of suffering. So it is. The mayor of the Li family village had a look of sudden realization on his face. But in his heart, he kept slandering. Where have you been? In the past, the demons were rampant, devouring the human race every day without seeing you, and today the court has freed us from demonic control. And you've come to save us from our misery? If it is really save also just, the key one up, the Li Dahu to save not to say, but also let it off the bone, and even a punch to kill a village people. This made the old village chief, in his heart, unable to hold down the anger in his heart no matter what. Just at the moment in the way of the other side of the strength, coupled with the side of a Li Dahu eyeing, not good seizure just. I know, gentlemen, that there is discontent in my heart. Messenger Zhang's gaze flickered as he looked deeply at the mayor of the Li village, then he laughed softly, but don't worry, gentlemen, I will soon give everyone a satisfactory answer. I think everyone should have seen the change in Li Dahu in the party, if you all are willing. I have an idea. Speaking of which, Emissary Zhang sold the story, paused, and continued, let everyone become like him. Chapter 72, Li Family Village, I'm afraid it's over. Becoming the same as Li Dahu? Is this true? We're poor readers, you can't lie to us. Hearing Messenger Zhang's words, the village exploded. Just now. Li Dahu's strength was evident to everyone present, as the other party had shattered a wall with a single punch, and had also killed an ordinary person with a single punch. This kind of power is not something that ordinary people can do. At the time, many people still wondered how Li Dahu could suddenly change so much. But right now, they finally understand. I feel like this is helped by someone high up. Ahem. At this time, the mayor of the Li family village coughed lightly and spoke once again. The little old man thanks the two adults for their good intentions, but there is no reward without merit, so please go back to the two adults. Mayor. Li family village mayor, just finished next to the villagers, cannot help but quickly open his mouth. But the head of the Li village just shook his head gently. He had lived for so long, and had experienced almost everything, for so many years, how had he ever gotten anything for nothing? As far as he knows. All cultivators under the sky either they have outstanding talent and comprehend the cultivation method by themselves, or they have to swallow the demon essence blood, give up their human body and cultivate the method of the demon race. Whichever one it is, it takes a tremendous amount of effort and hard work. And now, these two red-clothed people, yet they were able to make people directly possess great power without cultivation. How to look at it made people feel that there was something wrong in it. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, these two red-clothed people, definitely scheming, today even though they had gained a power that was difficult for the average person to possess. But later on, the price they need to pay back is probably not something unusual people can afford. Old village chief, don't be too busy refusing. Zhang Messenger face smile, still warm, he slightly raised his head, with his lower jaw gestured to the back of the people, voice with the slightest compelling effect. Softly, he said, the villagers behind you may not share your thoughts. The old mayor let out a soft as he turned around and looked behind him. Sure enough. As Messenger Young said. Almost half of the people in the Li family village had hope on their faces, and in their gazes toward emissary Zhang, there was a fire in the depths of their eyes. The remaining people, although there was some hesitation in their eyes, every single one of them, when they saw Li Dahu, the color of fear that inadvertently rose, had betrayed what was in their minds. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the entire Li family village to end up on the side of the red-robed man. Mayor, say yes to him. Someone came up to the village chief and whispered softly, if we don't agree, when they leave, who in our Li family village is Li Dahu's opponent? And you know well about Dahu's character, if we don't have a clamp, I'm afraid that our entire Li family village will be ruined. Ha! The old village chief smiled hoarsely as he turned his head to look at the person who had spoken and murmured softly, do you think that if you agree to them, our Li clan village won't be destroyed? Having said that, he looked around at all the villagers behind him, the look on his face, suddenly some despondency. He is clear that only rely on their own strength. I am afraid that they cannot stop these people. On the one hand, there was pressure from Li Dahu. On the other hand, there is the desire for great strength. If he insisted on stopping it, then he, the old village chief, who was highly respected in the hearts of hundreds of villagers 1 second, would probably be the one everyone was shouting at the next. It's phallic. These two red-robed men in front of him deliberately rescued Li Dahu in order to create this situation today, forcing everyone in the Li family village to be on his side. The old village chief estimated in his mind that even if everyone in the Li family village was unmoved, these two red-robed men had other ways to make the village people have to listen to them. Think about it. The old village chief waved his hand feebly, turned his head to look at the people behind him, and said in a hoarse voice, go, I hope that in the future, all of you will not regret today's actions. Thank you, village chief. As soon as the old village chief's words fell, there were villagers behind him, shouting their thanks. Having said that, the man then walked quickly to the front of the two red-clothed people and asked hopefully, what you have just said are all true? Of course. I think all of you have already heard of the name of the Heavenly Court in Luoshui County, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court is but the 9th son of the Old Mother, and we have come here by order of the Old Mother. And would it swindle everyone? Zhang Messenger smiled and opened his mouth, blissfully unaware of how much karma he had already created with a single sentence, as he turned his head to look at the red-robed man beside him, handing the other party a wink. The other party immediately understood, and with a flip of his palm, he took out a cloth bag and began to give the villagers of the Li family village red pills to distribute. The people of the Li family village, hearing the word Heavenly Emperor, the last vestige of doubt in his mind was dispelled. Woji Old Mother, 4 words they have not heard, but the 2 words of the Heavenly Court is like thunder and lightning. Many people have even seen the Heavenly Court immortals flying through the sky. Would like to come to Old Mother Woji, who had a relationship with the Heavenly Court, should also be like the Heavenly Emperor Laozi, and would not harm the ordinary people. A few moments later, the people of the Li family village, with the exception of the village chief, each received a red elixir, and the moment the elixir was in their hands, they couldn't wait to swallow it into their stomachs. In just a twinkling of an eye, the entire head of the Li family village, there were hundreds of red cocoons, full of light, escaping, covering the Li family village with a layer of crimson light. Creepy and ominous. Seeing this scene, the old village chief of the Li family village shook his head and sighed softly. He had a cane in his hand, turned around trembling, and walked towards the village. He understood in his mind. After today, Li's village, I'm afraid it's over. As a matter of urgency, he wanted to report this matter, through the temple of the Heavenly Emperor, to the Heavenly Emperor, praying that the Heavenly Emperor could hear his prayers and thus send heavenly soldiers down to the world. Sweep away the demons. However, he hadn't even taken 2 steps when a large rusty sword abruptly appeared in front of him. Looking along the blade, the only thing that could be seen was Li Dahu's hideous face, which was rapidly enlarging in front of his eyes. Where do you want to go, old thing? Big tiger. The old village chief staggered backward 2 steps, gulped, and said in a deep voice, what are you doing? What am I going to do? Li Dahu let out a loud laugh, got up and went forward, chillingly saying, of course it's to send you on your way. In the beginning I just colluded with 2 small demons only. Afterward the old man all admitted his mistake. You still dare to hold on to it? In the first place, I should have burned down your house first and killed you, old thing. But Li Dahu placed the long knife in his hand on the old village chief's shoulder and teasingly said, it's not too late now, I let you live for a few more days, and you've had enough. Just as Li Dahu wanted to swing his sword. Humph. A cold grunt. Like a thunderous explosion. From high above, the vastness passed on. As the voice fell, all the big red cocoons at the head of the Li family village were shattered at once, in which the people's figures reappeared in the moment when the red light crumbled. Every villager, with a change in demeanor, opened their mouths and spat out a mouthful of red blood, which was mixed with a fleshworm that was writhing. It looks disgusting as hell. Chapter 73. People of the Heavenly Court, on purpose? What is it? One of the people, pale and horrified, looked at the non-stop wriggling meatworms on the ground, and then thought of the crimson elixir that he had just eaten, and couldn't help but feel a wave of regurgitation. He tried to get up and escape, but no matter what, he couldn't use his arms and legs. As if a body strength was taken away, 90% of the general body sore and weak. Not far. Two members of the Red Lotus sect, their faces were equally ugly. The bloodthirsty parasites had already been planted, and as long as they waited for some time, they could grow into a fine material for alchemy when the bloodthirsty parasites matured completely in the future, and when they were taken out. Available today. These bloodthirsty parasites that had just been swallowed were spat out anew, and all the previous scheming was completely put to waste. Messenger Zhang raised his head and looked towards the sky, only to realize that there was already an additional burly figure clad in gold armor and red robes on the dome of the sky, with an extremely powerful and ferocious image. Even he couldn't help but have a few moments of fear rise in his heart. Settle down a little. Envoy Zhang squeezed out a smile on his face, stepped forward, slightly arched his hand, and spoke with a smile. Is the visitor the Heavenly Court's Wang Lingwan, Elder Wang? The words landed. Wang Lingwan did not respond. He turned back to the heavenly generals behind him and said, which heavenly soldier should be patrolling Luoshui County, the border of Qingping County, these days? Back to Wang Lingwan, it's Lu Song. A heavenly general hardened his head and opened his mouth. After finishing his speech, he wanted to remedy the situation and continued, Heavenly Emperor does not know, recently, my heavenly court ruled the territory more and more extensive, just to Suzhou, north and south will be 90,000 miles away. The territory can be described as vast, and within the heavenly court, there are only a few thousand heavenly soldiers, most of which are still in the East River County cleaning up the small demons, and the remaining part of the people have to be divided into several shifts, while practicing to restore their cultivation. On the one hand, we also have to patrol the peace of the lower world. If there are demons sneaking in, it is still good to say, but these two people below. Speaking of which. He didn't go on, but the meaning was unmistakable. These two people, who were genuine human beings, from the looks of it, at best had some cultivation and were considered human cultivators, and it was justifiable for them to sneak into Luoshui County. After all, when all the races in the lower realm entered Luoshui County, even the heavenly soldiers could not go from one to another to check their memories, much less turn their storage rings upside down. A dereliction of duty is a dereliction of duty. Wang Lingwan's voice was thick as he spoke calmly. Let him return to the heavenly court and receive his punishment himself. Yes. The Sky General arched his hand helplessly. Below. Zheng Messenger's face was slightly unsightly. Behind him was the Red Lotus sect, for so many years, walking outside, except for the demonic forces not giving him face. Who among the rest of the human forces would dare not give him a few moments of respect? Of course. There were not many human forces in total. Most of them were directly overthrown by the demon race as soon as they were born, and the only remaining human forces were mostly hidden in the deep mountains and old forests, lingering on. It's in danger of being overthrown at any moment. Excluding the human forces that were about to be wiped out, not counting the rest of the human forces that could be preserved, most of them had turned to the shadows, and as a rule, they had more or less heard of the Red Lotus sect's mighty name. They would naturally give him, the messenger, a few points of face, but he didn't expect that today, here in the heavenly court, he actually hit a nail. After dealing with Lu Song's dereliction of duty, Wang Lingwan turned his head slightly and looked downwards at the two Red Lotus followers, his tone of voice sullen. You two, you've got some nerve. How dare you raise a parasite with a human here? Elder Wang is overstating things. Seeing that the other party was not giving him face, Emissary Zhang's words also went cold as he said flatly, with the heavenly court's ability, I think I've seen it. In this area, the human race is like livestock, and they are in dire straits, so we are acting today in the same way as the heavenly court, and we also want to save the hundreds of millions of human races from the sea of suffering. It is what it is. The red-robed man beside Emissary Zhang nodded his head in agreement, saying, the doctrine of my Red Lotus cult is to sacrifice the lesser self to fulfill the greater self. Sacrificing these ordinary people at the moment can make the entire Red Lotus sect a higher level, why not? In time, the Wuji Old Mother will cultivate the great Tao, and will naturally step in to sweep away all the demons and return a clear sky to the people of the world in the end. We, the Red Lotus sect, are doing the same thing as you, the heavenly court, just with different means. What a generalization, what a difference in means. Wang Lingwan looked cold and solemn, his left hand spread out, a golden seal floating in the center of his palm, escaping a grand atmosphere that is sufficient to suppress the world, so that people cannot help but be creeped out. Raising a parasite with a human being, even you can make such a grandiose statement. Elder Wang, don't hesitate to do it. Messenger Zhang raised an eyebrow as he looked at the mid-air. From that golden seal in Wang Lingwan's hand, he felt the oppressive feeling of death and could not help but say in a hurry. We have no intention of opposing the heavenly court, and we are here today only to spread the old mother's prestige. If we cause the heavenly court to be displeased, we are willing to retreat. Then again, the heavenly court is already facing off against the Hushu mountain right now, so I don't think Elder Wang would be willing to attract another great enemy for the heavenly court when the Hushu mountain has yet to be overthrown, right? The Red Lotus sect and the heavenly court are both forces of the human race. If the two sides go to war, won't it be a case of the pros hurting the pros and the pros hating the pros? A mere Hushu mountain can be destroyed with the flip of a palm. Wang Lingwan spoke indifferently as he looked down below at the two red-clothed figures and spoke flatly. As for the Red Lotus sect, they dare to smear the heavenly court and do harm in the name of the heavenly emperor. Guilty as charged. The words fell. The golden seal in his hand flew out, transforming into a golden light, carrying a grand aura and shooting out, before Messenger Zhang could react. Boo! A blast came out. His head instantly burst open. The only thing in place was a headless corpse standing quietly. How? How is that possible? Beside Emissary Zhang, the red-robed man was scared out of his wits, while others were not clear. He knew very well that this Emissary Zhang was in existence at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm. The distance from the Xian Dan, there is only a line of separation. Placed in the demon race may not count for anything, but placed in the human race, it can be considered a big master. But I didn't expect. Today, he was even killed by that Wang Lingwan directly. Isn't he afraid of my Red Lotus sect? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Red Lotus sect? Various thoughts in the red-robed man's mind kept flashing by, and the movements of his feet didn't stop. He turned his head to run for his life at the first time, but he hadn't run 2 steps yet. The golden light penetrated through his body, and his body was directly smashed. In the midst of the roiling blood mist, Wang Lingwan grabbed 2 illusory souls in the air, and they were caught in his hands. Having dealt with the 2 Red Lotus followers, Wang Lingwan did not leave, but instead placed his gaze not far away on Li Daho, who was squatting on the ground and kept dry heaving. In the potion, there are actually worms. Li Daho kept reaching for his throat, but there was nothing but a little acid spit out. What's going on? Li Daho frowned and kept thinking in his mind. Just now, a cold snort came down from the sky, and everyone in the Li family village spat out a meatworm, so why did they have no reaction? Murphy. So the people in heaven, they did it on purpose? Thinking of this, Li Daho fiercely grabbed the long sword beside him and looked towards the sky, and just as he raised his head, he bumped into a cold eye. Chapter 74. Although the human world is big, there is no place for you. It took less than half a second to lock eyes with Wang Lingwan. Li Daho wimped out. He looked at the Wang Lingwan in the sky, and then looked at a headless corpse not far away, after swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Li Daho quickly dropped a long knife in his hand, and then fell to his knees with a plop and kowtowed repeatedly. I pay my respects to Wang Lingwan. I am the same as the other people in the Li village. Compelled by them, too. Please also ask Lingwan Wang to be merciful and also help me to take out the parasites in my stomach, out. Next to it. The people of the Li family village who have come to their senses. After first kowtowing and thanking Wang Lingwan, he couldn't help but spit at Li Daho. Some of them, were blinded by power before they obediently swallowed the pills handed to them by the Red Lotus sect members. After all, they're just ordinary people. If they could easily resist temptation, then they were no ordinary people. Other than them, there was a part of the Li family village that swallowed the elixir mainly because of Li Daho, who was eyeing the tiger on the side. In the case of Li Daho's dematerialization, if they don't eat the elixir, the next sooner or later will be a death, left or right is a death. It is better to eat the elixir and fight with Li Daho. Wang Lingwan's eyes opened and closed, and his voice was filled with majesty as he said in a deep voice, "Do thou recognize this man?" The words fell. Wang Lingwan's brow cracked open, and a divine light, descending from the sky, landed beside Li Daho, and under the illumination of the divine light, a pale and illusory figure coalesced. The people of Li's village looked carefully for a while. The crowd. Someone lost their voice and spoke. Sister Zhao San? She? What's wrong with her? The moment. Zhao Sanjia's body, which was extremely illusory, was generally the same as Li Daho's, and she was also kowtowing towards Wang Lingwan without stopping, only to see the corners of her mouth open and close. Apparently speaking of something, only she had become a spirit, and what she said could not be heard by an ordinary person. The old. Li Daho noticed the strange situation beside him. He stood up with a sound of miso, jumped out a few meters away, looked at the old mother beside him with suspicion, and wanted to say something. But I don't think it's a good idea to say that in public. He quickly changed his words. Mother, what brings you here? She's dead. Wang Lingwan spoke calmly, his gaze falling on Li Daho as he said word for word, and she was killed by your own hands. What? Hear these words. The entire Li family village immediately set off a furor. This Li Daho actually dares to commit matricide? Inappropriate son, we shouldn't have been soft and let him live in the first place. Yes, if he had been killed early, how could so many twists and turns have arisen? Listening to the words of the neighbors of the past, Lee Daho's face became more and more ugly, and he kept grinding his feet backward in an attempt to be unnoticed. Sneak out of here. But before he could take 2 steps, his body slammed into a lanky figure. A hint of bad luck rose in Lee Daho's heart, and he slowly looked back, only to realize that Wang Lingguan, who had just been in the sky, had now come behind him. Where do you want to go? Wang Lingguan's face was red. He put away the golden seal, his palm clenched out of thin air, a golden whip appeared in his palm, and he said in a deep voice, not as good as the thing, this official kills you, but I think it is too dirty for this official's hand. If I don't kill you, it will be hard to dispel this official's anger. You. Lee Daho's teeth chattered, he sat on his but on the ground, his body kept retreating, shivering under his breath. You can't kill me, your heavenly court, isn't it that you don't kill people? I am a general before the Emperor of Heaven, specializing in the responsibility of correcting the heaven and the earth, not to mention your mere mortal. Even if the immortal gods have violated the rules of heaven, this official can also kill. Wang Lingguan stepped forward and swung down the golden whip in his hand. Boo! A muffled sound came out. Lee Daho's body trembled, his right arm, in noiselessness, burst into a bloody mist, and the conical pain came from his heart, making him unable to resist letting out a miserable scream. Spare me, I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong, please spare my life, I won't dare to do it again. Wang Lingguan turned a deaf ear and said in a dignified voice, this whip beat you for aiding and abetting the enemy. Being of the human race, but colluding with demons, wasting his father's and sister's vengeance, eating out of the palm of his hand, and brutalizing innocent people, death is not worthy of pity. The words were not yet spoken. Wang Lingguan swung down another whip. Lee Daho's left arm then exploded. In the mist of blood, Lee Daho let out a even more mournful scream. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, even though his forehead had been knocked through, but he was still unaware of it. This whip, to beat you with a wolf's heart. Wang Lingguan's face was indifferent, slowly said, previously, the people of Lee's village have let you off the hook. You not only do not think of repentance, but also go around doing evil. Tonight, he even committed murder and killed people. The depth of his crime is beyond the pale. Having said that, boo! Another whip fell. Lee Daho's legs instantly exploded, leaving only half of his body writhing on the ground, his mouth emitting moans of unknown significance. I really know I'm wrong. Mercy. Wang Lingguan's face was solemn as he continued to speak. This whip strikes you for being an unfilial son. Zhao's painstakingly raised you to adulthood. You did not return half of it, but instead kicked it to death. The crow feeds back. Lamb kneeling milk. Still know the truth. And you, being a human, are not even as good. Though the earth is large, there is no place for you. The last sentence fell. Wang Lingguan in the hands of the golden whip in the air drew an arc, accurate landing in Lee Daho head, bang sound explosion, all kinds of red and white things spread all over the ground. In situ. The only thing that remained was a headless, armless, and legless body that slowly lay on the ground. See this scene. Lee family village, a group of people, not only did not fear, on the contrary, the eyes flashed a trace of joy. After a moment's pause, someone shouted, "Good kill." Those 3 words came out. Only then did all of them come back to their senses, and with a clattering sound, they all fell to their knees, kowtowing toward Wang Lingguan, shouting under their breath. Many thanks to Tianjun Wang for helping my Li clan village get rid of a pest. All rise. Wang Lingguan put away Li Dahu's soul, and then raised his hand to help a group of villagers up, and said in a dignified voice, today's matter of the Red Lotus cultists is the result of this official's negligence. From now on, it won't happen again. Many thanks to Heavenly Lord Wang. The people of Li's village, once again, thanked him. Aha! Wang Tianjun let out a lighten, turned around and stepped into the sky, coming to the side of the heavenly general who came with him. Wang Lingguan handed over the soul of a Red Lotus devotee to the other party, and said in a deep voice, you take this person's soul and make a fresh tour of Qingping County to see if there are others that harbor bloodthirsty parasites in their bodies. The heavenly general received the soul and bowed respectfully. Your obedience. Chapter 75 Karma Edition, Demon Race Power. It was at the same time that the 2 Red Lotus followers perished. In a small world that was endlessly far away from the great Qian dynasty. A palace suspended in the clouds, surrounded by clouds and mist, like an immortal palace that had experienced endless years, suppressing this side of heaven and earth, with thousands of atmospheres emerging within. The heavens and the earth, the universe, and the floodplains keep on evolving. The end is very subtle. A figure with a pale body draped in fancy clothes, and a face that shimmered with divine light, sat on the platform, her aura like an abyss, unfathomable. It was as if an ancient deity was in the divine palace, looking down on the multitudes. The corners of her mouth open and closed, and a section of esoteric scriptures were narrated from her mouth, making the hundreds of believers below listen to them as if they were mesmerized, just as her sermon reached its most crucial point. Suddenly, the old mother's expression changed and she looked up to the sky, her originally calm and indifferent face becoming more and more grave. Just now, it was as if boundless karma was falling from the void. Let her body immortal yuan operation cannot help but a stagnation, but carefully sensing half a day, but nothing, as if the karma that fell just now are all illusions. It gives people a sense that it's extremely unreal. Waki, the old mother whispered softly to herself. She pinched her 5 fingers and carefully deduced half a day, but nothing came out of it. But that feeling of karma being added to his body just now was definitely not an illusion. Strength to her this step, in general, very few things, can cause her alert, just now that scene, since the appearance, must have its origin. Just. For some reason, her usual, unbeatable deduction technique actually failed today. Where did all that karma in the party come from? She was, so far, clueless. Ken. Old Mother Wuji opened her mouth. Below. On a futon, a middle-aged man in purple hurriedly got up and came to the bottom of Old Mother's podium, respectfully saluting. What are Old Mother's orders? Among my sect, have any major events occurred recently? Old Mother Wuji opened her mouth to inquire. Relying on the method of deduction, she couldn't find a clue, so she could only use the most primitive method. Since there was karma added to her body, it was thought that the Red Lotus sect had, in the outside world, incurred some unimaginable power, and perhaps the followers under her command had, without her knowing it, gone up against some demonic great power. This is the only thing that explains why he has projected for half a day, but has found nothing. In her mind, she was very curious. What had the congregation under his command done to attract such massive karma? Can't always say. The religious have directly destroyed a nation, haven't they? That also seems unlikely. A group of followers under her command, spreading bloodthirsty parasites everywhere, and over the years, ordinary people who died directly or indirectly at the hands of the Red Lotus sect or demon races. The list is endless. So many living beings have died without karma being added to their bodies, so why is there such a change today? Old Mother Wuji couldn't figure it out, no matter what. Back to Old Mother. Pang Jingxian thought carefully for half a day before replying. During this period of time, there have not been any major events within our sect. Think carefully. Old Mother Wuji's voice was flat as she spoke again. Hearing his own old mother's words, Pang Jingxuan's brows furrowed as he recalled all the events of the past few hundred years, from beginning to end, and said in astonishment. Could it be that Old Mother is talking about the matter of the 10,000 Demon Ridge overthrowing my Red Lotus sect's branch rudder 50 years ago? Their Red Lotus sect, heritage tens of thousands of years, behind the back of the Wuji Old Mother of this early achievement of the existence of the immortal town, the ordinary forces of the demon race do not dare to go against them. And only 50 years ago, the Red Lotus sect had suffered a not-so-small loss at the hands of the 10,000 Demon Ridge. Not this matter, 10,000 Demon Ridge that several Demon Fairy alone carry out, none is this seed opponent, you and think about my Red Lotus sect recently can ever provoke other demon forces? Old Mother Wuji spoke in a heavy tone. Demon forces? Pang Jingxuan's frown deepened. The Red Lotus sect has a large number of followers, hidden in countless demon race boundaries, secretly developing followers, and when they meet those with good qualifications, they will be absorbed into the sect, and when they meet those with bad qualifications, they will be directly fed with a bloodthirsty compulsion. After so many years, it was inevitable that they would come up against some demonic forces that viewed the human race as their food. But to say the most recent, he really couldn't think of any great enemy that Red understood to have incurred. He only vaguely remembered that someone within the sect seemed to have sent a group of believers to several human kingdoms under the rule of the 10,000 Demon Ridge to spread the Old Mother's faith. In particular, in a frontier called the Great Qian Dynasty, it was heard that a power called the Heavenly Court had recently risen. There are people within the church who want to make some contact. See if you can and suck it in. After all, in this world, those who were able to derive a cultivation technique suitable for the human race from nothing were the topmost cultivation geniuses in the world. 150 years ago, such a heavenly pride had appeared in Luoshui County of the Great Qian Dynasty. It was a pity that their Red Lotus sect had acted one step slower, that heavenly pride had been suppressed by the forces of the demon race, and 150 years later, another genius had appeared in Luoshui County. This time, they, the Red Lotus sect, had no intention of letting it go in terms of sense and reason. According to the time projection, the followers sent by the Red Lotus sect should have already made contact with the Heavenly Court, regardless of whether it succeeded or failed. There was nothing to lose for the Red Lotus sect. Even if he had provoked the other party, in Pang Jingxuan's eyes, it was nothing. A fledgling human power is just, can't see the evil in the world, let them suffer some good, when they hit the wall, think they will understand the good intentions of the Red Lotus sect. Plus, Old Mother had just explicitly said that that great enemy in the dark of the Red Lotus Road was a demonic force. Therefore, at the first moment, Pang Jingxian dismissed the words heavenly court from his mind. A mere heavenly court, which had only been on the rise for about a month, even if it had a few points of substance, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be able to pass the harmonious Void Mountains hurdle. How could the other party be so virtuous as to be comparable to the Red Lotus sect behind him? Thought for half a day. Pang Jingxian shook his head once more and said in a deep voice, Disciple really doesn't know what great enemy the Red Lotus sect has recently incurred. No? Old Mother Wuji frowned. If she didn't know who the secret enemy was, she had no way to count, she couldn't project the entire world's demon race, all of them, could she? Not to mention whether or not she could count over, even if she could, the power of that kind of backlash would be enough for her to drink a pot of water. Thinking about it again and again, Old Mother Wuji's gaze fell, and her tone of voice sank in. Since this is the case, Jingxian, during this period of time, go on a trip to the outside world, and carefully investigate the small movements of the forces of the various demon races. If there is anyone who is an enemy of my Red Lotus sect, report back to me as soon as possible. Old Mother Wuji's heart was very heavy. That karma, just now, came too terribly and too swiftly, and if she couldn't resolve it properly, her intuition told her that she would die. Yes. Pang Jingxian respectfully saluted and said, Disciple will go forth now. Chapter 76, Is there any terrorist existence? Soon after. Heaven. Lingshu Palace. Zhang Ren raised his head slightly and looked at Wang Lingwan below, with an odd expression on his face. Minister Wang just said that the people who are doing evil in Luoshui County are members of the Red Lotus sect? Exactly. Wang Lingwan nodded and continued to speak. The little god has searched their memories, and in its memories, that Red Lotus sect's Wuji Old Mother resides in the vacuum hometown. And this vacuum hometown, not in this realm, should be a small heaven and earth if the little god didn't guess wrong. Since she can open up a small world, I think that the strength of that Wuji Old Mother should be at the immortal realm. Open up a space, and open up a small world, the difficulty of the two, not in an order of magnitude. Wuji Old Mother can do this step, visible or have two brushes. Old Mother Wunderkind, home of the vacuum. Zhang Ren muttered softly under his breath. He didn't expect to encounter a familiar name after crossing over. Previous life. In the history of his blue star, there was a White Lotus sect, which believed in Old Mother Wuxing, and another name for Old Mother Wuxing was Old Mother Wuji. The two, I don't think, have anything to do with each other, they just have similar names. Zhang Ren pondered in his mind. If the last life, the White Lotus sect behind the real backing of the immortals, that anti-Qing to restore the Ming dynasty can be too damn simple. The only thing that took him a little by surprise. The human race in this world didn't seem to be as weak as he thought. The Wuji Old Mother is a typical example, although she is a human, but has secretly cultivated to the immortal realm, this talent can be really not weak. After all, in this world, the human race did not have a systematic cultivation method, and most of the human race crossed the river by touching the stones, whereas Old Mother Wuji was able to walk step by step to the immortal realm from nothing. Her talent and qualifications, when placed in any world, I'm afraid that she would be a top existence. Only, the path taken by Old Mother Wuji was obviously a bit off. Raise a parasite with blood. Then use the parasites to make pills. This is a typical method of the devil's way. To this, Zhang Ren is not surprised. As the saying goes, there are 3,000 great roads, different paths, the devil's way is also the way. The person who created the cultivation method, not every one of them is great and righteous. But where the heart has evil thoughts, it is reasonable to create a book of the devil's way. If the two sides did not cross paths, Zhang Ren would only maintain an appreciative attitude towards Elder Mother Wuji, but right now, the Red Lotus sect's people ran to Luoshui County to feed the bloodthirsty parasites. Then Zhang Ren couldn't stand it. In his eyes, the people of the mortal world are all sources of faith, and striking out at the people is undoubtedly breaking his roots. Retrieve the thoughts in your mind. Zhang Ren once again opened his mouth and inquired, where exactly is the vacuum hometown where Old Mother Wuji might be found? Back to your majesty, those two believers have not traveled to the vacuum hometown, so where their lair is located, the lesser god does not yet know. Wang Lingwan gently shook his head. But if we have another year, when the little god's cultivation recovers above that of an immortal, finding where Old Mother Wuji's lair is located will be a breeze. A year? Zhang Ren nodded slightly, this time, not too long, he could afford to wait. That is the case. Suju Border Patrol responsibility, temporarily handed over to the Secretary Wang responsible for the future and then from the outside world into the people of Suju, be sure to comprehensively check to confirm that there is no error after. Only then will you be allowed to enter Succumbent. Zhang Ren spoke in a deep voice. This time, The matter of the Red Lotus cultists was a wake-up call for him. Before, he thought that the human race in this realm, each and every one of them was like the people of Diqian, struggling on the edge of life and death, but he overlooked the fact that the human race was a magical race. Never overestimate human nature. But one should never underestimate the creativity of the human race. There were quite a few human races in the history of this realm, like Fan Zhengxi of Luoshui County 150 years ago, but more of them existed like Old Mother Woji. They couldn't defeat the demon race head-on, so they directly turned underground and secretly built up their strength. These human forces, perhaps some people at the beginning, can still maintain the initial heart, but once living a long time, familiar people around, one after another passed away. Their opinion of the human race is expected to change over time. Just as, at this moment, the Red Lotus sect. Ordinary human races, in their eyes, had become mole crickets, with no further use other than being able to use them to cultivate bloodthirsty parasites. The little god obeys. Wang Lingwan arched his hand and saluted. And then turned away. After Wang Lingwan walked away, Zhang Ren once again opened the system panel and removed the task of 90% of the living beings in Luoshui County believing in the Heavenly Court after the Red Lotus cultists were removed. The progress of the mission steeply rose by a little over a point. It reached 96%. With only 4% left, I don't think it will last long. The Red Lotus sect's people who were able to sneak into Luoshui County, in the end, it's still the number of heavenly soldiers that's too small. Zhang Ren sighed lightly in his heart. Upon completion of the task at hand, the number of heavenly soldiers in the Heavenly Court will be increased by more than 10,000, and it is estimated that it will not be a big problem for them to patrol the entire Diqian territory at that time. Time is long. 2 months passed in a flash. Mt. Hohokam. This was a mountain that was pitch black and up to tens of thousands of feet high, and from afar, it looked like a sharp sword, plunging into the sky with a majestic momentum. In a palace at the top of a mountain. 2 silhouettes sitting high at the top, each with chi and blood like dragons, with a powerful aura, as if they were rounds of blazing suns, straddling the mid-air, blossoming with 10,000 paths of light. You just said that the master of the state is dead? One person on the left side, human body, tiger head, gnarled muscles, voice thick, between openings, as if a burst of muffled thunder, echoed throughout the hall. 1,000 pieces of truth. Below, a human in armor on the ground, trembling, responded. How did it die? The figure with the head of a human tiger opened his mouth and asked. Specific small people do not know, small people only know. When the state master fell, the sky was filled with dark clouds, and later from the dark clouds split down a red thunder, and then, state master disappeared. The human, dressed in armor, spoke in a low voice. Hearing these words, the figure with the head of a human tiger, his eyes snapped wide open, his body was filled with hostile chi as he said in a deep voice, Red thunder? No. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. The figure with the head of a tiger, his eyes gleaming, carefully looked at the human race below, and after confirming that the other party was not lying, he exchanged a glance with the terrifying existence beside him. The latter wore a blue coat, from the appearance no different from the human race. He slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his tone heavy. So it seems. It should be heaven's wrath correctly. It's just that I can't figure out why fourth sister, who has a good cultivation level and cultivated to the 3rd level of the Soul Palace realm long ago, attracted the wrath of the heavens by merely projecting a heavenly court. Could it be that there is some kind of terrifying existence in the heavenly court? At this point, the figure with a human body and tiger head gave a slight cold snort and said disdainfully, the heavenly court has only appeared for a few months, what terror can it have? In my opinion, perhaps the heavenly court didn't know what despicable means it used to backstab the fourth sister. Lao San, don't be impulsive. The blue-clothed figure, shaking his head slightly, said in a serious tone, how many people have you seen that can assassinate others with heavenly plagues? Chapter 77. This is a conspiracy of the heavenly court. Perhaps it's just the heavenly court, using some unseemly means. Human body, tiger head of the tiger Ming, earn voice opening, heavenly wrath is not a mortal thing. This seat does not believe that the heavenly court can use the first time, but also can be used again for the second time. In my opinion, it should be the fourth sister who has projected something unimaginable that the heavenly court, fearing that the secret will be leaked, has used a killer weapon. Well, beside Tiger Dimming, the blue-clothed crane lord also nodded slightly and said softly, I don't rule out this possibility. I also believe in fourth sister's ability to project heavenly chances. It's you and I, the 2 demons, who can't hide it from fourth sister's deduction. It's a pity that the fourth sister didn't pass on any useful news before she died. It's no use talking about it. Tiger Diming rose with a loud voice, a horrifying killing aura swept out as he said in a deep voice, the fourth sister's corpse is not yet cold, we must make a claim for her. Why don't I personally go on a trip to Suju State, and see how much skill that heavenly court actually has? What's the rush? Crane Lord raised his eyebrows and said unhappily, "It's been more than 2 months, even if it's to avenge the fourth sister, there's no rush, in my opinion, we'll wait for our big brother to come out of the gate, which is the best policy. Big brother is already a 9th level Soul Palace realm powerhouse, after he leaves the gate, he might be in the Dharma phase realm, with him in charge, a mere heavenly court is not worth mentioning at all. As long as we don't hastily go and deduce the heavenly chance during this period of time, I think the heavenly court can't do anything about us. And the Crane Lord pondered for a moment and continued, the heavenly court just came out and spent less than half a month to unify the entire Suzhou, but these next 2 months, there was no movement. In my opinion, the heavenly court should not want to cross paths with my Hushu Mountain. Hushu Mountain ruled over the entire Dakian dynasty for nearly 10,000 years, and during such a long period of time, from time to time, there would be 1 or 2 human prides who wanted to overthrow the rule of Hushu Mountain. But after so many years had passed, they had seen many of the human race's heavenly prides, but Mount Hushu was still as stable as Mount Taishan. And now appears the heavenly court. It's good though. The underpinnings were much stronger than the previous human forces. But that's about it. In accordance with the Crane Lord's view, the heavenly court at this moment, should be manpower has reached its limit, continue to expand, then the heavenly court's territory will become a leaky sieve in all directions. Power and territory mismatch, the final result is, what a cat or dog can run in to slip around, then the idea of the heavenly court wants to shelter the human race, I'm afraid it will fall through. Unsurprisingly, within 1,000 years after this, the heavenly court was estimated to be incapable of expanding outward. After all, they had to wait for the fresh blood to join and thus grow up and have the power to fight, before they could continue to nibble away at the boundaries of the great Qin dynasty. But the problem is, will they, Mount Hushu, give the heavenly court 1,000 years? It won't. Even for 100 years, no. I don't know how long it will take until Big Brother comes out. Tiger Dimming opened his mouth in a dull tone and said, this is more than 2 months past, if we are late to avenge the fourth sister, then the rest of the demon forces nearby in the future. What to think of us? Speaking of which, Tiger Dim glared at the human soldiers below. If it wasn't for the other party, coming so slowly, how could they and the other demons be so slow to react? Noticing the fierce gaze from above, the human soldier kneeling on the ground couldn't help but shiver, and he was very bitter in his heart. Originally, he was not wanting to come to Mount Hushu. After all, come to report good news is just, a few Demon King Muda good, perhaps also can reward him something, but the problem is that he is to report mourning. In case these 2 great kings in a bad mood, even if they ate themselves, no one would dare to give them an argument. Even that great Qian emperor behind him still has to say that he eats well. Lao San, you. The Crane Lord shook his head slightly and said in a deep voice, you are too impulsive. Non-impulsive. Tiger Ming's killing intent was biting as he spoke in a jarring voice, rather, it's this heavenly court that has appeared too oddly, as if it came out of nowhere. If we continue to let this go, I fear it will lead to a major disaster. We, Hushu Mountain, have a demon immortal sitting behind us, it's not us that should be worried, it's the human heavenly court. The Crane Lord spoke quietly. After observing Hu Ming for a few moments and realizing that the other party was still obstinate, he couldn't help but let out a light sigh and said helplessly, if you're going to go, it's better for me to make the trip myself. My strength, which is a bit stronger than yours, has broken through to the 8th level of the Soul Palace realm a few days ago, and should be enough to deal with the Celestial Court, even if the Celestial Court has some undercurrents. I don't think it can threaten this seat. You're going, ergo? Tiger Dimming's eyes rounded, then shook his head, kill a chicken without using a bull's knife, don't bother with second brother, I'll travel by myself as a demon, it's enough to cope with the heavenly court. Okay. The Crane Lord waved his hand, slowly got up, looked at his own third brother, and said in a deep voice, the matter is settled, I'll lead the 2 offerings and make the trip myself. You stay at Mount Hushu and wait for Big Brother to come out. Said. He took a step. The figure was inside the Great Hall and disappeared. 2 days later. Jiangzhou. This is a large state adjacent to Sukhumvit. There were a total of 5 counties in the state, 1 more than Suzhou, and there were hundreds of large and small demon kings in the state combined, of which there were more than a dozen Xian Dan realm great demon kings alone. The moment a dozen Xian Dan realm demon kings all stood in the sky at the border of Jiangzhou, raising their eyes to look out in the direction of Mount Hushu. A few moments later, a wolf king with fur like steel needles flashed a cold luster under the sunlight as he looked at the end of the sky and opened his mouth to inquire. In the message, it says that the second great king of Mount Hushu arrived today, right? Nice. A golden-haired lion son with a figure of more than 3 feet tall gently nodded his head as he glanced back at Suzhou, his voice sighing with emotion. Luckily, the second great king of Hushu Mountain has come. If it were any later, I fear that this king would have to flee Jiangzhou. More than 2 months passed. The pressure that the heavenly court was putting on them was just too great. 2 months ago, at the border of Jiangzhou, the strength of the celestial soldiers that flew by from time to time was still around the spirit sea realm, but more than 2 months later, the strength of the celestial soldiers in the heavenly court were all at the damn Shandan realm. That's too much of a demon scare. As far as they knew, there were thousands of celestial soldiers in the heavenly court, which translated to thousands of Shandan realm powerhouses sitting in the heavenly court. With this kind of heritage, even if they pushed across all the demon kings in their Jiangzhou, it would not be a problem. Also known as. There were other great demons who said that the heavenly court was playing a trick, which made them feel a little more at ease. After all, in their opinion, even though the human race was fast in cultivation, it was not fast enough to this extent. Unsurprisingly, this is a plot by the heavenly court. Deliberately letting some Shandan realm powerhouses, dressed as celestial soldiers, patrol around the border, wanting to use this to scare off the nearby demon kings, and then take the entire Jiangzhou without bloodshed. Chapter 78. The plan is naturally. Don't panic, gentlemen. Another demon king spoke up, a smile on his lips as he slowly said, "The second great king of the Hushu mountain is here, so we'll have good times ahead of us." Nice. The wolf king from before nodded his head hatefully, his voice solemn and killing. This king has already endured the heavenly court for a long time. The district is just food, and actually wants to override this king. It's outrageous. When the heavenly court is overthrown, the first thing to be liquidated will be that ink scaly dragon in the Luo water. The golden-haired lion child's gaze looked far to the south, as if he saw the rippling Luo river, and said flatly under his breath, "As a demon king, yet he doesn't have the backbone of a demon king, easily submitting to the human race. This Mo Jiao is truly a disgrace to my demon race. After capturing Mo Jiao, this king will eat him alive bit by bit." That's what I thought. The wolf king nodded in agreement. He was about to continue with something. Suddenly, a demon king next to him, looking up to the north, lost his voice and said, "The second great king of Mount Hushu is here." That's it? All of the demon kings present, all of their faces changed, following the demon king's gaze. Sure enough, in the extreme distance, 3 silhouettes came quickly. These 3, one in front and 2 behind, are in a master-slave position. All of them were Soul Palace realm powerhouses. The first person, wearing a blue coat, big sleeves fluttering, looks immortal, quite a bit of the human race to get the momentum of the Highlander, just covered in demonic aura, but exposed his true identity. Not waiting for them to come closer. All the demon kings present all bowed in unison. "We have met the second great king. Aha!" The crane lord flew to the front, stood with his arms folded, his jaw lightly tapped, and said carelessly, "This is not the place to talk, go down first." Yes. The demon kings, together, opened their mouths. Soon after. In a cave. Outside the door there are small demons guarding, inside the cave torches swaying, dim light, shining on the faces of the demon kings, appearing bright and uncertain. The crane lord sat at the top of the pile. Behind him were the 2 Hushu mountain provisioners who had followed along with him. He was holding a bowl of tea in his hand, and with his ghostly gaze, he swept through the faces of all the demon kings in the cave one by one, and after taking a sip of the tea, he said in a breezy manner, "All here?" His words fell. A gray-furred wolf king hurriedly got up, arched his hand and said, "Back to the second great king, all the Shandan demon kings of Jiangzhou have arrived today." Very good. The crane lord nodded gently and spoke again. "Nearly 3 months have passed since the heavenly court came into existence, so all of you should speak. What have you found out these days?" Back to the second lord. It was the wolf king from earlier who continued to speak. "During this period of time, we used all our means to encourage quite a number of human races to sneak within Suzhou, and we barely managed to feel out a few of the heavenly court's realities." Oh? The crane lord let out a soft "oh," his eyes brightening a few points. "Sure enough. It also has to be a demon race that is trustworthy. That group of waste in the Dakian dynasty, after the past so long, even a little bit of useful news cannot be investigated, really disappointed him to the extreme, after the eradication of the heavenly court. He couldn't help but say that he would have to give the Dechen dynasty a good hammering. Lest they live too long and forget the means of Mount Hushu to the back of their minds. Say it and see. The crane lord opened his mouth. As far as we know. The wolf king weighed his words and said in a deep voice, "In the heavenly court, the strongest people should be that Wang Lingwan and Marshal Ma, and both of these 2 should be Soul Palace realm powerhouses, if nothing else. It's hard to say exactly how many levels of the Soul Palace realm. Among some of the remaining heavenly soldiers and generals, it is estimated that there are quite a few Xiandan realm cultivators. The exact number, we are not sure, but it should not be in the minority. Xiandan realm cultivators don't have to take it to heart." The crane lord waved his hand and casually said, "These people, they can be overthrown with a turn of the palm, mainly the Soul Palace realm. Speaking of which." The Crane Lord bent down, his gaze falling on the Wolf King, and said word for word, "You confirm that there are only 2 Soul Palace realm powerhouses sitting in the Heavenly Court? Where is that Heavenly Emperor of theirs?" This. The Wolf King was speechless. His face went white for a few minutes, his body sweating like rain. Even the voice that he spoke could not help but lower a little. That Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Court, so far, has never made a move. Perhaps the strength is also above the Soul Palace realm. Maybe? The Crane Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. Those were the last words he wanted to hear. But for today's solution, can only believe it. After all, he cannot dare send people to continue to deduce the real strength of that Heavenly Emperor. A little operation is not good. At that time, the wrath of heaven would fall on his head. That would mean that there are a total of 3 Soul Palace realm powerhouses sitting in the Heavenly Court. The Crane Lord sat up straight, his eyes opened and closed, and his words said quietly, "This Heavenly Court is really a good tactic," and without saying a word, cultivated 3 Soul Palace realm powerhouses. This kind of stoicism is much stronger than that Fan Jingxi from Luoshui County back then. It's just a pity that they're still too eager. The Crane Lord gently shook his head and laughed softly under his breath. If they were to hold back for a period of more years, they might really be able to let them, cause no small amount of trouble for my Hushu Mountain. Second Great King, is there a way to remove the Heavenly Court? The Wolf King gulped and asked cautiously. Remove? The Crane Lord let out a light laugh and said slowly, "The Heavenly Court is not bad in its depths. Removing it is something that this king does not dare to say, but it should not be difficult if it causes the Heavenly Court to suffer a great deal of vitality." He turned back, glanced at the 2 offerings behind him, and said with a ghostly smile, "In the Heavenly Court, there are 3 Soul Palace realms, and we also have 3 here." And Crane Lord's voice lowered a few points, and said morosely, "The news of our 3 coming, so far is still in secrecy. Even if the Heavenly Court means heavenly, I'm afraid I don't know that our 3 Soul Palace has already arrived in Jiangzhou. The enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. This is the greatest advantage." Recreate heaven? Listening to the Crane Lord's narration, all the demon kings present all had a light in their eyes. This time, they were just too suffocating. Every day, looking at the heavenly soldiers flying over the border, every demon king, all day long, fearing that the Heavenly Court has touched the vicinity of their lair without a word. After all, the Heavenly Court could easily eradicate demon kings such as the summer sheep and the contractor spider, so naturally, they could easily remove them as well. Hooray for that! They held out until the last moment, and finally the strongest person from Mount Hushu came. Though this second great king didn't come up right away and say that he would overthrow the Heavenly Court, but this kind of calm attitude was obviously more easily convincing, and the pressure given by the Heavenly Court was obvious to all. Its depth, too, can be described as an unfathomable sentence. If this second great king, right off the bat, said with great bravado that he would overthrow the Heavenly Court, they would instead be drumming in their hearts. Does the second great king have a plan in mind to recreate the Heavenly Court? The Wolf King asked curiously. The plan is there, naturally. The Crane Lord smiled faintly and spoke confidently.